Outside Kunlun Mountain, a stunningly beautiful maiden clad in a long black dress, tall, graceful, and lightfoot, whizzed through the jungle. Not far behind, several figures in black robes relentlessly gave chase. And Miaoling, the sect leader, has prepared to name you as the Holy Maiden. Why do you flee? And Miaoling merely snorted coldly, ignoring the call. The leader of the Mo sect designated her as the Holy Maiden solely because of her unique constitution, intent on implanting a demonic seed within her. Once the demonic seed is implanted, she would become his crucible, destined to be reduced to his plaything. Such treachery was unmistakable to her, the reincarnation of the Heartless Empress. Having been reborn, nothing, no person or event, could prevent her from growing stronger. In this lifetime, she resolved to cultivate the Taishang Wangqing record to its utmost perfection before exacting her revenge. From that moment on, she would sever all karmic ties and stand alone, pursuing only the way. At the mere mention of revenge, her expression darkened. Once she had allied with 3 formidable sovereign-level warriors in a treasure hunt, only to discover it was a trap. A scheme to eliminate her was set in motion. Inside Kunlun Mountain at the Kunlun Sword Sect, Sanjin Peak, today marked the day for recruiting disciples. Qin Tian, serving as the head of Sanjin Peak, had to merely go through the motions. As he was the sole occupant of the peak, he had no intention of recruiting disciples, nor did anyone wish to join. In the eyes of outsiders, he was merely a low-tier Lingdong cultivator, and he simply wished to live a laid-back life. The place for recruiting disciples was called Xianyuan Platform. Upon the Xianyuan Platform rested 10 seats, 1 for each peak head of the Kunlun 9 peaks, and 1 for the sect leader Mo Wentian. After Qin Tian took his seat, he leisurely pulled out a book to read. Upon witnessing Qin Tian's indolent demeanor, Mo Wentian grew irate. Look at you. Every day you are either cultivating herbs or teasing fish and birds, wasting your splendid youth. I truly wonder how Sister Jiang once fancied you, he added. Please calm down, sect leader. Remember, Sister Jiang, the sole holy realm venerable in our sect for thousands of years, possesses a uniquely discerning eye. The speaker was Su Lan, head of Yujin Peak, a close friend of the former head Jiang Qingxue of Sanjin Peak. Out of respect for Jiang Qingxue, he often looked after Qin Tian. Su Lan's silence had been tolerable until she spoke, provoking Mo Wentian further. Unique eye. Where is his uniqueness? Su Lan awkwardly chuckled. Perhaps the time has simply not yet come. Qin Tian returned a kind smile to Su Lan, paying little heed to Mo Wentian's remarks. 15 years ago, he had been nothing more than a wealthy scion of a mundane family. During her journey of training, Jiang Qingxue was gravely injured, and fate had it that Qin Tian, while wandering, happened upon her. Later, he took her home for recuperation, a convalescence lasting half a month. Before departing to repay his kindness, Jiang Qingxue brought him, despite his exceedingly poor aptitude, back to Sanjin Peak for cultivation, making him the second disciple of the peak. Upon arriving at Sanjin Peak, he astonishingly acquired a check-in system. On his first check-in, he received the supreme technique, Ta Hua Zai Dafa. Although the technique was formidable, his cultivation aptitude was exceedingly poor. It was not until his second check-in that he received a reward, elevating Ta Hua Zai Dafa to its second tier. With his technique enhanced, his cultivation realm rose accordingly. This reward filled him with great surprise and kindled a renewed hope for power. Thereafter, he quietly continued his check-ins at Sanjin Peak while spending his days with Jiang Qingxue. Alas, fortune was fleeting, for 5 years later, shortly after surpassing the Holy Realm, she departed reputedly to cultivate in a mysterious land. Before she left, Qin Tian had promised to seek her out in the future. With a gentle smile, Jiang Qingxue departed, leaving Sanjin Peak solely in his charge, and thus he naturally assumed the role of its head. After years of steadfast check-ins, Qin Tian elevated Ta Hua Zai Dafa to its 9th tier, achieving a semi-saint status. Yet he was determined to conceal his true realm, for exposure would undoubtedly attract a throng of would-be disciples. For then having to manage and mentor disciples would be too cumbersome. Wouldn't a laid-back existence be far more enticing? Meanwhile, the commotion below grew as over 100 hopefuls began filing into the Kunlun Sword Sect. Upon entering, they were rendered speechless. The sect was enveloped in swirling spiritual energy, with majestic celestial palaces visibly rising in every direction. Above, numerous disciples soared on their swords, laughing and chatting as if in a celestial realm. This was the sect they longed for, a paragon among the 3 foremost righteous sects of the Eastern continent. Wow! Look, in the center sits the head Mo Wentian, one of the 6 semi-saints of the Eastern continent, someone exclaimed. And the head of Yujin Peak, Su Lan, is counted among the 3 most beautiful in the East. Qingshan, one of the trialists, exclaimed in awe, while a trialist in white remarked, "What you say is known to all. But did you know that 10 years ago the Kunlun Sword Sect was the foremost power in the Eastern continent? And all this is owed to Jiang Qingxue, the former head of Sanjin Peak, the sole Holy Realm figure, and the most beautiful woman of the eastern continent. But alas, the good times were short-lived, for scarcely had she broken through when she left, remarked Qin Tian. I heard this from my father, yet now Sanjian Peak just isn't what it used to be. It is said that the head of Sanjian Peak is only of the Lingdong realm, not much different from us. Tread carefully, someone warned as a group chattered animatedly while awaiting the start of the trial. At the sect entrance, and Miaoling watched as the trialists keen to seek a master entered in an orderly fashion. She too stepped inside. The black-robed pursuers, upon seeing her join the Kunlun Sword Sect, had to temporarily abandon their chase. Come, let's go back and report to the sect leader. This isn't over yet. Once Miaoling had entered, the enrollment window nearly closed. As the bell tolled, Miaoling slowly rose to announce the trial begins. The first stage was an aptitude test, a segment destined to eliminate at least half of the participants. One after another, people sighed and left the Kunlun Sword Sect. It wasn't until Miaoling's turn in the test that the hall erupted in astonishment. Even the languid Qin Tian glanced over attentively. Suddenly, the ambient temperature dropped, and a faint, ghostly image of an ice phoenix appeared. This is the bloodline of the ice phoenix, Miaoling exclaimed in shock. Once such an ancient lineage awakens, the odds of entering the holy realm greatly increase. Phew. Miaoling forced himself to suppress his inner excitement, harboring secret calculations within. After the aptitude test was done, the martial trial was next. During the martial trial, leveraging techniques and martial skills from her past life, and Miaoling easily secured first place. Once all trials concluded, the 9 peak leaders rose one by one to introduce themselves. Yet as they introduced themselves, all eyes, both overt and subtle, turned towards Miaoling. When it was Qin Tian's turn, he rose and uttered a brief introduction. I am Qin Tian, head of Sanjian Peak. I am rather lazy and lack any special prowess. With that, he sat down. Wow, this head Qin is unbelievably handsome, someone marveled. Indeed, a single kiss from him might even break one's limits. What a pity, had it not been forbidden by my father, I would have loved to join Sanjian Peak. The female trialists below were instantly captivated by Qin Tian's striking looks. In response to the murmurs, Miaoling snorted quietly. Can a pretty face feed you? After the introductions, the peak leaders began selecting disciples. Lin Shui, this young girl is well suited for cultivating the Yujin Ju. Join my Yujin Peak, one suggested. Su Lan stated, and Miaoling nodded in agreement. Indeed, she is very suitable. Then another added, as for Zhao Tian with his thunder affinity, I claim him for my Yulong Peak. Thus, while the various peak leaders rose to select disciples, Qin Tian remained leisurely seated with his book. Before long, the only trialist left unselected was Miaoling. At that moment, Miaoling stood with a cold, otherworldly demeanor, as if a celestial being untouched by mortal affairs. Yet a closer look revealed the air of haughty arrogance in her eyes. All the peak leaders, including the sect leader, turned their gaze towards Miaoling. Perhaps she was the next Jiang Qingxue. Miaoling then rose and inquired, I wish to accept you as a secluded disciple. Would you be willing? And Miaoling furrowed her brows. Though Miaoling was the sect leader, he was also a semi-saint. Following him might expose some of her secrets. And Miaoling hesitated. Miaoling was taken aback, while the other peak leaders displayed delight. Judging by your swordplay, you must be adept in the sword path. In our sect, my Tianjian Peak stands unrivaled. My Yulong Peak's Fenglai sword is also exceptional. If you wish, I shall pass on my Tianjia Fenglai sword to you and join my Lingyao Peak, where herbal resources abound. The head of Lingyao Peak was not to be outdone. Qin Tian, witnessing all this, secretly chuckled. You keep laughing. Perhaps you should reflect on why you failed to recruit anyone. After Miaoling mentioned Qin Tian, he turned to Miaoling and said, You may choose which peak to join. The sect's cultivation resources will never lack you. And Miaoling nodded, her gaze drifting among the peak leaders before finally locking onto Qin Tian. I wish to join Sanjian Peak. Having made this decision after careful consideration, she recognized that what she needed now was cultivation resources, not the guidance of a master. Silence fell as if a pin drop. Everyone was astonished. Have you made up your mind? Miaoling inquired. And Miaoling nodded seriously. I have. No sooner had her words fallen than several peak leaders' faces darkened. You wish to follow him. He is merely of the Lingdong realm. What can he possibly teach you? The first to speak was the head of Yulong Peak. Indeed, young lady, with proper guidance, one can achieve twice the results with half the effort. Do not be beguiled by Qin Tian's handsome looks. The head of Tianjian Peak added, handsome looks. Qin Tian cast a careful glance at Miaoling. At that moment, her enchanting visage remained inscrutable. Remaining calm and aloof, she said nothing further. Are you certain you wish to take me as your disciple? Qin Tian, setting aside his book, inquired slowly. And Miaoling nodded, certainly. Miaoling glanced at Qin Tian and whispered, Hurry up and accept her. What are you waiting for? Qin Tian smiled wryly. Since you are determined to become my disciple, you must abide by my rules. Are you willing? At these words, and Miaoling furrowed her brows. I, the illustrious Heartless Empress, becoming your disciple. Must I bear so many conditions? Yet for the sake of an optimal cultivation environment, she ultimately refrained. I am willing. Qin Tian looked at Miaoling in astonishment and continued, I am a busy man, so I may not have much time to instruct you. Before Miaoling could reply, Tian quickly added, Young lady, if you ever face any difficulties in your cultivation, feel free to seek me out. He only wished to keep her with the sect, leaving the matter of tutoring for later. Qin Tian continued, At times I shall assign you various tasks. Are you willing? And Miaoling fixed him with a deep, penetrating gaze. Though her face revealed no emotion, her heart seethed with anger. I will endure. In a few days my cultivation should break through from the Lingdong realm to the Jinshan realm. Once I break through, let us see how you might constrain me. With that thought, she steeled her resolve and made up her mind. I agree. Young lady, think it over once more. Why doom yourself like this? Some of the peak lords were still unwilling to give up and tried to persuade her again. My mind is made up. With that, she directly performed the disciple's bow to Qin Tian. Disciple, and Miaoling pays respects to master. Since things had reached this point, Qin Tian nodded slightly and said, From now on you are my disciple. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an exceptional disciple. This girl is the reincarnation of a female emperor. Nurture her well. Reward, all learn martial skills, rise by 1 level. Reward, Supreme Sword Art Heart Sword Formula. Reward, Peerless Imperial Weapon Ice Glaze Sword. Hearing the voice in his mind, Qin Tian's eyes lit up. All his martial techniques had actually risen by another level. He had learned many martial skills, movement arts, fist techniques, sword arts, and more. With this enhancement, he had truly profited greatly. Inwardly, he began to plan to find the Macaque Demon Emperor when he had time and test his skills. He had never forgotten the Macaque Demon Emperor's monkey wine. As for the Supreme Sword Art, it was even more formidable, for it surpassed the imperial rank. In an excellent mood, Qin Tian said, Come disciple, follow me to Sanjian Peak. And Miaoling nodded and followed behind him. Before they left him, Tian reminded him, Don't ruin the girl's future. Many palaces on Sanjian Peak had no inhabitants and thus had fallen into disrepair. The only place where anyone lived was the Sanjian Pavilion. After arriving at Sanjian Pavilion, Qin Tian said, There are many rooms here. Choose one and tidy it up for yourself. Once you've settled, then come find me. And Miaoling nodded and left, casually choosing a room. The interior was very dirty, coated with a thick layer of dust. She wrinkled her brows in open disgust, as she had never expected that she, once a peerless empress, would have to clean a room herself. After she finished cleaning, she went to find Qin Tian. Master, may I ask where I can receive spirit herbs and pills? Qin Tian glanced at Miaoling's dirty little face and could not help reaching out to wipe it for her. And Miaoling froze for a moment, then quickly stepped back, staring at Qin Tian with an icy expression. Waves surged violently within her heart. She, a decisive and ruthless peerless empress, had actually had her face touched and taken advantage of. In the past, other male cultivators did not even dare to look at her directly, let alone touch her. Thinking of this, fury blazed within her, and she made a decision in her heart. That was, once her cultivation was restored, she would immediately sever the hand Qin Tian had used to touch her face. Your face was dirty, I was just helping you wipe it. Why are you so worked up? Qin Tian was somewhat confused. Oomph. And Miaoling snorted coldly and refused to look at him again, afraid that she might not be able to keep herself from striking him right now. After a moment's thought, Qin Tian took out the Peerless Imperial Weapon Ice Glaze Sword. Since you have taken me as your master, let this sword be your apprenticeship gift. Without even looking, and Miaoling replied, I don't want it. She did not believe that someone at the spirit movement realm could take out anything truly valuable. What's there to be polite about? Just take what your master gives you. With that, Qin Tian directly shoved the sword into her arms. And Miaoling lifted the sword, intending to throw it away, but immediately sensed something was off. She extended her spiritual sense to probe it, and when she finished, she was stunned. Her breathing grew rapid and her heart was shaken to the extreme. This was actually a peerless imperial weapon. Weapons, cultivation arts, and pills were ranked as Yellow, Profound, Earth, Heaven, Imperial, and Supreme. Each rank was further divided into low, mid, high, and peak grades. In her previous life, she had also possessed an imperial weapon, but it had only been low grade. Those who joined hands to kill her back then had been driven mainly by the desire to seize her imperial weapon. Before such a supreme treasure, no one could remain unmoved, and now such a treasure was actually in her hands. You're really giving this to me? Of course. If you don't like it, then forget it. As he spoke, he reached out to take it back, and Miaoling hurriedly wrapped her arms around the sword. I like it. As long as you like it. Qin Tian smiled gently, and Miaoling frowned slightly and asked in confusion, Why are you treating me so well? What do you mean, why? Didn't I say this is your apprenticeship gift? Isn't it only right for a master to give his disciple an apprenticeship gift? Qin Tian replied. Oh, and Miaoling responded softly, her expression complicated. Qin Tian's actions had indeed moved her. Even her ruthless Dao heart was faintly stirred. In her previous life, she had roamed the world alone, with a single sword severing all karmic ties. Could she still do the same in this life? Faced with such a supreme treasure, even she felt a bit unsure. Then another question occurred to her. How do you have an imperial weapon? I picked it up. Qin Tian answered casually. Picked it up, eh? Are you trying to fool a child? And Miaoling's face was full of disbelief. Otherwise, how else? Qin Tian retorted. And Miaoling opened her mouth, then closed it again, suddenly feeling that this might actually be possible. Otherwise, how could someone at the spirit movement realm obtain a peerless imperial weapon by his own strength? With that thought, her heart gradually calmed down. He probably did not know how precious this sword was. That was why he had given it to her. For the sake of this sword, she decided to forgive Qin Tian for touching her face earlier. Having sorted out her thoughts, she immediately began the blood recognition ritual. When her blood entered the sword, the blade radiated 7-colored light, which then shot straight into the heavens, triggering a heaven and earth phenomenon. Qin Tian's expression changed, and with a hurried wave of his hand, the phenomenon rapidly dissipated. Yet it was already too late. On Wentian Peak, Mo who had been cultivating, vanished from his room in an instant. Deep within the savage mountain range, several demon emperors and a slumbering, mysterious existence opened their eyes at the same time. In the western domain of East Continent, the sect master of the demonic sect turned his gaze toward the direction of Kunlun Sword Sect and muttered, interesting. When I leave seclusion, I shall pay this Kunlun Sword Sect a visit. And Miaoling was also startled and hastily stored the now bonded ice glaze sword within her body. Just as she did so, Mo Wentian arrived. Did you see anything? Qin Tian replied lazily. We saw a phenomenon appear in the sky, nothing else. Mo Wentian was not entirely convinced and turned his gaze toward Miaoling. And Miaoling nodded, repeatedly endorsing Qin Tian's words. Only after Mo Wentian personally conducted a detailed inspection did he finally relax. Since this phenomenon appeared within my Kunlun, I fear trouble is brewing for us. You too must be cautious. With that, Mo Wentian left looking thoroughly vexed. And Miaoling knew she had caused trouble and looked at Qin Tian with an embarrassed expression. In her past life, she had also bonded with a low-grade imperial weapon, yet it had never produced a phenomenon soaring straight into the heavens. At the same time, she was astonished that Qin Tian had been able to disperse the phenomenon. She felt that this master of hers was growing ever more mysterious. Qin Tian chuckled and said, I'm going to cook. Because he was born in the mortal world, he retained the habit of eating meals. Among Kunlun's 9 peaks, each peak had a demon-locking tower that imprisoned various beasts used for disciples to practice combat arts. Only the demon-locking tower of Sanjin Peak was different. He used it to imprison edible beasts. After Qin Tian entered the demon-locking tower, he swept a glance around. 2 pig demon kings and 1 3-legged crow chicken king. In the end, he grabbed the 3-legged crow chicken king and muttered, I need to find time to restock soon. With the meat in hand, he went to the herb garden to pick some spiritual leaves and other ingredients. Once the ingredients were ready, he headed to the kitchen to make soup and stir-fry dishes. After working for quite some time, a pot of soup and 2 dishes were finally done. Miaoling, it's time to eat. I've begun fasting and won't eat. And Miaoling replied, continuing her sword practice. Eating is a rule of my Sanjin Peak. You must eat, Qin Tian said seriously. And Miaoling reluctantly put away her sword and walked toward Qin Tian. On the table were a soup and 2 dishes. The soup was a 3-legged black chicken soup, followed by stir-fried spiritual leaves and sautéed thousand-year bamboo shoots. As soon as Miaoling sat down, she smelled the aroma of the dishes. Qin Tian smiled and said, the cultivation realms are divided into transcendence, super-transcendence, spiritual movement, golden body, nirvana, creation, half-saint, realm, emperor realm. Each realm is further divided into the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels. After finishing this meal, you should be able to break through to the 1st level of the golden body realm. And Miaoling looked skeptically at the soup and dishes on the table. Qin Tian picked up a bowl, filled it with meat soup, and handed it to Miaoling. Drinking some soup before a meal is good for your stomach. And Miaoling was taken aback. Wasn't this a saying from the mundane world? In her previous life, she was born into the mundane, and her mother had said the same. However, later her family was destroyed, and during her escape from enemies, she faced numerous hardships. Finally, she cultivated a heart of indifference and ascended to the position of empress. She raised the soup and took a sip. It was indeed very delicious, but once she swallowed it, she was stunned. Then she downed the entire bowl of soup and began eating the meat. After finishing, she felt a massive surge of energy flow into her body, and a faint golden light began to radiate from her. Gradually, the golden light grew stronger, and the surrounding spiritual energy was rapidly absorbed into her body. After a long while, she successfully broke through to the first level of the golden body realm. What did you give me to eat? And Miaoling asked in surprise. It's nothing special, just soup made from the three-legged black chicken king. You used the demon king to make soup. And Miaoling was momentarily stunned. Did you catch this, or was it caught by the previous peak master Jiang Qingshu? It was caught by Jiang Qingshu. This time Miaoling was somewhat skeptical. Moreover, how could someone who frequently consumes demon king meat only be at the spiritual movement realm? Even an ordinary pig could be raised to the nirvana realm. She increasingly felt that her master was extraordinary. Qin Tian smiled and said, everyone has their secrets. I know you have secrets too. Hearing this, and Miaoling suddenly became nervous. Did he know she was the reincarnation of the Empress? Looking at Miaoling's anxious expression, Qin Tian suddenly found it quite adorable. He reached out and ruffled Miaoling's hair before leaving. Before leaving, he said, clean up the table. Once Qin Tian walked away, and Miaoling muttered softly, taking advantage of me again, I will chop off your hand sooner or later. After leaving, Qin Tian looked toward the direction of the barbaric mountain range. He thought for a moment, and Miaoling had already broken through to the golden body realm. Her physical strength was sufficient. Then he would refine a demon emperor pill for her to assist in awakening the bloodline of the ancient ice phoenix. With that thought, he set off toward the barbaric mountain range. This time out, besides wanting to ask for some demon emperor blood, he also planned to gather some ingredients. Upon arriving at the barbaric mountain range, he headed deep into the mountains with ease. Damn human, why are you here again? If you capture my subordinates, I'll fight you. The Qingpeng demon emperor said angrily. Demon emperors are equivalent to half-saints among humans, so he was quite arrogant. Qin Tian smiled awkwardly, saying, I came to borrow 2 drops of demon emperor blood today. Borrow, the Qingpeng demon emperor cursed directly. Since you want Lindit, I'll have to take it by force. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Tian prepared to make his move. His transcendence of form is a supreme secret technique. It can transform all things, can create living beings, can transcend the ages, can transcend time, and can transform supreme powerhouses. Of course, he had only cultivated to the stage of transforming living beings. Transforming into a dragon. Qin Tian's entire being transformed into the illusory image of a golden dragon exuding immense dragon might. Feeling the dragon might, Qingpeng was astonished. What kind of technique is this? I felt the might of the golden dragon. It's exactly the same. Are you truly a golden dragon? Qin Tian did not answer. Ancestral dragon claw. The illusory golden dragon claw struck hard, sending Qingpeng flying. His techniques had all been enhanced through sign-in rewards. After succeeding with one strike, Qin Tian chased after him and struck again, causing the Qingpeng demon emperor to plead for mercy. In the end, he willingly handed over his blood. Subsequently, Qin Tian sought out other demon emperors to fight for blood. For instance, the monkey demon emperor and the flood dragon emperor. Immediately, the entire barbaric beast mountain range became lively. 2 days later, Qin Tian returned to Sanjin Peak. While practicing her sword, Miaoling paused and asked, where have you been these past 2 days? From her tone, it was clear she was somewhat displeased for disappearing without a word for 2 days. Although she knew Qin Tian was exceptional in terms of cultivation level, he was merely at the spiritual movement realm. So she was still a bit worried. Qin Tian looked at Miaoling's fierce expression and couldn't help but stroke her head again. Haven't you broken through to the golden body realm? I thought I'd refine a pill to help you awaken your bloodline. Really? And Miaoling asked suspiciously. How could it be fake? I'm going to refine it right now, he said, flying toward the alchemy hall. And Miaoling followed behind. The alchemy hall had fallen into disrepair due to long neglect. As soon as he pushed the door, it fell off its hinges. Qin Tian smiled awkwardly. Upon entering, the place was even more filled with cobwebs. He directly used his spiritual energy to retrieve the alchemy furnace from a distance. Then he washed it by the river and took it back to the Cangjin pavilion. Once all the preparations were complete, Qin Tian took out a book on alchemy and began to read. Still need to read. And Miaoling began to doubt whether Qin Tian really knew how to refine pills. How about I do it? In her previous life, she had also studied alchemy and could refine ordinary pills. Qin Tian smiled as he put away the book, saying, it's my first time refining pills, so I need to reinforce my knowledge. He ignited the fire and took out several bottles, popping open the lids. Immediately, a powerful pressure surged forth. And Miaoling looked at the blood essence in astonishment, feeling it was extraordinary. Then, under Miaoling's astonished gaze, Qin Tian added 5,000-year-old snow ginseng, 5,000-year-old earth core lotus, and other precious herbs. Such aged herbs were scarce, even when she was the empress in her past life. Watching Qin Tian refining pills, she felt her Tao heart waver once more. Was this path of indifference truly the right one? At that moment, the alchemy furnace began to shake, and one after another the illusory figures of demon emperors appeared. The immense pressure forced Miaoling to stagger back several steps. At this moment her eyes widened as if she had discovered something incredible. Qingpeng Demon Emperor, Flood Dragon Emperor, Monkey Demon Emperor. She instantly recognized these illusory figures. Demon Emperors are figures equivalent to their sect master Qin Tian, and they are virtually invincible in the Eastern continent. She was filled with questions. How could someone at the spiritual movement realm obtain so much Demon Emperor blood? Although she wanted to ask immediately, she knew it was a critical moment. She couldn't interrupt Qin Tian's alchemy. Qin Tian's hands moved like shadows, constantly forming seals and channeling streams of spiritual power. At the same time, he also controlled the runes above the alchemical furnace with his qi. An hour later, the alchemical furnace ceased its shaking. With a wave of Qin Tian's hand, the lid flew open and a fragrant aroma wafted out. A three-colored pill soared into the air. The pill developed spiritual intelligence and began to sway in the air, attempting to escape. However, it was caught by Qin Tian from afar, and Miaoling recognized it as the Emperor Pill of the heavenly grade. Its greatest function was to cleanse the marrow and strengthen the veins, capable of enhancing a person's aptitude and realm. Even a semi-saint would find it immensely beneficial for breaking through to the saint realm. Qin Tian handed over the pill, saying, "I will assist you in refining its power later." And Miaoling accepted the pill with a complex expression, for she truly needed it at this moment. From the moment she took the pill, perhaps even she herself did not realize that she had already acknowledged Qin Tian. "Where did you obtain the blood of the Emperor Demon?" And Miaoling couldn't help but ask. The origin of the spiritual herbs could still be explained as provided by the sect. However, she believed the sect lacked the strength to acquire such blood from the Emperor Demon. "I have a few good relationships with some Emperor Demons, and I asked them for it," Qin Tian casually replied. Lying to a child again. And Miaoling felt speechless. How could she not know the nature of the Emperor Demons? She helplessly glanced at Qin Tian, her heart silently declaring, "Sooner or later, I will expose you." The two entered the main hall and sat opposite each other on the cushions. And Miaoling swallowed the Emperor Pill and began to mobilize the spiritual energy within her body to refine it, awakening her bloodline. Since she possessed the ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline, her body started to grow cold as the awakening commenced. The surrounding temperature dropped as well. Frost began to form on her body, her skin growing increasingly fair. Qin Tian understood that this was the process of her bloodline strengthening. He raised his hand, channeling his spiritual power into Miaoling's body to assist her in catalyzing the pill's effects. As 10 minutes passed and Miaoling's expression suddenly became strange. The frost on her eyelashes began to melt away, her snow-like skin taking on a rosy hue, and her gaze grew hazy. Why is this happening? Affected by this state, and Miaoling's bloodline activation was abruptly interrupted. Qin Tian hurriedly controlled his qi to stimulate her, for otherwise her awakening would surely fail. And Miaoling also sensed something was off. Her body felt hot, and she struggled to control herself. At that moment, she remembered the dragon blood within the Emperor Pill. The dragon's nature was rather lustful, and encountering the Ice Phoenix bloodline could potentially trigger this inherent trait. Realizing this, she cast a resentful glance at Qin Tian. She wondered if Qin Tian had done this intentionally. Before she could think it through, her last bit of rationality was consumed. She directly embraced Qin Tian and kissed him. Qin Tian was stunned. He wanted to stop Miaoling, but he couldn't, for he was currently stimulating her bloodline. His eyes widened as he looked at Miaoling's delicate face and those fair parts of her body. This scene stirred something within him. "You actually dared to offend your master. Don't touch me, master." Forget it, I'll just take a hit." In the end, Qin Tian had no choice but to let her act as she pleased, because he could not stop. Halting would lead to a failure of the awakening. Half an hour later, a resounding phoenix cry echoed, and an ancient Ice Phoenix's phantom appeared above her body. Seeing the pressure of this phantom, it was evident that this bloodline was extraordinary. Ding. Host disciple awakens the Imperial grade Ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline. Extraordinary talent. Host's aptitude elevated to the 6th grade. Sign-in reward increased by 50%. Such good fortune. Should I perhaps take in a few more disciples? This reward could be described as a tremendous harvest for Qin Tian. For example, the sign-in reward increased by 50%. Sign-in rewards could stack. Previously, he would only receive rewards every few months or even a year. The items obtained this way would also tend to be better. An increase of 50% in rewards meant that his realm advancement speed would also accelerate significantly. Apart from the rewards for realm advancement, other rewards would also increase. As for the aptitude improvement to the 6th grade, that was still quite good. It should be noted that he initially had only 2nd grade aptitude. Generally, one needed at least 3rd grade aptitude to enter the Kunlun Sword Sect. Thus, he had indeed entered through the back door. Cultivation aptitude is graded from 1st to 9th. Above 9th is Saint grade, and then Emperor grade. 6th grade is comparable to the elite disciples of the sect. However, compared to the direct disciples of the peak masters, and the sect master, there was still some disparity. This was also the reason he had previously wanted to take it easy. With second-grade aptitude, self-cultivation was basically ineffective. It was better to lie down and sign in, waiting for the sign-in rewards. At this moment, Miaoling, whose bloodline had successfully awakened, entered a mysterious state. Her realm also began to break through. Second level of the Golden Body Realm. Third level of the Golden Body Realm. First level of the Nirvana Realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host's disciple for breaking through to a major realm, rewarding the host's aptitude elevation to 7th grade. Sign-in reward increased by 10%. Qin Tian was overjoyed. As long as he continued to nurture his disciple, he too could become a peerless genius. And Miaoling also reaped significant rewards, having broken through 3 times in succession, one of which was a major realm breakthrough. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly astonish the world. However, being able to achieve this was largely due to the immense power of the Emperor Pill. After all, it was concocted from the blood of several Emperor demons combined with precious spiritual herbs. After the breakthrough, and Miaoling noticed she was still hanging onto Qin Tian. Oh! She let out a scream and quickly retreated. In that moment, she recalled the embarrassing incident from earlier, and her face turned crimson. In her past life as the Ice Empress, pure and dignified, she had never engaged in any intimate actions with men. Now just thinking about it made her feel shy. Ahem. This was your initiative. Your master remained unperturbed. You need to be more careful in the future. There are boundaries between a master and disciple. Qin Tian spoke with a serious expression, his heart untroubled. Humph. And Miaoling snorted coldly and left, showing no joy from awakening her ancient bloodline or breaking through her realm. As soon as she stepped out, and Miaoling encountered Tian. He had also sensed the anomaly and arrived after hearing the phoenix cry. You have awakened the ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline. Tian exclaimed in excitement. Since Miaoling had just completed her awakening and her aura was unstable, he immediately sensed the presence of the ancient Ice Phoenix. Yes, and Miaoling nodded in response. After receiving confirmation, the joy on Tian's face was impossible to conceal. That's great. This is talent worthy of the Saint Realm. Our Kunlun is about to produce its second saint. At that moment, elders from other peaks also rushed over. Heaven bless our Kunlun. Soon our Kunlun will once again ascend to the peak of the East Continent's powers. Isn't it just an awakened bloodline? Do you really need to be this excited? Qin Tian muttered quietly from behind. Upon hearing this, Tian shot him a furious glare. You little brat, what do you know? For those with the ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline, as long as they don't fall, breaking through to the Saint Realm is only a matter of time. Forget it, I can't be bothered to argue with you, a mere Spirit Realm practitioner. At that moment, Lei Ba, the master of the Thunderbolt Peak, seized the opportunity to say, Sect Master, I believe in Miaoling cannot remain at the Sanjian Peak any longer. Such a prodigy must not be delayed by Qin Tian. Upon hearing this, the other peak masters, except for Su Lan, all nodded in agreement. And Miaoling's expression grew cold at these words. My master, the Ice Empress, is not someone anyone can speak of. My master is excellent, and it is precisely because of him that I was able to awaken so quickly. Because of him. Lei Ba scoffed, what can a mere Spirit Realm practitioner do to help you? And Miaoling's expression turned icy. If you continue to speak like that, Sanjian Peak will not welcome you. Lei Ba's expression darkened instantly, yet he was utterly powerless against Miaoling. She had just become the sect's sole hope. He could only turn his gaze toward Tian, who likewise felt a throbbing headache. How on earth had Qin Tian ensnared in Miaoling's affections? Was mere physical allure truly so decisive? Just then a frantic cry pierced the air. Master Sect Leader, disaster strikes. A host of demonic clans is converging upon Kunlun. At these words, Tian's countenance shifted sharply. The celestial anomaly from earlier had inevitably drawn the demon's attention. Spies had been lurking nearby, and sensing Miaoling's awakening of her primordial bloodline, immediately reported it. To demonic beasts, such an ancient bloodline was no less than a peerless treasure. Consuming it would elevate their own lineage. Let us go and see. With that, Tian led the peak masters, soaring toward the mountain gate, where demonic forces were already swelling beyond the outer walls. No sooner had Tian arrived at the gate than a 2-meter-tall white tiger thundered into view. White Tiger, Demon Sovereign, what business brings you to Kunlun Sword Sect? Huh. Hand over the awakened one. Wisely if you value your sect's survival. Otherwise, I shall bathe Kunlun Sword Sect in blood. The White Tiger Demon Sovereign issued his threat. Preposterous. Tian sneered, unflinching. Though the Sovereign stood at half-sage rank 2, equal to himself, he held no fear. Alone perhaps I am insufficient. But what if I add Qingpeng Demon Sovereign to the equation? He arrives in 5 minutes. You have precisely that long to decide. Hearing of another sovereign, Tian's face hardened with gravity. Qin Tian, take Miaoling and hide now. Huh, where did he go? Just moments ago, Qin Tian had stood directly behind him. Now he'd vanished. Miaoling turned sharply toward a Miaoling nearby. Where is your master? I don't know. She too had only just realized her master was gone. Vanished without sound or trace right beneath Miaoling's and her own awareness. She fell into silent contemplation. 10 li beyond the sect's outer gate, Qingpeng Demon Sovereign and his 4 great demon kings raced toward Kunlun Sword Sect, when suddenly he halted dead in his tracks. Before him sat a youth calmly reading beneath a tree. In such haste, where to? Qin Tian asked, voice tranquil. Qingpeng Demon Sovereign eyed him warily. This sovereign has urgent matters. Perhaps we shall meet again. With that he attempted to veer aside, only for Qin Tian to reappear blocking his path once more. This road is closed. Turn back. Do you know my intent? Are you of Kunlun Sword Sect? Qingpeng demanded. Congratulations, you've guessed correctly. At Qin Tian's guileless smile the sovereign shuddered. Then, my apologies for the intrusion. And with that he retreated, leading his 4 great demon kings away in swift flight. Wait. Qingpeng flinched, whirling around, eyes sharp with alarm. Fear not. I require no tribute of your essence, not yet. But this Ox-Devil King and I share a karmic bond. Henceforth he walks with me. With a sweeping gesture Qin Tian seized the Ox-Devil King outright. You. Qingpeng's face flushed crimson then paled, before finally swallowing his fury. Let us withdraw. And with that he fled, along with his 3 remaining demon kings, like wind across the sky. Qin Tian meanwhile strode toward Zhangjian Peak, murmuring, it's been far too long since I've tasted beef. Hearing this, the sealed Ox-Devil King in his grasp trembled so violently tears streamed down his cheeks. Why not wolf or bear meat? Why beef? Why indeed? Back at Zhangjian Peak, Qin Tian slaughtered the beast, carved off a hind leg, and began preparing the meal. At the mountain gate both sides had stood locked in stalemate for half an hour. The White Tiger Demon Sovereign finally realized he'd been abandoned, and knew alone he could never breach Kunlun Sword Sect. He withdrew. Mark my words, I shall return. With that he vanished into the distance. Meanwhile, Miaoling, having just returned to Zhangjian Peak, caught the rich, savory aroma of cooking. Master, what delectable dish are you conjuring now? Her anticipation had grown keen. His ingredients were invariably Demon King's flesh or millennium-grade spirit herbs. Beef stew today, Qin Tian replied. Beef. But the demon sealing pagoda holds no ox-demons. A friend dropped by. I requested it as a courtesy. A friend. Instantly, and Miaoling recalled Qingpeng's inexplicable absence. If her master wished to preserve the illusion, so be it. They sat together to eat. Afterward, Qin Tian rose to retire, but had taken only 2 steps before Miaoling gently grasped his sleeve. From now on you must train alongside me. As a master you must lead by example. I refuse to hear Lei Ba and the others speak ill of you. It would utterly ruin my dignity. Though spoken lightly, her true intent was clear. She sought, through shared cultivation, to unveil the depths of Qin Tian's true strength. Cultivate. Train. Your master needs no cultivation to wield supreme power. How supreme? Qin Tian paused, then said, within this sect, none can best me. So you admit you are a half-sage? And Miaoling pressed. If you say so, then so it is. And with that he continued walking toward his chamber. Back in his quarters he retrieved the Supreme Sword Art and Heartsword Manual and began studying. Within a month he mastered the 7th level and comprehended sword intent. His rapid progress was in truth aided by artifice. The self-transforming great art allowed him to assume the form and cultivation level of another. Thus he transformed himself into the master of Tianjian Peak, a swordsman already steeped in sword intent, making mastery astonishingly swift. Yet he also acknowledged his innate talent was unremarkable. Fortunately, Miaoling remained only at Nirvana Realm 1st tier. As she advanced further, his own latent potential still held vast room for growth. In the courtyard, Miaoling sat cross-legged in deep meditation, her face serene, distant, edged with cold detachment. Lately their exchanges had dwindled. She immersed herself wholly in cultivating the path of absolute indifference. Her demeanor had grown colder still. Qin Tian approached and asked, what cultivation manual do you practice? She lowered her sword and answered softly, the supreme indifferent scripture. A sovereignty or manual. Should master wish, I may transmit it to you. Qin Tian frowned. Recite it for me. And Miaoling nodded and began. Gather the 5 elements, discern their cycles of generation and subjugation, perceive heaven's mandate, and thus forget emotion. But after only a few lines Qin Tian halted her. What wretched scripture is this? Forget emotion. If one truly severs all 7 emotions and 6 desires, becoming a hollow vessel devoid of feeling, what meaning remains in Tao cultivation? What meaning remains in life itself? 2 piercing questions left in Miaoling stunned. In recent days, Qin Tian's unwavering care, his selfless gifts, the peerless sovereignty, sword, the demon sovereign pill, all had subtly eroded her Tao heart. You love swordsmanship. Here, take this Heart Sword manual. It surpasses your supreme and different scripture in every way. And with that, Qin Tian handed her the manual. And Miaoling took the Heart Sword technique and began to read it. As she did, she was deeply captivated. Gradually, her hands started to tremble slightly. This is a technique that can be cultivated to the Emperor realm and beyond. She wore an expression of disbelief. Breaking through the Emperor realm had been her lifelong dream in her previous life. Yet she had never caught a glimpse of the path before her death. What level of technique is this? And Miaoling asked. It's of the Supreme Realm. I practiced it a little, and it's quite remarkable. As for your Taishang Wanqing record, don't practice it anymore, Qin Tian said seriously. MHM. And Miaoling nodded vigorously. With this technique, who would still practice Taishang Wanqing? In fact, she was well aware that in her past life, she had already cultivated the Taishang Wanqing record to its peak. This path had reached its end. Using the Taishang Wanqing record to break through to the Emperor realm was merely self-deception. Then she looked at Qin Tian, and her gaze softened. From now on, she no longer had to fear that Qin Tian's kindness would affect her Dao heart. Qin Tian once again patted in Miaoling's head. This time she felt little resistance. Let's practice the sword. Qin Tian prepared to share his insights from the past few days with her. This way she could learn the heart sword technique sooner. Qin Tian slowly explained the sword intent is easy to form but difficult to cultivate. Sword intent is merely external, mimicking the natural momentum of heaven and earth in the sword. However, sword intent directly confronts the true heart, refined from clarity of mind and essence. And Miaoling was currently at the level of sword momentum. While Qin Tian was teaching the way of the sword, Mo Wenshan's direct disciple, Yin Qingxi, arrived. Originally, Mo Wentian planned to deliver cultivation resources to Miaoling himself. However, after learning about it, Yin Qingxi took the initiative. She hadn't seen the handsome little Shirshu for a long time. Upon arriving at the sword hiding peak, she saw Qin Tian teaching the sword and chose to eavesdrop out of curiosity. At first she was somewhat indifferent, but as she listened she was stunned. Qin Tian's teachings on the way of the sword had already moved her. She felt her bottleneck and sword momentum loosening. And Miaoling also comprehended everything, and the seed of sword intent began to sprout. Seeing this, Qin Tian continued, sword intent is an extension of the source, and this source belongs solely to the sword, embodying the sword's nobility, aloofness, sharpness, and true heart. Boom. And Miaoling was suddenly awakened. She understood. Qin Tian nodded in satisfaction, not regretting the month of learning he had undergone. After comprehending sword intent, her speed in practicing the heart sword technique would greatly increase. At this moment, Qin Tian looked at Yin Qingxi beside him and asked, "Is there something you need?" Yin Qingxi snapped back to reality and joyfully said, "Little Shishu's guidance feels like enlightenment. I'm growing fonder of and admire little Shirshu more and more. By the way, I was sent by Master to deliver pills to my junior sister." After saying that, she took out 10 bottles from her spatial ring and handed them to Miaoling. And Miaoling opened one to take a look. They were all high-quality and top-quality spirit herbs. In addition, there was a low-grade heavenly rank Jioshin Shisue Dan. It was refined from 9 types of spirit herbs that were over 3,000 years old. Yin Qingxi felt a bit envious upon seeing these pills. However, she also knew she couldn't compare to Miaoling, who had awakened the ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline. After delivering the pills, she bid farewell to Qin Tian as she needed to retreat to comprehend her insights. Before leaving, she winked at Qin Tian, expressing her affection. And Miaoling frowned upon seeing this. The next day in the morning, Qin Tian was asleep. He was awakened by a series of knocking sounds. "Master, wake up." "No, I want to sleep a bit more." "No way, Master, get up quickly and teach me how to cultivate." She had tasted the sweetness yesterday. Moreover, she didn't want to see Qin Tian continue to waste his time. The path of cultivation requires perseverance and accumulation over time. Although Master was powerful, if he continued to waste time like this, he would regress instead of progress. The higher a cultivator's realm, the longer their lifespan. She wanted to be with Master in the future, so she decided to urge Qin Tian to cultivate. Bang, bang, bang. "If you don't get up, I'll knock together." At that moment, the door swung open, and Qin Tian appeared at the door, wearing only shorts. And Miaoling hurriedly averted her eyes. "Master, you're being indecent." "How am I being indecent? You called it indecent last time when you awakened." "If I weren't a virtuous gentleman, hum." Upon hearing Qin Tian mention the previous incident, she became shy. "Did you do that on purpose last time?" And Miaoling said through gritted teeth, "How could I have done that on purpose? The pills contain dragon blood. Dragon blood reacts with my bloodline, didn't you know?" And Miaoling remarked, "That might have been my oversight. All right, I'll go cultivate with you." After saying that, she followed Miaoling to the small courtyard to cultivate. His transformation into the unfettered method was currently at the level of transforming all spirits. However, he yearned for the level of transforming all eternity. Transforming all eternity was a divine technique capable of influencing time and causality. When cultivated to perfection, one could traverse time and space and use causality against enemies, bringing misfortune upon them. As long as you have not transcended the Emperor realm, you remain within causality. However, he was currently unable to use it. Nevertheless, he believed that with the system, he would eventually reach the state of transforming all eternity. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Sign in. Ding. You have accumulated 6 years of sign-in points. Do you want to claim your reward? Claim. Sign-in reward transformation into the unfettered method upgraded to the 11th level host's realm, elevated to the 3rd level of the half-holy realm. Sign-in reward time and space order recommended for your apprentice. In times of crisis, you can summon your spiritual body for assistance using the laws of time and space. Sign-in reward eternal undying body 1st level. After receiving the rewards, Qin Tian felt a powerful energy surge into his body in addition to his deepening understanding of the Tao. 6 years ago, during sign-in, he broke through to the 2nd level of the half-holy realm. This time it was the 3rd level, and the next breakthrough would be to the holy realm. The time and space order was also a great reward, even though Miaoling had already reached the 3rd level of the nirvana realm. However, if she went out of the sect, there were still many powerful beings who could pose a threat to her. But with this time and space order, everything would be different. When encountering someone unbeatable, she could summon Qin Tian's spiritual body for assistance. Additionally, the eternal undying body was a supreme level body refining technique. Normally, cultivating to the 1st level requires 10 spirit herbs of 5,000 years. Moreover, one also needs to endure painful trials to refine it. For instance, using extreme methods such as thunder tribulations, ominous winds, and purgatorial flames to temper the body, and then using spirit herbs for restoration and nourishment. This cultivation process not only consumes a large amount of resources, but also requires enduring endless pain. Therefore, it was quite fortunate for him to achieve it directly. Now, even when facing the Holy Realm, he had the strength to contend. After his breakthrough, Qin Tian was in high spirits and went to the demon locking tower to gather some ingredients to cook. By the time he finished cooking, a full moon had already risen high in the sky. Qin Tian entered in Miaoling's room without knocking. Miaoling master has prepared a delicious meal, come and have some supper. He froze upon finishing his sentence, as Miaoling was currently bathing. Her shoulders as smooth and white as jade, and her rosy cheeks were particularly enchanting. The most striking feature was her perfectly proportioned figure. In an instant, he felt a warmth rise in his nostrils. Master, you barged in without knocking again, and Miaoling complained. I was just anxious to call you for dinner. Hurry and get dressed. I have prepared a whole table of delicious food. Let us drink a little today. Get out. Qin Tian stepped back a few paces and stood at the door. Close the door, and Miaoling said. I won't peek. Hurry up, or the food will get cold. I don't trust you at all. After saying that, Miaoling waved her jade hand, and the door closed. Qin Tian sighed quietly. What happened to trust between people? Once the door was closed, and Miaoling began to get dressed. Which piece to wear? As she pondered, she noticed the red lingerie Qin Tian had given her recently. So she put it on and looked in the mirror, revealing her arms and thighs. I knew master was a lecher. I won't let him take advantage. After that, she found a large silk scarf to drape over her shoulders, covering them and half of her thighs. Once dressed, she went to the dining room, and the aroma of the dishes immediately whetted her appetite. Qin Tian didn't cook every day. How it depended on his mood or her special requests. Otherwise, sometimes he only cooked once a month. Having not eaten for a while, she felt particularly hungry. After Miaoling took a few bites, Qin Tian pulled out a jug of monkey brew and filled 2 cups. This stuff was hidden too well by the monkey demon emperor. It took me quite a while to find a jug. And Miaoling smiled and said, the demon emperor is unfortunate to encounter you. This monkey brew requires spirit fruits over 5,000 years old and needs to be brewed by the monkey clan for a decade. I didn't go to get it for myself. Oh, I did it for you to break through sooner. Hearing Qin Tian say this, and Miaoling felt a little touched. So she raised her wine cup, clinked it with Qin Tian's, and downed it. After drinking, a powerful and pure spiritual energy spread within her body, simultaneously refining her physical form. Before long, her aura became even denser. Qin Tian also raised his cup and took a sip, saying, drinking like this lacks soul. You must savor it. Savor. Don't you want me to get drunk? After saying this, and Miaoling inadvertently let the scarf covering her shoulders slip a little. Her fair skin and alluring collarbone were revealed. Qin Tian's eyes widened. You are right, disciple. This wine should be drunk cup by cup. Saying this, Qin Tian also downed his drink. And Miaoling adjusted her scarf, stood up, and said, you enjoy it yourself. I'm going to sleep now. After saying that, she left quietly. Watching in Miaoling's silhouette, Qin Tian murmured, the neighbor's girl is growing up. This little girl is becoming more and more charming. The next day, a few people arrived at the sect's entrance. An old man accompanied by 2 young men and a woman approached. One of the young men shouted loudly, "The disciple of the great elder of Penglai Ling Ye has come to pay respects." In the depths of the sect, Miaoling frowned. At this time, coming to pay respects surely had ulterior motives. Could it be because of the secret realm? Soon Ling Ye and the others were welcomed into the main hall of the sect. "I wonder what brings you here, Brother Ling?" Miaoling asked. "I heard that Kunlun has a prodigy awakening an ancient bloodline, so I brought my disciple to witness it." At this moment, a young man beside Ling Ye also stepped forward humbly, saying, "I am by Xiaohua, the chief disciple of Penglai, who I greet sect master Mo." Some disciples below began discussing. So this is the chief disciple of Penglai, one of the three major orthodox sects by Xiaohua. Not only that, but he is also the top prodigy of the younger generation. Indeed, he is quite outstanding, but his looks are still a bit lacking compared to the little martial uncle. Miaoling nodded in approval. He is indeed a rare talent. However, Miaoling has been in seclusion recently and is not available to meet anyone. Miaoling directly cut off their hopes. After all, this was the ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline, and it must not be lost. Ling Ye and Bai Xiaohua's expressions changed upon hearing this. They had initially thought of proposing to marry Miaoling after meeting her. Now they couldn't even see her. Sect Master Bai Xiaohua would like to spar with Kunlun's younger generation. I wonder if it would be convenient. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall became lively. What the hell, this guy is here to stir up trouble. Yeah, this is troublesome. It seems none of our younger generation is stronger than him. Miaoling's expression did not change, but internally he began to curse. This was clearly aimed at bullying them. But now, he was already trapped. Under everyone's gaze, if he refused it would be too embarrassing, thus he could only agree. It's fine for the young ones to spar and progress together. After saying this, he conveyed a message to his disciple Yin Qingxi. Yin Qingxi had recently had some insights and might have a chance to defeat Bai Xiaohua. Far away on Sanjin Peak, Qin Tian seemed to sense something and looked toward the main hall of the sect. "What's wrong, master?" And Miaoling asked as she noticed the change in Qin Tian's expression. "A semi-saint strongman has brought people into the sect. It seems he is up to no good." "Oh." And Miaoling replied somewhat disinterested and continued practicing her sword. In the hall, Bai Xiaohua walked to the center and said, "Which senior brother would like to come up for a spar? If you win, I will gift you a top-tier earth-grade pill." A top-tier earth-grade pill. Many people revealed greedy expressions. However, in the end, no one stepped forward. They were not foolish and knew the gap between themselves and Bai Xiaohua. Bai Xiaohua scanned the surroundings, and those who were locked onto by his gaze instinctively took a step back. What's wrong? Does Kunlun Sword Sect not have anyone brave enough to step up? Bai Xiaohua spoke confidently, especially with Ling Ye the semi-saint backing him up. Hearing this, all the Kunlun disciples were enraged. "I will take you on." A burly man strode into the hall from the entrance. "Xuan Lei, the chief disciple of Yulei Peak, requests your guidance." As soon as Xuan Lei's words fell, the surroundings buzzed with discussion. Senior brother Xuan Lei actually came. "I heard his Yulei technique is particularly strong. He might have a chance." Hearing the sarcasm in Bai Xiaohua's words, nearly all the disciples were enraged. Miaoling also let out a quiet sigh. If they could not defeat Bai Xiaohua, the embarrassment would be the least of their worries. But they feared that the confidence of the younger generation of Kunlun would be shattered. "Prepare yourself." Xian Lei shouted, quickly forming hand seals. Thunder summoning technique. A bolt of lightning struck down above Bai Xiaohua. Boom. Bai Xiaohua easily dodged with a swift move, and the thunder struck the ground, leaving a deep crater. At this moment, everyone realized Bai Xiaohua's true realm was actually the third level of nirvana. Meanwhile, Xian Lei was only at the second level of nirvana. The difference of a realm made it difficult for his techniques to hit. However, Xian Lei was unwilling to give up. "Draw the thunder into my body." Arc after arc of electricity surged towards Xian Lei. At this moment, his aura was continuously changing, but his expression was extremely grim. Bai Xiaohua did not stop him, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Gradually, Xian Lei's expression twisted, as if he were enduring immense pain. "Xianer, that's enough. If you absorb too much, your body will collapse," the Peak Master Lei Ba reminded anxiously. Xian Lei ignored him, gritting his teeth and persisting in his absorption. After 3 breaths, his realm was forcibly raised to the third level of nirvana. But this was only temporary. Once the power of the lightning dissipated, his realm would regress to the first level of nirvana. This was the side effect of the secret technique, thunder summoning into the body. "Now that you are ready, I shall make my move." With that, a sword appeared in his hand, radiating an overwhelming sword intent. A mid-grade celestial martial technique, one sword to settle the mountains and rivers. Whoosh! A streak of sword light shot out with tremendous force. Boom! Although Lei Xian tried his best to defend, he was still sent flying. He crashed into the wall behind, slowly falling to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. The scene erupted in an uproar, as they had not expected Bai Xiaohua to have mastered a mid-grade celestial martial technique. On the ground, the lightning within Lei Xian rapidly dissipated and his realm became unstable. Second level of Nirvana. First level of Nirvana. Due to his severe injuries, he was even beginning to fall further. Lei Ba hurriedly stepped forward, taking out a high-grade, earth-level pill and stuffing it into his mouth, finally stabilizing him. Once his injuries were under control, he intended to confront Bai Xiaohua. But Bai Xiaohua spoke first. Senior Lei, I apologize. I truly did not expect he couldn't withstand a single blow. This statement immediately silenced Lei Ba. What could he say? The opponent indeed had only used one move. At that moment, Yan Qingxi entered slowly. The crowd brightened at the sight of her. Senior sister, Yan is becoming more beautiful. I heard that senior sister Yan Qingxi has grasped the essence of sword intent. I wonder how Bai Xiaohua will continue to act arrogantly now. Yan Qingxi's arrival felt like a boost of confidence. She approached Mo Wentian, respectfully addressing him with master. Mo Wentian slightly nodded and said seriously, do not be careless. Understood. Then Yan Qingxi seriously scrutinized Bai Xiaohua. As a swordsman on the verge of breaking through to sword intent, she was extremely sensitive to it. At this moment, she sensed danger emanating from Bai Xiaohua. Master, just to be safe, we should call sister in as well. Yan Qingxi communicated to Mo Wentian. What use is calling her? She's much younger than you all. Mo Wentian replied, puzzled. If a few more years pass, she will stand out among the younger generation. But for now, she may still lack a bit of maturity. Yan Qingxi continued, Master, you may not know this. 10 years ago, when I delivered pills to the Sword Hidden Peak for you, I saw the junior master teaching Sister in sword techniques. At that time, I felt the presence of sword intent from Sister in, and it was through that experience that I gained insights allowing me to glimpse the threshold of sword intent. After a year of steady growth, I am confident that I will fully comprehend sword intent. A hint of shock finally appeared on Mo Wentian's otherwise impassive face. Qin Tian teaches sword techniques and Miaoling comprehends sword intent. Are you certain? Certain. Yan Qingxi conveyed earnestly. I wondered why I always felt this kid was peculiar. It turns out he was hiding his abilities. Thinking of this, he began to send a message to Qin Tian. After comprehending sword intent, even if one is at the Nirvana realm, they can contend with those at the creation realm. After receiving the message, Qin Tian called in Miaoling to head to the sect's Grand Hall. He needed to uphold the reputation of the sect. In the Grand Hall, after Yan Qingxi finished speaking, she stepped forward ready to compete with Bai Xiaohua. Bai Xiaohua did not rush to begin, but instead said, You are the senior sister of Kunlun, right? Since you're here, why don't we make a bet? The secret realm of freedom is about to open. In our 3 sects, there is 1 slot per sect, so why not wager one of those slots? If someone from Kunlun can defeat me, I will give you my slot. Conversely, if you lose, you will lose a slot to me. Yan Qingxi looked at Mo Wentian, seeking a response. Mo Wentian nodded. Bai Xiaohua's words also confirmed his previous suspicions. They had indeed come here for the slots in the secret realm of freedom. After receiving Mo Wentian's consent, Yan Qingxi said, I agree. If I lose, my slot will go to you, and vice versa. Just as they were about to start, Qin Tian arrived with a Miaoling. Upon seeing her, Yan Qingxi instantly displayed a look of infatuation. The other female disciples also found it hard to tear their eyes away. Bai Xiaohua, on the other hand, was deeply captivated by Miaoling's beauty. Having seen many beauties, he had never encountered one with such grace. He was certain he had fallen in love at first sight. At the same time, he secretly resolved to confess to Miaoling if he won the competition. Noticing Bai Xiaohua's greedy gaze, Qin Tian felt somewhat displeased. What are you standing there for? If you want to compete, hurry up. Bai Xiaohua frowned and looked at Qin Tian, sizing him up. A young man, the spirit realm. How could someone like him challenge me? If this were outside, he would have been slapped dead by now. Bai Xiaohua suppressed his anger. Who are you? Such a lack of upbringing. You have no upbringing. And Miaoling and Yan Qingxi retorted in unison. This is my master. This is my junior master. Both women stepped forward to defend Qin Tian. Bai Xiaohua was momentarily taken aback, then recalled the rumors he had heard before. There was a useless junior master in Kunlun, and it seemed this was the person before him. The fact that these 2 women defended this junior master meant they were likely captivated by his looks. I must save them. I want them to know that in the world of cultivators, strength is paramount. Thinking this, he challenged Yan Qingxi once more. Yan Qingxi also wanted to perform well in front of her junior master, so she prepared to go all out. Meanwhile, Qin Tian said to Miaoling, make sure to give him a good beating later. Both of them practiced swordsmanship, and once they unleashed their sword intents, the arena was filled with flickering sword lights. Their sword intents were pushed to the extreme, just a step away from reaching sword intent itself. Both were at the 3rd level of Nirvana, and both could use celestial martial techniques. Therefore, they were momentarily at a stalemate. Bai Xiaohua realized that if he continued to hide his strength, the match would be declared a draw. You are indeed impressive. It is time for me to show my true power. As soon as he said this, someone among the watching disciples called out, Anyone can talk big is show me what you've got. As soon as the words left his mouth, he was struck in the face by a resounding sword cry that echoed throughout the venue. Bai Xiaohua unleashed his sword intent, instantly shattering Yan Qingxi's sword force. A hush fell over the arena as nearly all the Kunlun disciples displayed expressions of disappointment. Bai Xiaohua's lips curled slightly as he swung his sword, instantly stirring the winds. The top-grade sword technique of the heavenly tier wind blade. A visible blade of wind containing a fierce sword intent surged toward Yan Qingxi. Yan Qingxi's expression changed and she unleashed her strongest move, the top-grade sword technique of the heavenly tier. Sword dance in the sky. Boom. In the clash, the myriad sword shadows of Yan Qingxi instantly shattered. At the same time, she was forced back several steps, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Is this the power of sword intent? How am I supposed to fight? The onlooking disciples gasped in astonishment. Wen Tian realized that it was futile to let Yan Qingxi continue fighting. Qingxi, admit defeat. Wen Tian urged. No, I want to try again. Yan Qingxi's determination left Wen Tian somewhat bewildered. Finally, he followed Yan Qingxi's gaze and looked at Qin Tian. Truly a handsome man, a disaster of beauty. Just admit defeat. Are you not even going to listen to your master's words? Wen Tian continued to persuade her. He knew that if it continued, Yan Qingxi would surely be severely injured. Yet Yan Qingxi remained unmoved. Bai Xiaohua let out a cold laugh and swung his sword again. Yan Qingxi was once again knocked back. You have quite the spirit, but don't blame me for being ruthless now. As he spoke, he unleashed his sword intent once more. Wind blade. Another blade of wind infused with sword intent rushed forward. Boom. She was directly sent flying, leaving a gash on her arm. Qin Tian could no longer bear to watch and jumped up to catch Yan Qingxi. The two slowly descended. Wow, so cool. If I got hurt, would junior sister also carry me? A nearby female disciple said enviously. At that moment, Yan Qingxi in Qin Tian's arms had her face flushed with embarrassment. Qin Tian took out a top-grade earth tier pill and placed it in her mouth, instantly stabilizing her injuries. Her wounds began to heal gradually. You brat, how long are you going to hold her? Wen Tian, seeing his little cabbage in Qin Tian's arms, felt somewhat displeased. Hearing Wen Tian's words, Yan Qingxi hurriedly scrambled out of Qin Tian's embrace. Qin Tian turned to Miaoling and said lightly, go on. I still have to return to feed the fish. Okay. And Miaoling stepped forward amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Despite being a Ancina generation genius, she had only been in the sect for about 10 years and was younger than them by 7 or 8 years. Thus, they did not hold high expectations for Miaoling. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, she slowly raised her delicate hand. A sword appeared out of thin air, flying directly toward Bai Xiaohua. Under Miaoling's control, the ice glass sword slashed at Bai Xiaohua like a shadow. After a breath, 3 sword marks appeared on Bai Xiaohua's body, leaving him slumped on the ground. He struggled to lift his head and trembled, saying, Cheng's sword intent, how? How is this possible? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze turned to Miaoling. Let's go, master. Qin Tian nodded and took Miaoling away. Huh. Wen Tian burst into laughter. It seems that among the younger generation our sects, and Miaoling stands out alone. Lungya looked at the silhouette of Miaoling, a hint of a sly smile flashing across his face. He helped Bai Xiaohua up and began to treat his injuries. Once Bai Xiaohua's condition improved, Lungya took out a token and threw it to Wen Tian. This spot is yours now. After saying this, he left with his people. Back at the sword hidden peak, Miaoling smiled and said, how does it feel to hold senior sister Yan? Not as good as your touch. After feeding the fish, Qin Tian prepared to cook a meal. He asked Miaoling to pick some spiritual melons and earth bamboo from the herb garden. He also planned to replenish the energy of the spiritual array in the field. After a while, Miaoling returned with the ingredients, but Wen Tian followed behind her. As soon as Wen Tian arrived, he couldn't help but say, always doing these useless things. You even make her help you. She's the hope of our Kunlun. I am willing. Besides, master's cooking is very delicious. And Miaoling started defending Qin Tian, leaving Wen Tian with no way to argue. He then took out a token and handed it to Miaoling, saying, in 3 days the Xiaoyao secret realm will begin, and there will be many opportunities inside, such as spiritual herbs, treasures, etc. It was opened at great cost by our 3 sects. There are 2 restrictions. Firstly, only those below the Nirvana realm can enter. If someone above the Nirvana realm enters the secret realm, the entrance will automatically close. Secondly, the passage we opened can only accommodate 9 people. So I hope you can go when the time comes. And Miaoling took the token and looked at Qin Tian. Qin Tian nodded. You haven't been out for many years. If you want to go out for a walk, that's fine. Then he'll go. Wen Tian was overjoyed upon hearing this. With Miaoling's strength in the transformation realm, there would definitely be significant gains. Moreover, with her around, the safety of others would also be guaranteed. For when treasures are encountered, it's inevitable that people from other sects will have malicious thoughts. In addition, there are also demonic beasts inside. After Qin Tian left, Qin Tian took out the time-space token and handed it to Miaoling. Use this if you encounter danger. And Miaoling took the time-space token and stored it away. At this point, no matter what treasure Qin Tian gave her, she had no feeling. Because the surprises Qin Tian brought her were already enough, she had gotten used to it. After a busy time, the meal was ready. The two sat down and enjoyed a warm meal together. Compared to the ascetic life in her past life, being alone, she preferred the present days. Because there was a master. This master was great in every way but a bit too serious. He often did things that crossed the line, and after doing so could still put on a serious face and smooth things over. It left her both amused and exasperated. 3 days later, Miaoling said goodbye to Qin Tian. Before leaving, Qin Tian took the opportunity to hug her, saying, "Take care, disciple. Use the time-space token if you encounter danger." And Miaoling felt a bit reluctant. After all, she hadn't left her master for 10 years. Leaving so suddenly was somewhat hard to adapt to, but thinking that she wouldn't be gone for long, she felt relieved. And Miaoling arrived at the sect's main hall. Inside the hall stood Yin Qingxi Xianlei and a disciple from Yujin Peak by Anan. After gathering everyone, Su Lan led them to set off for the Xiaoyao secret realm. Qin Tian felt a bit bored being all alone at the sword-hidden peak, so he decided to go down the mountain to visit home. In the more than 20 years since he had been in the sect, he would visit home every 2 or 3 years. His parents were also cultivators, though their cultivation level was not high. Upon leaving the sect, he headed south, arriving at the capital of Chongming Kingdom, Chongming City. His family lived in a large mansion in the northern part of the city. When he arrived at the Qin residence, he found that he could not enter. Upon closer inspection, he realized that a formation had been set up by someone. After struggling for a while, he finally broke through the formation and entered. Upon entering, he found that no one was there, and unease began to fill his heart. After looking around, he finally found a letter in his father's study. The letter roughly stated that he and his mother had gone out for a trip, so not to worry. Additionally, they had left him a small figurine that looked exactly like his father. Qin Tian put away the figurine and walked out. Once outside, he fell into deep thought. This formation seemed like something only a Saint Realm expert could set up. Why would it appear in my home? It seemed he would have to wait until he saw his parents again to ask about it. After leaving the house, he wandered around aimlessly. Unknowingly, he ended up in the city where a martial examination was being held. Cultivators could join sects to cultivate, or they could join the government or the royal family. However, relatively speaking, sects like the Kunlun Sword Sect had a stronger high-end combat capability. After all, their legacy was long-standing. The place for the martial arts competition is called Jinwu Platform, which is quite spacious. Many people are watching from the surroundings, including ordinary cultivators and nobles from the royal palace seated in the stands. The only one worthy of Qin Tian's attention is a woman in the middle of the stands, her face obscured by a white veil. She is at the nirvana stage, exuding an extraordinary aura, dressed in a flowing white dress, her figure curvaceous, a rare beauty indeed. Having the rare opportunity to enjoy the festivities, he decided to take a look. Thus, he retrieved a set of tables and chairs from his storage ring and found a spacious spot to sit down. Before long, some women among the onlookers noticed Qin Tian. Who is that person? He is so handsome. Indeed, I wonder if he has someone special in mind. Even the woman in the middle of the stands, Miaoling, could not help but glance at Qin Tian a few more times. As the Grand Princess of Chongming, she was no stranger to handsome individuals. However, she had never seen anyone quite as handsome as him before. Qin Tian was completely indifferent to this attention as he brewed himself a cup of tea, and the fragrance of the tea wafted through the air. This is Wudao tea. Correct, this is indeed Wudao tea. Wudao tea is valued as highly as an earth-tier spirit herb. This young man is extraordinary. A group of observing cultivators began to discuss Qin Tian. He lifted the teacup, took a sip, and continued watching the competition. Many beautiful women approached to strike up a conversation, but they were all rejected by Qin Tian. After a while, feeling bored, he stood up to leave. Just then, a group of men in black robes rushed toward the stands. Protect the princess. A group of soldiers clad in golden armor quickly shielded Miaoling. Qin Tian looked over, a hint of disdain evident on his face. The men in black robes were from the demon sect. The demon sect acted decisively and ruthlessly, lacking any humanity, which made Qin Tian dislike them. Upon recognizing them, the onlookers scattered in fear. The people of the demon sect were not to be trifled with, nor did anyone wish to provoke them. After the crowd dispersed, only Qin Tian remained standing in the arena. The battle between the two factions had already begun. The demon sect clearly came prepared, with their leader being an elder at the second level of the transformation stage. In contrast, the strongest on Miaoling's side was merely the captain of the Nirvana stage guard. As Miaoling watched her guards fall one after another, even the captain sustaining injuries, she couldn't help but grow anxious. With her Qingwan bloodline, the consequences of being captured by the demon sect were dire. Thus, she secretly resolved that she would not allow the demon sect to succeed, even if it cost her life. In her moment of despair, she spotted Qin Tian not far away. Now, aside from the two factions, only Qin Tian remained. She noticed his calm demeanor, which suggested he had something to rely on. Instinctively, she ran toward Qin Tian, hoping to grasp this lifeline. The demon sect pursued closely behind her. "Young master, I am Miaoling, the princess of Chongming. I hope you can help me, I will be most grateful." After saying this, she looked at Qin Tian with an expression full of expectation. Qin Tian smiled faintly, but did not speak, instead focusing on the demon sect disciples behind her. "Kid, you have some guts." As soon as the demon sect disciple finished speaking, Qin Tian waved his hand vigorously. Bang! The disciple was sent flying, his face a bloody mess. Seeing this scene, Miaoling's face lit up with joy. However, the demon sect elder wore a grave expression. The person before him seemed to be only at the spirit movement stage. Yet he managed to knock out a demon sect disciple at the first level of the nirvana stage with a single slap. When something unusual occurs, there must be something extraordinary. This young man was not simple. "Little brother, I hope you will show us some respect and let us leave peacefully," the demon sect elder's voice echoed from nearby. "What if I don't?" Qin Tian replied indifferently. The elder's expression changed several times before he finally shouted angrily, "If you don't, then die." With that, he transformed into a wisp of black mist and charged at Qin Tian. Zulong claw. Boom. Qin Tian did not transform into a dragon, but simply slapped down, sending the demon sect elder flying into the air. Zulong ascending to heaven. A golden fist ascended from below, directly crashing into the airborne demon sect elder, killing him instantly. Everyone stared at Qin Tian in astonishment. Such power at such a young age. He must be an old expert with the ability to maintain youth. After the demon sect elder's death, the remaining demons lost their leader and scattered in flight. Seeing the crisis averted, Miaoling gratefully said to Qin Tian, "Thank you for saving my life, young master. You can return with me to the royal palace. My father will surely reward you handsomely." "No time." Qin Tian shook his head and turned to leave. He had suddenly received a system mission. Save the Qingxiu princess. She is being pursued on the Two Realms Mountain, and signing a master-servant contract with her will complete the task. It was quite rare for the system to issue a mission, so he decided to take a look. Meanwhile, Miaoling and her companions successfully entered the blissful secret realm. The secret realm opens once every 20 years. It is said that many prodigies perish each time it opens, so everyone should be cautious, reminded Yan Qingxi, the eldest sister. "What is there to fear? With sister and around, we're safe," Xianlei laughed. Ever since Miaoling defeated by Xiaohua and restored their reputation, he had begun to admire her. Being cautious is never a bad thing, and Miaoling said before starting to explore the secret realm. Deep within the secret realm, in the hall of the demon Langya, was respectfully speaking to a soul entity, along with a group of black-robed members of the demon sect. "Master, among those entering the secret realm this time, there is one who has awakened the ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline." "Really?" "Absolutely. I previously encountered this girl while posing as the Grand Elder of Penglai. In addition, she has comprehended the Great Completion Sword intent." "Huh. After so many years, I finally have a suitable physical body for my palace. Find a way to draw her over here." The speaking soul entity is Mu Yihan, the master of the Tianma Palace in Zhongzhou. The Tianma Palace was once a top-tier sect in Zhongzhou. Later, due to offending the Heartless Empress, many of its high-ranking members were killed. This Heartless Empress is none other than Miaoling in her previous life. Afterward, the Tianma Palace was invaded by hostile forces, nearly leading to its annihilation. In that battle, she was also destroyed in body, leaving only her soul to escape. Later, she fled with a group of remnants to the eastern continent. Ultimately, she hid within this secret realm. Because this secret realm has restrictions, those at the nirvana stage and above cannot enter. Even if they come through special means, they would be repelled. However, as a soul entity, she is not affected by these restrictions. Her remaining subordinates established the demon sect and began to grow. Of course, there are also powerful individuals like Lungya who have infiltrated other sects. Lungya replied, "I have already released the treasure map, but she should come. If not, even if I have to pay a price to unseal my power, I will forcibly bring her here." Mu Yihan nodded in satisfaction. "You've worked hard all these years, luring so many talented cultivators for me to devour. Otherwise, my soul would have stabilized long ago. Once I obtain a physical body, I will definitely unify the eastern continent, and you will reap the benefits." Lungya was overjoyed. "Thank you for your trust, master. I will go out and check the situation first." Meanwhile, Miaoling and her group arrived at a dense forest. The trees in the forest were enormous, making visibility poor. As they proceeded, they harvested a considerable amount of Millennium Spirit herbs. Basically, everyone had something to show for it. However, the good times were short-lived as fog suddenly rose in the dense forest followed by a rush of demon beasts. Among them several were at the Nirvana stage, and Miaoling chased after a 3-level Nirvana stage demon beast. After she defeated the demon beast under her sword, she realized she had lost track of Yan Qingxi and the others. At that moment she noticed something glowing inside the demon beast. She sliced through the belly of the demon beast with her sword and discovered a treasure map inside. From the aura and the surface patterns it appeared to be quite old, not like a fake. After some contemplation, she decided to check it out. Following the guidance of the treasure map, she arrived at the Tianma Palace. The name seemed somewhat familiar to her. It should be a force she had encountered before, but she couldn't recall exactly which one. As she stepped into the demon palace, she sensed something was amiss. It felt as if invisible eyes were watching her. However, she had confidence in her own strength, so she was not afraid. The most important thing was the cultivation resources. With more resources, she could soon return to her peak. She did not want to be discovered by her enemies in the future, leaving her to wait for death, while implicating her master. Ahead was a long corridor shrouded in dark mist. It appeared somewhat eerie as Miaoling cautiously continued forward. Suddenly, she sensed that there was something she needed deep within the palace. In the corridor, she killed several demon creatures transformed by the demonic energy. Eventually, she reached the entrance of the main hall. She could feel that what she sought was inside. She pushed open the door. Upon entering the grand hall, she found it empty. In the center, there was a jade box which was open, containing a Tianfeng sacred fruit. It was this object that resonated with her Ice Phoenix bloodline. The Tianfeng sacred fruit is a low-grade spiritual fruit of the imperial tier. For ordinary cultivators, consuming it would be akin to rebirth, enhancing their aptitude and increasing their strength. For her, the effect would be even greater. As she had the Ice Phoenix bloodline, they were of the same origin. Although the good thing was right before her, she remained vigilant and advanced step by step. Just as Miaoling was about to touch the sacred fruit, she suddenly felt a disturbance beneath her feet. She quickly moved away from her previous position. At the moment she left, a confinement array appeared on the ground. A soul body gradually materialized above the array. It turned out to be a sacred soul. And Miaoling's expression grew serious. The sacred soul was the soul of a powerful figure from the sacred realm. When the sacred soul in the form of Mu Yihan recognized Miaoling's appearance, her face twisted into a snarl. It was the owner of this face who had slaughtered many powerful figures of her Tianma Palace, leading to its downfall. Fortunately, she was not in the sect during that incident, otherwise she would not have escaped unscathed. "The Heartless Empress, you deserve to die," Mu Yihan shouted furiously. And Miaoling frowned. It seemed that someone recognized her. Her appearance after reincarnation was almost identical to her last life. "Who are you?" And Miaoling retorted, "I wonder if you still remember the Tianma Palace." And Miaoling thought for a moment and replied, "I seem to have some impression." In her previous life, she had offended many forces due to her personality. However, there were not many forces that she could remember clearly, at least the Tianma sect was not among them. "The Empress indeed looks down on our Tianma Palace. I suppose only those super forces would catch your eye, right?" And Miaoling did not respond, and continued to wait for her to elaborate. "From the looks of the Empress, you should be a reincarnation, right?" Mu Yihan asked tentatively. Although she repeatedly confirmed that Miaoling was merely at the 3rd level of the Nirvana realm, she still felt a bit uneasy. After all, the title of Heartless Empress was too renowned. And Miaoling smiled lightly. "You'll find out if you try." Mu Yihan's expression kept changing, but in the end desire overcame reason. She wanted revenge, and also wished to seize Miaoling's body. As long as she obtained Miaoling's body and consumed the Tianfeng sacred fruit, it wouldn't be long before she could return to the sacred realm, and perhaps even break through to the imperial realm. Thinking of this, she could no longer hold back. "Give me your body." Mu Yihan roared, and the sacred soul transformed into black mist, charging at Miaoling. And Miaoling drew her ice glass sword, unleashing her perfected sword intent, and cleaved down. Whoosh! The black mist was directly split apart, then reformed into the sacred soul. "You? Is this an imperial weapon?" Mu Yihan's face displayed an ecstatic smile. As far as she knew, many powerful figures in the imperial realm did not possess imperial weapons. Having an imperial weapon allows one to challenge beyond their rank. Even if you have an imperial weapon, what of it? With your 3rd level of the Nirvana realm, you can't exert much power. Mu Yihan said. As she finished speaking, Mu Yihan's attacks became even more rapid and fierce. In just a few moves, Miaoling was injured. After all, the sacred soul still possessed some combat power and techniques of the sacred realm. And she was only at the 3rd level of Nirvana, lacking the means to compete, so naturally she was no match. Whoosh! The black mist dodged Miaoling's sword strike and attacked from behind. In a rush, Miaoling was knocked away, dropping her sword to the ground and sustaining heavy injuries. The black mist transformed back into the sacred soul, slowly approaching Miaoling. "Haha! After so many years, I can finally take my revenge." This body of yours will be mine from now on. Mu Yihan's face was filled with excitement. Just as Mu Yihan was reveling in her triumph, and Miaoling took out the time-space talisman and began to activate it. Whether she could survive depended on how reliable her master was. Qin Tian, who was rushing towards the Two Realms mountain, sensed the call and stopped. Who dares to touch my disciple? As he spoke, he condensed a golden humanoid spirit. The spirit carrying his consciousness magically appeared before Miaoling. Qin Tian looked at the injured and Miaoling on the ground, then at Mu Yihan. You dare to harm my disciple. After saying that, he threw a punch, and the sacred soul was directly shattered into black mist. The black mist floated away and reappeared as the sacred soul. Who are you? Mu Yihan was somewhat dazed. The golden humanoid spirit was clearly a spirit. If a spirit was this powerful, its true form must be at least a figure from the sacred realm. Qin Tian did not waste time on words and continued to attack. It was his first time using this ability, and he did not know how long the spirit could last. So he wanted to end the battle quickly. Ancestral Dragon Claw. Ancestral Dragon ascending to heaven. With each move, Qin Tian grew stronger, and Mu Yihan's sacred soul began to weaken gradually. She knew that if this continued, she would be annihilated. You're forcing me. They'll fight you to the end. After saying that, she transformed into black mist and retreated rapidly, arriving at a large coffin nearby. The coffin lid was lifted, revealing the corpse of a sacred realm demon beast inside. This was her escape route, as she did not want to become a demon beast unless absolutely necessary. She directly dove into the body of the demon beast. Qin Tian did not want to waste time and punched down. However, Mu Yihan had already successfully possessed the body. The demon beast was called the Spirit Violent Sacred Ape, inheriting ancient bloodlines. After successfully possessing it, she raised her hand, and the huge palm blocked Qin Tian's punch. With her other fist, she fiercely struck towards Qin Tian. Qin Tian was sent flying, crashing into the stone pillar behind him. The spirit dimmed slightly under this blow. Meanwhile, the sacred ape possessed by Mu Yihan charged fiercely. Qin Tian remained unfazed, taking a deep breath as spiritual energy surged into the spirit. The spirit solidified once more. Qin Tian continuously controlled his small spirit to dodge the attacks. But whenever he found an opportunity, he would not hesitate to counterattack. Although every strike hit vital points, he still could not break the defense of the sacred ape. After all, he was only a spirit, while the Spirit Violent Sacred Ape's defense was too strong. Mu Yihan seized the opportunity and slammed Qin Tian's spirit hard into the ground, and then stomped on one of Qin Tian's spirit's arms, shattering it. Qin Tian rolled over and stood up. Mu Yihan struck again, but Qin Tian sidestepped to avoid it. A large pit appeared on the ground. In the face of this situation, Qin Tian could only keep circling to evade the attacks, while Mu Yihan relentlessly pursued from behind. At this moment, Miaoling seemed to be pondering something. The master's spiritual form simply couldn't break her defenses. It was not that he was incapable. Thus, she hurriedly threw the Bingli sword over. Master, catch the sword. Qin Tian caught the sword, and his aura suddenly became powerful. After all, it was a supreme imperial weapon, and he turned around to slash fiercely. Swish! The body of the sacred ape was directly sliced open. The imperial weapon in his hand was completely different from when it was in Miaoling's grasp. After this strike, Mu Yihan felt a bit flustered as she recognized the imperial weapon. Back when they were at their strongest in the Heavenly Demon Palace, they had imperial realm experts stationed, yet they had never possessed an imperial weapon. After much contemplation, she decided to escape. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. However, Qin Tian would not let her have her way and directly chased after her. Open the mountain. The Bingli sword radiated a brilliant light, transforming into a giant frost sword. Under Qin Tian's control, the giant sword came crashing down. Boom. The sacred ape possessed by Mu Yihan was directly cut in half. This move was a sword technique obtained during a prior signing. After several enhancements, it had already reached the 10th level. After dealing with Mu Yihan, Qin Tian's spiritual form also became somewhat ethereal. He knew time was running out. He then patted Miaoling's head and infused all of his remaining spiritual energy into the Bingli sword. At the same time, he said to Miaoling, within 3 hours, if there is any danger, you can activate the spiritual energy within the sword. After 3 hours, the spiritual energy will automatically dissipate. As he spoke, the Bingli sword returned to Miaoling's hand, and Miaoling murmured, having a master is quite nice. Then Miaoling broke through the confinement array and took out the Tianfeng sacred fruit to consume. After the sacred fruit entered her body, her ice phoenix bloodline manifested again. The bloodline density became increasingly potent, and soon her aura began to rise. After reaching a certain level, she began to break through to the creation realm. Meanwhile, Qin Tian, who was on his way, suddenly received a system message. Ding! Congratulations to the host's disciple for breaking through to a higher realm. The host's aptitude has been upgraded to the 8th grade, and the signing reward has increased by 20%. Miaoling has broken through to the creation realm. Truly a prodigy. Having such a disciple is my fortune. Furthermore, I have also been elevated to 8th grade aptitude, a level that can rival the direct disciples of the peak masters. Thinking of this, Qin Tian felt quite pleased. After Miaoling's breakthrough, she walked outside preparing to look for Yin Qingxi and the others. She had a bad premonition. Sure enough, after searching around, she discovered the figures of the demon sect disciples. They were chasing after the disciples of the Kunlun and Taibai sects. And Miaoling paid them no mind, focusing only on Yin Qingxi and the others. After searching for half an hour, she finally found Yin Qingxi and the others. At this moment, they had just fought fiercely against a beast and seemed somewhat disheveled. Are you all right? And Miaoling approached with concern. Upon seeing and Miaoling, the others revealed surprised smiles. We're fine. Earlier we saw you pursuing the beast and suddenly lost sight of you. Yes, we searched for quite a while and couldn't find you either, Xianlei added. And Miaoling thought of Mu Yihan and the presence of demon sect disciples within the secret realm, leading her to a realization. The sacred spirit needs to consume the souls of others to maintain itself. The souls of talented disciples like them were precisely what Mu Yihan needed the most. Moreover, the demon sect and the heavenly demon palace were likely connected. Having pieced this together, she spoke, someone deliberately lured me over earlier. On the way here, I saw demon sect disciples chasing after the Kunlun and Taibai sects. So we should leave as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Yin Qingxi and the others changed their expressions. And junior sister is right. They have come prepared. We should leave first. The group hurried toward the exit. However, they hadn't walked far when Lungya appeared before them. The group was puzzled as to why a half-saint like Lungya was present in the secret realm. As the senior sister, Yin Qingxi stepped forward and said, "Greetings, Senior Lung. May I ask what brings you here? You wish to leave the secret realm? If that is the case, then I will have to take action." As soon as Lungya's words fell, Yin Qingxi and the others were stunned. Why was a half-saint suddenly going to attack them? And Miaoling drew the Bingli sword and coldly said, "Don't be afraid. His current realm is merely the 3rd level of the Nirvana realm." Hearing in Miaoling's words, the others finally reacted. This secret realm repels powerful beings above the Nirvana realm. Lungya charged forward with his sword. However, after a few exchanges, he realized that the sealed version of himself was no match for them. He hesitated. If he unseals, he would gradually be repelled by the space. This would leave him severely injured, and his realm might even drop to the creation realm. After much thought, he decided to unseal as long as he could get in Miaoling to the Palace Master. The Palace Master would surely help him restore his strength in the future. Then Lungya's aura began to surge, and after a breath his realm returned to the half-saint level. At this moment, the spatial power of the secret realm began to repel him. He knew he had little time left and directly slashed with his sword. And Miaoling remained unperturbed, using the spiritual energy left in the Bingli sword by Qin Tian to counter him. Swish! With a clash, Lungya was pushed back. Lungya's eyes widened in disbelief. Finally, he looked at Miaoling's sword. Yin Qingxi and the others were even more astonished and speechless. A being at the Nirvana level repelled a half-saint. They did not know that Miaoling had broken through to the 1st level of the creation realm. Even if they did, it would still be astonishing for a 1st-level creation realm to repel a half-saint. Thus this shock left them without words to describe it. Is that all? And Miaoling taunted coldly. With no escape left, Lungya gritted his teeth and charged forward again. Heart sword without trace. The next moment, the Bingli sword lunged fiercely towards Lungya. This strike contained her perfected sword intent and the residual spiritual energy of Qin Tian. The power was terrifying. Boom. Weakened by the space, Lungya was directly injured heavily. And Miaoling stepped forward and charged again. The Bingli sword surged like a raging storm towards Lungya. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy left by Qin Tian had already been mostly depleted, so its power was not as strong as before. Yet even so, Lungya's injuries grew heavier. Finally, he could no longer bear it, and his realm dropped directly to the creation realm. After the drop, his body began to become ethereal. He regretted it. In his current state, being repelled would leave him severely injured or even crippled. In the end, he unwillingly muttered, "The Palace Master will not let you off." After saying this, he was directly repelled out. "Wow, junior sister, you defeated a half-saint," Xianlei exclaimed in surprise. "It wasn't really me, it was mainly the spiritual energy left by my master in the sword." Little Master Uncle. Xianlei and Chen Anan exchanged doubtful glances. After all, in their impression, Little Master Uncle was only handsome and nothing else. Their thoughts were also influenced by their master, who often muttered behind their backs about Qin Tian not progressing. However, Yin Qingxi said with admiration, "Thanks to Little Master Uncle, otherwise we would have perished this time. Let's go. We can talk after we get out." And Miaoling spoke. Once outside, they found Su Lan and recounted the events that transpired within the secret realm. Upon hearing about Lung Ya's attack on them, Su Lan was also filled with trepidation. As for the words regarding the spiritual energy left by Qin Tian in Miaoling's sword, she did not believe them, feeling it must have been a trump card left by Jiang Qingxue. Afterwards, Su Lan explained the situation to the elders of the Taibai sect before taking the group back to the sect. 2 Worlds Mountain. A cultivator clothed in a scholar's robe, a first-level Holy Realm expert, was pursuing a cute little white fox. The little fox, in the midst of its desperate run, felt both hopeless and unwilling. She was originally by Xiaoru, the imperial princess of Qingqiu, the future fox empress of the Fox clan. Her cultivation had reached the first level of the imperial realm, making her incredibly noble. Later, the Weiyang Great Secret Realm in Zhongzhou was opened. Leaders from various forces gathered with more than a dozen experts at the imperial realm. Among them were the emperors of the Daliang Empire and the Qin Empire. In the secret realm, she encountered the emperors of the 2 nations. Upon seeing her beauty, they immediately fell deeply entranced. Afterward, the 2 men continuously sent gifts and flattered her, even going to great lengths for her. From initial minor skirmishes to eventually a war between nations. Only after the imperial realm experts of both nations fell did they awaken to the reality. But by then it was too late. Their nation's experts had perished in great numbers, leaving them open to attacks from other nations. They ended up with their country destroyed and their people dead. News then spread that she had seduced the emperors of the 2 nations, labeling her a femme fatale who brought disaster and would lead Zhongzhou into endless wars. Subsequently, an empire took the lead, uniting other imperial experts to hunt her down, preventing any further disasters. As events unfolded, even Qingqiu could no longer protect her. Thus, she could only flee for her life. Once a 9-tailed fox, she now had only 1 tail left. Each time she encountered an insurmountable danger, she sacrificed a tail. This was to exchange for a burst of speed to escape the pursuit. She fled from Zhongzhou to Dongzhou, only to find that those forces still pursued her relentlessly. Now she was discovered by a searching Holy Realm expert. The power she had exchanged through sacrifice was nearly exhausted. With only 1 tail left, any further sacrifice would mean death. Finally, her power ran out, and her speed plummeted. After 3 breaths, she was caught up by the Holy Realm expert. Your power is depleted, isn't it? Bringing you back will surely earn me a generous reward from the Emperor. The Holy Realm expert couldn't help but feel excited at this thought. Watching the enemy inch closer by, Zaira's eyes flashed with determination. She would rather die than fall into that person's hands. The downfall of the Daliang and Qin nations, though related to her, would not have occurred without that person's instigation. With this thought, she lunged forward, but the Holy Realm expert waved his hand casually. Bai Xiaoru was sent flying, crashing into a tree before slowly falling to the ground. After receiving this blow, Bai Xiaoru, already injured, could no longer hold on. Her eyes fluttered as if they were about to close. At that moment, a voice rang out. "Are you the Qingqiu Imperial Princess?" Bai Xiaoru struggled to lift her head and saw a young man standing before her. "Are you here to capture me too?" Bai Xiaoru's voice was very weak, yet incredibly melodious, like a heavenly sound. "I am here to save you," he replied. Qin Tian said. "Save me?" Bai Xiaoru was somewhat skeptical. Even the Qingqiu clan, one of the 3 great clans of the demon race, could not protect her, let alone this young man before her. Thus she suspected that this young man was also an admirer of hers, infatuated with love, but she was now a dying person. Therefore she did not wish to see anyone sacrifice themselves for her. "You should leave. You can't save me. Don't sacrifice your life in vain." After hearing this, Qin Tian dismissively said, "When I say I will save you, I have the power to do so. But after saving you, you will need to agree to one condition." "A condition? To make me your woman? How is that any different from being captured?" With this thought, she directly refused. "I don't agree." After saying these 3 words, she finally could not hold on any longer and closed her eyes. Before Qin Tian could think further, the Holy Realm expert spoke. "Where did this foolish boy come from with such a big mouth?" "You're only at the spirit movement realm. Are you a pig? My 15-year-old descendant has a higher cultivation than you. A trash like you doesn't deserve to live in this world." Boom. Qin Tian threw a punch, sending the Holy Realm expert staggering backward. He looked at his fist, satisfied with the power behind his strike. With the eternal body now activated, his martial arts power had indeed increased significantly. The Holy Realm expert, being pushed back, showed a grave expression. He could no longer speak any mocking words. "A 15-year-old descendant? Then you must be around 60 years old. At your age, is this all you can do?" Qin Tian also mocked in return. The Holy Realm expert's expression turned ugly. He drew out a long sword and slashed it forcefully through the air. Immediately, a blade containing complete sword intent sliced toward Qin Tian at an incredible speed. Qin Tian directly activated the eternal body. Instantly, his entire body emanated a powerful aura. Just as the blade was about to touch Qin Tian, he tilted his head to evade. Then, Qin Tian, like a phantom, continuously dodged the sword blade struck by the Holy Realm expert. In the blink of an eye, he was already beside the Holy Realm expert. The Holy Realm expert did not panic. His ranged attacks were merely a test. Close combat was his forte. However, after engaging in battle, he discovered that his sword techniques could not inflict harm on Qin Tian, who had activated the eternal body. Qin Tian also realized that the opponent's weapon was only a top-tier heavenly weapon which could not breach his defenses. Had it been a low-grade imperial weapon of a higher level, he might have had some concerns. The subsequent battle was simple. With the eternal body activated, Qin Tian possessed immense strength. His attacks also carried a sense of destruction. Finally, to save time, he transformed directly into a dragon, instantly enhancing his attack power to a new level. Ancestral Dragon Claw. Ancestral Dragon ascends to heaven. Qin Tian unleashed this combined technique. Boom. The Holy Realm expert crashed heavily to the ground, creating a pit. At this point, he was already on the verge of death. Qin Tian stepped on him a couple of times to finish him off. Then Qin Tian carried the unconscious little fox and soared toward the Kunlun direction. He had just traveled for 3 breaths when 2 Holy Realm experts appeared at the site of the previous battle. Among them was even a second-level Holy Realm expert. He glanced at the corpse on the ground and coldly said, "I wonder who that audacious person is daring to intercept us. This person could kill a first-level Holy Realm expert in such a short time. He must not be weaker than me. Let's go find the elder brother first." On another side, Qin Tian continued to rush toward the Kunlun Sword Sect with Bai Xiaoru in his arms. On the way, Bai Xiaoru slowly regained consciousness and found herself in a man's embrace. Although he was very handsome, she could not tolerate him being so presumptuous. So she angrily bit towards Qin Tian's hand. But the result was that she nearly knocked her own teeth out. At this moment, Qin Tian had not yet deactivated the eternal body state. Even a top-tier heavenly sword could not harm him in the slightest, let alone Bai Xiaoru, who had only one tail left. At this point, she was already infuriated. She, the proud imperial princess of Qingxiu and a powerhouse at the imperial realm, was actually being carried by a young man. In the past, even the 2 third-level emperors of the Daliang Empire and Qitian Empire had never touched a single finger of hers. "Let go of me, you stinking rogue. If you don't let go, I'll fight you." Qin Tian rubbed Bai Xiaoru's head firmly. "If it weren't for me, you would be dead. Be quiet." Bai Xiaoru struggled hard, trying to escape from Qin Tian's embrace. Qin Tian helplessly threatened, "If you keep messing around, I will spank you." Having said that, she began to move even more vigorously. Slap. Qin Tian freed one hand and smacked her. Bai Xiaoru was momentarily stunned. At this moment, she was utterly shocked, as she had actually been spanked. Seeing that Bai Xiaoru had gone quiet, he chuckled, realizing that spanking was indeed effective. "Be good. If you keep moving around, I will keep spanking you." Bai Xiaoru's expression kept changing. In the end, she finally suppressed her anger and quietly lay in Qin Tian's arms, beginning to think. Not long after, her eyes brightened, and she began to use her charm technique on Qin Tian. A wave of pink gas floated toward Qin Tian's forehead. After Qin Tian inhaled the pink gas, he saw a stunningly beautiful woman appear before him. Such beauty could perhaps only be rivaled by a Miaoling. However, compared to her, this beauty lacked a certain natural allure, and allure that could captivate souls. It cannot be said that a Miaoling was inferior, it was just a difference in style and temperament. Qin Tian glanced down at Bai Xiaoru in his arms and remarked, "She looks quite good." No use. Bai Xiaoru helplessly lay down again. She decided to endure the humiliation and wait for her chance for revenge later. Earlier, before Qin Tian fought against the Holy Realm, she had fainted. Thus, she did not know Qin Tian's true strength. Although she was unsure how she was rescued, in her eyes, this young man was merely at the spirit movement realm. Once she recovered to 3 or 4 tails, she would definitely take her revenge. After traveling for a while, he finally returned to the Kunlun territory. Looking at the obedient and adorable Bai Xiaoru in his arms, he couldn't help but stroke her twice. It felt incredibly smooth, and the texture was quite pleasant. Bai Xiaoru, like a frightened kitten, retaliated by biting Qin Tian's finger. "Do you dare to treat me like a cat?" An angry female voice reached Qin Tian's ears. Qin Tian awkwardly smiled, feeling something in the little fox's mouth touching his finger. He moved slightly. Bai Xiaoru, startled, quickly released her bite. At that moment, Bai Xiaoru felt utterly helpless, completely at his mercy. After returning to the sword hiding peak, and Miaoling had not yet returned, he decided to first sign a master-servant contract with Bai Xiaoru to complete the task given by the system. Qin Tian looked at Bai Xiaoru and said, "Since I saved you, you should sign a master-servant contract with me." Bai Xiaoru was somewhat enraged and instinctively wanted to bite him. Being in her fox form, with only one tail, this was her only method of attack. Qin Tian saw her intention and quickly extended his finger. Just as she was about to bite, she recalled the previous events and her face instantly turned red. Seeing her stop, Qin Tian continued, sign the master-servant contract with me. After 100 years, or when your strength surpasses mine, the contract will automatically dissolve. Bai Xiaoru turned her face away, ignoring him. Just as he was about to say something more, a voice interrupted him. Master, him back. And Miaoling descended gracefully from the sky, like a celestial maiden, her white skirt swaying in the wind. Oh, how did a little fox get here? So cute. And Miaoling pretended to approach to hug her, but Bai Xiaoru dodged away. And Miaoling looked at Qin Tian in frustration. Where did this little fox come from? I rescued her while out. Don't underestimate her. She is the princess of Qingqiu. Is she the princess of the Qingqiu lineage from the Wanyao mountain in Zhongzhou? And Miaoling hesitated. It should be so. I plan to sign a master-servant contract with her, but she disagrees. Please try to persuade her for me. And Miaoling thought for a moment and said, perhaps it's better to forget it, or we can't afford to provoke Qingqiu right now. This contract must be signed. Saying this, Qin Tian set up a confinement array to trap Bai Xiaoru inside, then turned around and said, you've gained quite a lot this time, breaking through to the creation stage. And Miaoling smiled and said, I initially wanted to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect you to figure it out so quickly. However, this time I owe it all to Master's time-space decree, otherwise I would have been doomed. Qin Tian's expression turned serious. The outside world is still very dangerous. From now on I will accompany you whenever you go out. Hearing Qin Tian's words, and Miaoling felt warmth in her heart. Then I'll go cook to celebrate your breakthrough. After saying that, Qin Tian went to the kitchen to prepare, while Miaoling tacitly went to the yard to gather ingredients. With a good mix of genders, a sumptuous feast was soon prepared. As usual, Qin Tian served a bowl of soup to Miaoling. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoru grumbled in the confinement array, cultivators are so gluttonous, no wonder they are so weak. Though the aroma was still quite enticing. As she smelled the food, she felt a bit tempted. Before becoming an emperor, she had also been quite greedy for food and drink. She often stole her father's peach blossom wine and paired it with some wild beast delicacies. Thinking of that peach blossom wine, she sighed deeply. She might never be able to drink it again. At that moment, Qin Tian took out the monkey wine and started drinking. Bai Xiaoru immediately recognized it. She had naturally tasted this spirit wine before. Unconsciously, she swallowed hard. Qin Tian seemed to sense her reaction. He took out an empty bowl, placed some demon king meat in it, and poured a cup of monkey wine into the confinement array. What are you considering? Will you agree? I refuse. Bai Xiaoru flatly rejected. She also had her pride. If that's the case, just eat then. Bai Xiaoru relaxed a bit, preparing to eat, when Qin Tian added, this will be your last meal. After finishing, I'll send you on your way. After saying that, Qin Tian returned to the table. Bai Xiaoru was momentarily stunned. Her last meal. Looking at the meat in the bowl, she thought, does he want to eat my flesh? At this thought, she shivered and retreated several steps. She tried to keep as far away from the bowl of meat as possible. After a while, both of them finished eating, and Miaoling began to clear the table. Qin Tian approached Bai Xiaoru and pretended to be profound, saying, I'll give you one last chance, are you sure? Bai Xiaoru looked at Qin Tian with a resentful gaze. She never expected that she, a once great princess, would end up in such a situation. I've offended many powerful forces. If you sign a contract with me, you will have to bear my karma. You won't be able to bear this karma. Bai Xiaoru expressed her situation, hoping to dissuade Qin Tian from wanting to sign a contract. There is no karma I cannot bear. You only need to tell me whether you agree or not. Qin Tian said confidently. Bai Xiaoru fell into deep thought. Dignity is indeed important, but once dead, nothing matters. She still wanted to return to find that person for revenge. She wanted to go back to Qingqiu to see her father and mother. Signing the master-servant contract would have a time limit of 100 years, or until her realm surpassed his. After Bai Xiao thought of Qin Tian's realm, she felt that agreeing to this contract was not out of the question. As long as she put in the effort to cultivate it, wouldn't be long before she surpassed his realm. Although this matter would become a humiliation she would bear for a lifetime, she had no choice but to endure it for the sake of survival. I agree, but you must ensure that the contract will be dissolved after 100 years or when I surpass your realm. Qin Tian naturally understood her thoughts, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. I promise. Then Qin Tian began to sketch the contract formation diagram that the system had imparted to him. Soon the diagram was completed, adorned with numerous mysterious runes. Qin Tian cut his finger, letting a drop of blood fall into it. Instantly, the diagram radiated with brilliant light, but its size began to shrink. Once it was the size of a fist, it flew towards Bai Xiao's forehead. Do not resist, Qin Tian reminded. Bai Xiao gritted her teeth and allowed the diagram to enter her mind. At that moment, she felt a mysterious connection established with Qin Tian. Moreover, Qin Tian's will could suppress her. Ding. Main servant contract with the Qingqiu Empress completed. Reward Supreme Level Technique, Heavenly Fox Supreme Decision. Reward Top Tier Imperial Treasure, Heavenly Fox Pearl, which can enhance the cultivation speed of the Fox clan, doubling their spell damage. Reward: all martial techniques learned are elevated by 1 level. At the moment the contract was completed, Qin Tian also received his rewards. The first 2 items were likely prepared for by Xiao, while the subsequent martial technique enhancement was quite beneficial for him as well. He was already using martial techniques within the ancestral dragon claw, which should be at the 11th level. It was a pity that his techniques, the transformation into freedom technique and the eternal body refining technique, had not been enhanced, because these 2 were part of the cultivation technique system, not martial techniques. Looking at the rewards prepared for by Xiao, Qin Tian first took out the supreme level technique, Heavenly Fox Supreme Decision, and handed it to her. From now on you will cultivate this technique. It is certainly better than your Fox Clan's techniques. Better than my Fox Clan's techniques? Bai Xiao looked skeptical. Our Fox Clan's technique, the 9-tailed celestial scripture, is the pinnacle among imperial techniques. There are very few techniques in this world that can compare with mine, let alone surpass it. And Miaoling, who was tidying up the table, smiled. She recalled how she had once been smacked in the face like this. You will know once you take a look. Qin Tian prompted. Bai Xiao, half convinced, began to flip through the Heavenly Fox Supreme Decision. The more she read, the wider her eyes grew. This was truly a technique tailored for their Fox clan. This technique could actually allow cultivation up to the level of Heavenly Fox. In their Fox clan's history of hundreds of thousands of years, only one Heavenly Fox had ever emerged. That Heavenly Fox had also relied on fortuitous encounters and used some heavenly materials and treasures to break through, so the technique had not been passed down. Gradually her eyes filled with uncontainable delight. If she could cultivate to become a Heavenly Fox, then revenge would be as easy as pie. She could return to Qingxiu. She didn't know how long she had been lost in thought. When she came back to her senses and wanted to ask Qin Tian where this technique had come from, she found that the room was already empty. The confinement array had vanished, and all that remained beside her were some wine and a bowl of meat. Looking around and seeing no one, she picked up a piece of meat and started eating. After finishing, she was surprised to discover that this was the flesh of a demon king, and then she drank the wine. After eating and drinking, she felt something was amiss. It seemed she had been tricked. How could someone who consumes demon king meat and drinks monkey brew be merely at the spirit movement realm? That night she sneaked into Qin Tian's room to take a look. Qin Tian, who was reading, immediately noticed Bai Xiao. With a wave of his hand the door opened, and Bai Xiao flew into his embrace. He thought it was quite nice to read while petting a fox. It was certainly better than the feel of petting a cat. After just 2 strokes, Bai Xiao was no longer having it. Even if you are my master, you cannot humiliate me like this. She struggled fiercely, but it was all in vain. After a few strokes, Qin Tian discovered that this little fox had injuries, and they were not light. It must have been from the previous beating, compounded by the repeated sacrifices of her tail. If left unattended, it would leave behind aftereffects. I am such a hard-working soul. Having said that, Qin Tian released Bai Xiao and flew towards the barbarian mountain range. With his martial techniques having been elevated by 1 level, Qin Tian was even more ferocious this time. With a single move, he could incapacitate a demon emperor. In less than half a day, he had collected the blood of 3 demon emperors. After Qin Tian left, the demon emperors convened and decided to relocate. Once the demon sage emerged from seclusion, they would request him to take revenge. When Qin Tian returned to the sword hiding peak, the sky was already bright. This time he did not plan to refine pills, as Bai Xiao was too weak at the moment. With only 1 tail, it was equivalent to the first realm of cultivators, the Transcendence realm. This realm could not absorb such a massive amount of energy. Thus he decided to create a medicinal pool. Although the effect would be slightly inferior, it would be milder. Moreover, it could be used multiple times. He first outlined a small pool. Then he added spiritual water, demon emperor blood, and several precious spiritual herbs. After completing the additions, he began to cast spells to harmonize and make it easier to absorb. After everything was prepared, he went to fetch Bai Xiao. Come on, your master will help you wash. Soak in the medicinal pool. Your injuries will heal in no time. Bai Xiao felt the immense medicinal power as soon as she saw the medicinal pool. However, seeing Qin Tian beside her made her feel embarrassed. I will soak by myself, you can leave first. You are injured and your realm is too low. Soaking alone may pose a danger to you. Qin Tian spoke earnestly, but Bai Xiao always felt he had ulterior motives. Just as she was conflicted and Miaoling arrived, let me help her. It is indeed not very convenient for the master to assist her in soaking. Hearing this, Qin Tian did not insist and turned to leave. However, he did not walk far before stopping and looking towards the medicinal pool. At that moment, and Miaoling had already stripped down to her undergarments. Her black hair cascaded over her shoulders. With a delicate nose, alluring red lips, and a swan-like jade neck, everything was so beautiful. Looking further down revealed her full and long legs. He felt his nose start to heat up. Master, that's enough. Hurry back to rest. Qin Tian smiled awkwardly and walked back to his room. Muttering to himself, In the future, we can organize medicinal bath activities from time to time. This would aid in cultivation, and it's about time I made some progress in my realm too. He thought this way, but when he returned to the barbarian mountain range later, he couldn't find the demon emperors at all. After soaking in the medicinal baths for several days, Bai Xiao's injuries had healed. Her cultivation level had recovered to 3 taels, and all she needed to do was follow the Heavenly Fox Supreme Decision step by step. For the next 5 years, Qin Tian and Miaoling and Bai Xiao lived and cultivated at the sword hiding peak without venturing out. During these 5 years, Qin Tian's realm showed no change. After all, the higher the realm, the more time it took, and Miaoling consumed quite a few heavenly-grade medicines. Coupled with her imperial bloodline, she smoothly broke through to the 2nd level of the creation realm. Bai Xiao, on the other hand, successfully recovered to the strength of 7 taels, which meant she was at the half-saint realm. Her rapid recovery was also due to Bai Xiao's inherent foundation still being intact, unlike in Miaoling, who was a reincarnated soul starting anew. In addition to that, there were the Demon King's flesh and a large amount of spiritual herbs aiding her progress. When Bai Xiao restored her strength to the half-saint realm, Qin Tian unexpectedly received a reward. Ding! Pet Bai Xiao's strength has been restored to the half-saint realm, rewarding you with an upgrade to 9th grade aptitude and a 10% increase in sign-in rewards. Qin Tian smiled with satisfaction. It seemed that effort bore fruit. 9th grade aptitude was acceptable for the future. At least in Kunlun, no one had higher aptitude than him except for Miaoling and Bai Xiao. As long as the 2 girls continued to work hard in their cultivation, reaching imperial grade aptitude was only a matter of time. Besides, a 10% increase in sign-in rewards was also quite good. After all, Bai Xiao had merely restored her strength, not truly broken through. In the room after Bai Xiao returned to the half-saint realm, she was not happy. Instead, she felt somewhat dejected. Isn't the master in the spirit movement realm? Isn't it supposed to be that once I surpass the spirit movement realm, the contract is lifted? Why is the contract still in place even though I am already half-saint? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Although Qin Tian had treated her well over the past 5 years, providing her with good food and drinks, she was still an imperial princess, a powerful being of the imperial realm reduced to a pet. She could never accept this. No way. I must go find Qin Tian and demand an explanation. After arriving at Qin Tian's room, she jumped directly in through the window. At that moment, Qin Tian was leisurely lying on a recliner reading a book. Bai Xiao jumped onto Qin Tian's belly and exclaimed, "You big liar, you are definitely not in the spirit movement realm." Qin Tian looked at Bai Xiao on his belly, noticing that her size had increased slightly. With her silky white, for 7 fluffy tails, and that both cute and enchanting little face, he couldn't help but stroke her a few times. When did I ever say I was in the spirit movement realm? Bai Xiao was momentarily speechless. Qin Tian indeed had never said so, but she had assumed it. Anyway, you were just a liar. Qin Tian smiled and continued to stroke her silky back. Then he moved down and touched her soft tail, and Bai Xiao shyly said, "Take your hand away." Qin Tian chuckled, retracting his hand. "Isn't it great to follow me? Also, now that you're half-saint, why haven't you transformed into human form?" He had heard that the Fox clan was naturally beautiful, so he wanted to see it for himself. However, he hadn't seen it all these years. The previous illusion didn't count. Bai Xiao blinked, thinking, he can't be starting to covet my beauty, right? She was well aware of her own charm. No one could resist it. Even the emperor had fought fiercely for her. To preserve her dignity, she explained, "I think my fox form is quite good. Maintaining human form consumes spiritual energy before reaching the imperial realm." Qin Tian rubbed Bai Xiao's head vigorously and said, "Is it so hard to satisfy your master when they finally make a request?" Bai Xiao's beautiful little eyes blinked a few times as she fell into thought. After a long moment, she finally said, "I will show you, but you must not get any funny ideas." Bai Xiao knew that if she didn't let him see, he would always be thinking about it. After saying that, she jumped to the ground and slowly transformed into a young woman. Overall, her figure was all right, but her appearance was quite ordinary. Qin Tian frowned. "This is not your original appearance. I want to see your true form." "This is my true form," Bai Xiao insisted. "If you don't revert back to your true form, I will sleep with you tonight." Qin Tian threatened. Bai Xiao's expression changed continuously. She sensed that Qin Tian might actually do it. Well, then let him take a look. When Bai Xiao transformed back to her true appearance, Qin Tian was completely stunned. She possessed extremely delicate features with a perfectly upturned nose, long and thick eyelashes, and skin as white as snow. Paired with that pink dress, she was indeed very beautiful. If it were just these, Qin Tian could remain calm. However, when he looked into Bai Xiao's enchanting eyes, he couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. Her gaze seemed to exude an irresistible charm at all times, easily stirring one's impulses. Bai Xiao noticed the change in Qin Tian's expression and felt a bit flustered. Oh no, oh no. As expected, all men were lecherous. What would happen if he took advantage of me in the future? Thinking of this, she quickly transformed back into her fox form, not wanting to give Qin Tian that chance. After Bai Xiaoru returned to her fox form, Qin Tian also regained his composure. You look great. No wonder you're my little fox. Bai Xiaoru glared at Qin Tian and said, who is your little one? From now on, just turn back into human form during meals. No, Bai Xiaoru flatly refused. If you don't transform back, then you can forget about eating. She thought of the dishes Qin Tian made and that demon king meat. In the end, she still compromised. Seeing her agreement, Qin Tian was in a good mood and took out the heavenly demon pearl. After 5 years of living together, they had become quite amiable, so he decided to give the heavenly demon pearl to Bai Xiaoru. The Bai Xiaoru on the ground was immediately attracted to the heavenly demon pearl. Then she jumped back onto Qin Tian's belly, carefully staring at the heavenly demon pearl. The more she looked, the more shocked she became. Is this the heavenly demon pearl? Bai Xiaoru asked uncertainly. This item was recorded in the history of the demon clan. Before the heavenly demon died, it could condense all its spiritual power and laws into a demon pearl. That was the heavenly demon pearl. It was said that the dragon clan had one called the heavenly dragon pearl, which is a supreme imperial treasure. Wearing this pearl would greatly enhance one's cultivation speed. Additionally, when executing martial skills, the power would be doubled. These were the documented functions. Other functions were unknown. This is the heavenly demon pearl. Do you want it? Bai Xiaoru was overjoyed upon hearing this. She quickly rubbed her little face against Qin Tian's hand and said, I want it. Before the supreme treasure, she even forgot her dignity. As long as she had the heavenly demon pearl, she would eventually be able to turn the tables and become the master. I can give you the heavenly demon pearl, but you must behave in the future, otherwise I will take it back. Bai Xiaoru nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Then Qin Tian stuffed the heavenly demon pearl into Bai Xiaoru's mouth. After Bai Xiaoru swallowed it, she began to acknowledge her master. Qin Tian also quickly set up a formation to conceal the heavenly phenomenon. Seeing Qin Tian's actions, Bai Xiaoru finally reacted. If this phenomenon were to spread, it would definitely attract the attention of pursuers. At that time, Kunlun would no longer be safe. She felt that there were definitely still people from the eastern continent searching for her. After Bai Xiaoru successfully acknowledged her master, her aura began to rise. She directly advanced another level, reaching half-saint second layer. After the breakthrough, Bai Xiaoru said, although you have indeed treated me well, I will still contact the contract with you in the future. Also, the person I offended is very powerful. If I get discovered, you can just ignore me. In her heart, she felt that Qin Tian was quite powerful, but she did not believe that Qin Tian could defeat that person. That person was one of the most powerful within the imperial realm. Qin Tian let go of Bai Xiaoru and stood up. As long as you follow me, I will help you block your enemies. After saying that, he left the room, feeling a sense of urgency. He knew that Bai Xiaoru's enemy was in the imperial realm, and in Miaoling must also have enemies in the imperial realm. Therefore, he needed to quickly enhance his own strength. Sign in. Ding. You have accumulated 5 years worth of sign-in points. Do you wish to receive your rewards? Claim. Ding. Sign-in rewards: Sword of Life and Death, a low-grade imperial weapon. The sword contains the concept of life and death, capable of severing life and death. Sign-in rewards: Transformation of the Other into Freedom, Great Method, upgraded to the 12th layer. Sign-in rewards: Indestructible Body, upgraded to the 2nd layer. After claiming the reward, Qin Tian entered a profound and ineffable realm, utterly immersed within it. He sensed cataclysmic transformations surging through his body. Simultaneously, profound insights into the sage realm flooded his mind. His self-transforming supreme art ascended to its 12th level, and he himself had ascended to the rank of sage cultivator. Beyond the system's contribution, 5 years of diligent self-directed cultivation had also borne fruit. Without that foundation, even 5 years' worth of sign-in merits would have fallen short of enabling such a breakthrough. Equally exhilarating was the advancement of his myriad-age indestructible body. Its 1st layer alone could withstand strikes from top-tier heavenly-grade weapons. Thus, its 2nd layer should effortlessly endure attacks from lower-tier emperor-grade weapons. This metamorphosis endured for a full 3 hours. At the very moment Qin Tian broke through to the sage realm, an omen manifested across the void above. Dongzhou golden radiance pierced through the clouds, spilling light upon the land. Mo Tian, deep in meditation, shot upright in astonishment. Sacred light illuminates the world. Someone has ascended to the sage realm. He prayed fervently that this sage was neither of the demon sect nor the beast clans, otherwise Dongzhou would stand on the precipice of ruin. When Qin Tian emerged from his trance, he found Bai Xiaoru and Miaoling gazing at him intently. Master seems even stronger, murmured Miaoling. Xiaohu Li. Bai Xiaoru nodded glumly. Was she truly destined to wait a century before the covenant could be dissolved? Is growing stronger not a blessing? Henceforth I shall protect you both. Thereafter Qin Tian prepared a meal. Once served, Bai Xiaoru resumed her human form to dine, and Qin Tian stood transfixed, as did Miaoling, captivated by Xiaoru's ethereal beauty. Her bewitching eyes held universal allure, yet when she caught Qin Tian's unabashed admiring gaze, her expression faltered, tinged with unease. A strange pang of jealousy stirred within her. I, the unfeeling empress, jealous. It defied belief. If you keep staring, I'll revert at once. Xiaoru too could no longer bear his lingering gaze, her cheeks flushed with shy embarrassment. Qin Tian offered an awkward smile and swiftly averted his eyes, turning instead to his meal. After dining, Qin Tian retreated to his chamber and withdrew the life-and-death sword, a sovereign-grade blade. Ever since slaying the demon sage Mu Yihan, who had possessed a beast host using the Bingli sword, he had long desired a weapon worthy of his stature, especially given the thick hides and resilient flesh of demonic beasts. First, he erected a formation to conceal all anomalies, then initiated the soul-binding ritual. Upon successful attunement, he perceived two distinct Tao imprints sealed within the sword, the imprint of life and the imprint of death. The imprint of life could restore vitality and heal grievous wounds. The imprint of death could sever life force and slay foes outright. Both imprints possessed nascent sentience, still dazed, unformed, and barely awakened. Once their consciousness matured fully, the sword's power would deepen further, rendering it a truly evolving artifact. Deep within the wild expanse, Qing Peng, Bai Hu, and Mi Ho, the three demon emperors, convened within a hidden valley veiled by layered formations, which explained why Qin Tian had failed to locate it earlier. There the three emperors stood in reverent stillness, awaiting the emergence of the golden dragon demon sage, whose true form was that of a celestial golden dragon scion of the dragon clan. A thunderous dragon's roar shook the valley, then a colossal golden dragon soared into the heavens, before dissolving into radiant light and reforming as a regal human clad in imperial dragon robes. The three emperors immediately prostrated themselves. We pay homage to the golden dragon demon sage. Congratulations, Your Eminence, on yet another transcendental breakthrough. The golden dragon demon sage descended slowly. Why have you abandoned your domains to gather here? At his inquiry, their expressions soured instantly, and soon they began pouring out their grievances. When they spoke of the primordial ice phoenix bloodline, the golden dragon demon sage's eyes flared with sudden brilliance, and his entire being ignited with fervent excitement. To absorb that bloodline might well unlock the path to the Emperor realm, and thereby restore his rightful place among the dragon clan of Zhongzhou. Tell me, where is she? She resides at Kunlun Sword Sect, replied Qing Peng. Those three sects again, the reckoning long overdue. This conflict traced back 3 centuries, to the Great Human-Demon War. Then under the Golden Dragon Demon Sage's command, hordes of demons ravaged Dongzhou, plunging cultivators into unrelenting despair. Ultimately, the ancient patriarchs of the 3 sects, secluded for millennia, emerged to confront him in a legendary battle. Ordinarily, dragons vastly surpassed mortals in innate power. Yet the patriarchs sustained grievous injuries and paid a staggering price to seal the Golden Dragon Demon Sage away, after which they vanished entirely. 3 centuries passed, 300 years, before he finally shattered his prison. This time, not only had his wounds healed completely, but he had also advanced to the 2nd level of the Sage Realm. And now, mere moments after his emergence, came word of the primordial Ice Phoenix bloodline. Dispatch messengers. In 3 days' time, I shall arrive personally at Kunlun Sword Sect. They will surrender the bearer of the primordial Ice Phoenix bloodline, unconditionally. Also station observers, ensure she is not secretly relocated. Upon hearing this, Qing Peng hesitated. Your Eminence, why announce our intent? Why not simply strike without warning? What do you know? The Golden Dragon Demon Sage retorted, faintly displeased. The notice is meant to instill dread, to let them suffer in anticipation. To annihilate them outright would scarcely quell my wrath. Your Eminence's wisdom is peerless, flattered Mi Ho, the Monkey Demon Emperor. Indeed, by forcing the 3 sects to gather, we may crush them all at once, sparing ourselves the trouble of hunting them down separately. Well said. You at least possess a mind worth praising. For the next 2 days, I shall refine my weapon further. You prepare the forces. Assemble the legions. As commanded, the 3 demon emperors departed the valley at once, mobilizing troops and dispatching urgent missives to Kunlun Sword Sect. In the grand hall, Mo Wentian's brow furrowed into a deep vertical crease. After brief contemplation, he pinned 2 letters and entrusted them to disciples bound for Penglai Sect and Taibai Gate. Now the 3 sects stood united in peril. Mutual survival demanded unity. Having dispatched the letters, Mo Wentian journeyed alone to a secluded cave deep within the rear mountains of the main hall. 36th generation sect master Mo Wentian humbly petitions the elder patriarch's emergence. He repeated the plea thrice, until at last a hoary, ancient voice resonated from within. Has the sect encountered a crisis beyond resolution? Yes, elder patriarch, Mo Wentian replied. The demon clans have declared that the Golden Dragon Demon Sage will descend upon Kunlun Sword Sect in 3 days to seize the bearer of the primordial Ice Phoenix bloodline. A sharp whistle pierced the air, and before Miaoling stood Su Ming, the Kunlun Elder Patriarch, a venerable elder with snow-white hair and timeless aura. Is this truth, or mere rumor? Does our sect truly harbor one bearing the primordial Ice Phoenix bloodline? Su Ming's voice trembled with rare emotion. As a sage cultivator nearing 5,000 years of age, his knowledge ran deeper than most. The primordial Ice Phoenix bloodline held extraordinary promise, not merely sagehood, as Miaoling presumed, but genuine potential for Emperor Realm ascension. It is true, Elder Patriarch. Messengers have already been dispatched to Penglai and Taibai. They will surely send reinforcements, but whether their own Elder Patriarchs remain. His gaze drifted meaningfully towards Su Ming. Su Ming's expression darkened slightly. Rest assured, they live. Yet the wounds we sustained 3 centuries ago run deep. None of us retains our former strength. Still, we 3 old bones would rather perish than yield to the Golden Dragon. For if he triumphs, Dongzhou shall fall irrevocably. Hearing that both Elder Patriarchs still lived, Miaoling exhaled in quiet relief. 3 against 1, the odds favored victory. Their conversation concluded, Miaoling escorted Su Ming to Zongjin Peak to meet Miaoling, who at that very moment practiced diligently in the courtyard. Upon arriving at the sword hiding pavilion, Su Ming immediately spotted Miaoling admiration evident in his eyes. The ancient bloodline truly stands out. At such a young age, you have already reached the 2nd level of creation. Miaoling was also taken aback. His proud disciple Yin Xingxi was 7 or 8 years older than Miaoling, yet only at the 3rd level of nirvana. Reaching the 2nd level of the creation realm already rivals some peak master's cultivation. Would you be willing to be my closed-door disciple? Su Ming asked Miaoling. And Miaoling's expression soured at his words, after all her master was still present. Miaoling quickly introduced, this is the revered ancestor of our sect who has been in seclusion for many years. The ancestor has never taken in disciples before, so you might want to consider it as having an additional master. No need to consider, I already have a master. Please leave. And Miaoling replied coldly. Su Ming's smile faltered, yet considering Miaoling's talent, he continued, even if you have a master, it doesn't matter, I won't mind. If it were an ordinary genius, he might not stoop to competing for a disciple with the younger generation. But this was the ancient bloodline of an emperor. Just as Miaoling was about to refuse again, Qin Tian approached. I don't agree. Who is this? Su Ming felt somewhat displeased. As the revered ancestor, it was unprecedented for anyone to speak to him in such a tone. Miaoling awkwardly explained, this is Miaoling's master Qin Tian. Master. Su Ming scrutinized Qin Tian from head to toe. Spirit movement realm. He simply couldn't understand why a master at the creation realm would be at the spirit movement realm. Isn't this absurd? A spirit movement realm cultivator has the right to take in disciples. What kind of sect master are you? Su Ming fumed. Miaoling explained, he is someone brought back by Sister Jiang. After Sister Jiang left, he became the master of the sword hiding peak. So Su Ming nodded slightly, his expression softening a bit. He knew Jiang Qingsnow. After Jiang Qingsnow's breakthrough, she had even met him at his secluded location. He then ignored Qin Tian and said to Miaoling, I have no disciples, but if you follow me, you will be my only disciple. I will teach you diligently, and the resources for cultivation will be abundant. Staying at this sword hiding peak will only delay your progress. And Miaoling remained unmoved. I already have a master, please leave. After being continuously rebuffed, Su Ming felt a bit angry. Just as he was about to say something, Bai Xiaoru ran over. Su Ming's pupils contracted. How dare the demon emperor intrude into my Kunlun Sword Sect? As he spoke, he drew a sword ready to strike, while Bai Xiaoru hurriedly hid behind Qin Tian. Currently, she was merely at the 1st level of half-saint and was no match for Su Ming. Step aside, Su Ming commanded. Qin Tian turned and picked up Bai Xiaoru, saying, this is my contracted pet, senior, there's no need to be alarmed. A pet? The demon emperor has a pet. Su Ming and Miaoling exchanged shocked glances at the little fox in Qin Tian's arms. Bai Xiaoru rubbed her little head against Qin Tian's chest. Qin Tian casually stroked Bai Xiaoru's soft back. After a long pause, Su Ming and Miaoling finally pulled themselves together from their shock. Su Ming scrutinized Qin Tian once more. Aside from being handsome, he seemed to possess no other qualities. Could it be that his looks were why the demon emperor and Miaoling were willing to follow him? He then began to carefully probe using the secret technique of the Saint Realm. However, he discovered that he could not see through Qin Tian at all. This was also due to the system helping him conceal his realm, allowing him to develop quietly without drawing attention. With the situation as it was, Su Ming felt it pointless to stay here any longer and turned to leave. Mo Wentian briefly informed Qin Tian about the demon saint coming to Kunlun to seize Miaoling before chasing after Su Ming. At the back mountain, Su Ming pondered, "This kid is unusual. I can't see through him." Mo Wentian was taken aback by his words, then fell into deep thought. Indeed, something is amiss. Previously my disciple saw in Miaoling comprehending sword intent under Qin Tian's guidance. Su Ming sighed. Let's put aside matters concerning sword hiding peak for now. We should first address the issue of the golden dragon demon saint. Sword hiding peak. And Miaoling complained, "Master, can't you improve your realm a bit? You keep causing me trouble." Qin Tian replied bitterly, "I'm just afraid that after revealing my identity, old Mo will fill sword hiding peak with a bunch of disciples. If a crowd comes to sword hiding peak, can you handle it?" And Miaoling thought for a moment and realized this was indeed the case. Because of Qin Tian's weak strength, no one was willing to come to sword hiding peak. If he became stronger, many disciples would surely flock to him. Especially those infatuated female disciples. Just thinking about it made her uncomfortable. "Then let's forget it. Oh, we should keep a low profile in the future," and Miaoling said. She then recalled the matter concerning the demon saint and felt somewhat worried. "Can the ancestor defeat the golden dragon demon saint?" Qin Tian replied, "He probably can't. The dragon clan has a significant advantage in physical prowess. But you don't need to worry. If it comes to it, I will be here." And Miaoling thought of the previous incident where the time-space token summoned a spiritual body. The strength of the spiritual body could undoubtedly rival that of a saint realm cultivator. After the news of the demon saint attacking the mountain spread, the atmosphere within the sect became tense. After all this, was the saint realm a legendary existence in their hearts? The next day, both the Penglai and Taibai sects sent strong cultivators to support. The three sects deliberated for an entire night on strategies to confront the enemy. After their discussions, they set up numerous formations. On the third day, nearly everyone was on edge awaiting the arrival of the demon clan's army. As evening approached, the sun lost its brilliance, turning into a fireball hanging in the west, painting the entire eastern continent red, and it was at that moment the demon clan finally arrived. The three sect masters of Kunlun Sword Sect, Taibai sect, and Penglai stood at the forefront. Behind them were numerous peak masters and elders, nearly 50 powerful cultivators. All were strong cultivators of the creation realm. Meanwhile, the demon clan side was also densely packed. Leading them were the three great demon emperors, followed by over 60 demon kings. In addition, in the high sky, there was a golden palanquin pulled by 4 bird-like demon kings. Mo Wentian and the others looked up at the palanquin with grave expressions. They sensed a terrifying aura coming from within the palanquin. However, knowing that the ancestor was also watching from the shadows, they felt slightly reassured. The Qingpeng demon emperor spoke. "Where are the ancient bloodline heirs? Hurry and hand them over. We can discuss further, or else Kunlun Sword Sect will not spare anyone." "You brash beast, do my three sects fear your demon clan?" Mo Wentian retorted defiantly, and for a moment both sides were on edge, swords drawn. "Kill." A command to kill came from the golden palanquin. After receiving the order, the 3 demon emperors wasted no time and charged forward. The 3 demon emperors faced off against the 3 sects half-saints, while below the creation realm cultivators battled against the demon kings. Initially things were manageable, but as the battle progressed, the creation realm cultivators from the 3 sects began to struggle. Due to their smaller numbers, more and more creation realm cultivators fell. The situation became precarious, and just then Miaoling arrived. The main goal of the opposing side was her, so she could not remain uninvolved. And Miaoling arrived at the battlefield and immediately drew the ice glass sword. Her expression gradually turned cold as she began to activate her bloodline power. Suddenly, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply, even causing her breath to form mist. She locked onto her target, the closest Huangnyo Yao Wang, a type of bull demon. Swish! And Miaoling unleashed a furious slash filled with sword intent. Upon sensing the overwhelming sword intent, the Huangnyo Yao Wang felt a twinge of fear. However, before he could retreat, the sword light struck. He could only brace himself, his muscles bulging as he raised his axe to strike forward. But Miaoling wielded an exceptional imperial weapon. The ice glass sword effortlessly cleaved through the axe and pierced the body of the Huangnyo Yao Wang. A single strike, and he was killed instantly. Many people and demons were left in shock. However, this was merely the beginning. She took down every demon king she encountered with a single sword. After the kills, she conveniently stored the corpses in her storage ring frozen to use as ingredients. In just half a minute, she had slain 10 demon kings, her combat power undeniably terrifying. This was mainly due to the fearsome nature of her exceptional imperial weapon. It could easily break through the defenses of the demon kings. Instantly, the demon kings fell into panic, fleeing wildly at the sight of Miaoling approaching. Meanwhile, the 3 sects displayed expressions of joy. The Golden Dragon Demon Saint and the Golden Palanquin, upon witnessing Miaoling's performance, was not only unperturbed, but somewhat pleased. The stronger her talent, the greater the benefits she would gain from devouring her bloodline. As for the deaths of the demon kings, it was a natural part of survival of the fittest. The strong among them had also grown by devouring countless other demon races. It was like raising a goo. As long as the one who died was not a demon emperor, he felt no pain. Just as the situation seemed to be turning, the giant ape demon emperor arrived with dozens of demon kings. Seeing this scene, Qin Tian and the others also showed concern. They had to admit that the demon race indeed had many powerful individuals. After the new demon emperor joined, they began to slaughter the elders and peak masters of the three sects. He became even happier, as if he was engaged in something very amusing. And Miaoling realized it was too late to intervene. Although she did not particularly like Lei Ba, she could sense that he genuinely cared for her. Hence he had said that she should not stay at the Congjian Peak. At this moment, the demon emperor targeted Su Lan, the peak master of Yujian Peak. After just 2 exchanges, Su Lan was left bloodied and on the verge of collapse. As the demon emperor approached her ready to stomp down, the ice glass sword flew over. Sensing the terrifying sword intent approaching, the giant ape demon emperor could only sidestep to avoid it. At this moment, Miaoling arrived beside Su Lan and handed her a top-tier healing pill. The ice glass sword returned to her hand. "Your opponent is me," and Miaoling said coldly. At that moment, she seemed to transform back into the ruthless empress. At Congjian Peak, Qin Tian held by Xiaoru watching the battle unfold, yet he had no intention to intervene for the time being, just as the Golden Dragon Demon Saint also refrained from making a move. Kings facing kings, generals against generals. And Miaoling showed no fear in the face of the demon emperor and took the initiative to charge forward. The low-grade imperial sword technique, Heartscar Sword. With a single sword strike, the sword intent pierced through the flesh of the giant ape demon emperor, beginning to shock his heart. This sword technique was one she learned from Qin Tian before in her past life. Although she wielded a sword, she was not a sword cultivator. She practiced the path of ruthless emotion, and in this life, she could finally be considered a true sword cultivator. The giant ape demon emperor was stunned for a moment as his heart was jolted, immediately spitting out blood. However, he was not gravely injured. His racial talent endowed him with a strong physique. Seeing that the Heartscar Sword was not very effective, Miaoling began to engage in close combat. She aimed to exploit the advantages of the ice glass sword, her exceptional imperial weapon. The giant ape withdrew a large stick of profound iron and swung down heavily, while Miaoling blocked with her sword. The immense force knocked her back, leaving her hands slightly numb. At that moment, she made a silent resolution to no longer clash head-on with the giant ape. She constantly moved to evade the giant ape's attacks, while also searching for opportunities to retaliate. Finally, she found an opportunity as the giant ape swung down with a powerful strike. And Miaoling anticipated his movements, dodging the strike in advance, and then countered with a slash. Swish! A wound appeared on the giant ape's body. In the subsequent exchanges, Miaoling successfully predicted and countered multiple times. Eventually, the giant ape demon emperor began to lose his combat power from excessive blood loss. He was ultimately slain beneath her sword. These predictive actions stemmed from her past combat experience. By understanding the opponent's habits and methods through the initial battles, she could seize the initiative for counterattacks. The fall of the giant ape demon emperor also marked a significant achievement for Miaoling. From this moment on, she would have a place among the strong in the eastern continent. The death of the giant ape demon emperor was also the beginning of the collapse of the demon race, as no one could halt her slaughter. Just as she was about to join Qin Tian in attacking the Qing demon emperor, the Golden Dragon Demon Saint intervened. "Little girl, you are indeed impressive, but this is where it ends." With that, a powerful aura pressed down on Miaoling. Boom! And Miaoling was forced to retreat repeatedly, a bitter smile forming at the corner of her mouth. As a half-saint, she could defeat him using her imperial weapon, but she had no way to contend with someone at the saint realm. At that moment, Su Ming emerged from the void. "Is it not shameful for a demon saint to strike at a little girl in the realm of transformation?" The Golden Dragon Demon Saint scoffed. "Is your injury healed? Do you dare to speak to this saint like that? This time I will leave none alive. Your 3 sects shall pay for the events of the past." With that, he directly took out a dragon spear and lunged at Su Ming. Su Ming also drew a sword and slashed back. Boom! Su Ming was sent flying. "Too weak. There has been no progress over the years. You might as well call those 2 old fools out to join." After saying that, the Golden Dragon Demon Saint looked into the distant void. 2 figures slowly stepped out. The atmosphere in the arena became lively. "This is the ancestor of Punlai. I have seen his portrait and never expected he was still alive. Our Taibai sect's ancestor is also here. This is wonderful." 3 against 1, almost everyone from the 3 sects displayed joy. Only the Saint Realm ancestors of the three sects looked grave. Because they knew the terror of the dragon race, ordinary methods could not even breach their defenses. Su Ming and the others formed a triangular formation around the golden dragon demon saint. Using themselves as the focal point, they set up the Three Talents formation. They had defeated the golden dragon in the past using this combined technique. The golden dragon demon saint, filled with confidence, urged them to continue their preparations. He aimed to defeat them at their strongest moment. He wanted everyone to experience despair first. That would be interesting. Only this way could he alleviate the fury he had felt from being sealed for 300 years. The Three Talents formation was complete, with the three standing at the positions of heaven, earth, and man, forming a special connection, allowing them to lend strength to each other. Su Ming stomped his right foot on the ground with force, and his entire being shot towards the golden dragon demon saint like a cannonball. The power from the other two sects' Saint Realm ancestors was also transmitted to Su Ming. This sword combined the strength of all three, greatly increasing its power. Facing the full-force strike from the golden dragon demon saint raised the corner of his mouth unfazed. He lifted his dragon spear and thrust it forward with all his might. Golden dragon break. Bang! With a single blow, Su Ming was knocked away while the golden dragon demon saint remained motionless. In midair, Su Ming stabilized himself, astonished, and exclaimed, "You broke through." The golden dragon demon saint nodded, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. "So are you in despair now? Your attacks are now ineffective against me." Seeing the ugly expressions on the faces of the three sect elders, he felt even happier. Su Ming exchanged glances with the other two and prepared to try again. Su Ming took out a pill and swallowed it, instantly feeling a surge of strength. He then began to cultivate his sword intent. The elders from Penglai and Taibai sect continuously supplied him with spiritual power. When the sword intent reached perfection, he unleashed his strongest move. Heavenly Tier Supreme, Sword Technique, Kunlun 9, Swords Break Sword Style. A powerful aura of slaughter contained within, he thrust forward. Golden Dragon Break, second stage. The golden dragon demon saint also executed a stronger move. Boom. With a single strike, Su Ming and the others were all sent flying, spitting blood. This scene left the members of the three sects stunned, their faces revealing expressions of despair. The elders of the three sects teamed up, yet were heavily injured by just one move. How could they fight on? Su Ming gritted his teeth and shouted, "And Miaoling, run quickly. They'll hold him off." After saying that, he charged at the golden dragon demon saint once more. The golden dragon demon saint casually struck him back, sending him crashing to the ground. This time his injuries worsened, and Su Ming could barely get back up. He struggled to lift his head and looked at Miaoling, signaling her to flee. And Miaoling ignored him and stepped forward, showing no fear in the face of the golden dragon demon saint. The golden dragon demon saint looked at her with some admiration just as he was about to capture Miaoling. And Miaoling activated the time-space token. A golden spiritual entity emerged from the token, appearing in the arena. Qin Tian sighed as he gazed at the debris scattered on the ground. Sword come. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword of life and death flew over from Sanjin Peak, piercing into Su Ming's chest amidst the astonished gazes of everyone. Instantly, everyone was stunned. What the hell? Hitting one of their own. And Miaoling looked at Qin Tian's spiritual entity with confusion. Just then a miracle occurred. The essence of life from the sword of life and death took effect, and Su Ming's injuries rapidly healed. 3 breaths later, the sword of life and death returned to Qin Tian's spiritual entity's hand. Su Ming stood up and scathed. He gazed at the spiritual entity in astonishment, realizing how extraordinary this method was. This healing had already consumed over half of the essence of life, and time was needed for replenishment. Thus, Qin Tian was not planning to save anyone else. He then shifted to the essence of death, focusing on the golden dragon demon saint. Without wasting words, the golden dragon demon saint charged at Qin Tian's spear in hand. Qin Tian's expression turned serious, and the sword of life and death in his hand began to change. The sword emitted a golden glow imbued with boundless killing intent. Break the firmament. The sword of life and death clashed with the dragon spear, and after several exchanges, neither side gained the upper hand. The golden dragon demon saint began to take the fight seriously, yet his wild attacks were still ineffective. Qin Tian easily countered the attacks from the sword of life and death. As they say, with a sword in hand, I possess the world. This was the momentum Qin Tian exuded now. The golden dragon demon saint, frustrated by his repeated ineffective attacks, could no longer contain his rage. He hurled his dragon spear with all his might. Qin Tian dodged to the side, ready to counterattack, when suddenly the dragon spear flew back from behind, launching a surprise attack. In a hasty dodge, Qin Tian's spiritual entity was still grazed. Instantly, it dimmed a bit. This also frightened the members of the 3 sects. Now Qin Tian was their hope for survival. If Qin Tian's spiritual entity fell, they would face the slaughter of the demon race. Facing such a treacherous tactic, Qin Tian was furious. He rushed forward, swinging his sword fiercely. He aimed to slice the golden dragon demon saint in half. Swish, swish, swish. The clash between sword and spear erupted once more. At this moment, Qin Tian's speed of sword strikes increased exponentially, each one deflecting the golden dragon demon saint's spear. The golden dragon demon saint retreated, his footing unstable. A gaping flaw opened before him. Qin Tian smiled as he exerted force upward, causing a cloud of blood mist to erupt from the golden dragon demon saint's chest. The advantage of the supreme weapon finally came into play. At this point, the golden dragon demon saint was not just simply injured, his body was also being corroded by the essence of death. If left unchecked, his body would gradually decay. Meanwhile, Qin Tian pressed on with his attacks, giving the golden dragon demon saint no chance to heal. The golden dragon demon saint had no choice but to expend part of his spiritual power to suppress the decay. The two continued their fierce, close combat. Qin Tian began to fight recklessly as he was a spiritual entity. Even if hit, it would only weaken the entity. However, if the golden dragon demon saint was struck, it would be far more than just a simple injury. The golden dragon demon saint became cautious after experiencing losses. In the ensuing battle, the golden dragon demon saint primarily focused on defense. Yet the wounds on his body still needed to be suppressed. He grew increasingly frustrated. It was evident to all that the demon saint was at a disadvantage. Thus the morale of the three sects soared. The battle continued, and at this point no demon could withstand in Miaoling's sword. On the other side, the golden dragon demon saint saw no glimmer of hope. He knew that the spiritual entity before him had the power to kill him. Thus he attempted to negotiate. Can we let this matter rest? If you kill me, the dragon clan will not spare you. The golden dragon demon saint's words had no effect on Qin Tian. Only after being stabbed for the third time did the golden dragon demon saint completely break down, turning to flee. But Qin Tian would not let the prey escape. Break the firmament. Qin Tian unleashed his imperial tier sword technique once more. The sword of life and death, charged with the momentum of breaking the firmament, pierced through the golden dragon demon saint's chest, penetrating his heart. The golden dragon demon saint who had plagued the eastern continent was thus slain by Qin Tian's sword. The golden dragon demon saint transformed back into his true form, a golden dragon. After withdrawing the essence of death from the golden dragon demon saint, Qin Tian took the corpse and left. Seeing their demon saint dead, the other demons began to flee. The forces of the three sects decided to go all out and pursued them all the way to the barbarian mountain range. And Miaoling returned to Cangjin Peak. After Qin Tian retracted his spiritual entity, he began to process the corpse of the golden dragon demon saint. Ding! You have obtained the special item Holy Dragon Source, and the reward is the recipe for the Holy Recovery Pill. Qin Tian initially planned to cut some dragon meat to cook, as he had never tasted dragon meat before. Unexpectedly, he received an unexpected joy and picked up the recipe to examine it. Holy Recovery Pill effect. Consuming it below the third layer of the Holy Realm can elevate one small realm, effective only the first time. Required materials: Holy Dragon Source, 10,000-year Holy Spirit Fruit, Chongming Flower. 10,000-year Holy Spirit Fruit. In 1 month, deep within the divine hidden forest, the 10,000-year Holy Spirit Fruit will reach its maturity. Chongming Flower, the national flower of Chongming Kingdom. Seeing the effects of the Holy Recovery Pill, Qin Tian decided he must refine it. Because if he wanted to break through to the second layer of the Holy Realm, he would need at least 10 years of signing, and plus his own diligent cultivation. However, the 10,000-year Holy Spirit Fruit would only reach its maturity in a month, so he wasn't in a hurry. As for the Chongming Flower, he would think of a way to acquire it when the time came to visit the Chongming Kingdom. That night, Qin Tian prepared a feast of dragon meat. Just as he was about to start eating, Miaoling Tian and Su Ming arrived. So he had to let them join for the meal. Bai Xiaoru, seeing outsiders present, did not revert to her human form. Although dragon meat was delicious and nourishing, she was not very happy. Because Qin Tian had killed a demon saint of the second layer of the Holy Realm. This indicated that Qin Tian's realm was very high, meaning she would have to be his pet for 100 years. Thinking of this made her feel quite aggrieved. During the meal, Su Ming asked, "Whose spiritual entity is it? Is it Jiang Qingsu's?" He thought long and hard, concluding that it could only be Jiang Qingsu's, as she had that level of strength. Seeing Su Ming's reasoning, Qin Tian couldn't be bothered to find an excuse. Yes, she left a token that can summon the spiritual entity. After receiving a definite answer, the two felt relieved. The next day, Miaoling Tian summoned in Miaoling and appointed her as the sect elder. Within the sect, her strength was only beneath Su Ming, making it inappropriate for her to remain a disciple. From then on, Miaoling's fame spread throughout the eastern continent. The number one under the Holy Realm in the eastern continent. The most beautiful woman in the eastern continent. After the great battle that Songjian Pavilion enjoyed a period of tranquility. This time they acquired the physical bodies of the Golden Dragon Demon Saint and the Giant Ape Demon Emperor in addition to nearly 30 other Demon King bodies. Most of these were slain by Miaoling, ensuring they wouldn't lack meat for quite some time. Qin Tian also took the opportunity to refine some pills using essence blood and spiritual herbs. These pills would enhance everyone's cultivation speed. Moreover, during the previous battle, Qin Tian discovered that Miaoling lacked proficient swordsmanship. Thus, Qin Tian passed on his best sword technique, the Silent Oblivion sword art, to Miaoling. The technique comprises 6 forms, with the latter 3 being supreme-grade sword techniques. However, the first 3 forms could only be considered imperial-grade sword techniques. Throughout the teaching process, Qin Tian was extremely meticulous, practically guiding her step by step. In the evening, Qin Tian utilized the essence blood of the Golden Dragon Demon Saint and some precious spiritual herbs to create a medicinal pool. This was something he had contemplated for a long time. He had failed to find the Demon Emperor in previous attempts. Now that he finally had a more advanced Demon Saint's blood, he naturally wouldn't waste this opportunity to refine his body. Once the medicinal pool was ready, he went to fetch Miaoling and Baishiru. Upon seeing the medicinal pool, and Miaoling's face turned red. After living together for so long, how could she not understand her master's intentions? Disciple, hurry and take off your clothes. This is the essence blood of a Demon Saint. Soaking in it will greatly enhance your abilities, Qin Tian continued. Reluctantly, Miaoling had no choice but to remove her outer garment, revealing a pink undergarment beneath. At that moment, her delicate face was flushed with crimson. Her slender hands embraced her chest, and her long, alluring legs stepped forward slowly as she eased herself into the water of the pool. Who would have thought that the ruthless empress from her past life would display such a girlish demeanor? As Miaoling descended into the pool, Qin Tian slipped into a pair of shorts, picked up the little fox, and jumped in. At that moment, neither Miaoling nor the little fox dared to look at Qin Tian, especially since the little fox was being cradled in his arms. She wanted to resist, but she knew it would be futile. Previously, countless Imperial Realm powerhouses had pursued her, yet none had even touched her fingertip. Now, however, Qin Tian had taken full advantage. Fortunately, she was aware that Qin Tian would not act excessively. After the initial awkward phase passed, the 3 of them began to absorb the golden dragon blood to refine their bodies. To be honest, the blood of the dragon race had an exceptionally potent refining effect. Even his eternal body of the second layer felt a significant enhancement. And Miaoling and Baishiru experienced even greater improvements. Baishiru was already trending toward a breakthrough to the second layer of the half-saint realm. And Miaoling, having just recently broken through, was still stabilizing her foundation. Once her foundation was stable, her progression toward a breakthrough would greatly accelerate. However, Miaoling now dared not activate her Ice Phoenix bloodline. She still felt shy, recalling the reaction caused when she last activated her bloodline in contact with the Jiaolong essence blood. Qin Tian noticed this and reminded her, activating your bloodline to absorb will yield much better results. Rest assured, Master won't mind. Upon hearing this, Miaoling's face flushed as she pouted, you may not mind, but I do. Subsequently, Qin Tian secretly added some golden dragon blood. Instantly, the potency of the medicinal pool surged. As the power increased, Miaoling absorbed more and her phoenix lineage began to respond spontaneously. The little fox noticed Qin Tian's actions, but said nothing, content to watch the unfolding drama. After all, as long as she didn't revert to her human form, Qin Tian couldn't do anything to her. Gradually, Miaoling sensed something was amiss. What did you do? She asked with a hint of resentment. Qin Tian shook his head innocently. Affected by the changes, Miaoling's spiritual energy became somewhat chaotic. Qin Tian approached to help her sort it out, and in the process, Miaoling took a little advantage of him. However, this time, Miaoling retained some sense of rationality. Just from these scenes, the little fox covered her eyes. She wondered if Qin Tian would use such tactics on her in the future, and with that thought, she couldn't help but feel shy. At this moment, Qin Tian placed his hands on Miaoling's back, helping her organize her internal spiritual power, while Miaoling hung onto Qin Tian, exhaling softly. This made Qin Tian feel quite restless. Looking at Miaoling's partially revealed curves, he couldn't help but remark, it seems like they have grown a bit more. Upon hearing this, Miaoling could no longer hold back and bit down on Qin Tian's neck. However, Qin Tian's tough skin bore the brunt, and despite her biting for a while, nothing happened. Instead, she left a mark of her lips on his neck. After a long time, most of the medicinal power in the pool had been absorbed, and Miaoling fully regained her senses. She looked at the red mark on Qin Tian's neck and felt utterly embarrassed. You're always taking advantage of me. How am I supposed to get married in the future? And Miaoling pouted. Qin Tian patted her back, saying, if you can't get married, that's fine. A master will take care of you for a lifetime. And Miaoling quickly distanced herself from Qin Tian, saying, you think too highly of yourself. After saying that, she stood up, put on her outer garment, and left. Seeing and Miaoling leave, the little fox hurriedly followed. After returning to her room, and Miaoling buried herself in her blanket. Her heart was still racing. Could it be that I have really developed feelings for my master? Master said he would take care of me for a lifetime. Does that mean he likes me too? Then Miaoling fell into a whirlpool of thoughts. Morning came. While Qin Tian was accompanying and Miaoling in sword practice, a disciple rushed in. Master Uncle, today is the day for the sect to recruit disciples. The sect master asks for your presence. Isn't it too early? Qin Tian asked in confusion. The disciple smiled. Isn't it because of the previous great battle that our sect's reputation has soared? Coincidentally, the princess of the Chongming nation is coming to seek guidance, so the sect master has moved the recruitment date forward. Alright, I will go with you to take a look. Before leaving, and Miaoling shot him a warning glance. Clearly, it conveyed her intent not to bring anyone back. At this moment, a luxurious pink carriage sped towards the entrance of the Kunlun Sword Sect with 6 mounted guards surrounding it, 2 of whom were experts at the transformation realm. On the way, many trial participants were awed by the depth of the Chongming nation. Qin Tian sat in his seat, taking out a book to pass the time. This time, Miaoling didn't say anything about him. The previously belligerent Lei Ba was also dead, so he found himself rather free. Although he kept a low profile, he still attracted a lot of attention. Now that Songjin Peak was different from the past, as many male disciples were eager to prove themselves due to Miaoling's presence. As the carriage halted at the sect's entrance, a woman veiled in white slowly descended. She was Miaoling, the one Qin Tian saved in Chongming City. Although no one could see her face, clearly her glass-like eyes and perfect facial structure indicated that she was undoubtedly a beauty. Once she entered, some of the trial participants began discussing. Most of them hailed from the Chongming nation, including several noble scions, so they were somewhat aware of royal matters. I've heard that the princess' visit is actually for a deeper purpose. I know about this. She wants to establish ties with Kunlun to solidify her position. That's because the emperor has already considered passing the throne. On the high seat, Qin Tian seemed to sense something and glanced at Miaoling. She in turn smiled back at Qin Tian. After that hurried departure to ascertain Qin Tian's identity, she had someone draw his portrait. Then she consulted the Chongming nation's intelligence department to uncover Qin Tian's true identity. Her purpose for coming this time was to establish a connection with the Songjin Peak. This way, she would have the confidence to compete with her brother for the imperial throne. Initially, she had no desire to contend, but her brother kept causing her trouble. For instance, he had manipulated the new emperor of the Zhou kingdom to seek her hand in marriage or encouraged the son of the general from the Chongming kingdom to pursue her. To seize control of her own fate, she prepared to fight for it. Her brother had already joined the Taibai sect, forming a relationship with them. She, on the other hand, intended to join the Kunlun Sword Sect, which was currently gaining immense fame, perhaps allowing her to outshine her brother. Ding! A chime echoed, pulling everyone's thoughts back. Miaoling announced the commencement of the assessment. Because the Kunlun Sword Sect was now renowned, the number of participants in the trials had nearly doubled. There were over 200 participants. Then, as usual, there was a talent test followed by a martial arts test. Ultimately, only over 60 remained, with Miaoling taking first place. The reason so many could stay was that the requirements for this assessment had been slightly relaxed. This was due to the previous battle that had claimed many disciples, necessitating the infusion of fresh blood. After the tests concluded, the peak masters introduced themselves. This time, Qin Tian was too lazy to speak, simply sitting in his seat reading. Even so, nearly half of the participants expressed their desire to join the Songjin Peak, primarily drawn by Miaoling. At this time, Miaoling arrived. Knowing it was not good to have Qin Tian directly refuse, she drew out the ice glass sword and released her sword intent. Then she spoke, "As long as you can endure under the sword intent for 3 breaths, you pass." Everyone confidently went to test themselves, but in the end, not a single person succeeded, not even Miaoling. Biting her red lip, Miaoling lamented, "This test is impossible to pass." Others realized that Songjin Peak had no intention of accepting anyone, so they gave up. Only Miaoling persisted. Seeing this, Miaoling advised, "This girl has extraordinary talent and is a princess of the Chongming kingdom. You should accept her." He added, "Besides, our Kunlun is still within the territory of the Chongming kingdom, and many of our disciples hail from there." Qin Tian lightly tapped his fingers on his knee, seemingly lost in thought. Beside him, Miaoling inexplicably pouted. Could it be that Master has taken a liking to this little girl? Upon this thought, she felt a bit unhappy. At this moment, almost everyone's gaze was fixed on Qin Tian. Many began to discuss, "She is a princess, beautiful and born noble. How could they not accept such a disciple?" The crown prince of the Chongming kingdom, participating in the trials, remarked, "Previously, the new emperor of the Zhou kingdom sought her hand, but was refused. He continued, however, when he saw Miaoling's beauty, he directly changed his marriage proposal to 18 cities. 18 cities are equivalent to one-third of the Zhou kingdom's territory. At that time His Majesty and the ministers were all moved, but Princess Ming Ilian was unwilling, even threatening to take her own life, which temporarily dissuaded His Majesty and the ministers. So that was the case. No wonder the princess came to seek a master. One white-clad participant exclaimed in surprise. If there isn't a major power backing her, she will eventually have no choice but to marry. Hearing the discussions below, Qin Tian roughly understood the situation and made a decision. I can accept you as a registered disciple. You can come to Tsangjian Peak to cultivate for half a month each year. But you must agree to one condition. What condition? Ming Ilian asked, her face lighting up. I want Chongming flower. Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, Ming Ilian's expression turned bitter. Chongming flower is the national flower of my Chongming kingdom. Each flower requires a tremendous amount of resources, time, and manpower to cultivate. Generally, only when a new emperor ascends can one obtain a flower which aids in breaking through realms, so I cannot agree to this condition. Qin Tian thought for a moment and said, I will help you become the successor, and you can give me a Chongming flower. Does that work? Successor? Ming Ilian was taken aback. Although she was indeed competing for the throne with her brother, she knew her hopes were slim, as the support behind her brother was beyond her reach. Ming Ilian fell into deep thought. Finally, she looked at Mo Wentian, wanting to know the sect master's stance. If the sect master agreed, this deal might not be impossible. Mo Wentian cast a deep glance at Qin Tian and in Miaoling, and then agreed. Since Miaoling's influence within the sect was now nearly equal to his, along with the mysterious Qin Tian and the backing of Jiang Qingshui. With these forces, even without relying on the sect, they were substantial enough to support Ming Ilian in her quest for the throne. Thus he merely did a favor. Seeing that Mo Wentian supported her, Ming Ilian was overjoyed. I will do my utmost to help you obtain the Chongming flower. All right, then I will accept you as a registered disciple who come with me. After finishing his words, Qin Tian took the two women back to Tsangjian Peak. After arriving, Ming Ilian cleaned a room to stay in and then went to find Qin Tian. As soon as she stepped out, she saw Bai Xiaoru. Upon seeing such a beautiful little fox, she wanted to go over and pet her. However, before she could approach, Bai Xiaoru shot her a glare, causing her to retreat repeatedly. Ming Ilian looked at Bai Xiaoru in shock. This little fox's aura is actually not weaker than that of her half-saint grandfather. Upon realizing this, she immediately became cautious, not daring to show even an ounce of disrespect. At this moment, Qin Tian walked over, picked up Bai Xiaoru, and said, This is my newly accepted registered disciple Ming Ilian. She will stay here for half a month. After speaking, he habitually patted Bai Xiaoru's back. Meanwhile, Ming Ilian began to doubt her life. Does a half-saint have no dignity? Moreover, she felt that Qin Tian was at most at the creation realm. Could this be a romance between a human and a demon? Ming Ilian began to speculate. Bai Xiaoru shot Qin Tian a fierce glare. This guy is actually using me to show off. How despicable. Then Qin Tian asked, What cultivation technique are you practicing? The Heavenly Grade Supreme Bright Scripture, Ming Ilian replied. Heavenly Grade Supreme. Qin Tian shook his head. Too trashy. You will cultivate this instead. After finishing, Qin Tian tossed her a copy of the Imperial Grade Mid-Level Great Bright Infinite Technique. This was a technique he obtained at the beginning of his signing up, and since its rank wasn't high, he had just stored it in his storage ring. Ming Ilian initially wanted to argue that their royal family's bright scripture was very powerful. But when she saw the Great Bright Infinite Technique, she was stunned. She had seen this name in the records of the Chongming Kingdom's library. It was the technique of the Guangming Empire's royal family in the central continent. Their emperor had cultivated this technique to reach the imperial level. Are you from the Guangming Empire's royal family? Qin Tian shook his head. I found this technique. Since you cultivate a light-based technique, you can take it and practice. After saying this, Qin Tian turned and left. Ming Ilian stuck out her tongue. How could such a technique be found? At this moment, her heart was filled with excitement. This was an imperial-grade technique. Why is the eastern continent so far behind the central continent? The primary reason is the techniques. The secondary reason is the cultivation resources. With this technique, there is a possibility of breaking through to become an imperial-level powerhouse. At that time, it wouldn't be impossible for the Chongming Kingdom to advance into the central continent and become an empire. After the excitement, she calmed down. She needed to develop quietly without revealing the existence of the imperial-grade technique, as the Chongming Kingdom currently did not have the strength to safeguard it. At the same time, she was extremely grateful to Qin Tian for gifting her such a treasure. During dinner, an additional person joined them. Ming Ilian shyly removed her veil to eat. When Qin Tian caught sight of Ming Ilian's beauty, he was momentarily stunned, though she was slightly less exquisite than in Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru. Yet she was still an exceptionally stunning beauty. It's no wonder that the Emperor Zhou was willing to offer a third of his nation's cities as a bride price to marry Ming Ilian. Noticing Qin Tian staring at Ming Ilian, and Miaoling felt somewhat displeased. She lightly bit her silver teeth and pinched Qin Tian's waist hard under the table. She conveyed through sound, "Can you not be so obvious? Just because there's a beauty, do you not see that I am beautiful too?" Qin Tian quickly grasped her pinching hand, caressing it a couple of times, and replied through sound, "You are the most beautiful. He will leave in half a month. Ooh, just be a bit more generous." And Miaoling's face flushed slightly as she realized her emotions were a bit off. She hurriedly withdrew her hand and began eating meat. Today they were having golden dragon meat, and after a bowl of meat soup, Miaoling was completely stunned. She felt a tremendous energy sweeping through her body, nourishing her flesh. She even sensed the barrier of her transformation realm beginning to loosen, and she would soon be able to break through. Then Miaoling had another bowl and sat cross-legged attempting to break through. And Miaoling felt envious watching Miaoling begin her breakthrough. She also wished to enhance herself quickly, to deal with her enemies. All her enemies possessed formidable Imperial Realm beings. In the following days, Miaoling practiced even harder. Basically, aside from sleeping and eating, she was constantly cultivating, but her sword intent had yet to reach perfection. This made her somewhat anxious. She wanted to achieve perfection quickly and then begin comprehending the sword domain. If she comprehended the sword domain, she would only need to reach the Saint Realm to battle against Imperial Realm beings with the Ice Glass Sword. However, sword intent relies entirely on comprehension. Being too eager would have the opposite effect. Qin Tian understood this over the days, so he called a halt to Miaoling's practice. Once Miaoling broke through, he gathered the two of them and the fox to impart some wisdom. This was also something he had comprehended in his transformation to freedom technique. There are 3 realms of intent. The first is seeing mountains as mountains and waters as waters. This should be something you already know. Simply put, it is to see their essence. A mountain is a mountain, water is water. Just maintain your original heart. The second realm is seeing mountains as not mountains and waters as not waters. In this realm, you not only have to see their essence, but also the hidden truths behind them, which may be filled with temptation or difficulty. What you need to do is to clarify your heart and see your nature without losing your way within. The third realm is to return to simplicity, to thoroughly sort through what you have learned and comprehended, constantly reflecting to gain a clearer understanding. Only then can you achieve completeness, and you will fully grasp the realm of intent. After hearing this, both the two and the fox felt something. They had never encountered such principles before. And Miaoling's path in her past life was the path of ruthlessness. Bai Xiaoru belonged to the demon race and trained her physical body, while Miaoling needed no further mention. These principles seemed to have opened a new door for them. However, how much one could comprehend ultimately depended on oneself, because while great principles are easy to understand, very few can truly implement them. Subsequently, Miaoling began to adjust her state. She no longer practiced mindlessly, but calmed down to gradually sort through her own path. She made up for her shortcomings and slowly aimed for perfection. Sometimes she would also help Qin Tian with tasks such as maintaining the spirit array in the medicine garden, assisting in cooking and cleaning. With a peaceful mindset, her cultivation progress accelerated. Before long, she would be able to break through to the 3rd level of the transformation realm. In a blink, the promised 15 days had passed, and Miaoling was preparing to return to her country. Before leaving, Qin Tian also expressed that he would soon return to Chongming country to retrieve the Chongming flower. She was very grateful to Qin Tian and truly regarded him as her master. Under Qin Tian's guidance, she saw the path to sanctity, and even becoming an emperor in the future was not entirely without hope. After Miaoling left, Bai Xiaoru could revert to her human form during meals. Because she had too many powerful enemies, she resolutely refused to reveal her true form in the presence of outsiders. Once the news leaked, they would all face utter destruction. She did not believe Qin Tian or Kunlun had the qualifications to face beings of the Imperial Realm. After Miaoling departed, another 10 days passed, and only 5 days remained until the 10th Sandier deadline for the Holy Spirit fruit. Thus he prepared to set off to Chongming country, first before heading to the hidden divine forest. This time Qin Tian brought in Miaoling along, while Bai Xiaoru refused to leave Kunlun, because she feared being discovered outside. Upon arriving in Chongming city, Qin Tian first went home to take a look. However, there was still no one at home. So he took in Miaoling towards the royal palace in the city. Once inside the city, he spotted a relatively upscale spirit clothing store. He thought to himself, it's time to buy some clothes for Miaoling and a few for Bai Xiaoru as well. As soon as the two entered, a female sales associate approached them. Are you two looking for men's or women's clothing? Women's clothing. Do you accept spirit pills here? Qin Tian didn't have many coins from Chongming country, so he planned to exchange spirit pills for goods. We do accept them, but the prices won't be very high. You see. Alright, please show me. Qin Tian had quite a few spirit pills on him, so he didn't mind. The two followed the sales associate to the 2nd floor, which was exclusively for women's clothing. The space was vast, spanning over 1,000 square meters. There were also a few male cultivators scattered about accompanying female cultivators shopping for clothes. After browsing the selection, with a Miaoling, Qin Tian seemed dissatisfied. At the very least, nothing was as beautiful as the white dress and Miaoling was currently wearing. The female sales associate seemed to notice their dissatisfaction and said, "Let me take you to the third floor, but the prices there will be higher." "To the third floor," Qin Tian replied. Upon reaching the third floor, there were even fewer people, with only 3 to 5 present. However, the decor on this floor was obviously much more luxurious. Inside, there were not only outer garments, but also undergarments. Qin Tian first led in Miaoling to the undergarment section for her to choose. Upon seeing the colorful undergarments, Miaoling's face instantly turned red. She never expected that as a former empress she would be shopping for undergarments with a man. It was so embarrassing. The female sales associate pointed to a piece of undergarment and began explaining. "This ice cicada underwear is made from 1,000-year-old ice cicada silk. It is very breathable and self-cleaning." Without a second thought, Miaoling nodded repeatedly, wanting to quickly end this awkward situation. Seeing her shy and hesitant to choose, Qin Tian selected 6 pieces that he liked, 3 for Miaoling and 3 for the little fox. Thinking about how they would look wearing them in the future, he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. With the undergarments chosen, they began selecting outer garments. After browsing around, they selected a few pieces, but Qin Tian felt somewhat unsatisfied. Mainly, he hadn't encountered anything stunning, so he asked, "Do you have anything better? I want to have a look." The female sales associate's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and said, "Please wait a moment, I will go find our manager." Not long after, a remarkably beautiful woman in a purple dress walked gracefully towards them. When she saw Qin Tian, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise, for his looks were indeed extraordinary. Upon seeing and Miaoling, her eyes brightened as well. At least she had never encountered anyone more beautiful than the woman before her. "Hello, I am the shopkeeper Sidu Jing. Our store is part of a chain across the 9 provinces, so you can purchase with confidence." Qin Tian nodded. He had not expected this to be a cross-province business. "Just show me the best women's clothing you have here." "Certainly, please follow me to the 5th floor. After saying this, Sidu Jing led them to a large room on the 5th floor. There were guards at the door. After greeting the guard, Sidu Jing had the door opened. The 3 entered and Qin Tian glanced around. There were not only clothes, but also weapons, magical treasures, and medicinal pills. However, everything was protected by intricate formations. Situ Jing activated one formation, revealing 3 luxurious and beautiful dresses. "These 3 are the treasures of our store: the pleated moon skirt, the starry moon glass skirt, and the phoenix feather garb." Qin Tian immediately set his sights on the phoenix feather garb, while Situ Jing introduced, "This is a heavenly grade robe made from the feathers of the phoenix bird and 5,000-year-old ice cicada silk." After introducing a multitude of features before she could finish, Qin Tian interjected, "I'll take this one." He felt it complemented and Miaoling perfectly. And Miaoling too could not take her eyes off the garment after seeing it. Situ Jing showed a hint of a smile, realizing she had encountered a wealthy customer. "For robes of this level, we trade them for items of equivalent value. If you offer weapons or magical treasures, it will depend on their specific quality. If it's pills, you will need 3 of the same grade to exchange." She looked at Qin Tian at this point, for heavenly grade pills made her doubt whether this young man could produce them. "No problem, I'll take that starry moon glass skirt too." In the end, Qin Tian left after paying with 6 mid-grade heavenly pills and some low-grade pills. Outside, he handed the undergarment and the phoenix feather garb to Miaoling, saying, "Try it on at home and show me." "No way." And Miaoling said, her face flushed with embarrassment. On the way, Qin Tian sent a voice transmission to Ming Ilian. Thus, upon arriving at the gate of the imperial city, Ming Ilian came to greet them. She was dressed in a splendid court princess gown, exuding an air of grace. After seeing Qin Tian, Ming Ilian smiled charmingly. "Welcome, master, to the imperial city as a guest. I've spoken to my father about the Chongming flower, but he wishes to see you in person." "Then let's go," Qin Tian replied. Shortly after entering the palace, they encountered a man in a dragon robe blocking their path. "Are you here to see the emperor?" the man said arrogantly. Qin Tian felt slightly displeased. "Who is this? He looks rather punchable." Ming Yilian's expression became slightly serious. "This is my younger brother, the 2nd prince of the Chongming kingdom. He is the favored son of consort Xiao, and his uncle is a great general of the kingdom. Thus he is quite spoiled and has developed this arrogant demeanor. He often bullies the common people and frequently targets me." Ming Ilian spoke as if she were reporting to a parent. "So this is the person vying for the throne against you. Await here for a moment." After saying this, Qin Tian stepped forward, coldly staring at the 2nd prince. The 2nd prince remained unfazed and arrogantly said, "Who are you to be so rude? I think it is you who is being rude." After finishing, Qin Tian slapped him across the face. Slap. The 2nd prince was sent staggering back from the blow. When he recovered, he exploded with rage. "Who are you to dare hit me?" Qin Tian stepped forward again and delivered another slap. What if I do? Seeing this scene, Miaoling was astonished, not expecting Qin Tian to be so direct. This time the second prince was somewhat dazed, covering his swollen face and pitifully asking, "Who are you, and why did you hit me?" He sensed a powerful aura from Qin Tian that made him feel frightened. Qin Tian flexed his arms and continued to slap him, stopping only after delivering 7 or 8 slaps. By this point the second prince was utterly bewildered, mumbling, Who exactly are you?" Qin Tian smiled and said, "I am your grandfather." Grandfather? The second prince fell into contemplation. "I've met my third and second grandfathers. Could it be the grandfather in seclusion? You are my granduncle." Qin Tian slapped him again, saying, "Get lost, I have no such foolish grandson like you." At this moment the second prince was terrified, quickly saying, Grandson takes his leave." With that he ran away. Qin Tian turned back and said, "Is your brother a bit foolish?" Miaoling nodded slightly. "Sometimes he can be a bit slow. He has been spoiled since childhood and has never faced hardship, so his way of thinking is somewhat different." Qin Tian shook his head, puzzled. Does someone like him really have the qualifications to inherit the throne? Miaoling expressed her helplessness as well. The group continued onward to the grand hall of the palace. A man dressed in a dragon robe stood up and looked at Qin Tian and the others. Miaoling quickly introduced Qin Tian and Miaoling. The emperor smiled and said, "Welcome to both of you." He then politely invited them to take a seat. Qin Tian was unaware of the situation, but Miaoling was currently the most powerful person below the Holy Realm. Moreover, the Kunlun Sword Sect had 2 members in the Holy Realm, one of whom could slay a golden dragon demon sage. After they sat down, the emperor made a rather troubled expression and said, "I am aware of your purpose here. However, the Chongming flower is the national flower of our country, and according to the rules, only the new emperor can enjoy it." From his tone, Qin Tian understood he was trying to negotiate. Qin Tian took out the Great Light and Boundless Method and tossed it to the emperor, saying, "I'll trade this for it." This technique could only be cultivated to the 3rd level of the Holy Realm, as he removed the cultivation methods beyond the Imperial Realm. This was also to preserve Miaoling's advantage. Though it was only to the 3rd level of the Holy Realm, the emperor's astonishment upon seeing it was no less than that of Miaoling at the time. He was currently at the 2nd level of the Half-Holy Realm and had lost hope for a breakthrough, but with this technique he saw hope again. "If you don't want to trade, then return it to me," Qin Tian urged. The emperor quickly covered the Great Light and Boundless Method with a smile, saying, I will trade. Fearing Qin Tian would change his mind, the emperor hurriedly led him to retrieve the Chongming flower. The Chongming flower was located in a forbidden area of the palace, a pure white flower containing an incredibly potent life force. Qin Tian took out a jade box and placed the flower inside, then said, "I've met your son, and I think he has some issues, so I advise against passing the throne to him. I hope you pass the throne to my disciple Miaoling, as this is also the will of Kunlun." And Miaoling beside him nodded in agreement. After a moment of contemplation, the emperor replied, "I will announce Ilian as the heir to the throne soon." As a ruler, he prioritized interests. As long as he secured Kunlun as an ally, other nations or factions would think twice before challenging the Chongming kingdom. Once matters concluded satisfactorily, Qin Tian prepared to set off for the Shenin forest. After learning this news, Miaoling sent her finest carriage to Qin Tian to spare them the trouble of traveling on foot. The carriage was pulled by a demon king, and it was exceptionally comfortable and grand, so Qin Tian accepted it gladly. Naturally, he who was already somewhat lazy by nature was delighted to travel while lying down. However, just as they left the palace, they were stopped by a group of people. Leading them was the second prince, along with a man clad in armor. Qin Tian and Miaoling stepped down and coldly regarded the second prince. The second prince pointed at Qin Tian, saying, "Uncle, it was them who attacked me, and he even claimed to be my granduncle." The armored man did not rush to act. Instead, he asked, "May I know who you are? Why did you lay hands on our royal prince? If you do not provide an explanation, I fear I cannot allow you to leave." Before Qin Tian could respond, Miaoling unsheathed her sword. In an instant, the aura of the sword enveloped the entire area. The armored man was also stunned upon sensing the sword intent. Qin Tian said indifferently, "A little lesson will suffice." After speaking, he turned and returned to the carriage. And Miaoling brandished her ice-glass sword and sliced with force a flash of sword light gleaming. With a whoosh, one of the armored man's arms was severed. He clutched his arm, his face contorted in pain, and he finally recognized who stood before him. Such a young and beautiful individual, so powerful, there was only one person in his intelligence reports. That was the recently renowned and Miaoling hailed as the #1 beneath the sacred realm. Only someone of her caliber could render him a 3rd-tier practitioner of the transformation realm powerless. The second prince beside him was so frightened that he knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. And Miaoling cast a disdainful glance at the second prince before returning to the carriage. The carriage then continued on towards the Chenin forest. Inside, Qin Tian said, "Master needs to rest for a bit." After saying this, he lay down, resting his head on Miaoling's soft thigh. Perhaps the sensation was too delightful as he kept shifting, rubbing against her thigh. Breathing in the fragrance of the young girl, he became somewhat entranced. However, Miaoling felt somewhat uncomfortable with this. After all, as a young maiden and a future empress, being rubbed against in such a manner by Qin Tian naturally made her feel shy. "Master, please don't move. Otherwise, just move your head away." She finally couldn't take it anymore. "Or I could let you lie down for a bit, and you can move as you please." "Oomph, you wished." By evening, as night fell, and Miaoling felt a lewd hand on her waist. Startled, she quickly grabbed that hand, a chill enveloping her. Knowing Miaoling was angry, Qin Tian hurriedly sat up. After a while, when Miaoling's anger subsided, Qin Tian spoke. "In the future, it wouldn't be bad to take the carriage out for a leisurely stroll now and then. Don't just think about cultivation every day, or it's too dull." And Miaoling hesitated, wanting to say something, but she couldn't. Because she was afraid that enemies would come to kill her and her master. Sometimes, she even had nightmares, dreaming that those foes found her, dreaming that her master died in front of her while trying to protect her. Seeing Miaoling's expression was off, Qin Tian asked, "What's wrong?" And Miaoling shook her head, indicating that everything was fine. In truth, Qin Tian had noticed that Miaoling's emotions were somewhat out of sorts at times. For instance, she would sometimes become anxious during cultivation, eager for quick results, and at times, she would feel inexplicably restless. However, such occurrences were rare. Qin Tian took Miaoling's delicate hand and said, "If anything is bothering you, just tell Master. You must trust Master, we will face it together." And Miaoling thought for a moment and decided to open her heart. She felt her master had the right to know. Even if her master wanted to leave her after learning the truth, she would accept it. After all, this was her own karma. She began to recount. "I am a reincarnator. In my previous life, I was the Heartless Empress." After saying this, Miaoling cautiously observed Qin Tian's expression for any change. Sensing Miaoling's gaze, Qin Tian quickly feigned surprise. Then Miaoling continued, "In my past life, I teamed up with the Kunlun Emperor Wu Su Laozu and Blood Domain Laozu, 3 third-tier powerhouses, to explore a life-restricted zone. When we ventured deep inside, they ambushed me from behind, forcing me into a formation they had set up in advance. Then the 3 of them used the formation to refine me alive, with their main goal being my imperial weapon." At this point, Miaoling's eyes were filled with hatred. After slightly calming herself, she continued, "In this life, my appearance is the same as in my previous life. So even if I do not seek revenge, once they discover me, they will come after me." Qin Tian understood at this point. From Miaoling's earlier gaze, he sensed profound hatred. This grudge must be avenged. "A master will help you." After saying this, Qin Tian embraced Miaoling, providing her with ample security. And Miaoling was touched at this moment, tears glistening in her eyes. Having lived together with Qin Tian for so many years, she felt fortunate. She leaned her head against Qin Tian's embrace, relishing the sense of security he provided. After a long while, Miaoling shyly pulled away from Qin Tian's embrace. At this moment, Qin Tian asked in confusion, "Is a low-grade imperial weapon really that important? Aren't there third-tier imperial forces?" And Miaoling replied, "Only the elite among imperial powers possess imperial weapons. Many major forces have multiple imperial powerhouses, yet there is only one imperial weapon. The scarcity of imperial weapons is due to the lack of materials to refine them in the 9 provinces. Moreover, the most crucial reason is that the 9 provinces lack those capable of refining imperial weapons." Upon hearing this, Qin Tian understood. It seemed he was quite fortunate to possess a system. At the same time, he thought, what if the system teaches me how to refine imperial weapons one day? Wouldn't that be a jackpot? The next day, the carriage arrived at the outskirts of the Chenin forest. This was a forbidden area, and it was not advisable for them to continue in the carriage as it was filled with dangers. Qin Tian instructed the Demon King horse to find a place to hide, while he brought Miaoling further inside. Once inside, Qin Tian flew high into the sky to survey the terrain. However, at a glance, all he could see were the endless mountains and forests. The Chenin forest was simply too vast. Thus, finding the sacred spirit fruit would be somewhat challenging. Considering time was of the essence, Qin Tian gave Miaoling a few instructions, and then they separated to search. Having reached the sacred realm, Qin Tian maintained a floating state to search. Meanwhile, Miaoling could only traverse through the forest searching. The Chenin forest was a forbidden area in the eastern continent, filled with dangers. Countless cultivators had previously entered to explore, yet over 90% never returned. And Miaoling hurried deeper into the forest, encountering several attacks along the way. There were demon beasts as well as spirit creatures among the flowers, grasses, and trees. Fortunately, with her powerful ice glass sword, even though she was a second-tier practitioner of the transformation realm, surviving in the forest was still feasible. After searching for nearly half a day, she contacted Qin Tian a few times, but they had not discovered any trace of the sacred spirit fruit. In the depths of the forest in the region of Miaoling Mountain, several cultivators are moving forward, seemingly searching for something. Leading them is Mo Xiao, the senior brother of the Yuanzong. Within the Shinin Forest, there are three major hidden forces: Yuanzong, Huanyue Valley, and Longku. Their strength is formidable, allowing them to establish a foothold in Shinin Forest. The dense spiritual energy and abundant cultivation resources in the forest have also contributed to their success, which is why they rarely interact with the outside world. Perhaps only the heads or ancestors of various sects are aware of these hidden forces' existence. Mo Xiao's purpose this time is also to obtain the Holy Spirit fruit, which after 10,000 years becomes a low-grade spiritual fruit of the imperial tier. This kind of spiritual fruit is immensely valuable to the sacred tier and even useful to the imperial tier. Upon reaching the depths of Jialong Mountain, Mo Xiao and his companions discover a qilin grass that is 7,800 years old. Just as they prepare to harvest it, a group from Huanyue Valley arrives. This is extremely important for both parties. Qilin grass is the primary material for qilin pills, which are top-tier heavenly pills capable of refining one's essence and improving one's realm. They can keep this kind of spiritual medicine for their own use. However, even if they obtain the 10th Sandier Holy Spirit fruit, it must be handed over to the elders of their sect. In an instant, neither side is willing to give way, and thus a fight breaks out. Nearby, Miaoling hears the commotion and rushes over. She hides behind a tree to observe the situation. Eventually, she learns that the two sides are fighting over the 7,800-year-old qilin grass. Seeing the qilin grass makes her heart race, as she is just one step away from breaking through to the third level of the creation realm. This qilin grass could help her achieve that breakthrough. Of course, she doesn't rush in, but rather prepares to take advantage of the situation. Since both leaders are at the half-saint realm, if she intervenes and alters the dynamics of the battle, it is very likely they will turn against her, given that she is an outsider. A quarter of an hour later, the leading half-saint from Huanyue Valley is severely injured. Unable to match his opponents, he can only retreat in humiliation. Just as Mo Xiao prepares to pick the qilin grass, and Miaoling has already appeared beside the qilin grass. She forms a seal with her hands, creating a trapping formation to confine the qilin grass and prevent it from escaping. She then seals the qilin grass into her storage ring. This series of actions is executed with remarkable speed. Seeing this, Mo Xiao furiously exclaims, "Who are you to dare intercept the treasure of Yuanzong?" And Miaoling dismisses him, saying natural treasures are first come, first served. Since I've obtained it, it is mine. With that, she turns to leave. Mo Xiao, relying on his higher cultivation level, quickly pursues and blocks her path. "You have successfully enraged me." With that, his half-saint aura erupts. And Miaoling raises an eyebrow. "And what if I have? Now I give you a choice: hand over the qilin grass and spend a night with me, and I will spare your life." With a swift motion, Miaoling draws her Bingli sword. The first move of the silent extinction sword technique, break the heavens. Feeling the power of this move, Mo Xiao's expression changes drastically as he directly unleashes his strongest strike, the returning origin slash. Boom. The power of the two techniques cancels each other out, and Miaoling nimbly maneuvers her body closer to Mo Xiao, preparing for close combat. Only in close combat can the advantages of an imperial weapon be fully realized. Mo Xiao, of course, notices Miaoling's intent, but shows no fear as he excels in close combat as well. However, as they engage, he quickly discovers that Miaoling's sword is not ordinary. With a single strike, his mid-grade heavenly blade sustains damage. Then a greedy expression appears on his face as he realizes that Miaoling's weapon likely surpasses the heavenly tier. It should be a semi-imperial weapon, a rank between imperial and top-grade heavenly weapons. Its material could rival low-grade imperial weapons, but due to the crafting methods, it has not yet reached the true imperial weapon status. Mo Xiao quickly distances himself from Miaoling, chanting words under his breath. Secret technique, returning origin, gathering qi. Instantly, the spiritual power around him begins to converge towards him. Noticing Mo Xiao's increasing aura, Miaoling remains unfazed. With her top-tier imperial weapon, she is unafraid, even if he advances to the second level of the half-saint realm. Second move, charge, yin and yang. And Miaoling unleashes an even stronger strike with black and white energies swirling around her Bingli sword, then fiercely slashing towards Mo Xiao. Empowered Mo Xiao counters with a returning origin blade. However, it is of no use. The Bingli sword, encircled by black and white energies, directly severs Mo Xiao's blade. At this moment, Mo Xiao has lost his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Miaoling twists her sword, directly severing one of Mo Xiao's arms. Mo Xiao clutches the bleeding stump of his arm, begging for mercy. "Heroine, I was wrong. Please spare me." In the face of death, dignity becomes unimportant. At this moment, Miaoling seems to transform back into a cold-hearted empress. Her icy gaze exudes a sense of disdain for everything. Under her gaze, Mo Xiao is frightened back repeatedly. At this moment his throat tightens, and he dares not speak. Seeing him like this, and Miaoling decides not to continue her attack, and simply turns to leave. Having spent considerable time with Qin Tian, her personality has changed somewhat. Had she followed her previous temperament, she would have certainly killed him. And Miaoling finds a secluded area and directly consumes the qilin grass, beginning to refine its medicinal power. With the influence of the medicinal power, the surrounding spiritual energy also begins to gather towards her. Finally, she successfully breaks through to the third level of the creation realm. The next step is to challenge the half-saint realm. Although her cultivation speed is already much faster than in her previous life, she still desires to progress more swiftly, for she now has someone she wishes to protect. On the other side, Mo Xiao takes a healing pill to treat his wounds while two of his senior brothers guard him. Once his injuries stabilize, he sends a message to the Grand Elder of Yuanzhou. He knows the Grand Elder must be nearby. Soon after, a beautiful woman appears beside him. Upon seeing the injured Mo Xiao, the woman furrows her brow and asks, "Who hurt you? Was it from Longku?" Mo Xiao shakes his head, his face filled with excitement, as he replies it was a girl. Her goal is likely also the Holy Spirit fruit. I asked the Grand Elder to seek her out and avenge me. The Grand Elder nods slightly and takes Mo Xiao away. On the other side, after breaking through, and Miaoling continues her search. 3 days pass, and she catches a whiff of a strong medicinal fragrance. Following the scent, she eventually sees an ancient tree bearing fruit that emits a profound aura. With her Empress insight, she instantly recognizes it. This is the Holy Spirit fruit, which is about to reach its Tentasandier mark. However, this ancient tree is no ordinary one. It is a presence of the sacred realm, so she quickly informs Qin Tian. She decides to wait here. After a while, a beautiful woman arrives with the injured Mo Xiao. The woman glances at the ancient tree, noting that it is not yet time for the fruit to ripen, so she does not rush to act. Instead, she begins to survey the surroundings. Before long, she spots Miaoling. In an instant, she appears beside Miaoling. At this moment, Mo Xiao also spots Miaoling. That Grand Elder is the one who severed my arm. You must decide for me. The woman's expression turns cold as she asks, "Why did you attack my sect's disciple?" And Miaoling glances coldly at Mo Xiao, regretting not having killed him. He spoke out of turn, and Miaoling offers an explanation, considering the woman is a powerful being of the sacred realm. You cut off his arm just for a few words. The woman appears displeased, and Miaoling remains silent, and the woman's expression darkens. It seems I must teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. With that, she gracefully raises her hand, and an invisible wave of spiritual energy ripples through the air toward Miaoling. And Miaoling draws her Bingli sword and makes a powerful slash to deflect the attack. The woman's expression grows strange as she finally looks at Miaoling's sword. "Let me see your sword." And Miaoling remains silent, staring defiantly at the beautiful woman. "It seems I need to get serious now," the woman declared, conjuring a massive hand. Dragon Prison Hand. The giant hand lunged fiercely towards Miaoling, and Miaoling activated her time-space token, and Qin Tian's spiritual body emerged from it. Boom. The beautiful woman's hand dissipated instantly. A look of apprehension crossed her face. Even her father could not summon such a powerful spiritual body. "Who are you?" the beautiful woman asked. "You dare to bully the weak with your strength, so let me show you what it means to bully the weak." With that, Qin Tian charged forward. Ancient Dragon Claw. Ancient Dragon Ascends. A series of powerful martial techniques struck toward the beautiful woman. Although she was a second-level Saint Realm expert, even she could not withstand Qin Tian's high-level Emperor techniques. After just one exchange, she was left spitting blood. Just as Qin Tian was about to continue his assault, the beautiful woman began to relent, saying, "Senior, I was wrong. Please show mercy." Qin Tian paused and coldly stated, "If you become my maid, I will spare your life." Maid. The beautiful woman was taken aback. "I, a second-level Saint Realm expert and the great elder of the Yuan sect, serve as your maid. Your demand is a bit excessive, isn't it?" "Excessive? Why didn't you think it was excessive when you attacked my disciple?" Qin Tian replied coldly. "If you refuse, I will kill you and annihilate your sect." Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman's expression turned bitter, and Miaoling transmitted a message. "Master, you aren't actually interested in her, are you?" "Am I that kind of person?" Qin Tian replied. "This girl has good potential. With some cultivation, she can help you seek revenge in the future." "Really?" And Miaoling still seemed somewhat skeptical. "Of course it's true. We can recruit suitable candidates for our Sanjin Peak, and we can arrange for her to be placed in the Spirit Sword Pavilion." "Sanjin Pavilion is still where we reside," Qin Tian explained. The beautiful woman asked, "May I ask who you are?" "My name is Qin Tian. Have you made up your mind?" "I don't have much patience left," Qin Tian said. His spiritual body couldn't last too long, so he didn't want to waste time. The beautiful woman gritted her teeth and said, "I can agree, but it will take half a month. I will come to find you in half a month." "That's fine." Come to Cangjin Peak at Kunlun Sword Sect in half a month, Qin Tian responded. The beautiful woman nodded in agreement as she was aware of the Kunlun Sword Sect. However, according to her intelligence, the strongest expert in the Kunlun Sword Sect was only a first-level Saint Realm practitioner Su Ming. Where did this powerful figure come from? Perhaps she could only find out the answer when she met him in person. What is your name? Qin Tian asked. Shangwanya, he replied. Qin Tian nodded and the spiritual body vanished, entering the ice-glass sword. Now only Shangwanya and Miaoling remained in the arena while Mo Xiu had long since fled in terror. The two women waited silently without exchanging words. Suddenly 3 dragon roars echoed, and a strong wind swept through the area. A black dragon and 2 golden dragons flew in, rapidly twisting in the air before transforming into 3 burly men clad in dragon robes. Shangwanya, we, the 3 sacred dragons of the Dragon Cavern, will take the sacred spirit fruit. You may leave now. Shangwanya's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she said, I didn't expect the 3 sacred dragons of the Dragon Cavern to arrive. And Miaoling tightened her grip on the ice-glass sword, displaying a worried expression as the time-space token could only be used once within a short period. Shangwanya quietly inquired, when will the senior arrive? It should be soon. I notified him earlier, Shangwanya replied. Why don't we retreat for now? Among the 3 sacred dragons, the black dragon is at the 3rd level of the Saint Realm, while the golden dragons are at the 2nd level. I am no match for them, Shangwanya suggested. And Miaoling nodded and prepared to leave. Wait, little girl, you cannot leave, the black dragon said, revealing a greedy look in his eyes. She realized something was wrong. Her ancient bloodline must have been discovered. The ancient ice phoenix bloodline combined with the sacred spirit fruit heaven is aiding me. It seems I have hope of entering the Emperor realm this time, the black dragon exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing the black dragon's words, Shangwanya finally recognized in Miaoling's uniqueness. However, at this moment, she needed to protect in Miaoling, otherwise when Qin Tian arrived, she would also face dire consequences. 3 sacred dragons, this girl is a disciple of a senior. I cannot provoke that senior, so I hope you 3 can be cautious and spare her. Spare her? Do you think that's possible? Once I absorb her bloodline and achieve the emperor position, who in the eastern continent could possibly compete with me? The black dragon spoke with a crazed expression. With that, the black dragon charged toward, and Miaoling followed closely by the 2 golden dragons. Just as the black dragon was about to reach in Miaoling, a sword shot forward and embedded itself in front of her. An overwhelming aura of death emanated from the sword. The 3 sacred dragons were astonished and halted in their tracks. This is an emperor weapon, the black dragon exclaimed in disbelief as the aura of the sword surpassed his comprehension. Even among the dragon race, the dragon emperor's sword was inferior to this sword before them. Shangwanya was also taken aback. She was now somewhat eager to meet her future master. As she looked forward with anticipation, Qin Tian slowly walked out of the forest with a smile on his face. Seeing Qin Tian arrive, and Miaoling's lips curled into a beautiful arc. Shangwanya and the 3 sacred dragons also turned to Qin Tian, a spiritual realm expert. Then they glanced behind him. They did not believe Qin Tian was the owner of the sword. The true owner was likely a powerful emperor realm expert. Thinking of this, Shangwanya felt a bit pleased. Being a maid to an emperor realm expert was something she could reluctantly accept. However, they were all disappointed when Qin Tian walked up to an Miaoling and drew the sword, and no one else appeared. The black dragon was overjoyed. Had he struck gold? Eating the sacred spirit fruit, absorbing the bloodline to reach the emperor level, and then possessing a powerful emperor weapon. Was he on the path to the pinnacle of life? Thinking this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Qin Tian disdainfully remarked, "Is this dragon an idiot?" Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, Shangwanya couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. "You little brat, you're asking for death." The black dragon swung a punch toward him. Qin Tian activated the 2nd level of the indestructible body, and his physical form instantly became immensely powerful. He raised his hand and directly caught the black dragon's fist. Then with an elbow strike, the black dragon flew backward. The 2 golden dragons beside him were stunned. A spiritual realm youth knocked their elder brother away in a single move. The flying black dragon transformed into his dragon form, returning in a fit of rage. Just now he had only thrown a casual punch and hadn't used his full strength. "Are you quite resilient? I hope you can surprise me later." Transforming into a dragon, Qin Tian directly used his transformation technique, and his entire body was enveloped by the black dragon's shadow. Moreover, the black dragon he transformed into exuded an even stronger aura. The black dragon's eyes widened in disbelief. "Impossible. This is fake. You're using an illusion technique." He charged at Qin Tian in anger. Qin Tian remained unfazed and began to use the dragon race's secret techniques. Ancient Dragon Claw. Ancient Dragon Ascends. A series of attacks directly left the black dragon spitting dragon blood. In truth, if he wielded the sword of life and death and used sword techniques, he could have slain the black dragon in 2 moves. But he refrained because he preferred this feeling of engaging in a physical fight. After exchanging a few blows, the black dragon had already been subdued. With a roll of his eyes, he began to fly off in a bid to escape. Qin Tian's mind moved, and the sword of life and death shot out, directly piercing through the black dragon's head. Shangwanya felt a wave of fear. Fortunately, Qin Tian did not harbor any murderous intent towards her. Otherwise, she would have met the same fate as the black dragon. Qin Tian turned to the 2 golden dragons and asked, "Are you willing to follow me to guard the Sangjin Peak?" The 2 golden dragons glanced at the corpse of the black dragon on the ground and dared not refuse. "I am willing," the 2 dragons replied in unison. Subsequently, Qin Tian stored away the black dragon's corpse, contemplating that he could organize another round of medicinal baths upon returning. After dealing with the powerful foes, Qin Tian quietly waited by the ancient tree that bore the Holy Spirit fruit. He could sense that this ancient tree possessed consciousness as well. He struck the trunk twice with the sword of life and death, saying, "From now on you shall follow me." The ancient tree feigned indifference, offering no response. Qin Tian pretended to strike with his sword, and the ancient tree hurriedly transmitted a plea for mercy. Finally, the ancient tree agreed to follow Qin Tian, revealing that its true name was the Holy Spirit tree. Qin Tian waited until deep into the night, and the Holy Spirit fruit finally reached its 10th ascendier maturity. It had become a low-grade imperial fruit. After collecting the Holy Spirit fruit, Qin Tian left with the 2 dragons and the tree. Once out of the divine hidden forest, Qin Tian summoned the horse demon king and hopped in with a Miaoling. The 2 dragons and the tree transformed into human forms and followed behind. Inside the carriage, Qin Tian smiled and said, "In the future, we will cultivate a group of Imperial Realm little brothers. At that time, with just one command from you, we will directly crush the forces of your enemies." A group of Imperial Realm little brothers. And Miaoling did not know how to respond. Only those like her who had ascended to the Imperial Realm understood how difficult it was to achieve. However, she did not voice her thoughts, fearing it might dampen Qin Tian's confidence. The fact that Qin Tian had such aspirations touched her deeply. Realizing this, she instinctively leaned against Qin Tian's shoulder. Qin Tian placed his hand on Miaoling's shoulder and patted it. As the night deepened, the sky grew darker, and Qin Tian's hand began to wander. Ultimately, she could only shyly pinch Qin Tian's waist as a warning. With the 2 dragons and the tree following behind, she felt embarrassed to say things like, "Don't move around," or "Master, you have overstepped." The next day, Qin Tian returned to Sangjin Peak with the 2 dragons and the tree. Just as they entered the sect, Su Ming appeared, sensing the presence of 3 saint-level beings, 2 of whom were even stronger than him. Upon seeing the 2 dragons and the tree, he was shocked, thinking that the monster saint had come to attack Kunlun again. He shouted, "Qin Tian, I'll hold them off. You quickly call out Junior Sister Jiang for assistance." Qin Tian shook his head and said, "Master Uncle, don't be alarmed. These are my new little brothers at Sangjin Peak. Saint-level little brothers." Su Ming found this information too hard to believe. He looked at the 2 dragons and the tree, who both smiled kindly. Su Ming finally accepted it with reluctance and reminded Qin Tian to treat them well before leaving. After leaving Sangjin Peak, Su Ming went to find Mo Wentian to discuss this matter, relishing the surprise on his face. Amidst his astonishment, Mo Wentian exclaimed with joy, "With so many saints, our Kunlun Sword Sect will undoubtedly become the #1 force in the Eastern continent." Qin Tian brought the 2 dragons and the tree to the Spirit Sword Pavilion, allowing them to settle in. To make it easier, he named the 2 dragons Long E and Long Air for easier remembrance. He then took out 2 mid-grade imperial cultivation techniques for them to practice. Since he had taken them in, he should give them some rewards. After settling them, Qin Tian returned to the Sangjin Pavilion with a Miaoling. At this moment, Mo Wentian arrived and asked, "I heard you recruited 3 saint-level strongmen." Qin Tian nodded. "Should I pay them a visit?" Mo Wentian asked cautiously. "What's the point of visiting them? They are just my little brothers." Little brothers. Mo Wentian was a bit confused. "If there are battles, you can seek them out, otherwise let it go." Mo Wentian instinctively nodded, then chatted a bit more with a Miaoling before preparing to leave. At that moment, Qin Tian took out the complete version of the Great Brightness Infinite technique and handed it to Mo Wentian. "Take this cultivation technique to practice. As for the others, you can decide." Mo Wentian took the cultivation technique and glanced at it. Then his expression froze, and he stood motionless, staring at the Great Brightness Infinite technique. Qin Tian said, "If you want to look at it, take it back. No one will snatch it from you." Only then did Mo Wentian come to his senses excitedly, saying, "Thank you, junior brother, for this gift. I will definitely promote the Kunlun Sword Sect, making it your most solid backing." After Mo Wentian left, Qin Tian prepared to refine pills. He first reviewed the pill formula several times, and then simulated the process in his mind multiple times, ensuring he would not make mistakes, as the main refining materials were not easily obtainable. Once he confirmed his proficiency, he began the alchemy process, first igniting the fire. Then came the addition and adjustment of the medicinal ingredients, which was the most critical step. If the herbs are not adjusted, the pills will be difficult to form. Any interruption could lead to failure. Qin Tian combined his spirit and breath, proceeding step by step to refine and retain their essence. After completing the first step, he began controlling the fire and the formations on the alchemy furnace, allowing the essences to merge. Once they fused well, he started to seal the furnace. Lastly, he controlled the heat to slowly solidify the pills. This process was the most time-consuming. The pills being refined were low-grade imperial, so the solidification was very slow. And Miaoling stayed by Qin Tian's side, guarding against any interruptions. Later, the little fox by Xiaoru also arrived. Qin Tian's refining took 3 days. Finally, the alchemy furnace stopped shaking, and Qin Tian was exhausted, having concentrated his spirit for 3 days. With a wave of his hand, the furnace lid flew off, and 3 low-grade imperial supplementary saint pills flew out. After the pills flew out, they attempted to escape, but Qin Tian had already set up formations around the alchemy furnace, so the supplementary saint pills were like fish in a barrel. Qin Tian then sealed each pill and stored them away. He first gave one to Miaoling, instructing her to use it to break through, as this breakthrough was a major realm, and he would also receive rewards. After Miaoling left, Bai Xiaoru looked at Qin Tian with eager anticipation. Qin Tian took out a pill and asked, "Do you want it?" Bai Xiaoru nodded repeatedly. "I do. Call me master," Qin Tian said playfully. Bai Xiaoru hesitated, but eventually lowered her head and called out, "Master." "Transform back into your human form," Qin Tian commanded. "What do you want to do?" The little fox Bai Xiaoru asked suspiciously. "Hurry and transform," Qin Tian urged. Bai Xiaoru thought for a moment and decided to transform. After all, it was her master calling her, and it would be too much of a loss to not receive the pill. Suddenly, a stunning beauty appeared before Qin Tian. Qin Tian displayed a hint of mischief, saying, "Show your tail." Bai Xiaoru shot him a disdainful glance, surprised that he had such a preference. Then 7 fluffy tails sprouted from behind her. At that moment, she blushed and said, "Quick, give me the pill." Qin Tian directly stuffed a supplementary saint pill into her mouth. When Bai Xiaoru felt the explosive power of the pill within her body, she hurriedly sat down to break through to the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm. Qin Tian smiled as he approached Bai Xiaoru from behind, resting his head on her tail. He even picked up a piece and examined it closely, rubbing it against his face and sniffing it. Suddenly, a seductive fragrance rushed into his mind, nearly captivating him. Bai Xiaoru, who was in the midst of a breakthrough, blushed shyly, as the tail is one of the most sensitive spots for their fox clan. However, she couldn't stop and could only endure it, planning to retract her tail after completing the breakthrough. Meanwhile, Qin Tian, playing with her tail, suddenly felt curious. He was curious whether Bai Xiaoru's 7 tails grew from one place. Thus, he secretly glanced over, but all he could see was fur, making it hard to discern. He then thought to poke around a bit to see. As soon as his hand touched it, Bai Xiaoru stood up abruptly, indignantly exclaiming, "Perverted scoundrel." At this moment, Bai Xiaoru had completed her breakthrough, as she belonged to the realm of restoration, so it was quick. Qin Tian awkwardly smiled and said, "I was just curious if your 7 tails grow from one place." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoru's face turned even redder. "Our fox clan's tails should not be touched randomly, didn't you know?" "I didn't know," Qin Tian replied innocently. He then walked over and patted Bai Xiaoru's shoulder, saying, "What's the harm if the master touches them a couple of times?" Bai Xiaoru shrugged her shoulders, slightly shy, and said, "Only her partner can touch a fox clan's tail. If you do this, how will I get married in the future?" "Do you have someone you like?" Qin Tian asked. "Not currently, but that doesn't mean I won't in the future," Bai Xiaoru replied stubbornly. "If not, then it's fine. In the future, I will take care of you, master." After saying this, Qin Tian took out 3 pieces of undergarments and a starry moonlit skirt, handing them to Bai Xiaoru. "This is a gift for you. You will look beautiful in it." Bai Xiaoru accepted the clothes, her expression complex as she left. After everyone had departed, Qin Tian also consumed a healing pill to begin his breakthrough. Once the medicinal power spread through his body, the spiritual energy from Zhangjian Peak quickly surged into him. Before long, he successfully broke through to the 2nd level of the sacred realm. At this moment, an anomaly appeared again in the sky above Dongzhou. Su Ming on the back mountain looked towards Zhangjian Peak, as he had previously sensed the surge of spiritual energy from there. This time, Qin Tian had forcefully broken through using medicinal pills, so his transformation into freedom method remained at the 12th level. He knew that to reach the 13th level, he needed to rely on his own understanding. Now only Miaoling had not yet broken through. Since she was breaking through to a major realm and had only recently made progress, it was normal for her to be slower. She needed to solidify her realm first. This wait lasted until the next morning. Ding! The host's disciple in Miaoling has broken through to the half-sacred realm, rewarding the host with an increase in cultivation talent to sacred grade, and the sign-in reward increased by 50%. In an instant upon receiving the reward, Qin Tian felt his mind clear up and his comprehension of the Tao deepened slightly. These feelings were all due to the enhancement of his cultivation talent. Once in Miaoling entered the sacred realm in the future, it would mean his cultivation talent had also reached imperial grade. Additionally, the sign-in reward had suddenly increased by 50%, which was a tremendous boon. Otherwise, he would really have to sign in honestly for over 10 years before he could hope to break through. After claiming the reward, Qin Tian communicated with Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru, asking them to change into new clothes for a grand dinner celebration tonight. Then Qin Tian began to get busy. An hour and a half later, he prepared a large table of dishes. Dragon bone soup, stir-fried dragon, tongue, heavenly bull meat. He then sent a message for the two ladies to come eat, and soon he saw two stunning beauties walking towards him. And Miaoling was dressed in a phoenix and lawn feather garment embroidered with a soaring colorful phoenix, and below was a skirt resembling 100 flowers in mist, combined with her enchanting face. She looked incredibly noble, like a proud phoenix. Bai Xiaoru had also donned the starry moonlit skirt adorned with light purple star patterns on the bust, and 100 flowers, and glazed hem below. At this moment, she resembled a celestial fairy descending from the heavens, captivating hearts. Seeing Qin Tian's astonished expression, the two women couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. After the two ladies sat down, Qin Tian finally regained his composure. Reflecting on his past life, it had been rather mundane, but now with these two beauties by his side, he felt incredibly fortunate. After dinner, Qin Tian suggested taking a medicinal bath, especially since he had just acquired the corpse of a threefold sacred realm black dragon. The essence blood from a threefold sacred realm being was undoubtedly far superior to that of a twofold. The two women initially refused, but after Qin Tian's repeated assurances and requests, they eventually agreed. After all, the benefits of a medicinal bath were significant. During the bath, the two women were on high alert, and Qin Tian indeed did not take any advantage. After Miaoling reached the half-sacred realm, she was already able to suppress the black dragon's essence blood. Thus, the previous situation did not occur again. And Qin Tian could only indulge his eyes watching as they donned the undergarments he had chosen, their rosy faces, fair skin, and increasingly voluptuous figures, along with their exquisitely beautiful jade-like feet beneath the water. All of this made Qin Tian's heart restless. At this moment, he already entertained thoughts of slaughtering the Emperor Dragon, believing that Miaoling would certainly not withstand the dragon blood of the imperial realm. After the medicinal bath, they each returned to their rooms to rest. Time passed quickly, and soon it was time for the half-month mark. Shang Wanya also arrived at Songjin Peak as agreed. After settling her in the spiritual sword pavilion, Qin Tian gave her an imperial-grade cultivation method. Upon receiving the imperial-grade method, she instantly felt that being this maid was truly worth it. Qin Tian also did not truly make her perform maid duties. Soon they spent a period of peaceful and warm cultivation days. 3 months later, and Miaoling's sword intent had still not reached perfection, making her somewhat anxious. She understood what Qin Tian had taught her before, but she still didn't know how to accomplish it. In the end, she could only seek Qin Tian again, hoping to gain some insight. Qin Tian asked her to continue practicing while he watched from the side. After a while, Qin Tian finally discerned some clues and called a halt to Miaoling, saying, "When you practice swordsmanship, you merely regard it as cultivation, therefore you always feel something is lacking, right?" And Miaoling nodded, and Qin Tian continued, "Sword intent contains the nobility of the sword, the cold pride of the sword, the sharpness of the sword's true heart, and the killing intent, among others. If you were to face a life and death battle, you would fully immerse yourself in these realms, and perhaps you would gain sudden enlightenment. However, right now you are not immersing yourself, but simply using the sword, which is why it is not complete. The best approach now is to immerse yourself into it. In your future practice, you should continuously use one particular realm with the same technique, repeatedly attempting to immerse yourself, allowing this technique to form muscle memory and spiritual awareness. This is a comparatively clumsy method, but I believe it should be effective." And Miaoling nodded, seriously agreeing that this method was feasible. If that doesn't work, she would have to seek a life and death battle. People are most likely to gain insights when facing death, but this method is extremely dangerous. In the following period, Miaoling covered her eyes, imagining her enemies were right in front of her, and then she kept using one technique, continuously trying to immerse herself in it. While Miaoling was cultivating, Qin Tian received a message from Miaoling, "Master, come, save me quickly, the people from the demon sect are chasing me." After inquiring about her location, he rushed over immediately. Not far from Kunlun Mountain, he saw Miaoling struggling to run towards Kunlun. At that moment, she looked exhausted and clearly severely injured. Not far behind her, several armored guards were desperately resisting 3 elders from the demon sect. Upon reaching her side, Qin Tian stuffed a healing pill into her mouth. Then he drew the sword of life and death and swung it, instantly unleashing a flash of sword light. The three elders from the demon sect who were pursuing her were directly sliced in half. The armored guards who were prepared to face death were stunned by the sudden turn of events. After dealing with the pursuers, Qin Tian asked what happened. Miaoling replied, her voice tinged with tears, "There was a rebellion in the Chongming kingdom. Our national master turned out to be an elder of the demon sect. He ambushed and killed my father, and then set up a great formation in Chongming City, preparing to sacrifice all the cultivators in the city. My grandfather emerged from seclusion and fought desperately to open a corner of the formation, allowing me and the guards to escape, sacrificing the entire city." Qin Tian exclaimed in surprise. There has been a previous incident of sacrificial city. That time the leader of the demon sect broke through to the holy realm with the energy obtained from the sacrifice. Qin Tian showed a look of disgust, not expecting such an evil technique to exist. "Let's go take a look." Saying this, he quickly pulled Miaoling towards Chongming City. On the way, Miaoling asked, "Master, do we not need to call for help? He may have already broken through to the second level of the holy realm." "It's all right," Qin Tian replied confidently. Only then did Miaoling feel relieved. Upon arriving outside Chongming City, Qin Tian looked at the city home to tens of millions of residents now shrouded in black mist. This must have been premeditated. It's a massive undertaking. The inside was filled with death energy and cries of despair. Qin Tian was furious. This was a place he had spent his childhood in. He had some feelings for it. Now this city had turned into a hell on earth overnight, with the death toll estimated to be in the hundreds of thousands. In a fit of rage, he took out the sword of life and death and thrust it forward fiercely. Sizzle! The great formation shattered instantly. Qin Tian also saw the situation. Inside, a figure in a black robe was absorbing the death energy at the center of the city. Below were hundreds of black-robed individuals and countless withered corpses. After the formation was broken, the living finally saw the light of life. They looked towards Qin Tian and Miaoling, unable to contain their excitement as they cheered. "It's the princess! The princess has come to save us!" However, the leader of the demon sect, Yihan, had a grim expression. He had plotted for decades and was only one step away from breaking through to the second level of the Holy Realm, but now it was interrupted. "Who are you?" Yihan shouted madly. "The one who will kill you," Qin Tian replied coldly. With that, the sword of life and death shot towards Yihan's forehead. Yihan sensed the threat of death. He wanted to dodge, but he was already locked in. "No!" Just as he uttered those words, the sword of life and death pierced through his forehead. The sword of life and death then flew out, continuing to slay the black-robed individuals below. 3 breaths later, all the black-robed individuals were killed. At this moment, the survivors finally breathed a sigh of relief. The nightmare was over. However, when they saw the countless corpses in the city, their expressions turned heavy. Miaoling stepped forward and said, "This misfortune was unavoidable. However, since we have survived, we must continue to live on. I will inherit the throne, and I promise that under my leadership such things will never happen again, for Chongming Kingdom will be under the care of my master from now on." After saying this, she looked eagerly at Qin Tian, hoping he would nod. Qin Tian knew this was to stabilize the people's hearts. He was also willing to protect Chongming City. After all, it was still his home. Thus Qin Tian looked down and said loudly, "From now on I will take charge of Chongming Kingdom." Instantly, there was a chorus of cheers from below, with everyone kneeling in reverence. "We pay our respects to the Imperial Master. We pay our respects to the Lotus Empress." With Qin Tian, a powerhouse capable of slaying the leader of the demon sect, in charge, what could they possibly fear? Afterwards, Qin Tian explored the nearby cities and slaughtered all the demon clan he encountered. Once done, he returned to Sanjin Peak, while Miaoling led the others to rebuild their homeland. And Miaoling was still trying to immerse herself, achieving perfection. Bai Xiaoru was on the peak, breathing and practicing the Heavenly Fox Supreme Art. Her combat power was now no less than that of the Holy Realm. She practiced the demon path, which was also the path she had previously walked, so she would not encounter any bottlenecks. Qin Tian walked over and sat beside her. Upon seeing Qin Tian arrive, Bai Xiaoru stopped her cultivation. "Can you tell me your story in detail?" Qin Tian asked curiously. Bai Xiaoru's expression darkened. She feared that Qin Tian would be scared off after knowing the true situation and leave her. After all, the forces that wanted to kill her were too powerful, and there was more than one of them. Otherwise, one of the 3 great demon clans, Qingqiu, would not have been unable to protect her. Thus, she was somewhat insecure, as she did not want to be Qin Tian's pet, but she also did not want to leave him. When she was with Qin Tian, she felt very happy overall and very safe. Qin Tian noticed her worries and rubbed Bai Xiaoru's head, saying, "No matter how powerful your enemies are, I will protect you." Actually, Miaoling's situation is quite similar to yours. She also has many powerful enemies in Zhongzhou. So having a few more or a few less won't make a difference for us. Bai Xiaoru nodded slightly, then transformed into human form and sat beside Qin Tian, saying, I was originally the princess of Qingqiu. After Bai Xiaoru finished telling her story, Qin Tian looked at her with new respect. It was hard to imagine that a person's beauty could lead to the downfall of two powerful empires. Those were empires with hundreds of millions of people. However, Bai Xiaoru's appearance and her eyes truly captivated many. Qin Tian patted Bai Xiaoru's head and said, from now on stay by my side and don't go out to harm others anymore. Bai Xiaoru shook her head and playfully retorted, you are the one who harms others. In Zhongzhou at the Kunlun Empire. This is a force relatively close to Dongzhou with a heritage of over 100,000 years and powerful individuals abound, including an emperor-level figure. At this moment on the star-observing platform of the Kunlun Empire, an old man suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp, piercing through countless regions. Finally landing on the Two Realms mountain between Dongzhou and Zhongzhou. A purple aura shot straight into the sky. Then he closed his eyes and began to calculate. After a long while he opened his eyes again and transmitted his voice. The purple aura comes from the east, a secret realm of a peak emperor-level powerhouse has emerged at the Two Realms mountain on the border of Zhongzhou. The secret realm can only accommodate cultivators below the holy realm. Any half-holy prodigy of our Kunlun Empire may enter to obtain treasures. Sword God Valley. At this moment the Sword Emperor Jingyun, who was refining swords, suddenly stopped and looked towards the direction of the Two Realms mountain. About 10 breaths later, a powerful voice echoed throughout the entire Sword God Valley. The Emperor-level secret realm has emerged. Any half-holy disciples of our Sword God Valley may go to the Two Realms mountain. The Ice Qin Empress of Heartless Empire also began to transmit her voice. In an instant, almost all the forces in Zhongzhou near the Two Realms mountain sent their disciples to the mountain. This time was not only for treasure, but also for the training of the younger generation. At Sangjin Peak, Qin Tian received a system task. The emergence of the Emperor-level secret realm at the Two Realms mountain. Those below half-holy can enter. The host can send disciple in Miaoling for training and receive rewards based on her training rating. Upon receiving the task, Qin Tian hurriedly got up and went to Miaoling's side. At this moment, after a long period of immersive cultivation, Miaoling's sword intent had basically reached perfection. With just a little polishing, it could truly reach perfection. Seeing Qin Tian come, Miaoling put away her sword and happily said, my sword intent is basically perfected. Thank you for your guidance, master. Qin Tian helped Miaoling tidy her disheveled hair, saying, there's no need to be so polite with master. The Emperor-level secret realm has appeared at the Two Realms mountain, but only those at half-holy level and below can enter. Therefore, I hope you can go just to refine your sword path. This way you can progress faster. An Emperor-level secret realm with a boundary limit. And Miaoling's eyes flashed with a glimmer of excitement upon hearing this. She had also heard of such secret realms which were left behind by peak Emperor-level powerhouses before their deaths. It was to find their inheritors, which is why there would be a limit on the realm of entrance, usually within a separate space. In such secret realms, there were not only martial arts and techniques, but also imperial-grade spirit herbs, and even imperial weapons might exist, but the probability was relatively low. In her previous life, she couldn't even go to such a secret realm. She didn't expect to have this opportunity in this life. He'll go, master. Qin Tian took out some pills and handed them to Miaoling, then hugged her and said, use the time-space token if anything happens. After that, Miaoling bid farewell to Qin Tian and set off. At the Two Realms mountain, many forces geniuses had gathered at the entrance of the secret realm to discuss. Just then, 3 dragon-head creatures flew in, pulling a luxurious palanquin. Alongside the palanquin was a sword-wielding youth whose sword was evidently extraordinary, being a half-emperor-grade sword. They were the prince of the Kunlun Empire, Lan Feng, and Jian Beichun of the Sword Valley. The arrival of the two instantly sparked heated discussions among the crowd. I've heard that both of them are half-holy level 3 prodigies, and they've even fought against holy realm experts without being defeated. Indeed, they are both personally taught by peak emperors. We cannot compare to them. After the two arrived at the secret realm's entrance, they began to scrutinize each other. Since they were the strongest among those present, there was some rivalry, and eventually thoughts of sparring emerged. Just as they intended to challenge each other, a girl in a white dress elegantly approached. She is the biological daughter of the Ice Qin Empress of the Heartless Empire, Princess Mu Qingqing. Upon seeing Mu Qingqing arrive, the two immediately abandoned their idea of sparring, as they did not wish to let her benefit from their conflict. Lan Feng cast a wary glance at Mu Qingqing and said, I didn't expect you to be here as well. The strongest forces near the Two Realms mountain are the ones we 3 belong to. Mu Qingqing replied, since you all are here, how could I not come? This is related to the Imperial artifact. At the mention of the Imperial artifact, a glint of greed flashed in the eyes of the 3. The Imperial artifact is the foundation of the sect. The three were in a stalemate, each wary of the others, and none dared to provoke the situation. They simply awaited the opening of the secret realm. Before long, another girl dressed in a phoenix feather robe and exuding an extraordinary aura approached. She was a Miaoling. However, at this moment, she wore a special pink veil. Yet through the contours of her face and a pair of fresh ethereal eyes, it was clear that she was a great beauty. The reason she wore the veil was to avoid being recognized by the forces of Zhongzhou. Seeing such a remarkable beauty appear, Lan Feng rushed over to strike up a conversation. However, Miaoling stood with her sword expressionless, gazing at the entrance to the secret realm, ignoring him. And Miaoling's attitude only fueled Lan Feng's possessiveness. As a prince, he had never encountered a woman apart from Mu Qingqing who dared to ignore him. Lan Feng patiently introduced himself, assuring her that he would protect her once they entered the secret realm. Yet Miaoling still ignored him and walked past him toward the entrance. Being disregarded in front of so many talented individuals ignited a surge of anger within him. "Stop right there, Your Highness commands," he exclaimed, reaching out a hand. And Miaoling sensed his intent and sidestepped. Swoosh! The ice glass sword was drawn, and she swiftly retaliated with a strike. Lan Feng had never expected Miaoling would dare to draw her sword against him. Caught off guard, he could only rely on his protective spiritual energy to defend himself. The ice glass sword cut through his protective energy, leaving a scar on his arm. This scene astonished everyone present. Impressive. She actually injured the prince of the Kunlun Empire with a single strike. I wonder which force this prodigy belongs to. Could she be from the central region of Zhongzhou? Mu Qingqing and Jian Beichen looked at Miaoling in surprise, especially Jian Beichen, who sensed a sword intent in a Miaoling that was not inferior to his own. "Which force do you belong to?" Lan Feng distanced himself from Miaoling, asking in a deep voice. "No sect, no faction," and Miaoling replied. Lan Feng began to scrutinize Miaoling from head to toe, confirming that her cultivation level was half Saint first layer, only her sword intent was a bit stronger. Therefore, her sword must be extraordinary, at least a half-emperor tier weapon, or possibly even a low-grade imperial weapon. Thinking of this, Lan Feng's eyes gleamed with greed. "Little sister, hand over your sword, or you won't be able to leave today. Get lost." And Miaoling's lips parted slightly as she uttered a single word. "If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude." Lan Feng immediately drew his long knife. Seeing him prepare to attack, and Miaoling's expression turned serious. After all, he was 2 realms higher than her, and a prodigy at that. Lan Feng dashed forward in an instant, striking down with his knife. And Miaoling met the blow with her ice glass sword. Swoosh! The two retreated a few steps, but Miaoling, relying on the ice glass sword and her perfected sword intent, did not fall behind. Seeing this, Lan Feng activated the royal bloodline of the Kunlun Empire. His aura grew stronger. And Miaoling also activated her Ice Phoenix bloodline, causing the temperature in the area to drop. Lan Feng's expression changed as he felt Miaoling's bloodline seemed to surpass his own. "What bloodline do you possess?" Jian Beichen and Mu Qingqing also displayed surprised expressions nearby. And Miaoling frowned, not answering Lan Feng's question. At this moment, she was worried that the forces behind Lan Feng would take action against her. Because whether it was her sword or her bloodline, both were incredibly attractive to those major forces. Subsequently, Lan Feng continued to attack, unleashing his royal secret techniques. However, Miaoling blocked each attack. Knowing that it would be difficult to defeat her, Lan Feng shouted, "Uncle Long." Moments later, a middle-aged man appeared. He was the Uncle Long that Lan Feng referred to as protector and at the 3rd layer of the Holy Realm. At this moment, it seemed Lan Feng was communicating with Uncle Long telepathically. Not long after, Uncle Long looked at Miaoling, his eyes flashing with a golden light as he recognized her Ice Phoenix bloodline. "Little girl, how about we negotiate? Marry our Prince Lan Feng as his royal consort." Upon hearing this, everyone was once again shocked, as Lan Feng was the heir to the throne of the Kunlun Empire. Lan Feng intended to say something, but upon hearing Uncle Long's telepathic message, he immediately fell silent. When he looked at Miaoling again, his eyes were filled with possessiveness. And Miaoling, with a face full of disgust, said, "I refuse." After saying this, she grasped the space token, ready to activate it at any moment. "Do you know what being a royal consort represents?" Uncle Long continued. "I don't care." Upon hearing Miaoling's response, Uncle Long's expression darkened. "You might not be thinking clearly right now. They'll take you back to the Empire for some treatment." After saying this, he prepared to step forward to capture Miaoling. Just then, a flying sword shot toward him from a distance. Swoosh! Uncle Long was knocked back repeatedly. Seeing the sword in the air, and Miaoling's cold expression softened somewhat as she looked around for Qin Tian's figure. Qin Tian did not appear, but communicated with Miaoling, saying, "I won't come out. I'm here to intimidate them from the shadows." He was afraid that his appearance would cause greater conflict, leading to the arrival of powerful figures from the Empire, making the situation difficult to handle. Uncle Long also looked around, finally focusing on Miaoling. "Your protector?" And Miaoling nodded, acknowledging it. After hesitating for a moment, Uncle Long decided to give up on continuing the attack. From their earlier exchanges, he could sense that the other party was stronger than him. Subsequently, he sent a distress signal to the Empire and then disappeared to hide. Before long, the entrance to the secret realm opened and everyone entered in turn. Once inside, they found themselves in a desert, and many began to form teams voluntarily. With more people, they had an advantage in treasure hunting and were safer. Lan Feng found Jian Beichen to form a team. After conversing for a while, they cast sinister glances at Mu Qingqing and Miaoling. Mu Qingqing thought for a moment, and then walked over to Miaoling with a smile, saying hello, and Mu Qingqing, I hope to team up with you, and we can split the items we obtain. And Miaoling considered for a moment before agreeing, as she had also noticed Lan Feng's sinister gaze. The two women then set off together to explore the depths of the secret realm. In the Shunlan Empire at the Lanyang Prince's residence, the Imperial Realm powerhouse Prince Lanyang set off toward the location of the Two Realms Mountain, having received a telepathic message from Emperor Lan Tian. As they delved deeper, the number of suns hanging in the sky above the secret realm increased. 2-3. Now there were already 6 suns suspended in the air, and their temperatures were far higher than that outside. In the face of this situation, many cultivators at the creation realm were struggling. However, Miaoling was less affected because she was of the Ice Phoenix bloodline, and a slight activation of her bloodline power could lower the temperature around her. This also brought benefits to Mu Qingqing. Since Miaoling was an ancient bloodline descendant, Mu Qingqing sincerely wanted to befriend her. Their conversation increased significantly, and she even shared her cultivation insights with Miaoling. Although these insights were of little use to Miaoling, the reincarnated Empress, they did garner her some goodwill. The group continued forward, and the number of suns in the sky had increased to 9, at which point those below the half-saint realm could no longer hold on and started to retreat. Even 2 cultivators at the half-saint realm had turned back. After an hour of the 9 suns shining, they all vanished. The entire secret realm trembled, and then everyone was teleported to the entrance of a massive city. Above the ancient city were 3 large characters, Ancient Yang City. Seeing this name, Miaoling seemed to recall something. Beside her, Mu Qingqing said, according to our records from the Heartless Empire 30,000 years ago, there was a peak powerhouse at the 3rd level of the Emperor realm named Emperor Gaian. So this secret realm is likely left behind by Emperor Gaian. I heard that Emperor Gaian possessed the Emperor weapon Gaian Blade. As she spoke, Mu Qingqing's face was filled with excitement. Because even in their Heartless Empire, there was only one Emperor weapon. The gap between an Emperor realm with an Emperor weapon and one without was vast. Not only the two of them were aware of this information, other prodigies from major forces also began to think. Especially Lan Feng and Jian Beichen, who looked determined to seize it. Boom. The stone gate of the city rose, and almost all cultivators rushed inside. And Miaoling and Mu Qingqing followed closely behind. However, shortly after they entered, they heard screams. Inside, a large number of Yin soldiers appeared, each with the strength of the half-saint realm. Moreover, they also possessed joint attack techniques. The first few cultivators leading the charge were directly taken away by a rush. Then the Yin soldiers continued their assault, and when they attempted to retreat, the city gate had already closed. The entire city was enveloped by a formation, making it impossible to fly out. And Miaoling, being observant, noticed that the bodies of the deceased were gradually drying up. However, she didn't speak up to warn them, as it would be useless. At this moment, most cultivators had already been frightened out of their wits by the Yin soldiers. The only way to be effective was to help them rebuild their confidence. Then she told Mu Qingqing and drew her ice-glazed sword, charging towards the Yin soldiers. Sizzle. The Yin soldiers had no significant resistance under her ice-glazed sword, and she could deal with one in just 3 moves. And Miaoling's action also awakened everyone. The Yin soldiers were not invincible. At this moment, many people noticed the issue of the corpses drying up. Thus, they spontaneously organized a counterattack. This battle was extremely tragic. When all the Yin soldiers were killed, their team of nearly 80 people was left with only 10. At this time, the remnants of the Yin soldiers transformed into wisps of Yin energy drifting towards the city. Seeing this bizarre scene, Miaoling decisively chased after the direction the Yin energy was heading. If there was indeed something, now was the best time to stop it. The ancient city was sealed, and they couldn't leave. If they allowed the accumulation of Yin energy, it would be no different from waiting for death. After a brief hesitation, the others also pursued. As heirs of major forces, they were certainly not foolish. Upon reaching the city, they discovered a palace towards which the Yin energy was flowing. Upon arriving at the palace, they saw a blood-red bronze figure holding a broad sword with its tip planted into the ground. On its finger was a storage ring, and the Yin energy was gathering around it. Jian Beichen raised an eyebrow and struck with his sword. Just as Jian Beichen was about to attack the bronze figure, it moved. Whoosh! The bronze figure suddenly lifted the sword and launched a counterattack. Upon the clash of the two swords, Jian Beichen was sent flying. At this moment, everyone realized the seriousness of the situation. Some even voiced their speculations. Could this bronze figure be Emperor Guion? Is he absorbing Qin energy and the blood essence of the previously deceased prodigies to resurrect himself? And is the sword in his hand the Guion blade? Hearing this analysis, many agreed. They were both shocked and delighted, as shocked by the possibility of Emperor Guion's resurrection and delighted that there was indeed an Emperor weapon. Mu Qingqing stepped forward and proposed, let's not think about the Emperor weapon for now. The urgent matter is to deal with this bronze figure who appears to be Emperor Guion. As soon as she finished speaking, many agreed. That makes sense. Let's work together to deal with the bronze figure. Then everyone spread out to surround the bronze figure, drawing their weapons and attacking. Facing the assault of so many people, especially in Miaoling wielding a top-grade Emperor weapon, the bronze figure could only temporarily stop absorbing. At this moment, the bronze figure's strength had reached the second level of the Saint Realm. Jin Beichen and the others had records of not being defeated by first-level saints, but they were still at a disadvantage against a second level. However, they had no choice but to press on, as allowing the bronze figure to continue absorbing would make it even harder to deal with. After half a quarter of an hour, they were pleasantly surprised to find the bronze figure's aura weakening. This indicated that as long as they persisted for a while longer, they would achieve victory. And Miaoling secretly transmitted to Mu Qingqing during the attack, wait for me, to find an opportunity for the final strike. The storage ring is mine, and the Emperor weapon is yours. Deal. Mu Qingqing replied through transmission. For powerful forces like theirs, cultivation resources were not lacking. What they lacked were Emperor weapons. Another half a quarter of an hour later, the bronze figure's realm dropped to the first level of the Saint Realm, showing a downward trend. It had already sustained many injuries from the crowd. Prepare. And Miaoling reminded through transmission and directly unleashed her Emperor-grade sword technique. Charging and Yang. Instantly, black and white energies surrounded the ice glaze sword, fiercely stabbing towards the bronze figure's head. Swish. The ice glaze sword pierced directly through the bronze figure's head, causing it to split apart. Having been prepared, in Miaoling and Mu Qingqing grabbed the ring and sword and fled. The others quickly chased after them. However, the two women were also formidable. Amidst the chase and fights, they managed to escape the secret realm. Upon exiting the secret realm, the two did not stop and continued to flee further away. At this time, Mu Qingqing's protector received the news and quickly sent out a distress signal, rushing over to assist their escape. However, they had not run far when they were stopped by the arriving Lanyang king. Suddenly, everyone's expressions changed. They did not expect the divine Lan Empire to send an Emperor realm powerhouse. Seeing this, they temporarily abandoned the idea of seizing the Emperor weapon and storage ring, wanting to see how the Haotian Empire would respond to the Lanyang king. Mu Qingqing's protector was a woman in a black dress at the third level of the Holy Realm. At this moment, she was looking at Wang Lanyang with a face full of trepidation, saying, "Is it appropriate for someone at the Emperor realm like you to intervene in a competition among juniors?" "Whether it is appropriate depends on whether it is worth it," replied Wang Lanyang. "The Emperor weapons are not something these juniors deserve to possess." "Are you determined to oppose my Haotian Empire?" the woman in black said coldly. Because the support from the Haotian Empire was about to arrive, she felt a bit more confident. Wang Lanyang sneered. "Is my Shunlan Empire afraid of your Haotian Empire? I will give you 5 seconds to consider. Leave the Emperor weapon and this little girl with the Ice Phoenix bloodline." The atmosphere suddenly became tense and 5 seconds quickly passed. The women showed no reaction. Wang Lanyang directly released his domain. Those who reached the Emperor realm would comprehend their domain. Within the range of the domain, one's power would be suppressed. Moreover, once you consumed your spiritual energy, you could not replenish it unless you had a domain to counter it. Thus, the difference between the Holy Realm and the Emperor realm was enormous. After being enveloped by Wang Lanyang's domain, and Miaoling felt the gravity of the entire space change, and she felt the pressure forcing her to use her spiritual power to resist it. However, the spiritual energy she consumed could not be restored, as she was unable to absorb any from the outside world under the influence of the domain. Additionally, her strength was directly suppressed by half. After releasing his domain, Wang Lanyang walked slowly towards Mu Qingqing, preparing to seize the Emperor weapon, the ancient Sunblade. The woman in black stood in front with her sword raised. Wang Lanyang snorted coldly, then struck out with his palm, sending the woman in black flying. Just as he was about to take the sword, a beautiful woman appeared like a shadow, suddenly appearing beside Mu Qingqing. The beautiful woman wore a red palace outfit, exuding a noble aura, her cold eyes radiating a chilling presence. "You dare to strike at juniors? How shameless of you." As soon as her words fell, Wang Lanyang's domain was countered by the beautiful woman's domain, since both were at the first level of the Emperor realm. Mu Qingqing exclaimed in joy, "Aunt." The beautiful woman nodded and said, "This time you have made a great contribution." Upon seeing the beautiful woman arrive, Wang Lanyang knew that seizing the items was no longer possible. so he decided to settle for second best, planning to capture in Miaoling first. Mu Qingqing noticed Wang Lanyang's gaze fall on in Miaoling and understood his intention. Thus she pointed at in Miaoling and said, "Aunt, this is my friend, a bearer of the ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline." The beautiful woman, upon hearing this, was taken aback and began to scrutinize in Miaoling. Then she kindly said to in Miaoling, "Just follow me, no one can harm you." And Miaoling also smiled kindly and said, "Thank you, senior." Wang Lanyang was somewhat angered, but he also knew that defeating the beautiful woman would be very difficult. Just as he was conflicted, a voice came through. "We can't let the Haotian Empire take everything for themselves. Brother Lanyang, why don't we join forces? The Emperor weapon will be mine, and the girl will be yours." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look, and a white-robed sword cultivator riding on a flying sword approached. He was Jian Wuchen, the junior master of the Sword God Valley. Jian Wuchen glanced at in Miaoling and continued, "This girl not only possesses ancient bloodline, but also wields an extraordinary sword. Furthermore, she has obtained all treasures from the ancient Sun Emperor aside from the Emperor weapon, so you won't be at a loss." Wang Lanyang pondered for a moment before agreeing. This way he could at least gain something good. Now the situation had turned to its own. The two advanced toward the beautiful woman together, who retaliated fiercely. However, after exchanging several blows, the beautiful woman began to fall behind, as it was indeed 2 against 1. Mu Qingqing's face darkened as she watched the battle unfold. It was too late to call for reinforcements now. Her aunt could only come because the Haotian Empire had received intelligence that Wang Lanyang had mobilized. And Miaoling also held the time and space token with a worried expression. However, she did not summon it as she felt that her master might not be able to defeat someone at the Emperor Realm. After all, the gap between the Emperor Realm and the Holy Realm was immense. Boom. After a fierce exchange, the beautiful woman was forced back, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. The two pressed their advantage, wielding semi-emperor grade weapons to strike. The beautiful woman showed a bitter expression, already contemplating retreat. At that moment, a sword flew in and intercepted their attack. The crowd was shocked as they looked at the sword, then began searching for its owner. And Miaoling smiled, relieved to see her master able to withstand the blow. At the same time, she was astonished by her master's strength, having initially thought she had seen through it. However, it appeared that she had not. Amidst everyone's astonishment, a handsome man stepped through the air. He was Qin Tian. Upon seeing Qin Tian, Mu Qingqing's eyes lit up, for she had never seen such a handsome person. Qin Tian grasped the life and death sword again and said lightly, "If you want to bully my disciple, you must first ask for my consent." The three at the Emperor Realm began to assess Qin Tian's strength. Spirit Movement Realm. Impossible. They immediately rejected the idea. After all, Spirit Movement Realm cultivators cannot fly, let alone intercept that previous attack. This meant that the person before them was someone they could not see through. Upon realizing this, Jian Wuchen and Wang Lanyang both showed a hint of caution. The beautiful woman, however, revealed a smile as she had gained a powerful ally. Seeing that the beautiful woman was not in good condition, Qin Tian switched to the realm of life. With a swing of the life and death sword, a wave of sword energy surged toward the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman was momentarily stunned, thinking Qin Tian was launching a sneak attack on her, and prepared to block with her sword. However, when she felt the wave of sword energy filled with vitality, she gave up resistance, and a surge of pure life force flooded into her body. Her injuries rapidly healed. Jian Wuchen and Wang Lanyang were dumbfounded. Could he be a life-type warrior? Qin Tian spoke, "Can we end this here?" "No way," Jian Wuchen and Wang Lanyang said in unison. They had not been at a disadvantage in the previous confrontation, and the person before them did not possess a domain. Thus, they did not believe Qin Tian could be very strong. If that's the case, then let the battle begin. After speaking, Qin Tian looked at the beautiful woman and said, "You choose one." The beautiful woman nodded, pointing her sword at Wang Lanyang. Qin Tian nodded, then patted in Miaoling's shoulder, saying, "Have faith in your master." Then he charged toward Jian Beichun with his sword. As soon as they made contact, Jian Wuchen's sword domain enveloped them. Qin Tian's speed slowed down instantly. This was the first time he encountered such a situation, and he was somewhat surprised, but that was all. The eternal, indestructible body activated. In an instant, the pressure of the domain became completely ineffective against him. Because of the domain's alteration of gravity, his body could fully adapt. Moreover, his physical body did not need to recover spiritual energy. Seeing Qin Tian's transformation, Jian Wuchen frowned slightly. He had not expected Qin Tian to be such a powerful body cultivator. However, he did not pay too much attention since he was the most aggressive sword cultivator. With the eternal, indestructible body activated, Qin Tian approached Jian Wuchen like a beast, and his sword slashed toward Jian Wuchen like a storm. Although Jian Wuchen defended with all his might, he was still forced to retreat repeatedly, his arm showing slight tremors. Moreover, his sword also sustained some damage. All of this was due to the overwhelming power of Qin Tian's strike and the high grade of the life and death sword. Gaining the upper hand, Qin Tian raised the life and death sword high and shouted, "Break the heavens." With a single slash, Jian Wuchen's sword was directly cut open. Following that, Qin Tian delivered a knee strike to Jian Wuchen's chest, sending him flying. Jian Wuchen was in great pain, his internal organs suffering damage. In his eyes, Qin Tian was now a beast. Qin Tian pressed the attack swiftly, aiming the life and death sword at Jian Wuchen's neck. Jian Wuchen hurriedly placed his sword horizontally in front of him to block the strike. However, he was still pushed back repeatedly by this blow. At this moment, his sword had once again sustained a crack. Looking at the two cracks, he felt immense pain. The sword was the most precious thing to him. Although his sword was not an Emperor-grade weapon, it was still a semi-Emperor-grade weapon made from the same materials as an Emperor-grade weapon. Now that it had been cut open in two places, there was only one possibility: Qin Tian's sword was an Emperor weapon. Moreover, it was highly likely to be an Emperor weapon of at least low grade. Qin Tian pursued once more, while Jian Wuchen quickly retreated, unwilling to confront him head-on. Thus the battle took on a somewhat dramatic turn. Qin Tian chased, and Jian Wuchen fled. Although Qin Tian relied on the advantage of his weapon and physical strength to pressure Jian Wuchen was determined to escape, and he could not catch up due to the vast difference in their realms. Eventually, Jian Wuchen felt too embarrassed and turned to run, with Jian Beichen closely following. This time he truly lost both the beautiful woman and his soldiers. He failed to obtain the imperial weapon, and his own weapon was practically ruined. The formation above was damaged, leaving two breaches. Such a level of destruction could only be remade from scratch. However, the cost of reforging it once was also quite high. Seeing Jian Wuchen escape, Qin Tian swung his sword towards Wang Lanyang. Wang Lanyang hastily blocked, but his weapon was struck and left with a significant dent. At this moment, he realized the terrifying nature of Qin Tian and quickly created distance. "Who exactly are you?" Wang Lanyang asked in confusion. He was not only wary of Qin Tian's strength, but also of his identity. Qin Tian was still young, yet he could wield an imperial weapon. This suggested that the forces behind such a person could potentially be much stronger than their Shenlan Empire. Qin Tian smiled faintly and replied, "Guess. You." Wang Lanyang was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at the beautiful woman and then at Qin Tian, ultimately leaving in resignation. Ding. Congratulations to the host's disciple for perfectly completing the secret realm task. Reward: top-tier imperial weapon forging method. Sign-in reward increased by 20. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge about refining weapons flooded into Qin Tian's mind. However, he would need some time to digest this information. Just as he was reviewing the refining knowledge, a voice interrupted him. "Hello, I am Mu Yun, the aunt of Mu Qingqing." Qin Tian turned to see the beautiful woman from before now looking at him with a smiling face. He felt some goodwill towards her for her previous willingness to protect Miaoling. Thus he introduced himself. "Hello, I am Qin Tian, the master of Miaoling." At this moment, Mu Qingqing also sweetly ran over and called Uncle Qin. "Huh, am I that old?" But Qin Tian thought it was understandable since she and Miaoling were friends. After a few casual exchanges, Qin Tian declined Mu Yun's invitation and took Miaoling back to the Canjin Peak in a horse-drawn carriage. Recently, Qin Tian occasionally fed some pills to the Horse Demon King, which significantly increased its speed. As they sped along, the Horse Demon King suddenly made a sharp turn, and Miaoling fell directly into Qin Tian's embrace, her fragrant scent wafting up. Qin Tian instinctively placed his hand on her slender waist. Feeling the warm hand on her waist, and Miaoling's face flushed red as she quickly broke free from Qin Tian's embrace. In her heart, she thought, once again, this rogue master is taking advantage of me. After a while, the Horse Demon King made another sharp turn, and unexpectedly, Miaoling once again fell into Qin Tian's arms. Qin Tian embraced her waist and sniffed her hair, saying, "It doesn't smell as good as before. They'll help you wash your hair when we get back." And Miaoling shrugged, unable to tolerate the ambiguous atmosphere, and straightened up immediately. However, it wasn't long before the Horse Demon King made another turn, and this time the clever Miaoling sensed something was off. She looked suspiciously at Qin Tian. But Qin Tian was already prepared, wearing a faint smile with no other expression. Yet Miaoling still noticed. It was that expression. Every time her master did something bad, it was that expression. She couldn't do anything to Qin Tian, so she could only threaten the Horse Demon King. With a whoosh, the ice glass sword flew out of the carriage and struck the horse's back. At the same time, Miaoling threatened, "If you don't run properly, it's not going to be that simple." Qin Tian patted Miaoling's shoulder and said, "Why bother with a horse?" And Miaoling narrowed her beautiful eyes. "Then what about you? Why do you have so many tricks? Have you done this before? Master has been with you every day, don't you know whether I've done it or not?" And Miaoling thought for a moment and finally recalled that Qin Tian often read popular novels. "Do you often read books like The Overbearing Sect Leader Falls in Love with Me or The Cold Senior Brother's Little Darling?" Qin Tian's expression slightly changed as he hurriedly said, "How could someone as handsome and sunny as me read such things?" Hee. And Miaoling bit her lip and said, "Do you think I would believe that? Let me tell you, I am the Empress, very fierce. Don't think of me as one of those little women." Qin Tian quickly nodded and then lay down, resting his head on Miaoling's lap. He could only indulge in this moment at least this way, and Miaoling wouldn't resist too much. After a while, the two returned to Sanjin Peak, wherein Miaoling handed the storage ring obtained in the secret realm to Qin Tian. Upon inspecting, Qin Tian found 2 low-grade imperial spiritual herbs inside, and even more high-grade ones. Additionally, there were some high-grade pills and refining materials. Qin Tian counted the materials and found quite a lot, with several low-grade imperial materials. There was only 1 mid-grade material. He then refined some pills, producing 10 low-grade imperial pills, and even more high-grade ones. Qin Tian shared half with Miaoling for her cultivation. He kept 2 for himself and planned to give the remaining 3 to Bai Xiaoru. At this moment, Bai Xiaoru, as usual, was practicing her breathing on the mountain peak. It was evident that she was eager to restore her strength. Qin Tian walked over to Bai Xiaoru, taking out 3 low-grade imperial pills and asking, "Do you want them?" Bai Xiaoru sniffed twice, and then her spirit jolted as she looked at the pills in Qin Tian's hand. They were imperial-grade pills, and there were actually 3. Even when she was an empress, she never had this many imperial-grade pills. "I want them," she said, reaching out for the pills in Qin Tian's hand. Qin Tian pulled the pills back and said, "Transform back into your human form, show me your tail, and let me take a nap, and I'll give them to you." "Napping? No way. You rogue. I'm going to tell sister in your true nature." "Huh? How am I a rogue?" "What I mean is, let me rest my head on your tail while I sleep. It was quite comfortable last time," Qin Tian explained. Bai Xiaoru's little face turned slightly red as she realized she had misunderstood. She looked longingly at the pills in Qin Tian's hand and still agreed. She then transformed back into her human form, still the enchanting beauty in a starry moon glass dress. 7 tails gradually emerged, vivid and lifelike. Qin Tian handed the pills to Bai Xiaoru and directly lay down, resting his head on her fluffy tail. Bai Xiaoru felt quite uneasy with Qin Tian resting his head on her tail, because she was afraid that he would start to get curious about whether her tail grew from a particular place. However, after glancing at him a few times, she found that Qin Tian had already fallen asleep, snoring softly. "Huh, my tail even has a hypnotic effect." Seeing Qin Tian asleep, she felt relieved and began to swallow the pills for refinement. Although not all imperial-grade pills could help someone advance, these 3 imperial-grade pills would easily allow her to recover to the Saint Realm in a short time. When Qin Tian awoke, the full moon hung in the sky, surrounded by countless stars. It was a breathtaking sight, and Bai Xiaoru ceased her cultivation upon seeing Qin Tian awake. "Get up quickly if you're awake, my tail is all sore from being your pillow." Qin Tian hurriedly sat up, asking, "Have I been sleeping for long?" Bai Xiaoru pointed at the sky, saying, "It's already late at night, what do you think?" Qin Tian awkwardly smiled and changed the subject. "The moon tonight is quite beautiful." Bai Xiaoru replied, "Yes, but it's not as beautiful as the moonlight in Qingqiu." Bai Xiaoru said softly, filled with a sense of nostalgia. Qin Tian patted her back, saying, "Time passes quickly for cultivators. It won't be long before you can return to Qingqiu. You don't need to worry about the contract. I can release it if you need." Bai Xiaoru felt a bit moved upon hearing this. "Why are you so good to me?" Bai Xiaoru curiously asked as she looked at Qin Tian, feeling that he was like a ray of light illuminating her life. "Because I'm your master." The next day, Qin Tian began learning artifact forging, starting with some low-tier materials to practice and validate his acquired knowledge. Artifact forging and alchemy share some similarities, so Qin Tian learned quickly. 3 months later, he was ready to attempt to forge an imperial weapon. The process of forging has 3 crucial steps. The first step is hammering, which involves eliminating impurities and refining the materials. Qin Tian took out 3 types of low-tier imperial crafting materials that complemented each other and began the hammering process. He used the Wanda Tian hammer, stacking each blow with increasing consumption of his own energy with each additional stack. Fortunately, Qin Tian possessed the eternal body, allowing him to endure until the end. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for anyone else at the sacred realm to achieve this. Failing to complete this step would mean the materials were wasted. Once the materials were adequately hammered, Qin Tian proceeded to the second step. The second step is fusion, where the refined materials are merged together to form the desired weapon prototype. Qin Tian continuously channeled spiritual energy to increase the fire's intensity and melted all the forging materials before beginning the fusion. The third step is the formation, which endows the weapon with a formation, essentially enchanting it to enhance its power and add more functionalities. The scarcity of imperial weapons in Zhongzhou is primarily due to the backwardness of forging formations. Only with a powerful formation can the weapon's true characteristics be fully realized. Qin Tian had already understood quite a bit about formations before, and having been exposed to forging formations for a few months, he was relatively skilled. In the end, Qin Tian spent 3 days finally completing the forging of the imperial weapon. At that moment, a celestial phenomenon appeared above the Songjin Pavilion. However, this phenomenon was only localized, which was why only the 4 saints of the Spirit Sword Pavilion noticed it. Although surprised, the 4 saints restrained their curiosity upon realizing the phenomenon originated from the Songjin Pavilion and did not approach to investigate. After successfully forging his first imperial weapon, Qin Tian was overjoyed. He imagined a scene where he forged a multitude of imperial weapons and led a group of imperial realm subordinates to sweep across Zhongzhou, assisting in Miaoling and the little fox in their revenge. He then prepared to continue forging. In Zhongzhou, when forging imperial weapons, they generally prepared 2 sets of forging materials. Having 2 chances increases the success rate. If it's an imperial weapon, even more materials are needed, and the success rate is extremely low. Moreover, there are very few qualified to forge imperial weapons in Zhongzhou. For his second imperial weapon, Qin Tian forged a longsword, and for the third, he forged another sword. This is because swords are the most commonly used weapons. Qin Tian forged 4 low-tier imperial weapons in one go. The phenomenon from Songjin Pavilion kept occurring, and Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru couldn't help but come to watch, and eventually even the 4 saints, including Shangwanya from the Spirit Sword Pavilion, couldn't resist coming over. When they saw that Qin Tian had already forged an imperial weapon, they were completely stunned. Especially Bai Xiaoru and Miaoling, who had both once been at the imperial realm, lived in Zhongzhou. Thus, they understood the value of imperial weapons in Zhongzhou, which are foundational assets for various major powers. Those few capable of forging imperial weapons are highly sought after by major factions. Among those few, it was extremely difficult to forge an imperial weapon. Qin Tian had refreshed their understanding in one fell swoop. Seeing the astonishment of everyone, Qin Tian revealed an innocent smile and said, "From now on, anyone who follows me and reaches the imperial realm will be rewarded with an imperial weapon." Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, Shangwanya and the other 4 saints were left speechless in shock. With an imperial weapon, not to mention anything else challenging higher realms, would definitely be much easier. Coupled with the imperial-level techniques Qin Tian provided them, they began to envision their futures. Qin Tian stored away the 4 imperial weapons and then took out the only piece of mid-tier imperial forging material and some other quality forging materials. "Master, are you going to forge a mid-tier imperial weapon?" And Miaoling couldn't help but ask. Qin Tian nodded, saying, "Let's give it a try." Then Qin Tian began the step-by-step forging process, but indeed the difficulty was much greater than that of low-tier imperial weapons. Just for the first step of hammering, the number of stacks he had to do had already exceeded the previous amount by more than double. As a result, even though he possessed the eternal body, he was exhausted, sweating profusely. And Miaoling took out her handkerchief and kindly helped Qin Tian wipe the sweat. After hammering for a day and a half, he finally completed the first step. Then came the fusion, which was a meticulous task taking Qin Tian 5 days. But after Qin Tian shaped the weapon's prototype, everyone was dumbfounded. The weapon he forged was actually a kitchen knife. Shangwanya and the others thought to themselves, "The boss is indeed the boss. This is too reckless." And Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru looked at Qin Tian with puzzled expressions. However, when they thought that this knife was meant for cooking meals for them, they could barely accept it. Finally, Qin Tian spent another 6 days arranging the formation. After a total of roughly 12.5 days, the mid-tier imperial kitchen knife was finally forged successfully. After finishing the forging, Shangwanya threw a flirtatious glance at Qin Tian before returning to the Spirit Sword Pavilion with Long, Yi, and the others. At that moment, they felt motivated to cultivate. In the evening, when Qin Tian used the imperial kitchen knife to cut meat, he felt it was indeed extraordinary, slicing through like it was tofu. After preparing the meal, the 3 of them enjoyed a feast under the moonlight, feeling quite merry. After eating, Qin Tian began taking medicinal pills to cultivate. In the mountain, without the concept of day and night, several years passed in the blink of an eye. Sign in. Ding. You have accumulated 5 years of sign-in points. Oh, would you like to receive the reward? Claim. Ding. Sign-in reward: Spirit Gathering Pearl, mid-tier imperial quality. Can enhance the wearer's cultivation speed and replenish their spiritual energy. Sign-in reward: Transformation into the Unfettered Great Method, upgraded to the 13th level. Sign-in reward: Eternal Body, upgraded to the 3rd level. This time his realm did not increase because he had previously broken through to the 2nd level of the sacred realm by consuming pills, so his transformation into the Unfettered Great Method remained at its original level. Now receiving the reward perfectly upgraded his transformation into the Unfettered Great Method. As for the Spirit Gathering Pearl, it was an excellent auxiliary cultivation treasure that he directly equipped. The greatest gain was the upgrade of the Eternal Body to the 3rd level. With this, he also gained the confidence to challenge the Imperial Realm. Just as he was feeling pleased, he heard the system's voice again. Ding. Detected that all of the host's realms have been forcibly elevated by this system. The host does not possess their own Tao, so it is advised that the host seal their spiritual energy experience the mortal world and comprehend their own Tao. If you agree, the host's spiritual energy and storage ring will be sealed in 3 days. If used voluntarily, it will be deemed a failure. Hearing the words of the system, Qin Tian was also puzzled. He understood a bit about many paths, such as the sword path, which he could teach in Miaoling. However, none of these belonged to his own path. He only understood them because of the system. He had never delved deeply into them, let alone comprehended them. So if the sword path was not his, then what was his path? Why cultivate? Qin Tian suddenly felt it was essential to find this answer. Agreed. Ding. The host agrees to become mortal. The sealing of the host's spiritual power and storage ring will commence in 3 days. After Miaoling broke through to the second level of the half-saint realm, she began seclusion to attempt to break through the sword intent and comprehend the sword domain. Thus Qin Tian did not plan to disturb her. He felt that searching for his own path shouldn't take too long. Perhaps he could return before she exited her seclusion. He then went to find Bai Xiaoru, who had now broken through to the first level of the saint realm. As a result, Qin Tian received another reward, raising his cultivation talent to the imperial grade, the same as in Miaoling. In addition, the sign-in rewards had also increased by 20%. At this moment, Bai Xiaoru had transformed into human form and was lazily lying on the bed in revealing lingerie, resting. Qin Tian pushed the door open, and Bai Xiaoru sat up in surprise, shyly looking at him. It was the first time Qin Tian saw such a sensual side of Bai Xiaoru. Her eyes shimmered seductively, her face like a captivating disaster, complemented by several enticing fair spots. He found it hard to tear his gaze away. Bai Xiaoru hurriedly grabbed the blanket to cover herself, displeasedly asking, "What are you doing here so late?" After she covered her alluring figure, Qin Tian also regained his senses. "I plan to be away for a while, going to Zhongzhou." "Are you coming?" "Going to Zhongzhou." Bai Xiaoru thought for a moment and decided against it. "I can't go, but it's too dangerous for me right now." "Then I'll go alone. Don't miss me too much." After saying this, Qin Tian left alone, determined to go to a strange place in Zhongzhou. This time his destination was the Heartless Empire. He intended to stay in a small town there. He only brought an imperial-grade kitchen knife, as it could be used for both cooking and self-defense. Even if he encountered a powerful enemy, without using spiritual power, his physical strength, combined with the kitchen knife, would be sufficient to handle ordinary foes. Qin Tian first arrived at the Two Realms Mountain, then gradually delved deeper, heading towards Zhongzhou. Upon reaching Zhongzhou, he felt that the spiritual energy of Zhongzhou was indeed much denser than that of Dongzhou. After entering Zhongzhou, he was unfamiliar with the roads and could only continue forward, waiting to ask someone for directions. As he walked, he received a system message. Notice the host's spiritual power and storage ring have been sealed. The process of becoming mortal and comprehending the Tao officially begins. We hope the host finds his path soon. System Task 1: Amass immense wealth without using force to acquire 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. System Task 2: Gain fame without using force to earn the recognition of 100,000 people. Qin Tian suddenly found the process of becoming mortal quite interesting. These two tasks seemed to increase his difficulty. However, he believed these tasks were not difficult. With the two tasks combined with comprehending the Tao, it was akin to 3 tasks, making it a significant profit. Qin Tian was currently in a mountainous forest where there were numerous demon beasts. Yet relying on the kitchen knife and his powerful physique, he felt completely unafraid. Only without spiritual power, he was moving slowly. As he walked, he heard a scream not far ahead, so he hurriedly ran over. After all, it was hard to come across a person. He certainly did not want it to be a corpse. When he arrived, he saw a Nirvana realm giant python biting a person's leg, preparing to swallow him whole. Qin Tian could not allow such a tragedy to happen and swiftly threw the kitchen knife like a dart. With great strength, the kitchen knife flew to the giant python's head in an instant. Bang! The knife pierced directly into the giant python's eye. The giant python let out a painful howl, loosening its mouth, and the person fell to the ground. Qin Tian rushed over and punched the giant python's vital spot. The giant python was sent flying backward like a cannonball, crashing into the large tree behind it. Qin Tian quickly pursued, drawing his kitchen knife and delivering several slashes. In the end, the giant python was completely lifeless. At that moment, Qin Tian looked at the middle-aged man beside him, who now had a pale complexion, clearly poisoned. However, since Qin Tian could not use his storage ring, he had no way to help him detoxify. After thinking for a moment, he glanced at the giant python's corpse, considering that the python's gallbladder might be able to detoxify. So he hurriedly ran over, dug out the giant python's gallbladder, and stuffed it into the middle-aged man's mouth. After a long while, the man's poison was cured, but his injuries were still severe, and he fell into a coma. Qin Tian cut his finger with the kitchen knife and dripped a drop of blood into the middle-aged man's mouth. Not long after the man woke up, Qin Tian suddenly felt as if he were the reincarnation of the Tang monk capable of saving dying people with just a drop of blood. As soon as the middle-aged man woke up, he immediately knelt before Qin Tian, overwhelmed with gratitude. He could not describe the feeling of surviving a disaster, especially since he had a frail wife and a 5-year-old child at home. If he were to die, there would be no pillar in the family, making it no different from the sky falling. Afterwards, Qin Tian began inquiring about the location of the Heartless Empire. Coincidentally, the middle-aged man was also from the Heartless Empire. He had come out to hunt demon beasts to supplement his family's income. After the two got to know each other a bit, Qin Tian learned his name was Niu Shan. At Qin Tian's suggestion, Niu Shan stored the giant python away. However, Qin Tian did not need it. This was because the system's task required him not to rely on force. Qin Tian followed Niu Shan for half a day and arrived at a city on the outskirts of the Heartless Empire, Qinyan City. Once inside the city, he found it quite lively with many martial artists coming and going. Niu Shan explained, because our city is close to the Qinyan mountain range, there are more martial artists hunting here. Qin Tian accompanied Niu Shan to his home, which was quite spacious, covering about 500 square meters with a small courtyard at the front. Upon entering, he saw Niu Shan's wife and 6-year-old son. The son was adorable, but the wife's complexion was quite poor. After Niu Shan introduced them, he learned it was due to an old injury. Thus, Niu Shan needed to frequently go out hunting to obtain spirit stones to buy healing elixirs to prevent his wife's condition from worsening. Although Qin Tian's blood could save her, he did not choose to do so. He felt he had no obligation to do so and did not want to expose his special nature. Later, Niu Shan was quite pleased to learn that Qin Tian intended to stay in Qinyan City. He gifted him a 2-story small building with a shop on the first floor and living quarters on the second. Qin Tian accepted it readily, not being polite. After arriving at his new house, Qin Tian first tidied up a bit. Then he began to contemplate how to earn spirit stones. After much thought, he decided to draw comic strips as he used to enjoy reading them. He planned to illustrate stories he thought were good. After some consideration, he decided to draw the legend of the white snake, as he felt this kind of romance between a human and a demon would be quite fresh in the eyes of cultivators. He first drew Bai Nyangzi, and after finishing, he was very satisfied. The Bai Nyangzi in the drawing was inspired by the two beauties by Sharu and Miaoling. As for Su Xian, he based the drawing on his own appearance, which made him even more pleased. Qin Tian spent 3 days on this drawing, reaching the scene of the water flooding Jinshan. After finishing the comic book, he prepared to go out and find a merchant to publish it in order to earn spirit stones. He found a shop called Muqing. Upon entering, he found the shopkeeper took out the legend of the white snake and expressed his thoughts. The shopkeeper glanced at the cover of the legend of the white snake. His first impression was strange. A manager beside him thought it was acceptable, but seeing the shopkeeper's disinterest, he said nothing more. "Do you have any previous works?" the shopkeeper inquired. Qin Tian shook his head and was promptly shown the door. Were the people here not fond of such stories? Seeing that it was unwanted, he decided to create something useful for cultivators. For example, landscape paintings and famous sword illustrations. He infused some of his own insights into the paintings. This way, warriors would gain some enlightenment when they viewed them, which wouldn't be considered an improper use of force. However, without spiritual power, Qin Tian found it quite challenging to infuse insights into the paintings, so he could only complete 1 piece a day. Half a month passed, and he had completed 10 paintings. He then hung the paintings in the shop and made a sign to hang on the doorframe, naming it the Insight Painting Studio. Next, it was up to willing customers to come. After waiting for a while, Qin Tian finally welcomed his first customer. It was a man dressed in black cultivator robes at the first level of the Nirvana realm. He had been stuck at the first level of the Nirvana realm for a long time due to insufficient comprehension of insights. Today, he was out for a stroll and happened to see this newly opened Insight Painting Studio. So he decided to come in and see if he could gain anything. Upon seeing a customer enter, Qin Tian smiled and gestured for him to choose freely. After scanning the room, the man focused on a landscape painting and was deeply moved upon closer inspection. He felt as if he had grasped something. Gradually, he began to have some insights as he saw the essence of the insights from the painting. Seeing that he was gaining enlightenment, Qin Tian did not disturb him. After an hour, the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge towards the man. He broke through directly. After the breakthrough, he excitedly asked Qin Tian, "How much for this painting?" He was determined to buy it, even if it meant going bankrupt. Qin Tian was uncertain about the market price, so he hesitated. His task was to earn 100 top-grade spirit stones, and if he priced the painting at 100 top-grade spirit stones, he would need to create 100 paintings. That seemed excessive. If he priced it at 5,000, he could complete the task with 20 paintings, which he could barely accept. Seeing Qin Tian silent, the man tentatively asked, "How about 100 top-grade spirit stones?" Qin Tian felt a surge of joy inside, but did not show it on his face. The man, not seeing any reaction from Qin Tian, gritted his teeth and said, How about 2 top-grade spirit stones? That's all I have. Sold. Qin Tian replied immediately. The man happily took the painting knowing that with it, he could continue to break through. With a higher realm, he would not worry about earning spirit stones back. Not long after the man left, a beautiful woman in her 20s, graceful and with striking features, entered. She wore a light yellow floral dress that exuded elegance, clearly not an ordinary person. Upon seeing Qin Tian, her eyes lit up, and she felt a surge of goodwill. The woman softly asked, I see your studio is named Insight Painting Studio. Does your art contain insights? You'll know once you take a look yourself, Qin Tian replied, uninterested in explaining. Hearing this, the woman began to examine Qin Tian's painting seriously, eventually locking her gaze on the famous sword illustration. At that moment, the sword in the painting seemed to move and her eyes infused with sword intent. As a sword cultivator, she was particularly sensitive to sword intent. After observing for a while, she withdrew her gaze and inquired, how much for this famous sword illustration? 2 top-grade spirit stones per painting, Qin Tian replied. I'll buy it, the woman said, handing over the spirit stones. Afterward, she looked at the other paintings, selected 2 more, and purchased them. Finally, her gaze landed on the legend of the white snake on the table. May I take a look? Of course, Qin Tian replied. The woman picked up the legend and was instantly captivated by the characters and story within. Both by Su Jin and Su Xian were drawn with extraordinary beauty by Qin Tian, and the story itself was very interesting. She quickly finished the first volume. Seeing someone appreciate his rendition of the legend of the white snake, Qin Tian felt quite pleased. After finishing, the woman asked in surprise, Did you paint this? Yes, I did, Qin Tian replied. The woman joyfully said, You should consider letting our merchant shop print and sell it. Your merchant shop? Yes. The woman nodded and continued, My name is Lin Weiner, and our Lin family merchant shop is one of the 2 major merchant shops in Qingshan City. What is the other merchant shop? Qin Tian inquired. Lin Weiner frowned slightly, but still answered, It's the Qingmu merchant shop. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian realized it was the same shop that had previously rejected his legend of the white snake. I agree, let your shop handle the printing and distribution of this legend of the white snake. Lin Weiner was overjoyed, and they agreed on a 28 profit split, with Qin Tian receiving 8. The reason for this profit distribution was also because the legend of the white snake itself was not very valuable. Most of the time, cultivators were engaged in tedious training, so they needed some entertainment to relieve themselves. Reading comic books was a form of leisure and entertainment for cultivators. Its purpose was to attract traffic. The more people who found it appealing, the more they would remember their merchant shop, naturally increasing customer flow. After finalizing the agreement, Lin Weiner left happily with 3 paintings and the legend of the white snake. That evening, Qin Tian closed the shop early and went to rest. The next morning, when he opened the door, he discovered a crowd of people outside. Boss, we are here to buy paintings, several people shouted from the crowd. Seeing this scene, Qin Tian realized it must be the person who had broken through yesterday, helping him promote his studio. Qin Tian let them in. Once inside, they were immediately captivated by the paintings. Many of them sat cross-legged, beginning to comprehend. This time, Qin Tian directly interrupted them. He preferred a quiet environment. He could tolerate 1 or 2 people, but a room full was too noisy. If you want to see, buy them and take them home. If not, please leave now, Qin Tian stated. As soon as he finished speaking, many people simultaneously said, I'll buy it. 2 top-grade spirit stones. Qin Tian announced the price. However, with so much demand, they began to bid higher. 3 top-grade spirit stones. 4 5 It wasn't until the price reached 5 that even those with good family backgrounds hesitated. In the end, 5 paintings were sold, and Qin Tian reaped 2 top-grade spirit stones. Ding. Task of accumulating wealth completed. Signing in rewards increased by 20. A reward, Imperial grade top-tier skill sitting, forgetting longevity sutra. With the signing rewards increased by 20, Qin Tian felt delighted. What used to take 10 years to earn the rewards could now be achieved in 8. As for the Imperial grade top-tier skill, it was quite good for cultivating subordinates. With all the paintings sold, Qin Tian directly closed the shop and ceased doing business. The next morning, as soon as Qin Tian got up, he heard a commotion outside. When he opened the door, he saw a crowd of people, at least several hundred. Boss Qin, I'm here to buy paintings, they stated their intentions. Qin Tian spread his hands and said, All the paintings were sold yesterday, and I won't be restocking. After speaking, Qin Tian turned and closed the door. After a while, he heard knocking on the door and shouted, We are not selling paintings here. Sir, it's Lin Weiner. Upon hearing Lin Weiner, he went to open the door as he had a cooperative relationship with her. Lin Weiner was crucial to his second task, which was to gain fame and fortune. Is there something you need? Qin Tian asked as he opened the door. Lin Weiner, with a beaming smile, replied, "Sir, we printed 1,000 copies of your book yesterday, priced at 1 top-grade spirit stone each, but they sold out almost immediately. There are still many people waiting to buy it. Once the fame of the legend of the White Snake spreads, it will surely become even more popular." Qin Tian felt a surge of joy within. It seemed his second task would soon be accomplished. As of now, your story has ended here at the waterlogged Golden Mountain. I hope you can find time to update the later content. Also, I really enjoy this story. After saying this, Lin Weiner shyly revealed her youthful demeanor. Qin Tian nodded in agreement. At the Qingmu commercial firm, a woman in a red dress rushed to find her father with the legend of the White Snake. This was none other than Qin Homing, the president of the Qingmu commercial firm. The woman in red was Qin Yu, the young lady of the firm. Father, yesterday, the Lin family business released the legend of the White Snake, causing quite a stir in Qingshan City. After speaking, Qin Yu handed over the legend of the White Snake. Qin Homing flipped through it, his expression turning serious. "What is the current situation?" Qin Yu replied, "The legend of the White Snake has already spread in a limited area, and it will soon spread widely. At that time, people will be drawn to them as they are promoting and selling their pills and weapons. At that point, we may find ourselves in a passive position. A few days ago, we acquired a large batch of goods, and if they do not sell, our firm may soon lack spirit stones for circulation." After hearing Qin Yu's analysis, Qin Homing also realized the seriousness of the situation and said, "Gather the managers of all our branches for a meeting." Before long, the managers and overseers of various branches of the Qingmu commercial firm gathered in the main conference hall. Qin Yu reiterated her previous words. After she spoke, discussions began among the attendees. Some suggested holding promotions, but this was immediately dismissed. This would harm the enemy while self-inflicting damage, and even if they did so, they wouldn't be able to compete with others, because others had the means to draw in customers while they did not. At this point, the manager from the branch who had previously rejected Qin Tian felt immense regret, though he maintained a calm demeanor outwardly. Just as he felt relieved that no one knew, the overseer beside him stood up. "Boss, I have a situation to report." The branch manager's heart sank. He realized that this overseer intended to step over him to gain favor, but he had no way to counter it. Qin Homing glanced at the overseer. "What situation?" "Previously, a young lord came to our store with the legend of the White Snake, wanting us to publish it. But the manager refused without even looking." Suddenly, everyone turned to look at that manager. The manager was drenched in cold sweat, knowing he was doomed. Qin Homing glared at the manager with gritted teeth, wanting to slap him dead instantly. However, Qin Yu spoke up. "Father, since the author of the legend of the White Snake had previously approached our Qingmu commercial firm, it shows he has some goodwill towards us. I think I should take this manager to sincerely apologize. If we offer him more spirit stones, we might still be able to recruit him." Qin Homing stroked his beard and said, "Then let Yuer make the trip. If his apology is not sincere enough, break his legs." After that, Qin Yu took the manager and headed towards Qin Tian's studio. Lin Weiner's maid was a spy from the Qingmu commercial firm embedded in the Lin family. Thus, from the information Qin Yu received, she deduced that the author of the legend of the White Snake was at the Yijing painting studio. Upon arriving at the studio, Qin Yu began to knock on the door. As soon as Qin Tian opened the door, the manager recognized him and immediately knelt down. If Qin Tian forgave him, he would have a chance to live. At this time, Qin Yu also spoke. "Sir, I brought him here to apologize because he was blind to your greatness before. I accept the apology." After saying this, Qin Tian prepared to close the door. Qin Yu immediately squeezed through the gap, whispering to Qin Tian, "Since we are so sincere, why not consider collaborating again?" After saying this, she winked at Qin Tian, exuding a hint of charm. She was quite confident in her beauty. Qin Tian frowned slightly, stepped back, and pushed Qin Yu out with one hand before closing the door. Qin Yu gritted her teeth in anger. In Qingshan City, she was considered a top beauty, as long as she spoke, suitors could line up for streets. That Qin Tian remained unmoved by her allure made her doubt whether he was truly a man. After a while, Qin Tian decided to go out for a stroll, taste some street food, and buy some books to pass the time. Walking down the street, he was drawn to an old man. Qin Tian sensed a strong aura of death emanating from him, even though he appeared spirited on the surface. In reality, he was just putting up a facade. Using his powerful cultivation to suppress the aura of death, Qin Tian judged that the old man's level was at the Emperor realm and not just at the first level, as he had fought with Jian Wuchen before, and the old man's aura was even more formidable than Jian Wuchen's. Yet even so, his lifespan was still being depleted. The old man had likely come here to live out his remaining years and wait to die. Beside him was a young man in a white robe wearing a worried expression, presumably the old man's descendant. Upon seeing the old man, Qin Tian fell into deep thought. He then went to the largest tavern in Qingshan City for a meal which was decent, but the ingredients were lacking. There was no demon king meat. Thinking of this, he planned to head to the Qinyun mountain range later to hunt a demon king. After finishing his meal, Qin Tian went to the Lin family business. He noticed that there was a dedicated purchasing channel for the legend of the white snake with cultivators queuing up. He was quite pleased that his work was being recognized. Afterward, he bought some other small books and prepared to leave. Upon returning to the studio and putting down his things, he took a kitchen knife and set off towards the Qinyan mountain range. Qin Tian brandished the kitchen knife and charged deep into the mountains, but it wasn't long before the weather changed. A large dark cloud gathered in the sky, with flashes of lightning occasionally striking. It was clear that a heavy rain was about to hit. He wanted to find a place to avoid the rain, as he currently could not use spiritual power. Thus, if it rained, he would have to endure it. Although he wouldn't catch a cold, being caught in the rain was still uncomfortable. At this moment, he remembered encountering a small estate on the road. He hurriedly ran towards the direction of the estate. 10 minutes later, just as the heavy rain was about to pour down, he stepped into the estate. The estate covered over 1,000 square meters, and the yard was adorned with various flowers and plants. Qin Tian walked through the yard and knocked on the door of the front house. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? It's pouring rain, and may I take shelter here? At that moment, a beautiful girl in a blue dress inside was engrossed in reading the legend of the white snake. Upon hearing the voice, she got up and opened the door. When she saw Qin Tian slightly damp but not disheveled and quite handsome, she felt a sense of comfort. However, sensing no trace of spiritual power on him, she judged him to be an ordinary person seeking shelter from the rain. Please come in, young master. Thank you, miss. After saying this, Qin Tian entered and found a chair to sit down. The girl brewed a cup of hot tea for Qin Tian and sat down beside him, continuing to read the legend of the white snake. Seeing the girl so absorbed in her reading, Qin Tian did not disturb her. Before long, she reached the end where there was a poem, and she couldn't help but read it aloud. Guided by Guanyin, the white snake repays kindness. Crossing the broken bridge, gazing at the lake's clarity, when shall we meet? Sighing that the bond remains unfulfilled, searching for her husband across 1,000 miles, ensuring the safety of the medicine hall, and aiding the world through its trials. After finishing the reading, a trace of sorrow flickered in the girl's eyes as she felt indignant for the white snake. Qin Tian spoke up. Do you really enjoy reading the legend of the white snake? Yes. It's just that the author updates too slowly. I've asked twice, and there's still no update. Qin Tian awkwardly smiled and said, it should be coming soon. The girl beamed with joy and asked, how do you know the author? Qianwei frowned upon seeing Qin Tian. Although Qin Tian was very handsome, he was just a mere mortal. In her heart, she looked down upon mortals. Qianxue hurriedly said, sister, this young man came to escape the rain. He claims to know the author of the legend of the white snake. Qianwei sized up Qin Tian, but she was somewhat skeptical. Just stay here and don't run around. Once the rain stops, hurry on your way. Qianwei said coldly, turning away in disdain. Qianxue awkwardly added, my sister might not like strangers. Qin Tian nodded, not minding it, merely a passerby. After their earlier conversation, Qianxue felt that Qin Tian was a person of great depth. It was a pity that such a person was just a mortal. Therefore, she took out a low-grade cultivation technique and handed it to Qin Tian. Young sir, this is a cultivation technique you can use for your practice. Once you step onto the immortal path, you won't have to worry about the troubles of aging and death. Qianxue's gesture gave Qin Tian a good impression, so he decided to forge a kind relationship. Qin Tian did not accept the technique offered by Qianxue. Instead, he took out half of the Zuowang Chongxing Jing from his bosom and said, you don't need this, I have a better one. After saying this, Qin Tian handed over the technique. This is for you as a token of gratitude for your hospitality. I only hope you won't teach it to others. Qianxue instinctively accepted the Zuowang Chongxing Jing and began to read. Upon doing so, she was shocked because her technique could only cultivate up to the 3rd level of half-saint. However, Qin Tian's book could cultivate up to the 3rd level of saint realm and was very profound. After just a glance, she felt an understanding as she believed that with cultivation, she could break through to the 2nd level of creation realm in a short time. Qianxue felt somewhat troubled by this precious technique because it was too valuable. As the saying goes, nothing is free. She disliked owing favors, yet this technique was too important to her. After hesitating for a moment, Qianxue gritted her teeth and returned the technique to Qin Tian, saying, young sir, this technique is too precious for me. Qin Tian did not expect Qianxue to possess such noble character, and he couldn't help but regard her more highly. Qianxue's talent was quite good. She possessed saint-grade aptitude. However, her aptitude also contained a hint of ancient aura, which meant she had a chance to be promoted to emperor grade. However, the cost of such advancement would be significant. Nevertheless, Qin Tian was willing to forge this kind relationship. How about this? You can keep the technique for now, and when we meet next time, you just have to promise me one condition. Ultimately, Qianxue could not resist the temptation of the technique and agreed. She then promised that no one would be allowed to see the technique, not even her sister. At this moment, the rain stopped, and Qin Tian prepared to go out hunting. Just as he stepped out of the house, Qin asked, "Where can I find you in the future?" "Qingyun City," Yijing Huazhai Qin Tian replied, and slowly disappeared from Qiangshu's sight. Not long after Qin Tian left, Qianwei returned. She looked at Qin with displeasure and said, "Don't let such mortals into the manor in the future. He is not one of us." Qin bit her lip, wanting to explain a few things, but in the end she did not speak up. She knew her sister's character was somewhat snobbish. At the same time, she had a feeling that Qin Tian was not a mere mortal, but an unparalleled expert. Qianwei glanced at the legend of the white snake on the table and said, "You should spend more time cultivating and not always look at these things. They carry the aura of mortals. You must understand our current situation." Meanwhile, Qin Tian continued to search for the Demon King. It was still quite difficult to encounter a Demon King in the outskirts of the Qingyun mountain range. While searching, he heard a sound of battle and curiously walked over to take a look. It turned out to be the Demon King, the bright tiger at the second level of Creation Realm. Its opponent was a young man in white robes previously encountered by Qin Tian on the street, who was beside the old man of Emperor Realm. The young man was very young, only around 20 years old, but his realm had reached the first level of Creation Realm, making him a rare talent. This should be the result of the old man of Emperor Realm training him to the utmost before his death. The young man challenged the bright tiger, presumably to help extend the old man's lifespan. However, Qin Tian knew this was futile. The bright-type Demon King posed no threat to an Emperor Realm expert. Unless it was at the level of a Demon Emperor, it might be different. The young man was at a disadvantage due to his lower realm, yet he did not wish to retreat. This resulted in him becoming increasingly passive and even getting injured. Boom! The young man was caught off guard and was directly knocked away by the bright tiger. Just as the bright tiger was about to deliver a follow-up claw strike, Qin Tian dashed forward, raising his kitchen knife and delivering a fierce slash. A gash was cut into the bright tiger, causing it to bleed profusely. It had seen Qin Tian charging over, but since there was no fluctuation of spiritual energy from him, it did not pay him any heed. Qin Tian pressed the attack, swinging his knife back. This time the bright tiger went all out and swiped a paw at him. The bright tiger's paw was cut open by the kitchen knife, and it howled in pain. It had thought that its full-strength swipe would send Qin Tian flying, but it did not expect such a result. After taking 2 slashes, the bright tiger was no longer a match for Qin Tian. After the bright tiger fell, Qin Tian approached the young man and said the bright tiger poses no threat to the old man's injuries. The young man was startled by Qin Tian's words and thought, could it be that a foe of my grandfather has come? However, seeing that Qin Tian did not show any malice, he tentatively asked, "How do you know about my grandfather's situation?" Qin Tian replied, "I could tell you. I saw you and your grandfather on the streets of Qingyun City earlier." The young man then breathed a sigh of relief and began to carefully study Qin Tian. What puzzled him was that he could not sense any fluctuation of spiritual energy from Qin Tian. Yet he had just easily killed the bright tiger. Thus he concluded that Qin Tian must have repressed his aura. The strength of such a person was likely on par with his grandfather. Thinking of this, he quickly asked, "You saw my master's situation at a glance. Do you have a way to solve it?" Qin Tian pointed at the bright tiger and said, "Take this with you and follow me." The young man thought Qin Tian had a way to help his grandfather, and he immediately rushed over to collect the bright tiger before following Qin Tian to Yijing Huazhai. Qin Tian instructed him to place the bright tiger in the kitchen and then began to rewrite a method of cultivation for the Zuo Wang, Chongxing Jing, suitable for those below the 3rd level of Saint Realm. The one previously given to Qin was originally intended for the old man, but now he had to write a new one. He began to miss having spiritual energy. If he had it, he could directly inscribe it into a blank jade slip. After finishing, Qin Tian handed the technique to the young man, telling him to take it back to the old man. Perhaps it would be of some use. The young man repeatedly thanked him and hurriedly left Yijing Huazhai. Qin Tian believed that the old man would arrive soon, for the earlier part of the technique could only help slightly slow down the passage of life, while only the latter part could truly solve the problem. After the youth left, Qin Tian went out to buy some spiritual wine and ingredients. He planned to prepare a meal using the bright tiger, as the meat of a beast king was truly exquisite. Qin Tian cut a large piece of meat and began to chop it into smaller chunks. Just as he was slicing the meat, the youth returned with the old man. They searched the shop, but upon hearing the noise found their way to the kitchen. At that moment, Qin Tian was swiftly chopping the meat, and each stroke seemed to contain a profound meaning of the blade. The old man stood at the door observing Qin Tian as his eyes gradually narrowed. He was astonished to find that he couldn't sense any fluctuations of spiritual energy from Qin Tian. Yet the way Qin Tian cut the meat was undeniably infused with the essence of the blade. When he focused his attention on the kitchen knife, he was taken aback. This knife was actually an imperial weapon, and it seemed to be more than just an ordinary one. To forge an imperial weapon into a kitchen knife, how audacious could one be? At that moment, he firmly believed that Qin Tian was no ordinary person. How could an ordinary individual easily slay a beast king? If he couldn't see through Qin Tian completely, then there was only one possibility: this person was far more powerful than he had been in his prime. He was likely a formidable being at the half-step supreme realm. In his prime, he was at the second level of the imperial realm, but now he had dropped to the first level. Yet even in his current state, it was impossible for him to not perceive the spiritual energy of someone at the third level of the imperial realm. Thus it was very likely that he was at half-step supreme. At this moment, Qin Tian also noticed the old man and said, "Please wait a moment." The old man smiled and nodded. Setting aside how powerful Qin Tian was, he was the one seeking help, so he needed to lower his stance. Qin Tian busied himself for an hour, and after the dishes were prepared, he set the table and then brought out the wine to invite the old man to dine together. The old man did not refuse and sat across from him. He picked up a piece of tiger meat and put it in his mouth, instantly revitalized. He tentatively remarked, "The meat cut from an imperial weapon is indeed delicious. Isn't it because my cooking is great?" Qin Tian asked in confusion. The old man felt a bit awkward, but having lived for so long, he had developed a thick skin. "Your cooking is undoubtedly superb, but I feel that your kitchen knife is extraordinary." "It's just a kitchen knife," Qin Tian replied indifferently. The old man was slightly taken aback, unsure how to respond. Finally, he said, "My name is Zhongwu. May I ask for your name?" "Qin Tian." Then the two began to chat casually while the youth stood by watching. Qin Tian did not bring up the matter of the cultivation method until Zhongwu spoke up. "The cultivation method you gave to my grandson was very effective for me, so I wish to obtain the subsequent training methods. I have the cultivation method, but why should I give it to you?" "You can ask for anything," Zhongwu quickly replied. "What can you offer me?" This question left Zhongwu stunned. As he was currently in a dire situation, he truly had nothing of value to trade for Qin Tian's cultivation method. Even before this, he likely couldn't offer anything comparable to that method. Thinking of this, Zhongwu decided to be straightforward. "Since you allowed my grandson to bring me to see you, there must be a deeper meaning. If you have any requests, please state them." Seeing that Zhongwu had laid his cards on the table, Qin Tian also said directly, "You will become my guard, and I will grant you the cultivation method." Now that he had come to Zhongzhou, perhaps it wouldn't be long before he encountered the enemies of Miaoling and Baisharu. Thus he needed some subordinates, especially someone like Zhongwu who was at the imperial realm. Upon hearing this, Zhongwu immediately felt like flipping the table. After all, he was an imperial realm expert, and asking him to be a guard was a bit too much. The youth beside him was even more enraged, his face turning red. "Do you know who my grandfather is? You want him to be your guard?" Qin Tian's expression remained unchanged as he continued, "I don't care who he is. I only know that without my cultivation method, he can live at most another month. You can decide between life and death for yourselves. Alternatively, you can try to steal it." Qin Tian raised an eyebrow and said lightly. Upon hearing this, the youth immediately lost heart, his expression dimming. "It turned out that grandfather only had a month left. No wonder he had been urging me to cultivate recently." The old man, upon hearing the suggestion of stealing, felt a flicker of temptation. Perhaps Qin Tian was indeed a paper tiger. But when he saw his grandson beside him, he discarded that thought. If he died, then he would die, but if his grandson also perished, he would have no descendants left. Previously, he and his friend Luo Sha Sect's master Luo Ho went to treasure hunt and discovered 3 half-step imperial weapons. Luo Ho schemed against him to obtain the half-step imperial weapon, laying down a deadly curse. This curse could initially be removed on its own, but Luo Ho tightly restrained him, not giving him a chance. By the time he escaped, the deadly curse had already fused with him. The curse would continuously erode his life, and he could only suppress it with his own cultivation to slow down the erosion. Later, Luo Ho, wanting to eliminate potential threats, slaughtered his clan. He risked his life to take his grandson away while the rest of the clan perished. After a moment of contemplation, Zhongwu chose to accept Qin Tian's conditions. He wanted to live to protect his grandson and to seek revenge. With a sigh, Zhongwu said, "I can serve as your guard, but I have one condition. Once my strength is restored, allow me to take revenge." "Are your enemies strong?" Qin Tian inquired. He thought that if Zhongwu's enemies were too powerful, it would be better not to make this deal, as it would be unprofitable. "The strongest among them is at the second level of the imperial realm," Zhongwu replied. "If it's just the second level of the imperial realm, then I agree." "What does just the second level of the imperial realm mean?" Zhongwu felt a bit speechless. Was the second level really that weak? In fact, Qin Tian indeed had that strength. He was currently at the third level of the eternal physique and could easily deal with someone at the second level of the imperial realm as long as his spiritual energy was unsealed. After Zhongwu made a solemn oath, Qin Tian provided him with the subsequent cultivation methods. Zhongwu began to peruse the training methods for the imperial realm, growing more and more excited. As long as he cultivated the power of life from the sitting forgetting longevity scripture, he could break the deadly curse. Furthermore, the sitting forgetting longevity scripture was also a method that could extend one's lifespan, just perfect to compensate for the life he had lost. From then on, the intent painting studio gained Zhong Wu and his grandson Zhong Yan. The old man was busy with breaking curses and training, while Zhong Yan helped him tidy up the shop or run errands. Qin Tian also took the time to update part of the White Snake saga. When Lin Weiner came again, she directly handed Qin Tian a specially made supreme storage ring from their business. Young Master Qin, this contains 800,000 spirit stones, which is your share. I hope you can update it quickly. Qin Tian did not expect that the first 3 volumes of the White Snake saga could sell for so much. Ding. Fame task completed. Sign-in rewards increased by 20, awarding Imperial Grade Ultimate Sword Technique Breaking Heaven Blade. Just like that. Qin Tian's second task was also completed. He felt quite satisfied. After delivering the spirit stones, she began to look for Qin Tian to chat and get closer. While she was engaged in conversation, she suddenly sensed a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy coming from upstairs, stronger than her great-grandfather at the 3rd level of the sacred realm. This person was likely a powerful being at the Imperial Realm. The Lin family business did not have a single Imperial Realm expert, yet she didn't expect there was one here with Qin Tian. Is there someone upstairs? Lin Weiner asked tentatively. Yes, my guard is cultivating upstairs. Guard. Hearing Qin Tian's words, Lin Weiner's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Is there a problem? Qin Tian asked. No problem. After receiving this information, Lin Weiner had already internally acknowledged Qin Tian as a super expert. Regardless of the situation, her intuition was never wrong. Qin Tian said the being upstairs was his guard. Thus, it was likely true, for their conversation downstairs would surely be heard by the Imperial Realm expert. His lack of refutation and anger indicated that what Qin Tian said was indeed true. Thinking of this, Lin Weiner became even more eager to please Qin Tian. Young Master Qin, let me give you a back massage. After saying this, she ran behind Qin Tian to massage his back and waist. She often did this to please her great-grandfather in the family, so her skills were quite good. Qin Tian felt very comfortable, so he did not refuse. In the evening, Qin Tian signaled Lin Weiner that she could go home. In fact, Lin Weiner wanted to stay here for the night, but since Qin Tian had indicated she should leave, she had no choice but to go. Upon returning home, she immediately found her great-grandfather and recounted everything that had happened today. Her great-grandfather was also very shocked upon hearing this. Unexpectedly, there was actually an emperor-level expert and a master hidden in Qinyan City. Thinking of this, his expression gradually became serious. This should be a master who comprehends the Tao in the mortal world. You shouldn't frequently disturb others lest you provoke them. Also, we will not take any share from his book. All profits will go to him. Lin Weiner nodded, putting away her little thoughts. On the other side, the Qingmu Chamber of Commerce was having a harder and harder time. Their business had dropped by half compared to before due to the popularity of Qin Tian's White Snake legend and the 3 artistic pieces Lin Weiner had purchased from him. As long as customers spent a certain amount in the store, they could comprehend for free for a day. Later, it was reported that someone had a breakthrough through comprehension, which further boosted the business of the chamber. In addition, they took the opportunity to launch a series of promotional activities to stimulate consumption. Qing Hongming was becoming increasingly anxious, and without any solution in sight, it seemed that Qingyun City would not have 2 major chambers in the future. Instead, the Lin family business would dominate alone. After much thought, he decided to personally speak with Qin Tian. He was merely selling books to make money. Using spirit stones to do so was quite easy. The next day, Qin Hongming came alone to the Artistic Realm studio and knocked on the door. As soon as Qin Tian opened the door and Qin Hongming expressed his intentions, he began to persuade Mr. Qin. A copy of White Snake Legend is merely 1 top-grade spirit stone. As long as you are willing to collaborate with us, I will offer you 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, and you will receive 80% of the subsequent profits. Also, I know that the artistic pieces are also sold by you. If you have more, I am willing to buy them for 100,000 top-grade spirit stones each. Qin Tian directly refused after hearing this. If it were earlier, he might have been tempted, but now several 100,000 spirit stones were just a number to him without much significance. He was issuing White Snake Legend now solely because his work had garnered a lot of recognition, which brought him joy. Qin Hongming thought he had offered too little and began to raise his offer. 150,000. Qin Tian shook his head. 200,000. Qin Hongming gritted his teeth and added another 50,000. Qin Tian remained unmoved. Seeing Qin Tian's reaction, Qin Hongming's face turned pale with rage. In his intelligence, Qin Tian was an outsider and his house was given to him. How could he possibly lack money? Thus, he believed Qin Tian was trying to drive up the price. I will raise the offer one last time, 250,000 top-grade spirit stones. Qin Tian did not want to get entangled with him, directly stating, I gave you the opportunity back then, but you missed it. Therefore, no matter how much you say now, it is of no use. It was my subordinate who was blind back then, but I have already made him bow and apologize to you. Now I have shown enough sincerity, you wouldn't want to go against spirit stones, would you? Qin Tian said. Do you know how much 250,000 top-grade spirit stones are worth? A transformation realm warrior would need 10 years to earn that much. As he said this, he seemed to gain confidence, continuing, one must learn to weigh the pros and cons, they do not be ungrateful. Qin Tian laughed upon hearing Qin Hongming's words, and then disdainfully said, is 250,000 a lot? After saying this, he took out the supreme storage ring that Lin Weiner had given him, saying, this is the 80,000 top-grade spirit stones that the Lin family business just gave me. Your perspective is too narrow. Qin Hongming was taken aback upon seeing the supreme ring. He knew very well that his greatest competitor had the exclusive supreme storage ring. This ring was for the high-tier members of the Lin family business, typically requiring 1 million to acquire. Furthermore, having this ring granted an 80% discount when purchasing from the Lin family. While he was still in a daze, Qin Tian slammed the door shut. Qin Tian poured himself a cup of tea and began to miss Miaoling. In the past, whenever Miaoling saw him sitting, she would make him a cup of tea. He really wanted to go back and see Miaoling, but his main task for coming out this time had not yet been completed. He needed to continue searching for his own path. Just as he had some free time now, he began to contemplate the Tao. He practiced the great method of transformation, the most miraculous aspect of which was the ability to transform into myriad spirits. He could transform into a master of the sword path, as well as a master of the blade and fist paths. It was precisely because of this that he could not figure out what his own path truly was. Qin Tian began to reflect on his past. Initially, he lay flat in the Zhongjin Peak, living a mundane life. However, after Miaoling arrived, he had changed, developing different feelings towards his disciple. Later, wanting to help her take revenge, he began to cultivate and gather followers. Now the enemies he encountered were becoming increasingly powerful. From the initial semi-saint to now an emperor level, he felt a sense of urgency. He was no longer the boy who only wanted to lie flat. He wanted to protect the people he cared about, such as Miaoling and Baisharu. Thinking of this, he seemed to realize something. What he had previously lacked was not merely the Tao, but a heart that yearns to grow stronger. When he did not understand, he would feel lost. But once understood, that became his motivation. The most important aspects of cultivation are wealth, fame, companions, techniques, and land. For example, the first two tasks, the first was related to wealth. With wealth, one could enhance oneself faster and recruit subordinates. The second task was fame. With fame came deterrence, which would attract more people to ally with him. At the beginning, no one came to Zhongjin Peak, but after Miaoling became famous, even the princess of the Chongming Kingdom rushed to seek apprenticeship. Companions refer to finding trustworthy people to progress together. He already had a Miaoling. Techniques refer to skills and magical weapons. He had also acquired some from the system. What he currently lacked was land, a good place for cultivation. Cultivating in a good place could yield twice the result with half the effort. Just then a system task arrived. Ding. Task obtained the Qinglong Vein. Within a year, the Qingyun mountain range will reveal the Qinglong Vein, which can significantly increase the spiritual density within a 30-kilometer radius by double and increase it tenfold within a 3-kilometer radius. Seeing the effects of the Qinglong Vein, he felt that he indeed needed to acquire it. 10 times the spiritual energy within a 3-kilometer radius. One could imagine how fast the cultivation speed would be inside. At that time, he could level up together with Miaoling the little fox and those subordinates, and just thinking about it made him feel delighted. So next, he just needed to stay calmly in Qingyun City. He would surely sense any movements at that time. Now that the system had not unsealed his spiritual power, it indicated that he needed to obtain the Dragon Vein to unlock it. In the eastern continent, at the entrance of the Kunlun Sword Sect, 3 Saint Realm experts appeared, 2 at the second level of the Saint Realm and 1 at the third level. They were the ones who remained in the eastern continent searching for Baisharu. One of the second-level Saint Realm experts said to the third-level expert, "This is the largest force in the eastern continent. Let them help us find Baisharu." The third-level expert slightly nodded. Then the 3 of them simultaneously released their auras, startling the high-ranking members of the Kunlun Sword Sect. Su Ming, Mo Wentian, and others quickly rushed to the sect's entrance. Upon seeing the 3 saints, Su Ming's expression changed as all 3 were stronger than him. He secretly sent Yen Qingxi to report to Zhongjin Peak. Seeing that people had arrived, one of the second-level saints stepped forward and said, "We are from the central continent looking for a fox. We hope your sect can assist us wholeheartedly in the search." Hearing this, Su Ming frowned. From the central continent, looking for a little fox. He immediately thought of Qin Tian's fox. With this in mind, he decided to buy time and wait for Qin Tian to return before addressing the matter. "Seniors, I will send disciples to search," he said. "Send disciples? Who do you think you're fooling? I want all of you to go and search with all your might." Do you understand what it means to search with all your might? The second-level saint spoke arrogantly. As soon as these words were uttered, Su Ming and the others' expressions darkened, for they were the top force in the eastern continent and had their own pride. The second-level saint noticed Su Ming and the others' expressions and realized they were dissatisfied. He then suggested, "Big brother, why don't we beat these high-ranking members first? If we scare them, they will listen." The third-level saint nodded and said, "Let's do it this way. People from this barbaric land need some education." Hearing this, Su Ming immediately ordered them to run towards Songjin Peak. Songjin Peak was home to a group of saints. The three saints hurriedly pursued. At the Songjin Pavilion, and Miaoling, who was in closed-door meditation, was called out by Yin Qingxi. At this moment, Su Ming transmitted a message to her stating that several people had come looking for a little fox and asked her to bring the people from the Spirit Sword Pavilion to assist. And Miaoling informed by Xiaoru and then ran towards the Spirit Sword Pavilion. Bai Xiaoru's gaze became intense as she murmured what was meant to come has arrived. A glimmer of killing intent flashed in her eyes. As soon as Miaoling arrived at the Spirit Sword Pavilion, Shangwanya and the other four saints noticed her. Knowing that Miaoling was Qin Tian's beloved, they treated her with great courtesy. And Miaoling got straight to the point and said, "Someone has come to our door, come with me to fight." After saying this, she led the way, flying towards the sect. When she arrived, Su Ming, Mo Wentian, and the others were being beaten up. Their faces were swollen, and when they saw Miaoling and the others, they looked utterly aggrieved. The three saints were somewhat surprised to see Shangwanya and the other four saints, not expecting that a sect in the eastern continent would have so many saints. However, since the highest among them was only at the second level, they still held an advantage. Shangwanya's expression became serious upon seeing the three saints. She then said to Long E and Long Air, "You two team up to hold off the third-level saint. The rest of us will deal with one each. The Holy Spirit Tree will hold one off." Hearing Shangwanya's suggestion, they agreed, and each found their respective opponents. And Miaoling, dressed in a feathered robe, stood with her sword searching for an opportunity. She was not a match for them heathen, but if she could find a chance to ambush with the ice glass sword, it would still be effective. She chose to confront the second-level saint that Shangwanya was battling. After practicing the Great Radiance Infinite technique, her strength had significantly increased. She was now on the verge of touching the threshold of the third-level saint realm. However, facing an opponent from the central continent, she did not become arrogant. She quickly formed hand seals and chanted softly, "Radiant Holy Seal." A milky white seal suddenly enlarged and slammed towards the second-level saint. Boom! The second-level saint met it with a punch. Neither side gained an advantage from the clash. The second-level expert from the central continent indeed had some skill, and the battle continued. And Miaoling communicated with Shangwanya to create opportunities for herself. Shangwanya understood, biting her silver teeth and frantically using her ultimate skill. The sudden outburst forced the second-level saint to retreat repeatedly. This kind of burst consumed a lot of spiritual energy, and if it did not yield results, it would backfire. Just as the second-level saint was unsteady, and Miaoling lunged from behind with a sword. Charging and Yang. The ice glass sword carrying the energies of black and white swiftly pierced towards the second-level saint. The second-level saint sensed Miaoling's attack, but did not take it seriously. Why would he care about an ant at the second level of the half-saint realm? He casually waved his hand to meet Miaoling's attack. Swish! The ice glass sword pierced through the palm of the second-level half-saint. The second-level saint was knocked back, staring in shock at the sword in Miaoling's hand. Although he had only used 40% of his strength, it should have been more than enough to deal with the second-level half-saint. Now that his palm was pierced, there was only one possibility: this sword was an imperial weapon. While the second-level saint was in a daze, Shangwanya delivered another holy light seal. Caught off guard, he was pushed back again. At this moment, Miaoling's sword came attacking once more. This time he did not underestimate it in the slightest and struck back with all his strength. By this time, the two women had gained the upper hand, alternating their attacks and not giving the second-level saint any chance to breathe. After 10 breaths, he could no longer hold on and ultimately perished under the storm-like assault of the two women. Afterward, the two women turned their attention to another second-level saint. He had originally been dominating Su Ming and Gu Shu in battle, but upon sensing the two women's gaze, he attempted to flee. He had witnessed the death of his companion, but the others did not give him any opportunity. Gu Shu controlled countless vines to entangle him, and in the end he died in the encirclement. Now only a third-level saint remained. Relying on his higher cultivation and having practiced a low-grade imperial technique, he was not afraid. With 6 people attacking the third-level saint, his pressure increased significantly. Gradually he began to fall behind, and then started to sustain injuries. He knew that if this continued, he might very well fall here, so he prepared to escape and call for reinforcements. At that point, he would definitely ensure that Kunlun would become a barren wasteland. Thinking of this, he felt a hint of excitement. He paid some price to break free from the encirclement and distanced himself from the others. Then he said coldly, "You all wait. When I come back next time you will all die." Upon hearing this, Shang Wanya and the others' expressions turned grim. They did not doubt the words of the third-level saint. Any powerful force from the central continent could easily wipe them out. Seeing the expressions of Shang Wanya and the others, he couldn't help but laugh. Huh. Just then he felt someone behind him. Before he could react, a claw-like shadow had already struck towards his heart. Boom. The third-level saint was sent flying towards Shang Wanya and the others. The one who struck was Bai Shiru. At the moment when the third-level saint was most pleased, she unleashed the celestial demon claw boosted by the celestial demon pearl. Thus its power was immensely strong. After the third-level saint fell to the ground, he looked up in shock at Bai Shiru. You. Before he could finish his words, the attacks from Shang Wanya and the others engulfed him. After eliminating the enemy, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Su Ming swiftly cleared the traces of the battle and instructed everyone to keep the matter a secret. The battlefield was cleared, and the two women returned to the Cangjin Pavilion. "Were they looking for you?" And Miaoling inquired. Bai Shiru nodded. "These people chased us from Zhongzhou and have finally been dealt with." And Miaoling replied without asking further, as everyone has their own secrets. Then Bai Shiru told Miaoling about Qin Tian's trip to Zhongzhou. Upon hearing that Qin Tian had gone to Zhongzhou, she became somewhat worried and considered going to Zhongzhou to find him. So she tried to send a message to Qin Tian, but it failed due to the distance. After thinking for a while, she decided to set off for Zhongzhou in a couple of days. She would try to contact Qin Tian again when she arrived in Zhongzhou. Qingyun City, Qingmu Merchant Guild. Qingyu was nestled in the arms of an old man, gently caressing his cheek with her jade-like hand. She breathed softly. "Master Gu, we are relying on you for our merchant guild this time." The old man tightened his embrace with a smile, saying, "As long as I am satisfied, everything can be negotiated. The pills I refine will definitely sell well in a place like Qingshan City." Qingyu replied sweetly, "I will definitely satisfy you." Good. Hearing this, the old man was overjoyed and directly pressed Qingyu beneath him. On the surface, Qingyu appeared shy, but inside, she harbored endless resentment. This old man was named Gu He. He was the alchemist she had invited from Yundi City through connections. If it weren't for Qin Tian, how could she submit herself to an old man? She even had to accommodate some of his peculiar preferences. She was originally the most esteemed person in Qingyun City. Oh, why should she endure this? Just as she felt unfair for herself, the old man became limp. Qingyu glanced at him filled with disdain and wanted to say something. Just this. But she not only couldn't say it, but also had to praise the old man for being formidable. This is the cruel law of the cultivator's world. The next day, Qingmu Merchant Guild released 3 new low-grade pills at affordable prices. They were the 3-pattern Gathering Spirit Pill, 3-pattern Swift Wind Pill, and 3-pattern Golden Restoration Pill. The Gathering Spirit Pill increases the speed of cultivation, while the Swift Wind Pill boosts speed, usually used for escaping. As for the Golden Restoration Pill, it is used for healing. The 3 patterns represent the grade and efficacy. The more patterns, the better the effect, and the higher the requirements for the alchemist's skill. After the release of these 3 pills, many martial artists lined up to purchase them from the Qingmu Merchant Guild. The 3-pattern pills were only 20% more expensive than the previous 2-pattern pills, but their efficacy was 50% better. Additionally, recently, the Qingyun mountain range experienced some changes, and the spiritual energy became more abundant. The beasts inside became more active, and even beasts from other places came rushing over. As a result, the number of beasts increased, raising the danger level. Qingyun City was the closest to the Qingyun mountain range, and most people in Qingyun City relied on hunting in the mountain range for their livelihood. Thus, they urgently needed these pills. Pills were also the main and most profitable point for the Merchant Guild. In the following days, most cultivators started lining up at the Qingmu Merchant Guild to purchase. They sold a limited quantity of pills each hour, as there was only one master with limited output. Those who couldn't wait often bought other pills from the Qingmu Merchant Guild nearby. As a result, the number of people purchasing spiritual herbs from the Lin Merchant Guild significantly decreased. The Lin Merchant Guild also tried to contact alchemists from larger cities, but no one was willing to come. Lin Weiner came to Qin Tian's shop to retrieve the White Snake Chronicle, looking dispirited. Qin Tian had also heard about this matter. He knew that as long as the alchemist from Qingmu Merchant Guild didn't leave, the Lin Merchant Guild would have no chance to rise. Thus, Qin Tian decided to entice the Lin Merchant Guild. Developing it in the future could provide him with intelligence and resources. Most importantly, he wanted to use the Lin Merchant Guild to help him acquire imperial-grade spiritual herbs. At that point, he could refine a large quantity of pills for improvement. After Lin Weiner left, Qin Tian called over Zhong Yin, the grandson of Zhong Wu. He knew that Zhong Yin had studied alchemy and had the talent for it, wanting to cultivate him. He had learned alchemy in his family before, and later when his grandfather took him on the run, he studied even more seriously after realizing his grandfather's injuries. He wanted to help his grandfather, The previous hunt for the bright tiger was also aimed at obtaining its blood for alchemy. Qin Tian summoned Zhong Yin and explained his thoughts. Zhong Yin knew that Qin Tian was an unparalleled expert, and it was an honor for him to learn from Qin Tian, so he immediately knelt down to pay respects. Qin Tian accepted him as a disciple under his name, teaching only alchemy. Subsequently, Qin Tian began to pass on his true insights on alchemy to Zhong Yin bit by bit and personally guided him in refining pills. He originally had a good foundation and could refine low-grade pills, so it wouldn't take long before he could refine pills with 3 patterns or above. That night, Qin Tian practiced for a while and then lay down on the bed to read. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. Zhong Yin, who was practicing alchemy downstairs, opened the door to find 2 beautiful women. They were the sisters Qian Shui and Qian Wei. Qian Shui hurriedly asked, "Is Mr. Qin here?" "He is. I'll go inform him." With that, Zhong Yin prepared to call Qin Tian. At that moment, Qin Tian had already heard the voice and walked down from upstairs with a smile on his face, knowing that Qian Shui would return sooner or later. Upon seeing Qin Tian, Qian Shui exclaimed with surprise, "Young Master Qin." Qin Tian smiled and asked, "Why did you come to find me so late? Is there something on your mind?" Hearing Qin Tian's question, Qian Shui's expression dimmed. Qian Wei hastily urged, "If you're saying goodbye, make it quick, don't hold me up." Qian Shui trembled slightly and said, "I'm here to bid farewell to you this time, and I don't know if I will ever get the chance to repay your kindness." After saying this, Qian Shui bowed to Qin Tian and turned to leave. "Wait a moment," Qin Tian called out to her and asked, "Have you encountered something? Perhaps I can help you." Before Qian Shui could respond, Qian Wei grew impatient, saying, "What are you pretending to be a big shot for? What can you, a mere mortal, do to help me?" Zhong Yin, hearing this, angrily retorted, "How can you speak to my master like that?" "Master?" The 2 women exchanged glances with Zhong Yin, somewhat incredulous, as Zhong Yin's strength was comparable to theirs. "Do you believe me?" Qin Tian asked Qian Shui. Qian Shui thought of the matter regarding the cultivation technique, glanced at Zhong Yin again, and nodded, saying, "I believe you. You will be my maid and stay by my side. No one will dare to lay a hand on you." Qin Tian said directly. Qian Wei interjected, "You're just a toad, wanting to eat swan meat." After saying this, she tugged at Qian Shui, saying, "Let's go." However, this time Qian Shui did not budge, and Qian Wei's expression darkened. "Are you sure you won't come with me?" Qian Shui was caught in hesitation, as she actually did not like this sister because she was very materialistic and had bullied her since childhood. If it weren't for the family's misfortune leaving her with only this sister as a relative, she would have long wanted nothing to do with Qian Wei. Seeing Qian Shui's silence, Qian Wei snorted coldly. "From now on, just treat it as if you don't have a sister like you." After saying this, she turned and left. At that moment, a voice came through. "None of you can leave." A figure in a black robe emerged from the shadows. "You are the ones chosen by the young master." The 2 women trembled at the sight of the black-robed man, fear evident on their faces. Months ago, they had caught the attention of a young nobleman while out. The nobleman commanded their family to surrender the 2 women to him. However, their father did not comply and secretly helped them escape. Later, they heard that their entire family had been murdered and that the young nobleman was sending people to find them. Thus, they hid in the remote Qinyan mountain range. Recently, while wandering in the city, they spotted the black-robed man. He looked exactly like one of the young nobleman's subordinates, prompting them to prepare for a hurried escape. Before she left, Qian Shui wanted to say goodbye to Qin Tian as she felt indebted. As the black-robed man approached, Qian Wei glared at Qian Shui with resentment. If it weren't for her insistence on coming, they wouldn't have been captured. Qin Tian ignored the black-robed man and said to Qian Shui, "Have you made your decision?" In that moment, Qian Shui hesitated no longer and shyly replied, "I agree to be the young master's maid." The black-robed man felt a surge of anger at being ignored. After all, he was a half-saint level expert. He then began to scrutinize Qin Tian. No spiritual energy. A mere mortal. He scoffed, "Ignorance breeds fear." With that, he prepared to charge forward and slap Qin Tian to death. But as he took a step forward, an old man seized him by the neck and lifted him up. The old man turned to Qin Tian and respectfully asked, "Young master, how should we handle this?" "Young master?" At this sight, Qian Shui and her sister were stunned. To capture a half-saint expert with bare hands and call him young master. Kill him. With a crack, the black-robed man died unwillingly. Qian Shui looked at Qin Tian with joy, relieved that the crisis had been so easily resolved. Qian Wei hurried to Qin Tian's side with a flattering expression, saying, "Young master, I am also willing to be your maid." Qin Tian shot a cold glance at Qian Wei and said, "Get lost." Qian Wei was frightened and stepped back repeatedly, ultimately casting a pleading look at Qian Shui. However, Qian Shui ignored her opportunistic sister this time, as the crisis had already been averted. Her sister would not face any life-threatening danger, and as for anything else, she found it hard to care. Qin Tian then led them inside and closed the door. Qian Wei looked at the door of the I Ching painting studio and coldly remarked, with my beauty, it's only a matter of time before I rise to prominence. I will definitely find a way to reclaim my dignity. With that she left. After entering, Qian Shui quietly asked young master, where will I sleep tonight? Follow me, Qin Tian said, leading the way upstairs. Qian Shui hastily followed behind, her face flushed. She wondered if he intended to sleep with her tonight. Coming from a prestigious family, she had heard many stories of maids accompanying their masters. On the second floor there were 6 large rooms. Qin Tian casually stopped at an empty room. Just as he was about to speak, Qian Shui, lost in thought, bumped into his embrace. Startled, Qian Shui quickly retreated, her small face turning crimson. Young master, I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention while I was lost in thought. Qin Tian pointed to the room ahead and said, you will live here from now on. With that, Qin Tian returned to his own room. He had already gathered quite a few people, and after a period of settling down they would be enough to rival the major powers in Zhongzhou. The next day, Qin Tian was on the first floor painting the last volume of The Legend of the White Snake when Qian Shui approached. Seeing Qin Tian painting, she exclaimed, so this is what you are drawing, young master. Qin Tian nodded slightly, and then took out the latter part of the sitting forgetting for immortality and handed it to Qian Shui, instructing practice diligently. Qian Shui accepted the technique and ran to a corner to study it. After a while, Qin Tian finally completed the update of The Legend of the White Snake. At that moment, Qian Shui jogged over and softly asked, young master, can I take a look first? Qin Tian nodded and left. Qian Shui picked up the final volume and read it with great interest, feeling a sense of pride at being the first to read it. 3 days later, in Miaoling from the Congjian Pavilion finally grasped the threshold of the sword domain. She slowly rose and looked towards the direction of Zhongzhou. Then she quickly headed towards Zhongzhou. She felt a mix of longing, urgency, and fear. After all, she had been in seclusion for over a year, and she feared that her strict master had found her a master wife. Crossing the Two Realms Mountain, she arrived at the Zhongzhou territory and continued on for a while before attempting to transmit her voice to Qin Tian. Finally, she succeeded when she reached the area of the Qingyun mountain range. In the I Ching painting studio, Qin Tian was angrily correcting Zhong Yan's mistakes. Suddenly, he revealed a smile, and his brow relaxed. Zhong Yan was taken aback. Why did the master suddenly smile? Was it because I was so foolish that I made the master laugh? Surely the master wouldn't give up on me, would he? Thinking of this, he quickly said, Master, don't give up on me. I will definitely practice and study diligently in the future. Qin Tian nodded slightly and said, keep practicing before leaving. He was preparing to meet in Miaoling. He had missed her after such a long time. As he saw Qin Tian leave, Zhong Yan murmured, the master must be disappointed in me. I must double my efforts. Thus, Qin Tian inadvertently gave Zhong Yan a lesson. Soon Qin Tian arrived at the Qingyun mountain range and began searching for Miaoling, finally spotting her graceful figure once more. Dressed in a red phoenix feather robe, she had a graceful figure and skin whiter than snow with delicate fingers. Even the thin veil on her face could not conceal her stunning beauty. Qin Tian immediately embraced her, and Miaoling twisted her body, internally complaining that he hadn't changed at all, still taking advantage right from the start. After a brief moment of warmth, Qin Tian led in Miaoling towards the I Ching painting studio. He mentioned that he would not be returning to Dongzhou for a while because a dragon vein would appear in the Qingyun mountain range within a year. And Miaoling was astonished. A dragon vein was the foundation of a major power. If Kunlun had a dragon vein, everyone's cultivation speed would see a qualitative improvement. Upon arriving at the I Ching painting studio, Qin Tian began to introduce everything to Miaoling. After the introduction, he arranged for Miaoling to stay in the room next to his. Downstairs, Zhong Yan and Qian Shui discussed the new senior sister is impressive, at least she is a half-saint. Qian Shui nodded, her face filled with envy, as they were about the same age, yet their cultivation levels were so different. In the room, Miaoling smiled and said, this little girl is quite nice. Qin Tian could tell from her words what she meant. She is just a newly accepted maid, but I thought her talent was good and wanted to cultivate her. Otherwise, I could let her be your disciple. And Miaoling pondered for a moment and said, don't mess around outside. Even if you want to find me a master wife, you have to let me vet her first. Qin Tian nodded slightly, thinking finding someone for you to vet is easy enough for me. Why not introduce one directly? When Qin Tian said this, and Miaoling was momentarily speechless. She then kicked Qin Tian out of the room, saying she needed to rest after a long journey. The group began their cultivation in an orderly manner, while Zhong Yan devoted himself to studying and practicing. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Under Qin Tian's guidance, Zhong Yan finally managed to refine a 4-pattern earth-grade pill. Qin Tian was quite satisfied with this result, though he did not show it, fearing that Zhong Yan might become arrogant. He also hoped that Zhong Yan would maintain his inherent drive. 2 days later, Lin Wan came to deliver the profits from the Legend of the White Snake. As usual, she wore a dejected expression. The Lin family's business was declining and their market share was shrinking. The family was preparing to close several stores to cut expenses. After placing down the prophets, Lin Wan ran behind Qin Tian to help him massage his back and shoulders. Suddenly, she thought that someone as capable as Qin Tian might be able to introduce a skilled alchemist, resolving the Lin family's urgent predicament. After a moment of massaging his shoulders, Lin Wan spoke, "Young Master Qin, do you know any master alchemists whom you could introduce to us? If this works out, we will surely reward you handsomely." Qin Tian did not respond immediately. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Just as Lin Wan was about to ask again, Qin Tian spoke, "I can help you, but I need your Lin family to pledge allegiance to me. As long as you follow me, it wouldn't be impossible for me to provide you with imperial-grade pills and imperial weapons in the future." Hearing this, Lin Wan trembled, as the promise was far beyond her imagination. In the Central Plains, very few were qualified to forge imperial weapons, yet Qin Tian boldly made such claims. She felt a sense of disbelief, but out of respect for Qin Tian, she did not challenge him. "I know you can't make decisions. Have your family head come to speak with me," Qin Tian said casually. Lin Wan left in a hurry to return home, though she thought the notion of imperial weapons was unlikely. However, the fact that Qin Tian was a powerful figure was undeniable, and it was not surprising for someone like him to know formidable alchemists. Upon returning home, Lin Wan shared the matter with her father Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou's first reaction was disbelief, but he was almost driven to despair by their current situation. Therefore, he decided to visit and assess the situation. Thus, he hurriedly followed Lin Wan to the Artistic Realm studio. When he entered, he saw Zhong Wu standing respectfully to the side, while Qin Tian was sipping tea with Qian Shui, giving him a back massage. Zhong Wu cast a glance at Lin Zhou, causing Lin Zhou to feel as if a heavy pressure had descended upon him, making it somewhat hard to breathe. Fortunately, this sensation only lasted a moment. He understood this as a show of authority. The Lin family truly could not afford to offend such a powerful individual. "Mr. Qin, greetings. I am the leader of the Lin family, and I hear you are interested in recruiting us." Qin Tian nodded. "Your daughter should have conveyed my words to you. You need not doubt what I say. Imperial weapons and imperial-grade pills will be provided to you in the future, but not at this moment. Currently, you do not have the qualifications to possess these. You need to continue developing and strengthening the Lin family, and I will assist you in achieving this goal." After speaking, Qin Tian tossed a kitchen knife onto the table in front of Lin Zhou. "You may take a look." A kitchen knife. Lin Zhou picked it up, puzzled. After probing with his divine sense, he was stunned. This kitchen knife was actually an imperial weapon. He couldn't help but exclaim internally, what kind of person can accomplish something like this? Who forges imperial weapons without aiming for something more refined? Lin Zhou forcefully suppressed his astonishment and tremblingly placed the kitchen knife back on the table. At this moment, he was filled with excitement, feeling that the Lin family was about to rise under his leadership. If they obtained imperial weapons, it would shock the entire empire. Thinking of this, he knelt down and said the Lin family is willing to pledge loyalty to young Master Qin. He then began to swear an oath to the heavens, with Lin Wan following suit. Once Lin Zhou and his daughter stood up, Qin Tian called Zhong Yan over and said, "He is the alchemist. I have provided you with the person. If you cannot completely defeat the Qingmu Trading Company, it means you are unworthy to be my subordinates." Lin Zhou looked at Zhong Yan with some trepidation, thinking, can such a young alchemist really surpass the Qingmu Trading Company? "May I ask what level of earth-grade pills you can refine?" Since Qingshan City primarily consumed earth-grade pills, those were more common. The demand for heaven-grade pills was not high, as cultivators in Qingshan City did not possess very high cultivation levels. Zhong Yan replied, "For earth-grade pills I can refine 4 patterns, but for heaven-grade pills I can only manage 2 patterns. 4 patterns for earth-grade, 2 patterns for heaven-grade." Lin Zhou found this hard to believe, but with Qin Tian present, he chose to trust it for the moment. "With Master Zhong's assistance, I should be able to defeat the Qingmu Trading Company." After that, Qin Tian instructed Zhong Yan to follow them. After Lin Zhou and the others left, Zhong Wu stepped forward and bowed to Qin Tian. "Thank you, young master, for teaching my grandson alchemy." Zhong Yan's progress in just a month was astonishing. Even at the imperial level, it was hard to believe. Ultimately, it was all thanks to Qin Tian's excellent teaching. In fact, it truly was due to Qin Tian's teaching, as the alchemical insights he imparted were those previously taught by the system. The content was of a higher caliber than the alchemical knowledge from Jiuzhou. Qin Tian scrutinized Zhong Wu and said, "The curse on you has been lifted and your realm has been restored, correct?" Zhong Wu nodded and replied, "Young master has keen insights. I have indeed returned to the imperial level 2nd stage." He then focused on the kitchen knife on the table and said, "Could you lend me this imperial weapon? With this imperial weapon's help, I would be almost guaranteed success in my quest for revenge." Qin Tian did not refuse and directly said, "Take it and use it." The elder happily picked up the kitchen knife, thanked Qin Tian, and flew toward the sect of his enemies, the Luocha sect. The Luocha sect was located within Luocha City, not too far from Qingyun City, separated by 3 other cities. At this moment within the Luocha sect a woman was nestled in the arms of a man. This woman was Qian. From now on I will be yours. The man nodded and said later I will talk to my father and say that I want to become your Dao partner. Upon hearing this, Qian was overjoyed as the man was the son of the Grand Elder of the Luocha sect. If she became his Dao partner, her status would be different in the future. At that time, with a few whispered words, she could have her man teach Qin Tian a lesson easily. The more she thought about it, the happier she became, for she was not only very ambitious, but also had a small heart harboring grudges. Just as she was reveling in her thoughts, a voice echoed throughout the sect. Old thief Luo Ho, am here for revenge. If you have the guts, come out. Upon hearing this, Qian asked, who is Luo Ho? The man replied, he is our sect leader. It seems that the one who is blind is here to seek death. Oh, Qian responded, yet she felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Luo Ho appeared in the sky above the Luocha sect with a group of elders confronting Zhongwu. I was wondering who was so bold, turns out it's you. Luo Ho laughed. You made me search for you for a long time, and I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to my doorstep now. Zhongwu coldly replied, I hope you can still laugh later. After saying that, he took out a kitchen knife. Luo Ho saw Zhongwu draw a kitchen knife and couldn't help but laugh. Have you lost your mind? If you have no weapon, I can lend you one. Zhongwu looked a bit awkward with the kitchen knife in hand, but it was indeed a genuine imperial weapon. He stopped wasting words and charged directly at Luo Ho. Luo Ho met him with his Luo Ho sting. Whoosh. In the clash, Luo Ho was directly knocked back. Once he stabilized his stance, he discovered that his Luo Ho sting had been chipped. With a shocked expression, he looked at the kitchen knife in Zhongwu's hand. Imperial weapon. After speaking, his shock gradually turned to joy. It seems you are indeed a bringer of wealth. Hand over the imperial weapon, and I will spare your life. The nearby elders immediately formed a circle to surround Zhongwu upon hearing Luo Ho's words. If you have the ability, come and take it, Zhongwu disdainfully replied. Luo Ho's expression turned cold. Last time you were lucky to escape, this time on my turf you won't be so fortunate. After saying that, he activated the protective formation of the sect, instantly enveloping the entire sect in a faint golden barrier. Zhongwu was unfazed and charged up with his kitchen knife. He intended to eliminate the others first, with the Grand Elder, who was at the first level of the Imperial realm, as his first target. Seeing Zhongwu rushing towards him, the Grand Elder quickly retreated, knowing he was no match for Zhongwu. Luo Ho ignored him and began to chant a spell, preparing to cast the deadly curse again. The distance was not far, and with the Grand Elder being of a lower realm, he quickly caught up. Zhongwu swung down fiercely with the kitchen knife, while the Grand Elder hurriedly blocked with his sword. Whoosh! His long sword was severed, and in that instant he retreated rapidly. Zhongwu pursued him, sidestepping the Grand Elder's counterattack and getting beside him. Another slash followed, while Luo Ho's gathered deadly curse drifted towards Zhongwu. If he continued to attack the Grand Elder, he would be hit by the deadly curse. However, Zhongwu did not dodge and swung down fiercely. This time the Grand Elder had no weapon to defend himself, and there was no time to dodge, so he could only endure with his flesh and blood. But after enduring the first strike, another one came. He could never understand until death why Zhongwu would still want to kill him even after being hit by the deadly curse. Was there such a deep grudge? After the deadly curse entered Zhongwu's body, Luo Ho laughed maniacally. As long as he obtained the Imperial weapon, what was the life of a Grand Elder? The Grand Elder's corpse crashed heavily to the ground, blood and flesh mingled. The onlooking disciples gasped, the Grand Elder is dead. In a room, Qian and a man who were flirting were stunned upon hearing the shout, then quickly rushed out. When they saw the corpse on the ground, they looked incredulous. How could her grandfather, an Imperial realm powerhouse, die just like that? Qian also frowned, having worked hard to preserve her purity. How could such a significant ally just vanish? Then she looked up at the battlefield in the sky and froze when she saw the elder wielding the kitchen knife. Wasn't that just one of Qin Tian's subordinates? How could he be so powerful? Did he come to kill because I joined the Luocha sect? Did he want to leave me nowhere to go? As Qian pondered, the battle in the sky intensified. Luo Ho was completely suppressed by Zhongwu, who wielded the Imperial weapon. You were hit by my deadly curse, why can you still exert your full strength? He asked unwillingly. Zhongwu smirked. Because my master taught me a technique that just happens to restrain your deadly curse. So die. After saying that, Zhongwu swung down again, directly cleaving the already damaged Luo Ho's sting in half. Luo Ho was increasingly at a disadvantage. Zhongwu grew bolder in battle, striking continuously and giving Luo Ho no chance to catch his breath. At this moment, Luo Ho released the protective formation, preparing to escape, but Zhongwu gave him no opportunity. Phantom 18 slashes. Zhongwu conjured multiple phantom clones and struck down towards Luo Ho like a torrential storm. Luo Ho's physical body was directly mangled, and in that instant he decisively abandoned his body. The imperial soul floated out quickly, drifting towards outside the sect. As soon as he exited the sect's boundary, he activated the protective formation again, trapping Zhong Wu inside. In the end, Zhong Wu could only watch helplessly as Luo, whose imperial soul escaped, for it would be too late to break the formation to pursue. It was better to vent his anger while still in the formation. These were the people who had once stormed his family and massacred them. Then wails erupted. Zhong Wu swung his knife, one for each. However, he only killed those above the half-saint realm, sparing those below, as they had not participated in the massacre of his family. After all, he was not someone who enjoyed slaughtering. Finally, all the members of the Luocha sect at the half-saint realm and above were slain, and Zhong Wu stopped preparing to leave the formation. At that moment, Qian Wei stepped out resentfully, saying, Why did you come to massacre my sect right after I joined?" Zhong Wu frowned, recognizing Qian Wei. He couldn't be bothered with such a woman, and for the sake of Qian Shui did not intend to kill her. Finally, he casually struck her away with a palm and broke the formation to leave. As Qian Wei spat blood, the man who had once wanted to marry her approached her side and coldly said, "Did he come to slaughter my sect because of you?" Qian Wei was frightened and retreated repeatedly upon seeing the murderous gaze of the man. The man shouted and charged forward. Zhong Wu returned to the Intent Realm painting studio and returned the kitchen knife to Qin Tian. Qin Tian took the kitchen knife and asked, "Have you avenged your grievances?" Zhong Wu nodded. "I suppose his imperial soul escaped." Qin Tian nodded slightly and then asked, "What weapon did you use?" Zhong Wu instinctively replied without much thought, "I use a knife." As long as you are loyal enough, I will gift you an imperial-grade knife in a year." Upon hearing this, Zhong Wu quickly knelt and said, "I will vow to serve my master to the death." He was also extremely excited. Many at the third level of the imperial realm did not possess imperial weapons, yet he at the second level was about to have one. On the other side, Zhong Yin began alchemy after going to the Lin clan commerce. The Lin clan was also sparing no effort in promoting and organizing a series of activities. Instantly, the situation began to reverse again, but the Qingyu commerce still had some business. This was because both the 3-patterned and 4-patterned were limited. Therefore, it would be difficult to completely crush the Qingyu commerce in a short period. After receiving the news, Qin Tian instructed them to cultivate more alchemists. Zhong Yin was now fully qualified to teach disciples. Once the disciples rose, he would also find it much easier. A force cannot develop solely relying on its upper echelons. After Miaoling arrived, Qin Tian seemed to be in a much better mood. Occasionally, he would cook a meal as if he had returned to the days at the Canjin Pavilion. After finishing the meal, Qin Tian sat down in Miaoling's room. And Miaoling smiled and said, "Aren't you going to find your little maid to give you a shoulder massage? Isn't that what you're here for? Come help me out." "I can't do that. It's really simple, I'll teach you." With that, Qin Tian walked behind Miaoling. Warm hands rested on Miaoling's shoulders. She shivered slightly, feeling a bit shy. "Let's not do this, master. There should be a distinction between men and women." Qin Tian gently pressed down on Miaoling, who was about to stand up. "Isn't it perfectly normal to give someone a shoulder massage? Many dutiful children help their elders with massages. Your thoughts are getting increasingly inappropriate." And Miaoling was speechless, finding it absurd that he could speak so righteously while taking advantage. In the end, she had to let Qin Tian massage her. After a while, he moved from her shoulders to her back, and as Qin Tian enjoyed the gentle touch, and Miaoling's cheeks turned a shade of crimson. However, Qin Tian's skills did make her feel quite comfortable. After a good while, he thought about having Miaoling return the favor. Later, Miaoling awkwardly used her inexperienced hands to massage Qin Tian's shoulders, while he occasionally grabbed her small hands to correct her technique. In the end, Miaoling could no longer endure Qin Tian's wandering hands and instantly froze his hands. Then she kicked him out of the room. Qin Tian released the ice seal on his hands. He thought to himself that he had been a bit too hasty today. From now on, he needed to take it slow and gradually cultivate this hobby. In Qingyun City, at the city lord's mansion, Lin Zhou was drinking heartily with the city lord. Recently, the Lin family business had been rising, so the city lord wanted to establish a good relationship with Lin Zhou. As they drank, Lin Zhou revealed some information about Qin Tian. The city lord was astonished to learn that such a remarkable person existed in the city. He thought about finding an opportunity to pay a visit, as he might soon have a need for his assistance. The increasing number of monsters in the Qingyun mountain range was weighing heavily on him. It would not be surprising if one day the monsters from Qingyun mountain came to massacre the city, as some of the beasts were quite unpredictable. The next day, the city lord visited Yijing Huazhai with gifts. Since Yijing Huazhai was no longer open for business, it was usually closed. Knock, knock, knock. The city lord's steward began to knock on the door. Qian Shui opened the door and saw 2 people with gift boxes, so she asked, "Is there something you need?" The city lord smiled and said, "Hello, young lady, I am the city lord of Qingyun City. I heard that a senior is residing here, so I came to pay my respects." "Senior? Are you referring to Elder Zong or our young Master Qin?" I came to visit young Master Qin. The city lord replied, the young master is currently cooking, so please follow me. After saying that, he led the city lord towards the kitchen. Young master, the city lord has come to visit you. At this moment, Qin Tian was cutting meat with Miaoling helping beside him. The city lord was stunned upon seeing Miaoling, utterly captivated by her beauty. Even as the city lord, he had never seen such a stunning woman. Perhaps only Princess Mu of the Heartless Empire could compare. Seeing the city lord's dazed expression, Qin Tian furrowed his brows and shook the knife in his hand. Instantly, a sharp aura surged forth, causing the city lord to stagger back, snapping him back to reality. The city lord quickly smiled and said, young master, your looks rival those of Pan, and the young lady is like a celestial being. I was momentarily taken aback, so I apologize for my rudeness. Then he picked up the gift box in his hand and said, this is a small gift of spirit fruits. Please give them a try. Qin Tian nodded slightly, and Qian Shui took the gift box. Considering he was the city lord, and so polite, Qin Tian did not mind. At this moment, the city lord's gaze fell on the knife in Qin Tian's hand. Since Qin Tian had not used any spiritual power earlier, the knife's aura alone had been enough to push him back. Although he was unprepared, he was still a master at the 3rd level of the sacred realm. Thus, this knife was very likely an imperial weapon. He had seen half-imperial weapons before, and none were that powerful. Seeing the city lord's gaze, Qin Tian smiled and said, are you interested in my knife? The city lord replied, this knife is extraordinary. May I ask which master forged it? The city lord thought such a knife must have been custom-made, as weapons of this caliber should at least look decent in appearance. I forged it myself, Qin Tian casually replied. The city lord was astonished. So you are also a master craftsman of imperial grade? Sort of. Qin Tian did not deny it. Upon hearing this, the city lord was utterly shocked, for even the empress of the Heartless Empire would treat an imperial grade master craftsman with respect. I came to pay you a visit, but since you are cooking, I won't disturb you. After saying that, he bowed to Qin Tian and left. After returning to the city lord's mansion, he felt in high spirits. With such a high-level figure stationed in Qingyun City, he felt much more at ease. At this moment, his daughter ran over and said sweetly, Father, why are you so happy today? The city lord affectionately patted his daughter's hair and said, a high-level figure has come to Qingyun City. With him here, our city is much safer. Is he stronger than you, father? The daughter continued to ask. The city lord nodded, and at that moment his daughter displayed an expression of admiration. Looking at his beautiful daughter, the city lord contemplated having her try to win over Qin Tian, but upon thinking of that disaster of a girl in the kitchen, he dismissed the notion. Perhaps only such a stunning goddess could be worthy of young Master Qin, the master craftsman of imperial grade. His own daughter was not worthy. Remembering the imperial grade master craftsman, he recalled something. It was about the recent matter where General Xiao Zhan of the Empire sent someone to Qingyun City to purchase materials for crafting imperial grade items. General Xiao had some distant familial ties to his wife. His wife also came from a prominent family in the Heartless Empire, but she was not highly regarded, which was why she married into this place. Thinking of this made him a bit excited. Oh, perhaps this was an opportunity to establish a connection with General Xiao. So he hurriedly went to find his wife, asking her to go back and send a message. If others had this need, it would also forge a good relationship. In Yijing Huazhai, Qin Tian and Miaoling and Qian Shui were sitting together for a meal. Looking at Miaoling before him, Qin Tian found her increasingly pleasing to the eye. Ever since her strength had improved, both her demeanor and beauty had enhanced. And Miaoling noticed Qin Tian staring at her and couldn't help but chide, haven't you had enough of looking at me every day? One lifetime wouldn't be enough to see all of you, Qin Tian replied. Qian Shui giggled, while Miaoling felt shy, thinking that damned master teasing her again, showing no semblance of a teacher. She felt that her pride as an empress was utterly useless before Qin Tian. If it weren't for the years they had spent together, she would suspect that Qin Tian was a flirt, because Qin Tian would occasionally whisper a few ambiguous phrases to her. In Haoyan City, in the general's mansion, a man stood respectfully before Xiao Zhan. He was a member of the family of the city lord of Qingyun City. Are you sure there is a master craftsman of imperial grade in Qingyun City? Xiao Zhan inquired. Well, the man hesitated but finally gritted his teeth and said, yes, I'm sure. In fact, Xiao Zhan had also been troubled by this matter lately, as he was about to embark on a campaign. His previous weapons had been damaged, so he currently had no suitable weapon. Therefore, he was gathering materials while contacting the Empire's master craftsman. They had initially agreed, but the master suddenly entered seclusion for enlightenment, leaving him uncertain of when he would be able to wait. So he was quite concerned upon hearing this news. Take me to see which master now. If the news is true, there will be a generous reward, Xiao Zhan stated. The two of them then hurried towards Qingyun City. Upon arriving, the city lord personally greeted them and led them to the Intent Realm painting studio. Looking at such a small house, Xiao Zhan frowned slightly, revealing a hint of skepticism. The city lord hurriedly approached and knocked on the door. Mr. Qin, I've come to visit again. The one who opened the door was Zhong Wu, who immediately focused his gaze on Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan also looked at Zhong Wu with a serious expression, sensing a hint of danger from him. This was a feeling cultivated through years of battles, and it was never wrong. However, it was merely a sense of caution, as both of them were at the second level of the imperial realm. Thinking that he was the one seeking help, Xiao Zhan politely said, I am Xiao Zhan, the general of the Heartless Empire. I heard that you are a master craftsman of imperial grade, so I came to pay a visit. A master craftsman of imperial grade. Zhong Wu replied, You are here to visit my young master, right? Young master? Xiao Zhan was puzzled. The city lord explained, the master craftsman of imperial grade is young master Qin Tian, not this senior here. He also recognized that Zhong Wu was not ordinary. Upon hearing that the master craftsman of imperial grade was Zhong Wu's master, Xiao Zhan felt a sense of anticipation. Qin Tian came over after hearing the commotion, asking, Who is it? Zhong Wu turned back and said, It is someone here to visit the young master. At this moment, Xiao Zhan also looked at Qin Tian, scrutinizing him repeatedly, but failing to sense even a hint of spiritual energy from him, which puzzled him. Even the Qin Empress herself could not discern anything. However, he didn't dwell on it and expressed his request. I have prepared 2 sets of materials for refining low-grade imperial weapons, hoping to create a half-imperial long sword. If you succeed, I will offer you a low-grade imperial spirit herb as a reward. This was the compensation he had discussed with the previous master craftsman of imperial grade. It was quite a generous offer. Hearing such a good deal, Qin Tian was indeed tempted to agree, but he currently lacked the spiritual energy to manipulate the array, so he could not refine it. I can't do it right now, let's wait a year. Upon hearing this response, Xiao Zhan felt a chill in his heart. Could it be that his reward was insufficient? After pondering for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, If you help me refine it now, I will provide you with 2 low-grade imperial spirit herbs as a reward. With battle imminent, he had no choice but to raise the offer. Qin Tian was even more tempted. What he needed most right now was low-grade imperial spirit herbs. With the herbs, he could refine pills, allowing both himself and Miaoling to enhance their strength more rapidly. However, he was also feeling helpless about his inability to use spiritual energy. Just as he was preparing to refuse again, the system spoke up. To ensure the host's development, the seal has been altered. Before the task is completed, the host can use spiritual energy for pill refining and weapon crafting, but it cannot be used for combat. Forceful usage will result in task failure. Upon hearing the system's words, he couldn't help but sigh. The system was quite humane. If I refine an imperial weapon, what reward would you give me? Qin Tian asked. An imperial weapon? Xiao Zhan was shocked, as there were only 2 imperial weapons in the entire Heartless Empire. One of them had been brought back by his niece Princess Mu Qingqing not long ago. Can you really refine an imperial weapon? I can. Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, he began to calculate how much reward he could offer. After a moment, Xiao Zhan said, If you refine an imperial weapon, I will give you 5 low-grade imperial spirit herbs. This is the most I can offer. Apart from that, if you have any other requests, I will do my best to fulfill them. Through observing the changes in Xiao Zhan's expression, Qin Tian could tell that he could only offer so much. This was already a significant gain for him, so he directly agreed. Xiao Zhan handed over the 2 sets of refining materials and the weapon blueprint to Qin Tian. After receiving the materials and blueprint, Qin Tian began the refinement process. In the first step, he used the Wan Dai Heavenly Hammer to forge the imperial-grade ores. He hammered them layer by layer, causing the entire building to tremble. Zhong Wu, Xiao Zhan, and Qian Shui were all left in awe. Especially Zhong Wu and Xiao Zhan, they feared that the force exerted now could crush them. Zhong Wu began to feel fortunate about his initial choice. Had he chosen to rob, both he and his grandson would have long turned to dust. Xiao Zhan was filled with excitement at this moment. He had seen the refinement of half-imperial weapons before, but compared to this scene, it was far inferior. This level of refinement gave him hope for the imperial weapon. With the ores refined, Qin Tian began to merge them, combining the different ores to form the weapon's embryo. The merging took a long time, but they all focused intently on the process. Finally, Qin Tian began inscribing the array, which was the most crucial part. Zhong Wu and Xiao Zhan marveled at the complexity of the array Qin Tian inscribed. When Qin Tian completed the final engraving, a remarkable phenomenon occurred, indicating that the imperial weapon had been successfully refined. Zhong Wu and Qian Shui looked on enviously, while Xiao Zhan was overwhelmed with excitement. With this imperial weapon, the Xiao family would gain substantial backing, and things would be different from now on. He quickly took out his only 2 low-grade imperial herbs and said, I currently only have these 2. I still need to prepare 3 more back home. What do you think? Qin Tian directly threw the imperial weapon at him, saying, You can take it back and bring it to me later. Xiao Zhan excitedly held the imperial weapon, examining it repeatedly, then promised to return as soon as possible. Before leaving, he couldn't help but ask, Aren't you afraid I won't come back after leaving? Qin Tian smiled and said, you can try it. Xiaozhan awkwardly laughed, I wouldn't dare. He truly wouldn't dare. A craftsman capable of refining imperial weapons was someone even the Haotian Empire could not provoke, let alone himself. He then hurried towards Haotian City, planning to first borrow 3 spirit herbs from the Empress, as he truly could not produce them himself. After Xiaozhan left, Qin Tian looked at Zhong Wu and said, what kind of sword do you want? I can refine one for you. I happen to have an extra set of materials. The earlier scene served as a wake-up call for Zhong Wu, so Qin Tian prepared to give him a little incentive to completely win him over. Hearing Qin Tian's words, Zhong Wu immediately knelt down. Thank you for your grace, young master. I swear to serve you faithfully until death. He then took out his weapon blueprints and respectfully handed them to Qin Tian. Qin Tian began refining once again. Meanwhile, after returning to Haotian City, Xiaozhan immediately entered the palace to meet with Empress Bingxian, reporting the matter and expressing his demands. Empress Bingxian was quite shocked upon hearing this. An imperial-grade artifact refiner is a rare gem in the entire central state. She then directly took out 3 spiritual herbs and handed them to Xiaozhan, as he was considered her relative and one of the people she trusted. After Xiaozhan took his leave, Empress Bingxian muttered Qin Tian's name, suddenly recalling something. The person who helped Qingqing and the others escape seemed to be Qin Tian. Thinking of this, she hurriedly called for Mu Qingqing's protector to investigate whether this was indeed the case. Xiaozhan first returned home to find his daughter Xiaoming. He planned to have her accompany him to deliver the spiritual herbs, hoping she might attract Qin Tian's attention while staying in Qinyan City. His daughter was, after all, one of the top beauties in the Haotian Empire, and Qin Tian, no matter how powerful, was still a man. Since ancient times, heroes have been paired with beautiful women. If his daughter could end up with him, the Xiao family would truly take flight. When Xiaozhan and Xiaoming returned to the Yijing painting studio, Qin Tian's artifact refining was nearing its end. The two did not disturb him, but watched quietly. The more Xiaoming looked at Qin Tian, the more handsome she found him, eventually transforming into admiration. An imperial-grade artifact refiner, a powerful being at the imperial realm. These identities combined with handsome looks perfectly matched her ideal image of a soulmate. Xiaozhan also noticed his daughter's expression and smiled, thinking it was even better if she liked him. As the saying goes, a girl chasing a boy is like a veil between them. Finally, an anomaly occurred once more. The imperial weapon was successfully refined. Xiaozhan was once again astonished, as Qin Tian had refined artifacts twice in a row, both times succeeding. As far as he knew, other imperial-grade artifact refiners could only refine once every few months, and the failure rate was very high. Refining 5 or 6 times a single success would be considered good. Otherwise, imperial weapons wouldn't be so rare in the central state. After finishing, Qin Tian directly handed the imperial weapon to Zhong Wu. He then said to Qian Shui, don't be envious, just focus on your cultivation. Follow me, and as long as you reach the imperial realm, you will have an imperial weapon. Qian Shui showed a sweet smile. I will definitely work hard on my cultivation. After Qin Tian finished giving instructions, Xiaozhan hurriedly approached and handed 3 lower-grade imperial spiritual herbs to Qin Tian. He then pulled Xiaoming over and said, do you need someone to serve tea and water? What do you think of my daughter? She is fair-skinned and beautiful like a flower that makes the moon shine. She is one of the top 3 beauties in our Haotian Empire. Dad, Xiaoming shyly exclaimed, feeling a bit embarrassed. Beside her, Qian Shui pouted, feeling that her position as a maid was being threatened. She bit her lip and said, I am the young master's maid. Serving tea and water is my job. The atmosphere became awkward. Suddenly, Qin Tian felt the temperature in the small building drop. He knew this was a warning signal from a Miaoling, so he had to firmly decline. I appreciate your kindness, but I do not need any maids here. Xiaozhan and Xiaoming both felt a bit disappointed, and then they bid farewell to Qin Tian. After leaving the Yijing painting studio, Xiaozhan said to his daughter, you should find a place to stay in Qinyan City, first to take your time. The saying goes, a girl chasing a boy is like a veil between them. With your beauty, he will surely like you eventually. Xiaoming replied shyly. In the Yijing painting studio, and Miaoling came down dissatisfied and said, if I hadn't reminded you, would you have accepted? Qin Tian replied sternly, am I that kind of person? As long as I have you, that's enough. You see, you can help me serve tea and water, and also help me with shoulder massages and back rubs. And Miaoling frowned and complained, you are that kind of person. If I hadn't come, who knows, I might already have a teacher wife now. After saying that, she left, leaving Qin Tian alone to click his tongue in disbelief. Meanwhile, Empress Bingxian received accurate news that this Qin Tian was indeed the one who helped Mu Qingqing. After confirming this, she made a decision in her heart to let Mu Qingqing leave her seclusion to find Qin Tian. If a romance could develop, that would be even better. She would then be the mother-in-law of an imperial-grade artifact refiner. On Sanjin Peak, Bai Xiaoru, who was meditating on the mountain, suddenly opened her eyes. She had received a message from her younger sister Bai Xiao. This indicated that her sister had arrived in the eastern continent. Thinking of her sister, she revealed a look of excitement. She was very close to her sister, practically raising her since she was a child. Recalling how her sister had cried heartbreakingly before she left, she still felt a bit of reluctance. Having been away for so long, her sister must have been very worried as well. Thinking of this, she felt an urgent desire to see her sister. After confirming a meeting place with her sister, she quickly made her way there, finally spotting her sister near the border of the Two Realms mountain. In that instant, both girls couldn't help but cry. If it weren't for the soul stone bound to her sister not having shattered, she would have confirmed that her sister was fine. Bai Xiao had long been eager to find Bai Xiaoru. With a sobbing tone, she said, "A few days ago, a group of powerful beings came to Qin to seek vengeance. Because the people they sent to find you in the central state had all their soul stones shattered, they suspected that we from Qin had sent someone to kill you. Later, a fight almost broke out, and it was thanks to the Dragon Clan that peace was restored. Then they said they would send people to the central state to look for you again, so I secretly came to inform you." Bai Xiaoru's expression changed upon hearing this. "You snuck out. Did you not encounter anyone?" Seeing Bai Xiaoru's distressed expression, Bai Xiao nodded blankly. Bai Xiaoru explained, "They actually suspected that someone from Qin had acted. How could they not be monitoring our people? You, a half-saint sneaking out, how could they not discover you? They must have followed you here." Upon hearing her sister's words, Bai Xiao's face turned pale, and she began to cry in panic. Bai Xiaoru hugged Bai Xiao and ran, but just as they started, a gray-robed man at the second level of the Imperial Realm blocked their path. The man smiled and said, "Thanks to this little girl guiding me, otherwise finding you would not have been easy. You might as well come back with me. The master misses you very much. Even if I die, I will not go back with you." After saying that, Bai Xiaoru gritted her teeth and once again sacrificed her tail. Instantly, one of her tails exploded, turning into a white light that enveloped both her and Bai Xiao, quickly fleeing towards the central state. Only by going to the central state to find Qin Tian could there be a glimmer of hope. On the way, her speed slowed considerably, with Bai Xiao making it difficult to shake off the man completely. Bai Xiao felt a wave of regret, blaming herself for being so foolish. With a tearful voice, she anxiously said, "Sister, give up on me. You can't escape with me. Don't speak. Perhaps there will be a chance for salvation once we reach the central state," Bai Xiaoru replied. Bai Xiao nodded slightly, looking at her sister's pale face with a twinge of heartache. They were already close to the boundary of the Two Realms mountain, so after sacrificing the tail, they quickly crossed the mountain to enter the territory of Zhongzhou. After passing the Two Realms mountain, Bai Xiaoru frantically transmitted her voice, hoping that the master would be reliable. Finally, when she arrived in the territory of the Qingyun mountain range, her transmission finally went out. In the art studio of intention, Qin Tian suddenly opened his eyes while resting. There was a hint of anxiety and anger in his gaze. Bai Xiaoru was calling for help, and she had already sacrificed her tail. This was enough to indicate that her current situation was extremely dangerous. Qin Tian hurried downstairs and shouted, "Zhongwu, take me to the Qingyun mountain range quickly." Since his spiritual power was still sealed, having Zhongwu take him was the best choice. Even without the seal, his speed would not be faster than Zhongwu's. Zhongwu hurried over, looking at Qin Tian with confusion, not understanding why Qin Tian wanted him to carry him. "I sealed my own spiritual power and am practicing in the mortal realm," Qin Tian quickly explained. Zhongwu realized why he couldn't sense a trace of Qin Tian's spiritual power. Then he wrapped Qin Tian in his spiritual energy and flew quickly towards the Qingyun mountain range. Unintentionally, Qin Tian's image rose in Zhongwu's heart. According to what he knew, practitioners who sought breakthroughs in the mortal realm were generally those big shots looking to break through to the imperial realm. They were among the pinnacle of Zhongzhou. Inside the art studio, and Miaoling watched as Qin Tian hurriedly broke through the air, her delicate brows subtly furrowed. Qin Tian was mostly very calm, and the emergence of anxious emotions indicated that the situation was not simple. During the flight, Qin Tian began to confirm Bai Xiaoru's location and reported it to Zhongwu. He urged him to hurry. Sensing Qin Tian's anxiety, Zhongwu also put forth his utmost effort. In the Qingyun mountain range, Bai Xiaoru's speed slowed down as the power gained from sacrificing her tail was nearly exhausted. However, she had also made a decision in her heart. When the time came, she would continue sacrificing to survive. The white light gradually dimmed, and the sisters wrapped in it revealed their forms. The man chasing from behind showed a hint of a smile, his speed suddenly increasing as he closely followed. Bai Xiaoru sensed it and immediately began to sacrifice her second tail, but it was too late. The man slapped out, interrupting Bai Xiaoru's sacrifice. She was sent flying. Bai Xiaoru couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood, her face growing even paler. "Sister, woo-woo." Bai Xiao couldn't help but cry, looking like a child who had not yet grown up. After successfully landing a blow, the man did not give Bai Xiaoru another chance to perform a sacrifice. He swiftly appeared beside the two girls and grabbed one with each hand, instantly revealing their true forms. Having successfully captured the two girls, the man was overjoyed. This was a tremendous achievement. As long as he brought them back safely, it was possible that young Master Tian would gift him an imperial weapon. Thinking of this, the man hurriedly used a spell to seal the girls' spiritual powers, then vanished with them. Bai Xiaoru was still maintaining contact with Qin Tian. This was her last hope. If Qin Tian couldn't find her, then even if she died, she would never allow the imperial clan's Tian to succeed. Since childhood, because of her innate celestial fox bloodline, her realm had improved quickly even without diligent training. Because of this, she had been recognized as the next clan leader of Qingqiu since she was young. And it was Tian who discovered Bai Xiaoru's celestial fox bloodline. That was why he instigated this incident, step by step, forcing her into a desperate situation. He sought to obtain her bloodline. If he absorbed the celestial fox bloodline, his own bloodline would also be enhanced. Zhongwu, disregarding his own exhaustion, pursued fiercely and finally intercepted the man after a quarter of an hour. When Qin Tian saw Bai Xiaoru being choked by the man's hand, a surge of anger welled up in his heart. Because Bai Xiaoru was also one of the people he cared about the most. The man frowned upon seeing Qin Tian and Zhongwu becoming vigilant, for he sensed that Zhongwu's strength was not weaker than his own. "Are you from Qingqiu?" the man asked. Qin Tian forcefully maintained his composure and did not respond, fearing that the other would detect his concern for Bai Xiaoru and then use her to threaten him. That would put him in a very passive position. Bai Xiaoru, being clever, did not acknowledge Qin Tian. "We are robbers. Hand over all your possessions, and we can spare your life," Qin Tian said sternly. Rob. The man was somewhat dumbfounded. Having lived for thousands of years, it was his first encounter with robbers. However, upon hearing that it was a robbery, he breathed a sigh of relief. At least they were not from Qingqiu. The man, wary of Zhongwu's strength and fearing complications, gritted his teeth and took out a low-grade imperial spirit herb, tossing it to Qin Tian. "Consider this a toll, though I have urgent matters and must leave now." Qin Tian accepted the spirit herb, surprised that the other was so straightforward. If he truly were robbing him, perhaps he would let him go, but he was not. Qin Tian revealed a greedy expression and said, "This isn't enough. I want everything you have." The man's expression darkened instantly. He never expected the other to be so greedy as to demand his thousands of years of savings. He certainly couldn't give that away. Ignoring Qin Tian, who had no spiritual power, the man looked at Zhongwu and said, "Brother, our strengths are about equal. If it comes to a fight, the outcome is uncertain. Since I have shown my sincerity, could you let me pass?" "No way, I listen to my young master," Zhongwu replied. "Young master? Just him?" The man looked at him suspiciously. In the end, he could only regard Qin Tian as some wasteful young master of a powerful faction. He knew that such people were bullies who feared the strong, and reasoning with them was useless, so he could only resort to a fight. While the man was contemplating, Qin Tian transmitted to Zhongwu, "Make your move, but don't harm the fox in his hand." Zhongwu understood and drew his eternal life blade, the name he had given to his imperial weapon. Seeing Zhongwu draw his blade, the man realized that a battle was inevitable. He placed the sealed Bai Xiaoru and Bai Xiaoxiao on the ground and casually set up a formation. He dared not hold Bai Xiaoru while fighting. If anything went wrong, it would be a huge loss. If Tian found out, he would not spare him either. Zhongwu knew that Qin Tian's goal was the fox, so he was controlling his attacks. He tried not to involve the fox, and once they fought further away, Zhongwu began to exert his strength. He was already a master with the blade, and after learning the sitting forgetting eternal life scripture, his spiritual power and recovery ability were much more outstanding than others of the same rank. Coupled with his imperial weapon, he quickly gained the upper hand. He relentlessly attacked the man with his blade techniques, and the man gritted his teeth and struggled to hold on, thinking that Zhongwu's way of using the blade would soon exhaust his spiritual power. If he could just endure this period, he would be victorious. However, as the man's spiritual power was over half exhausted, he realized he was gravely mistaken. Zhongwu was still vigorous and showed no signs of excessive exhaustion. Moreover, he also discovered that Zhongwu's blade was an imperial weapon, as his semi-imperial ranked weapon had already become almost useless. The formation above has been largely destroyed. To destroy a bit more is to sever fate. Zhongwu knew it was time. He directly unleashed the ultimate move he had used to kill Luo Ho. Phantom 18 slashes. Instantly, Zhongwu split into several shadows, simultaneously striking towards the man. The sudden explosion of power caught the man off guard. He was instantly dismembered. On the other side, Qin Tian had already embraced the two little foxes. He glanced at Zhongwu and said, "His belongings are yours. You should head back now." Zhongwu did not hesitate, taking the man's storage ring and returning to the artistic realm. Qin Tian gently stroked Bai Xiaoru's bloodstained fur, feeling pained. "Are you okay? Earlier I told you to come with me, but you didn't." Bai Xiaoru gently rubbed her little head against Qin Tian's, weakly saying thank you for saving me and my sister. Qin Tian had saved her once again, and this debt of gratitude was never-ending. Their Fox clan was the least willing to owe others a favor. Bai Xiaoxiao looked at her sister's actions and expressions with some surprise. In her impression, her sister was a very proud person. As the imperial princess of Qingqiu, she had always looked down on others and had never shown any intimate gestures towards that man. However, the current Qin Tian, aside from being handsome, seemed to lack any outstanding qualities. She blinked her little eyes and asked, "Are you my brother-in-law?" Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoru's little face turned bright red as she scolded, "You little brat, don't say such things. If he's not your brother-in-law, then what is your relationship?" Bai Xiaoxiao continued to ask. "We are." Bai Xiaoru suddenly stopped, as she couldn't possibly say they were master and servant. If she said that, how would she face her sister in the future? Qin Tian did not explain, instead watching the spectacle. Seeing that neither of them spoke, Bai Xiaoxiao concluded in her heart that they were in a romantic relationship. Her gaze towards Qin Tian softened. Bai Xiaoru was now very weak, severely injured, and Bai Xiaoxiao was also hurt. Qin Tian initially wanted to take out a pill, but then remembered he couldn't use the storage ring right now. After thinking for a moment, he placed the two foxes on the ground and said, "Transform back into human form." Bai Xiaoru was somewhat puzzled but complied. A flash of white light passed, and Bai Xiaoru transformed into human form. The stunning beauty reappeared before Qin Tian, sitting weakly on the ground. She wore a starry moonlit dress that revealed her graceful white neck and alluring collarbone. The hem of her dress, like a sky full of stars, spread on the ground. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, but her beautiful face appeared somewhat pale, evoking a sense of pity. Bai Xiaoxiao also transformed back into human form, dressed in a light blue gauze dress, draped with a white veil on her shoulders. Her black hair fell loosely over her shoulders, appearing delicate. Her appearance resembled Bai Xiaoru's, though slightly more youthful. Qin Tian took out a kitchen knife from his waist and made a cut on his finger. After drawing blood, he extended his finger to Bai Xiaoru's lips. His blood was the best healing elixir. Bai Xiaoru understood Qin Tian's intention, but then recalled their first encounter when she had bitten his finger and he had mischievously put his finger in her mouth. Her face turned red again. "I want to take a healing pill, not this." "I don't have any pills right now. I'll hurry up, or once you heal it will be in vain," Qin Tian urged. Although Bai Xiaoru was certainly skeptical of his words, she had no other choice if he didn't admit it. Finally, with gritted teeth, she took Qin Tian's bloody finger into her mouth. She indeed urgently needed to stabilize her injuries. Qin Tian felt his finger enveloped by warmth, sending a delightful shiver through him. He instinctively wiggled his fingers, searching for that sensation. Finally, he found it. Bai Xiaoru's body trembled, her ears turned red, and then she took a deep breath before quickly releasing Qin Tian's finger. Looking at Bai Xiaoru, who was both shy and angry, Qin Tian found her utterly adorable. After absorbing Qin Tian's blood, her injuries began to heal rapidly. Qin Tian then looked at Bai Xiaoxiao, extending his finger and asking, "Do you want some?" Bai Xiaoxiao eyed the blood on Qin Tian's finger, her mouth watering, for she sensed the powerful life energy within. Just as she was about to lean in for a taste, Bai Xiaoru directly grabbed Qin Tian's hand and swung it away. "You pervert, trying to take advantage of my sister. This is for healing. How can it be taking advantage? Can't you think a bit more simply?" Qin Tian said seriously. "Simply? Don't you know what you just did?" Bai Xiaoru retorted shyly. "While healing inevitably involves some contact, cultivators should not be so petty," Qin Tian defended. Upon hearing his justification, Bai Xiaoru was unconvinced. However, upon seeing her sister's poor condition, she squeezed a few drops of blood from Qin Tian's finger onto Bai Xiaoxiao's palm, allowing her to lick it herself. Bai Xiaoxiao licked it with delight. Not long after both of their injuries healed, but Bai Xiaoru's sacrificed tail still needed to be cultivated back. Afterward, Qin Tian brought the two women back to the artistic realm, and Miaoling was already waiting at the door. She had learned the general situation from Zhongwu. After they met, Bai Xiaoru introduced her sister to everyone. Although Miaoling was not fond of speaking, she smiled to express her goodwill. With more people around, Qin Tian planned to find a larger place to live, as the current small shop was indeed too shabby. Thus, he asked Lin Weiner to help him find a manor. Lin Weiner was very efficient, resolving it in under 2 hours. The manor was very close to their Lin family business and belonged to the Lin family. It had been unoccupied for a while, but was often cleaned. The manor covered over 10,000 square meters, divided into an inner courtyard and an outer courtyard with exquisite decorations. It had mountains and water, and the environment was pleasant, which Qin Tian quite liked. He hung the plaque of the artistic realm and directly moved his family into the inner courtyard, while Zhongwu stayed in the outer courtyard. Bai Xiaoxiao was a very lively little girl, thus the entire inner courtyard became lively. She frequently called Qin Tian brother-in-law, making Bai Xiaoru blush. With 6 low-grade imperial-level spirit herbs, Qin Tian prepared to begin alchemy. To restore by Zyra's cultivation, everyone's levels should also increase. With the Imperial level herbs, he asked the Lin family for help in procuring some heavenly level herbs as supplementary materials. He promised that after refining the pills, he would give them 3 to auction, enhancing the reputation of the trading association, which should also expand beyond Qin City. Only by expanding beyond Qin City can the Lin family business become truly powerful. In the future, they would also be able to provide Qin Tian with Imperial-level spirit herbs and materials for crafting. When it came time for the auction, he would have Zhong Wu stationed there, thus ensuring safety was addressed. After preparing the medicinal materials, Qin Tian called over Zhong Yin and several alchemists he brought with him. Because this was a very good teaching opportunity. Having them watch the refining of Imperial-level pills multiple times would greatly benefit them in the future. Once everyone was present, Qin Tian took out the alchemy furnace and began to refine the pills. He meticulously purified, tempered, fused, and controlled the fire step by step. He also asked questions from time to time, providing on-site teaching. Qin Tian spent more than half a month refining 6 batches of medicine, each batch yielding 3 pills. During this teaching process, Zhong Yin gained a lot. After all, he had watched 6 times in a row, and someone was there to explain everything to him in detail. As for the other alchemists, they could only be seen as having broadened their horizons. Because their foundational knowledge was insufficient, even if Qin Tian's explanations were clear, they could not understand. However, they at least had some impression which would be useful in the future. Zhong Yan's talent for alchemy was indeed extraordinary, so Qin Tian believed that it wouldn't be long before he could attempt to refine imperial-grade pills. What he lacked most at the moment was cultivation, so Qin Tian allocated him an imperial pill. He then provided 2 Zhong Wu pills, as Zhong Yin was now a key combat force on Qin Tian's side. Then there were the 3 pills auctioned by the Lin Clan Trading Company. He gave 12 pills to Miaoling, and Bai Xiaoru received 3. Qian Shui and Bai Xiao each got 1, which could be considered as sharing the benefits. He kept 4 pills for himself. The people from Tsangjian Peak, including Shang Wanyo, were not ready to provide any pills yet. They would wait until the Lin Clan Trading Company developed and could supply imperial-grade spiritual medicines before cultivating them. With the pills in hand, everyone began to improve themselves, while the Lin Clan Trading Company started planning to promote the auction of these imperial-grade pills. The date was set for 3 months later, aiming to make a stunning debut. Qin Tian took 1 pill and began his cultivation. With his imperial-grade cultivation qualification, his speed of advancement was relatively fast. In just a month, Qin Tian consumed 2 pills, and his cultivation directly broke through to the 3rd level of the Saint Realm. His combat power greatly increased, but the premise was to break the seal. Soon after, Miaoling, Bai Xiaoru, and others also successively broke through. And Miaoling broke through to the 3rd level of the Half-Saint Realm, while Bai Xiaoru not only regained her previous cultivation, but also advanced to the 2nd level of the Saint Realm. Then there was Qian Shui and Zhong Yin, who broke through to the Half-Saint Realm. Among them, Bai Xiaoru made faster progress as she was recovering her strength. Although others increased their cultivation, their understanding of the Tao still required personal exploration. Thus, they did not utilize the medicinal power for continuous breakthroughs to avoid harming their future by forcing progress. Instead, the medicinal power was preserved within their bodies. During their usual cultivation, they gradually digested it. As for Zhong Wu, he was originally at the 2nd level of the imperial grade, so the pills did not have a significant effect on him. However, it did enhance him, at least significantly lowering the threshold for his breakthrough to the 3rd level of the Imperial Realm. In the Haotian Empire, in a certain valley to the south, there was a sect called the Fallen Demon Valley. At this moment, Luo Hua's imperial soul was conversing with the demon lord of the Fallen Demon Valley. The demon lord is Luo Hua's elder brother, so after losing his physical body, he came to find his brother. After recounting his experiences, he pleaded, "Brother, I will rely on you from now on. Please find me a good physical body. Rest assured we are blood brothers, and I will do my best." The demon lord was also tempted upon hearing that Zhong Wu possessed an imperial weapon, but he knew that if Luo Hua could not defeat someone, he also could not. However, he practiced Gu techniques, and if there was an opportunity for a sneak attack, he could use his life Gu to control the enemy. He was quite confident in his life Gu. Thinking of this, he quickly sent someone to investigate the situation and to recruit disciples under Luo Hua. The Luo Sha sect still had quite a few good seeds. A few days later, the son of the Grand Elder of the Luo Sha sect and Qian Wei were brought to the Fallen Demon Valley. At this time, Qian Wei's face was still swollen, her body covered in injuries, no longer resembling the beautiful woman she once was. This was also because the Grand Elder's son did not kill her. He planned to keep her alive to torment her further to vent his resentment. After being brought back, the demon lord began to inquire if they knew any information about the invaders, promising rewards for any clues. Qian Wei was delighted to hear this and immediately stated what she knew. However, she also made a request. She did not want a reward. She wanted to personally kill the Grand Elder's son. The motivation for her survival these days was to find an opportunity to kill the one who tormented her. Although the demon lord was displeased upon hearing this, he still agreed. After all, killing an inconsequential person was no big deal. After Qian Wei killed the Grand Elder's son, she finally resolved a long-held concern. She then detailed the situation on Qin Tian's side to the demon lord, hoping that he would take care of Qin Tian, which would be perfect. The demon lord was surprised to hear that Zhong Wu's master was an ordinary person without spiritual power. He was somewhat skeptical, so he planned to personally investigate. Fortune favors the brave, it was worth it. He disguised himself and arrived at the location Qian Wei mentioned, but found that no one was there and the sign was gone. Thus he thought they must have moved. He searched the city and ultimately found the manor where Qin Tian resided, the new realm painting studio. To be cautious, he waited until deep night, then stealthily infiltrated the inner courtyard. He quietly approached Qin Tian's door and gently poked through the window to look inside. At this moment, Qin Tian was sound asleep. Upon careful observation, he indeed had no spiritual power. However, he remained skeptical about Qin Tian's strength. After all, his brother had indeed suffered a setback. As for himself, his direct combat power might not be as strong as his brother's. Then he noticed a kitchen knife placed by the bedside. Is this the kitchen knife that Qian Wei spoke of? He cautiously released his spiritual energy to probe it, and his heart began to race. It was indeed an imperial weapon and of medium quality at that. Such a weapon was something even his master did not have. However, he did not let excitement cloud his judgment. After all, his brother had fallen to this person. He observed the surroundings and found no movement, then quietly released his life gu, the seven-winged demon cicada. This was a life gu he had cultivated for several thousand years, so he was quite confident. As long as the demon cicada entered Qin Tian's body, he could control him, and at that point both the person and the imperial weapon would be his. The seven-winged demon cicada had 7 pairs of wings, was jet black all over, and had a very sharp mouth. It quietly flew over, and as long as it touched Qin Tian's blood, it could burrow into his body. It landed cautiously on Qin Tian's shoulder and then pecked at his arm. The demon lord outside was also nervously watching the demon cicada. Bang! After the demon cicada pecked it, surprisingly did not break through, the demon lord was stunned. The mouth of the demon cicada could even pierce heavenly-grade weapons. Could this person have skin thicker than a half-emperor's weapon? Qin Tian, who was in deep sleep, sensed something unusual and slapped at it. Slap! This strike directly killed the dazed demon cicada. Qin Tian glanced at it in displeasure and said, "Why is there such a big mosquito?" He then flicked his fingers, sending the demon cicada's corpse flying. He turned over and continued sleeping. Outside, the demon lord's face turned pale and a mouthful of fresh blood surged to his tongue, but he dared not spit it out. Instead, he forced himself to endure, carefully suppressing his aura while running towards the new realm painting studio. Just as he exited the manor, he could no longer hold back and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His life gu was dead, and his realm directly fell to the first level of the imperial realm. Qin Tian had actually killed his life gu with one slap, which was terrifying. What was most unacceptable to him was that there had been no fluctuation of spiritual power at all when he was killed. Upon deep reflection, he began to doubt whether Qin Tian could match or even surpass his master. Thinking of this, he felt that Qian Wei had led him astray, claiming he was an ordinary person. He vowed to torment her when he returned. Yet he lamented the loss of his life's work, the fate worm he had cultivated for thousands of years, leaving him somewhat tearful. Upon returning to the demonic valley, he sought out Qian Wei directly. Smack! Smack! He frantically slapped around, then instructed those nearby to treat her well before leaving. He planned to nurse his injuries back to health before seeking out his master, the blood domain ancestor. She was one of Miaoling's enemies. In the morning, as Qin Tian rose, he heard that Xiao Meng had come to visit. Seeing that she was a beauty, he allowed her to enter. Once Xiao Meng entered, she began serving tea and even massaging Qin Tian's back. This made him somewhat embarrassed, yet he could not help but praise her skills. Not long after, Qian Shui also got up. Upon seeing Xiao Meng massaging Qin Tian, her expression darkened. A sense of crisis washed over her as she thought to herself that she could not let this woman steal her position. Her first thought was to serve tea, but she noticed that there was already a cup of hot tea on the table along with 5 or 6 plates of snacks. So for a moment, she did not know what to do. After thinking for a moment, she decided to go complain. Only Miaoling could manage this flirtatious man. She arrived at Miaoling's door, knocked, and called out, "Miss, and a beautiful lady has come to massage the young master." And Miaoling, who was in meditation, suddenly opened her eyes, her brows slightly furrowed. She then got up and headed to the hall. At this moment, Qin Tian, who was squinting and enjoying himself, suddenly felt a chill. He opened his eyes wide and saw Miaoling and Qian Shui at the door. Maintaining his composure, he smiled and said, "Miss Xiao, please bring over some snacks for everyone to try." And Miaoling walked over and said solemnly, "Miss Xiao comes bearing gifts to see the master. She is a guest." How can you have a guest give you a back massage? Is that appropriate? As she spoke, the temperature around them dropped a few degrees. Sensing the change in temperature, Qin Tian knew the little jealous one was angry. Thus he turned and said, "My disciple is right, it was my rudeness. Miss Xiao, please take a seat. You are too polite, young Master Qin. The imperial weapon you refined has greatly helped my father, allowing him to return victorious from the border. I have no way to repay you, so I can only serve the young master." Well, Qin Tian was momentarily at a loss for words. However, as the temperature continued to drop, Qin Tian still stood up to avoid Xiaomeng. Only then did the surrounding temperature return to normal. With Miaoling and Qian Shui in the room, she found no opportunity to stay, so she bid farewell. Before leaving, she softly said, "I will come again next time." Upon hearing next time, Qian Shui secretly decided that she would wake up early and be a diligent maid, ensuring that this woman had no opportunity to take advantage. Qin Tian approached Miaoling, taking her small hand and saying, "I come to check on your physical condition. Check my body." And Miaoling was somewhat baffled. "You clearly just want to take advantage of me." After saying this, she blushed and pulled her hand back. Since the outsiders had left, she directly went back to cultivate. Feeling bored, Qin Tian decided to check on Bai Xiaoru, who rarely showed herself in her fox form these days, as she had grown accustomed to her human form. Upon reaching the door, Qin Tian overheard two women chatting. He pushed the door open, and a vivid scene unfolded before his eyes. Bai Xiaoru and her sister Bai Xiaoxiao were playfully wrestling in bed, dressed in their nightgowns. This scene was one Qin Tian felt he would never forget. One was alluring, the other innocent. The two contrasting figures in nightgowns presented themselves to him in an extremely enticing manner. "Oh!" Both women screamed simultaneously and hurriedly grabbed the blankets to cover themselves. At the same time, their faces turned red. Bai Xiaoxiao shyly poked her head out, saying, "Why did you come in without knocking, brother-in-law?" Qin Tian awkwardly chuckled, amused to it. Bai Xiaoxiao then turned her gaze to her sister. "You're in this state, yet you say he's not brother-in-law." Bai Xiaoru was extremely embarrassed, her tail fanning out like a peacock's plumage. "Wow, sister, you are feeling emotional. This is what happens when a fox becomes emotional." Qin Tian was left speechless. Just as Bai Xiaoru was about to explain, Bai Xiaoxiao sensibly transformed into a fox and ran outside, saying, "I won't disturb you two in your romantic evening." "Did you really develop feelings for me?" Qin Tian asked with mischief. "No, that was an accident." Qin Tian walked over slowly. Bai Xiaoru leaned against the wall behind her weakly, saying, Don't come any closer." Qin Tian remained unfazed and directly laid down on the bed, taking up more than half of it. Then he began to play with one of her tails. Bai Xiaoru tugged at her tail, trying to pull it back. But Qin Tian would not let go. While Bai Xiaoru was lost in thought, Qin Tian said, "Rest assured, your master won't act recklessly." After saying this, he brought Bai Xiaoru's tail to his nose and sniffed. "Is this not acting recklessly?" Bai Xiaoru retorted in anger. "As your master, I'm merely sniffing your tail." Knowing she couldn't win the argument, Bai Xiaoru stopped talking and continued to try to pull her tail back. But just as she got one back, Qin Tian grabbed another. Finally, Bai Xiaoru, in a fit of anger, declared, "I'll fight you." Saying this, she bit down on Qin Tian's arm, but her tears almost fell as she couldn't bite down hard enough. In the end, she rolled her eyes and used her tail to tickle Qin Tian. This time, Qin Tian found it unbearable, ultimately allowing Bai Xiaoru to successfully reclaim her tail. Afterward, Bai Xiaoru sat in the corner of the bed, hugging her knees and keeping a wary eye on Qin Tian. Suddenly, Qin Tian had a thought and asked, "Do foxes shed fur?" "Why do you ask that?" "I want to collect your fur to make a pillow," Qin Tian replied. Bai Xiaoru glared at him fiercely, saying, "Do you know how much fur is needed for a pillow?" Thinking of her tail becoming bald, she couldn't help but shiver. Then she quickly added, "Don't even think about it." "All right then." They began to chat casually. Eventually, Qin Tian said, "Let's wait a year, and then I will take you back to Qingqiu." Upon hearing the words "back to Qingqiu," she froze in surprise. She had thought about it countless times over the years. However, she always believed that returning to Qingqiu was a distant dream. Now, all of a sudden, Qin Tian had given her a date, and so soon. This filled her with surprise, but also worry. She was aware of Tian's strength and, more importantly, the powerful forces behind him. Thinking of this, she casually replied, "We'll talk about it then." Qin Tian noticed her concerns, but did not elaborate further. After staying for a while, Qin Tian returned to his cultivation. As soon as he left, Bai Xiaoxiao rushed back. "Did you finish so quickly?" Bai Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise. "I heard the older sisters in the clan say they fought for a whole day and night." Bai Xiaoru immediately grabbed Bai Xiaoxiao by the neck, saying, "What nonsense are you spouting? Watch how I deal with you." Bai Xiaoxiao quickly begged for mercy, and when Bai Xiaoru released her grip, she said, "Seriously, sister, I won't sleep with you tonight lest brother-in-law think I'm being nosy and send me away." Bai Xiaoru was somewhat speechless because her younger sister was too precocious. It seemed that while she was away, her sister had been led astray by those in the clan. In Haoyan City at this moment, Xiao Zhan is basking in glory, having directly slain the enemy general in the great battle against the Qin Yuan Empire. With the enemy forces leaderless, he charged into their ranks as if in a realm devoid of opposition, ultimately conquering 7 cities in a single sweep, all thanks to his possession of an imperial weapon. Without the imperial weapon, he could have only matched his opponents in strength. Upon returning to Haotian City, various influential families came to visit the Shao family. Among them was the Gonyang family, one of the 4 great families of the Haotian Empire like the Shao family. The purpose of the Gonyang family head's visit was primarily to probe for information, as Xiao Zhan had previously been at a disadvantage against renowned generals of the enemy. However, this time his strength had suddenly surged, allowing him to slay the imperial generals. Hence he needed to clarify the situation, for they were supporting the crown prince. Only by knowing oneself and the enemy can one emerge unscathed from 100 battles. The Shao family supported Mu Qingqing, making the 2 factions sworn enemies. Upon meeting Gonyang Sheng, the head of the Gonyang family sought to spar with Xiao Zhan. Combat is the best way to investigate the truth. Xiao Zhan understood his intentions, but was not prepared to hold back. He directly used the imperial weapon, launching a grand and overwhelming attack. As he forced Gonyang Sheng to retreat step by step, Gonyang Sheng finally understood why Xiao Zhan had become so formidable. Xiao Zhan actually possessed an imperial weapon. Upon receiving this news, he hastily admitted defeat, yet Xiao Zhan pretended not to notice and continued damaging Gonyang Sheng's semi-imperial weapon. Gonyang Sheng, furious and fuming, found himself at a loss for words, as he had initiated the sparring session, and admitting inferiority would be embarrassing. After returning home, he utilized all his connections to investigate the source of Xiao Zhan's imperial weapon. He could first rule out Master Bai Li Su from within the country, as he had been in seclusion lately. Moreover, he lacked the strength to forge a true imperial weapon. Eventually, he learned from his informant placed within Xiao Zhan's residence that the imperial weapon had come from a trip to Qin City. Thus, he hurriedly made his way to the city lord's mansion in Qin City. Gonyang Sheng knew that the city lord had a good relationship with the Shao family, so he wasted no time on pleasantries. Finding a flimsy excuse, he subdued the city lord in 2 moves, placing his blade against his neck. Initially, the city lord wanted to hold out, believing Gonyang Sheng was merely threatening him. After all, casually executing a city lord was no small matter. However, his wife could not withstand the pressure and spilled everything. Upon learning the details, Gonyang Sheng led his men towards the Yijing Huajai. Knock, knock, knock. Here to see the imperial-grade blacksmith, he politely knocked on the door. After all, an imperial-grade blacksmith held a prestigious status rivaling even the Ice Suan of the Haotian Empire. The door was opened by Qin Shui. Gonyang Sheng, with gentlemanly demeanor, said, "I am here to visit Master Qin. You please inform him." Hearing of the visit, Qin Shui went to report. When Gonyang Sheng finally saw Qin Tian, he was somewhat surprised, as he could not discern Qin Tian's strength. "Did you forge the imperial weapon for General Xiao?" "Yes," Qin Tian replied. "Could you forge an imperial weapon for me as well?" Gonyang Sheng inquired. "That depends on how much compensation you're willing to offer." Qin Tian smiled. Hearing this, Gonyang Sheng scrutinized Qin Tian again, confirming that he was quite young, perhaps even younger than his own son. Lacking spiritual power and residing in a small town, Gonyang Sheng speculated that Qin Tian might be a talent in refining. As for his background, his initial judgment was that it was unimpressive, as he had no strong guardians by his side. "How about a low-grade imperial herb?" Gonyang Sheng asked tentatively. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian's expression shifted slightly. Gonyang Sheng's offer was too low. Previously, it had been 5 herbs. Therefore, he stated his price: 3 sets of refining materials plus 7 imperial-grade herbs. This price also gave Gonyang Sheng some room for negotiation. However, upon hearing this price, Gonyang Sheng felt that Qin Tian was making things difficult for him, as he could not afford that amount. After much contemplation, he gritted his teeth and said 2 sets of refining materials plus 3 low-grade imperial herbs. 2 sets plus 6 low-grade imperial herbs, Qin Tian replied. "Do you know what 6 low-grade imperial herbs represent?" Gonyang Sheng was somewhat angered. His anger primarily stemmed from the belief that he was superior to Qin Tian. If a respected imperial-grade blacksmith had come, he would have been extremely deferential. But the person before him was merely a young man without fame or spiritual power. Seeing Gonyang Sheng's expression, Qin Tian felt displeased and casually remarked, "If you want to refine, fine. If not, then don't." Upon hearing this, the arrogant Gonyang Sheng exploded, "Kid, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." After saying this, he conceived a plan to capture Qin Tian as his own canary, a bird in a cage to refine only for himself. Once this idea took root, it spiraled out of control. Having a dedicated imperial-grade blacksmith would make it easy to usurp the Mu family and claim the throne. With such thoughts clouding his mind, he directly stated, "I offer you 2 choices. 1, come back to the Gonyang family with me, and you will be our family's exclusive blacksmith with plenty of fine wine and women. 2, I will capture you, and your treatment will not be as good then." After saying this, he felt inexplicably proud. I see you're seeking death, Qin Tian coldly replied. Meanwhile, Qian Shui, sensing something was amiss, had already gone to call for Zhongwu. With matters having escalated to this point, Gonyang Sheng had no choice but to signal his subordinates. 3 powerful figures at the 3rd level of the Holy Realm charged towards Qin Tian. Qin Tian revealed a hint of disdain, slowly drawing a kitchen knife from his pocket. With a swift motion, he struck, directly severing one of their heavenly-grade weapons. Upon witnessing this, the 3 men displayed expressions of wariness. Something was amiss, and after examining him closely, they fixed their gaze on Qin Tian's knife. Gonyang Sheng also noticed this. Oh, was it an imperial weapon? With this thought, the smile on his face could no longer be concealed. The earlier probe had already indicated that Qin Tian was no more than ordinary. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been a severed weapon, but rather a severed head. The 3 men refrained from engaging in close combat, with Qin Tian opting instead for ranged attacks. For this type of combat style, Qin Tian would have no means of countering unless he forcibly unlocked his spiritual power. Just then, Miaoling and Zhongwu arrived. Qin Tian retreated beside Miaoling and said, "Miaoling, these 3 fellows are yours to handle." And Miaoling felt a touch of emotion as her master had specially left 3 experts for her to hone her skills. Coincidentally, she was in need of a great battle to stimulate herself. And these 3 opponents at the 3rd level of the Holy Realm were just right, posing a threat while still within her capabilities. Though her realm was only at the 3rd level of the half-holy stage, her swordsmanship had already reached the threshold of the sword domain. This was entirely comparable to the combat power of a holy realm. If her sword domain could achieve great success, she would not fear even battling at the imperial level. The 3 Holy Realm 3rd level experts, upon seeing their opponent change to a beautiful woman at the 3rd level of the half-holy stage, were taken aback. Even Gonyang Sheng, the eldest among them, found himself intrigued. For they had never laid eyes upon a woman of such breathtaking beauty. Perhaps only Mu Qingqing across the entire Haoyan Empire could rival her. "Go easy, don't damage her. I intend to take her as my 13th concubine," Gonyang Sheng said with a leering grin. A Saint Realm cultivator at the 3rd return of Dao. At these words, Han Miaoling's eyes flashed with frost-laced fury, and the ambient temperature plummeted rapidly. After all, she was a sovereign empress of her era. 13th concubine. Such a title is nothing short of blasphemy against me. Qin Tian fixed Zhongwu with a cold glacial gaze. "If even one of them escapes today, I hold you personally accountable." "Understood, young master." And Zhongwu knew he had brushed against Qin Tian's most inviolable taboo. "Rest assured, they will not flee." Qin Tian gave a slight nod. "See that his death is neither swift nor painless. A reward awaits those who perform well." "A reward?" Zhongwu's face lit up with delight. Instantly, he locked his spiritual aura onto Gonyang Sheng, unyielding, inescapable. Gonyang Sheng sensed it at once and turned sharply toward him. At that moment, Han Miaoling unsheathed her sword, and she launched a lethal strike directly at one of the Saint Realm cultivators. Her intent clear: eliminate one opponent first to ease the pressure upon herself. A single stroke of Chong Yinyang erupted forth, and the targeted Saint Realm cultivator felt every hair on his body stand on end, for he sensed the sheer, terrifying lethality of that blade. He attempted to evade, but failed to fully escape. His left arm was severed, a brutal price for hesitation. And after that strike, none dared underestimate this half-saint beauty ever again. Han Miaoling felt a fleeting pang of regret. The explosive burst of power could only be summoned once. And without hesitation, she activated her Ice Phoenix bloodline. The surrounding air plunged to -100 degrees Celsius. A nearby pond froze instantly into solid ice. Its fish crystallized into delicate, lifeless sculptures. Gonyang Sheng and his men instantly recognized it, the imperial-grade ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline. To sire offspring with such a woman would surely yield heirs of extraordinary talent. Gonyang Sheng resolved then and there. If matters escalated, he would seize her himself. Though she possessed formidable strength, to this second-rank Emperor Realm cultivator she remained but an ant. Insignificant, yet intriguing. And now he would wait, curious to see what further marvels she might unveil. With her Ice Phoenix bloodline fully awakened, Han Miaoling's aura grew markedly colder. Yet it was precisely this glacial, untouchable beauty that promised the greatest triumph in conquest. Her next target was unequivocal: the armless Saint Realm cultivator. As for the others, she would evade them whenever possible. And with a fluid sidestep and a low crouch, she slipped beneath the horizontal slashes of 2 Saint Realm warriors and closed in on the maimed cultivator. No hesitation followed. She unleashed another Chong Yinyang. In her Bingli sword, wreathed in swirling Yinyang energies, pierced forward with unstoppable momentum, aimed straight at the armless cultivator's heart. This was the same cultivator whose weapon Qin Tian had earlier shattered. And now weaponless, he stood no chance of blocking such a technique with bare flesh. He twisted desperately to evade, in Shua, and another arm flew through the air. He survived, but at a terrible cost. The Saint Realm cultivator, stripped of both arms, was effectively ruined. He tried to retreat, but Han Miaoling denied him escape. And she lunged again, thrusting her sword toward his chest. And at that very instant, the armless cultivator threw himself sideways, while the two remaining Saint Realm warriors struck down at Han Miaoling from behind with full force. In that razor-thin sliver of time, Han Miaoling grasped the essence of the sword domain. An unstable nascent sword domain bloomed, and instantly enveloped all three Saint Realm cultivators. The domain's emergence slowed their movements dramatically, and left them stunned by this sudden impossible shift. For in their understanding, a half-saint mastering a domain was an impossibility, utterly beyond comprehension. And in that dazed instant, the armless cultivator was pierced clean through the heart. Han Miaoling whirled around instantly, parrying the simultaneous strikes of the two remaining Saint Realm warriors. And now, empowered by her sword domain, she pressed her advantage relentlessly, dominating them utterly. Clutching her Bingli sword, she wove intricate sword techniques without pause. And before long, both Saint Realm cultivators bore grievous wounds. Just as Han Miaoling severed the second's arm, Gonyang Sheng could bear it no longer. These were elite warriors of the Gonyang clan, and each death was a grievous blow. In the moment he moved to intervene, Zhongwu moved too. "Your opponent is me, and my young master has spoken. Not a single one of you leaves here alive," Zhongwu declared, voice calm and unshaken. Gonyang Sheng's expression darkened as Zhongwu intercepted him. He recognized Zhongwu's cultivation realm matched his own. Ni's plan to capture Qin Tian, the Imperial tier artifact refiner, had just crumbled to dust. Worse still, he had now incurred the enmity of an Imperial tier refiner, a thought that sent a sharp pang of dread through him. And even as he faced off against Zhongwu, another Saint Realm cultivator fell, leaving only one survivor. That last cultivator remained trapped within Han Miaoling's sword domain. His demise was now inevitable. Gonyang Sheng saw it clearly, and turned to flee. But after only 2 steps, he was blocked by Xiao Zhan. Having deduced Gonyang Sheng's destination, Qingyun City, Xiao Zhan had raced ahead to intercept him. "And Brother Xiao, what is the meaning of this?" Gonyang Sheng frowned. And Xiao Zhan's face hardened with cold resolve. "You dare defend Master Qin, and now you think to simply walk away. What? Do you intend to kill me? And we are both scions of the 4 great clans of the Haotian Empire. If you slay me without cause, the Sovereign Empress herself will not spare you," Gonyang Sheng retorted. "And without cause. You have offended Master Qin, a figure whom even the Sovereign Empress treats with utmost reverence. Should I kill you today, the Sovereign Empress would utter no word of reproach." In hearing those words, Gonyang Sheng knew Xiao Zhan's intent was absolute. Trapped between 2 apex predators, resistance meant certain death. Flight was his only recourse. In that instant, he shot sideways, blazing with desperate speed. But Zhongwu had already locked onto him. There would be no escape. And he gave chase, swift, relentless, unerring. Meanwhile, Han Miaoling did not rush to finish her final foe. Instead, she focused on mastering the 3rd form of the Ji Mie sword, Art Shatter the Stars. After dozens of attempts, she succeeded. A streak of azure light pierced the air, not as a sweeping arc, but as a pinpoint of absolute focus, carrying cataclysmic force toward the Saint Realm cultivator. And boom! In that single stroke cleaved him apart, reducing him instantly to a crimson mist. Yet before the mist could disperse, it froze midair, transforming into glistening scarlet ice beads that clattered softly to the ground. After dispatching her foe, Han Miaoling sheathed her sword and approached Qin Tian with radiant joy. "Thank you, Master, for leaving me this opponent. I might never have awakened my sword domain otherwise." Qin Tian wore an expression of serene composure, but inwardly he thought, if I could wield spiritual energy freely, I'd have erased them in an instant. Moments later, Xiao Zhan and Zhongwu returned. Zhongwu bowed respectfully. "Young master, the man has been dealt with." And Qin Tian nodded approvingly, then withdrew the Imperial tier Supreme Blade Art Break Heaven Saber technique and tossed it to him. Zhongwu caught the manual and could no longer suppress his elation. Ni's joy mirrored that of a child clutching New Year's red envelopes. In mastering this art would elevate his combat prowess to an entirely new echelon. Xiao Zhan, watching Zhongwu's unrestrained delight, instantly understood the rarity of the technique Qin Tian had bestowed, yet all he could do was envy. Privately, he resolved, "I must urge my daughter Meng Meng to redouble her efforts." At night, Qin Tian took Lien Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru to the rooftop to observe the moon. Because tonight's moon was extraordinary, it was a blood moon that appears once in a millennium. There is a saying in the Jiuzhou continent, when the blood moon is high in the sky, chaos is imminent. Ordinary cultivators or general factions treat this saying as a joke. Because they do not last for thousands of years, perhaps they are wiped out in a few hundred years. This is the cruelty of the world of cultivators. However, Lien Miaoling and Bai Sharu knew that this was true. The blood moon would influence causality, causing it to erupt prematurely. There are records in Qingqiu that many factions in Jiuzhou would be affected after the blood moon. Countless sects and nations would thus become the dust of history. Even a faction of kinkiest level cannot guarantee that they will survive. In ancient times, there were more than a dozen powerful visible forces of the demon clan, and many hidden ones as well. But now only 3 remain visible. Qin Tian was able to survive back then because a celestial fox appeared in the dire straits of the Fox clan. The celestial fox turned the tide and saved Qingqiu. After receiving this information, Qin Tian's expression turned grave. Perhaps there was not much time left for them to grow and develop, as the causality involving the 3 of them was too great. In the Haotian Empire, at the Haotian Palace, Xiao Zhan was reporting the incident of Gonyang Sheng to the Empress. Upon hearing it, the Empress said in a deep voice, "Since she has offended Master Qin, let her die. We should maintain a good relationship with such a person. I will have Qing'er pay him a visit." Xiao Zhan smiled and said, with Princess Mu Qingqing's beauty, even Master Qin would find it hard to resist. However, he felt a bit troubled inside. If Princess Qing went, his daughter would have even less chance. After Xiao Zhan left, the Empress called for Mu Qingqing, who had just emerged from her seclusion. When Mu Qingqing arrived and saw no one around, she ran to the Empress' side and affectionately called mother. The Empress patted her shoulder, also enjoying this familial bliss. After a while, the Empress asked, "What is your impression of Mr. Qin? Are you referring to the Qin who helped me in the secret realm?" The Empress nodded. "He is quite handsome and very impressive." Upon saying this, Mu Qingqing felt slightly shy. The Empress saw her daughter's expression and knew she had feelings for Qin Tian. If her daughter could become a Dao partner with Qin Tian, it would be a tremendous blessing for their Haotian Empire. Perhaps the Haotian Empire could rise further, comparable to the ancient families. So the Empress continued, "You might not know, but he has another identity as an Imperial-grade artifact refiner." An Imperial-grade artifact refiner. Mu Qingqing covered her mouth in surprise. As a royal princess of the Empire, how could she not know the significance of an Imperial-grade artifact refiner? No wonder during the Secret Realm adventure, Lien Miaoling wanted cultivation resources instead of Imperial weapons. Seeing her daughter's astonished expression, she continued, "He currently resides in Qinyan City. If you are interested, you can seek him out." Upon hearing her mother's words, she immediately understood the implication. "He'll go." Mu Qingqing readily agreed, for she would eventually marry, and if she could marry someone as handsome and powerful as Qin Tian, why not? Thinking of this, a blush appeared on her beautiful face. Subsequently, the Empress called an elder of the Imperial realm to accompany Mu Qingqing, ensuring her safety. She also provided her with some refining materials, asking her to seek Qin Tian's help with artifact refining. Mu Qingqing was a clever person, as she did not seek Qin Tian directly, as that would be too abrupt. Moreover, she believed that Qin Tian was not someone who would be easily swayed by beauty. Just by seeing him with such a beautiful disciple, one could tell. Upon arriving in Qinyan City, she first contacted Lien Miaoling. Previously, they had imprinted their communication stones. After receiving her message, Lien Miaoling welcomed Mu Qingqing in, as she still had a good impression of her. Mu Qingqing respectfully called out Master Qin. She was as obedient as the first time they met, which left a good impression on Qin Tian. Next, Mu Qingqing stayed for a while under the pretense of learning. By the time Lien Miaoling realized, it was too late, as she had already agreed. She could only sigh in her heart, what a troublesome master. Then she began to reminisce about her time at Qizong Sword Peak, where although there was an additional Bai Sharu, she could still barely accept it, unlike now, where a new one came every few days. And they were all so beautiful. After Mu Qingqing settled in, she often sought Qin Tian for a chat. When no one was around, she would secretly massage Qin Tian's shoulders. Thinking of a future empress giving her a shoulder massage was quite a delightful experience. As it approached midnight, Qin Tian entered Lien Miaoling's room, directly pushing the door open. Lien Miaoling was resting under the covers and opened her eyes upon hearing the noise. Without needing to look, she knew who it was. Only her awkward master would do such a thing. "Why are you here so late?" "I came to check on you. I noticed you haven't been very happy lately." Lien Miaoling glanced at Qin Tian, surprised that he noticed her subtle feelings. Qin Tian lay down directly by the bed. Fortunately, Qin Tian did not get under the covers, so Lien Miaoling shifted a bit deeper inside. She used both hands to hold on to her blanket, preventing Qin Tian from coming in. Lien Miaoling's hair fell beside Qin Tian's head. He picked up a strand and inhaled it, feeling intoxicated. "Did you bathe with rose petals?" "What? Did you spy on me bathing?" Lien Miaoling asked angrily, while she thought to herself, "I clearly set up a formation and was very cautious. Am I that kind of person? I just smelled it." Lien Miaoling then realized that she indeed had that scent on her. "You have a dog's nose." Lien Miaoling couldn't help but retort. Qin Tian casually slapped Lien Miaoling's blanket. "How can you speak to your master like that?" As soon as he finished speaking, he felt something was off, or it seemed he had slapped in the wrong place. He quickly retracted his hand, but then regretted not giving it a squeeze. At this moment, Qin Tian felt the temperature begin to drop again. He sat up and said, "Actually, I came to tell you that I am not an indiscriminate person. Get out." Miaoling's expression changed several times, and she finally uttered 2 words. She then pushed Qin Tian out with her spiritual power and closed the door. Miaoling pulled the blanket up, covering her face, feeling shy under the covers. The next day, a furious old man came to the Yijing painting studio. However, as soon as he barged in, he was stopped by Zhongwu, and they ended up fighting. The other party was only at the first level of the Imperial realm, so he was quickly knocked down by Zhongwu. Hearing the commotion, Qin Tian and the others went out to see what was happening. An old man was lying on the ground cursing, "I am a semi-imperial grade artifact refiner. How dare you treat me like this?" At that moment, Mu Qingqing recognized the old man. He was Bai Lisu, the strongest artifact refiner of the Haotian Empire. She hurriedly pleaded for him with Qin Tian. Qin Tian, considering Mu Qingqing's face, signaled for Zhongwu to release him. Bai Lisu struggled to stand up, glaring at Qin Tian. He had just emerged from his closed-door training when he heard from his disciples that the weapon forging for Xiaozhan had been taken over by a refiner from Qinyan City. As the top refiner of the Haotian Empire, it was the first time he had his business snatched away, and given his fiery temper, he came looking for trouble. "Do you know you violated the rules of refiners? I had already arranged with General Xiao that he would have his weapon forged by me, but you took advantage of my closed-door training and stole my business." Bai Lisu fumed. "Stole your business? What level do you think you are to compete with me?" Qin Tian scoffed, fully aware that the Haotian Empire lacked a top-tier refiner. At that moment, Mu Qingqing stepped forward and said, "Master Bai Li, you've misunderstood. This Mr. Qin is a top-tier refiner. It was General Xiao who sought him out to forge the imperial weapon." A top-tier refiner forging an imperial weapon. Bai Lisu scrutinized Qin Tian closely. "A mere child like him is a top-tier refiner. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" Zhongwu interjected, "Skill is not something one can claim with words. In that case, how about we make a bet?" "What kind of bet?" Bai Lisu asked. Qin Tian showed some interest. "Let's have a refining competition. Whoever wins will be the top refiner of the empire." "Not interested," Qin Tian replied. Bai Lisu frowned, then added, "Then let's use spirit herbs as the wager." After saying that, he took out 5 low-grade spirit herbs that had existed for 10,000 years. "I bet 5 of these. Can you match that?" Bai Lisu looked at Qin Tian smugly. He believed that at Qin Tian's age he could not possibly have so many spirit herbs. Moreover, he was very confident in his own refining skills. Even if Qin Tian had great talent, it was impossible for him to surpass Bai Lisu in refining. After all, he was young, and a refiner's growth required a long period of study and accumulation. Qin Tian was aware of Bai Li's confidence. Without the system, he indeed could not have reached this level at such a young age. However, he was quite tempted by the wager of 5 spirit herbs. "I accept your bet. As for the wager." Just as Qin Tian was contemplating what to use as a wager, Zhongwu took out his imperial weapon and said, "Let's use this as the bet." Bai Lisu glanced at the knife in Zhongwu's hand and casually remarked, "This broken knife can match my 5 spirit herbs." Before he could finish, a glint of gold flashed in his eyes as he realized that the knife in Zhongwu's hand was extraordinary. "Can I take a look?" Zhongwu tossed the knife over and said, "Look carefully." After closely examining it, Bai Lisu exclaimed, "What a fine knife. However, yours is enough for now. Mine is insufficient, but this is all I have at the moment. Whether we bet or not is up to you." "I'll bet," Qin Tian replied. After agreeing, he remembered that he had no materials left, so he instructed Zhongwu, "Go find the Lin Trading Company and get a set of refining materials for an imperial weapon." Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, Bai Lisu felt even more confident. A refiner who couldn't even provide a set of refining materials was not worth competing against him. Before Zhongwu could set off, Mu Qingqing said, "Senior Zhong, there's no need to go. I have some here." She then produced a set of imperial refining materials and handed them to Qin Tian. "Just in time. I wanted to ask you to help forge an imperial weapon. If successful, I'll offer 6 spirit herbs as a reward." With another set of spirit herbs presented, Qin Tian was naturally pleased. "I'll help you with the forging." Seeing Mu Qingqing's attitude, Bai Lisu had a bad premonition, but at this point he had no way out. "Since we have the materials, let's get started." Qin Tian nodded slightly and ignited the fire to begin the first step. During the hammering process, Bai Lisu occasionally stole glances at Qin Tian, but he soon realized that Qin Tian's hammering technique was quite exceptional, seemingly superior to his. As time went on, Bai Lisu lost interest in glancing at Qin Tian and focused entirely on refining. He aimed to achieve perfection. After he finished hammering in a huff, he noticed that Qin Tian was still hammering, and judging by his appearance, he seemed to be in good spirits. This made Bai Lisu feel a sense of crisis. However, he thought that the second step was the crucial part, which eased his mind slightly. The second step of fusion involved all the details and experience, which was where young people were most likely to make mistakes. After consuming a stamina replenishing pill, Bai Li Su began the second step. After a while, Qin Tian also started the second step. Thanks to his previous experience, his speed had significantly increased. He and Bai Li Su nearly finished at the same time. Bai Li Su felt a bit anxious as he saw that Qin Tian's imperial weapon embryo was far superior to his. However, he began to reassure himself that the formation was profound and intricate. This step was the most important, and he still had a chance. Qin Tian quickly engraved the formation and ultimately completed it ahead of time. Suddenly, a phenomenon appeared above the workshop. Bai Li Su sensed it and was immediately stunned, halting his actions. It wasn't until the formation he had not yet completed exploded that he realized he had failed, but that no longer mattered. After a lifetime of refining, it was his first time witnessing someone forge an imperial weapon. The fact that the other party was a young man was undoubtedly a huge shock to him. Qin Tian handed the freshly forged imperial weapon to Mu Qingqing. At this moment, Mu Qingqing received the imperial weapon with admiration. It was also her first time witnessing the birth of an imperial weapon, and the phenomenon was simply breathtaking. She then handed 6 spirit herbs to Qin Tian. After receiving the spirit herbs from Mu Qingqing, Qin Tian looked at Bai Li Su. Bai Li Su took out 5 spirit herbs and handed them to Qin Tian, then knelt on the ground saying, "I beg Master to accept me as a disciple." At this moment, dignity was no longer important. Becoming a top-tier refiner was his greatest pursuit in life. This sudden turn of events left Qin Tian bewildered. He glanced at Bai Li Su and said, "You're too old. Let's forget about being a disciple." Bai Li Su immediately panicked, hastily replying, "I am not considered old among those who practice at the top tier." Qin Tian thought for a moment and said, "From now on you will serve as my guard like Zhongwu. Just call me young master." Bai Li Su was indeed a talented individual, and he was important for Qin Tian's current development, so he accepted him. "Yes, young master," Bai Li Su said excitedly. After that, Qin Tian arranged for him to stay in the outer courtyard. The auction of the Lin Trading Company was still more than a month away, so Qin Tian prepared to teach Bai Li Su refining. He aimed to forge some higher quality, semi-imperial weapons for auction. As for auctioning an imperial weapon, after thinking it over, he decided to give up. If an imperial weapon were to be leaked, some forces would inevitably have ill intentions. Moreover, the strength of his people was too weak, which would likely lead to a loss outweighing the gain. To bring out an imperial weapon, he'd have to wait until he was unsealed. Bai Li Su had decent talent in refining, so teaching him was relatively easy. The 3 semi-imperial weapons refined by Bai Li Su were of better quality than before, but to forge an imperial weapon, he still needed to accumulate experience. 10 days later, the 3 semi-imperial weapons refined by Bai Li Su were handed over to Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou was overjoyed. "Let's start further promotion." For safety, Qin Tian directly sent Zhongwu over. For this auction, Lin Zhou had put in a lot of effort, not just ensuring comprehensive promotion within the Haotian Empire. As the auction day approached, more and more people flocked to Qingyan City. Nearly 20 experts at the Emperor realm arrived, mostly at the first level. Lin Zhou chose a spacious venue capable of accommodating tens of thousands. It was transformed from a large beast-fighting arena with numerous private rooms constructed above for the Emperor realm experts. This time, the auction items included 3 low-grade Emperor pills and 3 semi-Emperor weapons provided by Qin Tian, along with various other items contributed by different individuals. They aimed to seize this opportunity to sell at a good price. Finally, the day of the auction arrived. To deter those with ill intentions, Qin Tian sent Zhongwu and Bai Li Su to oversee the event. In addition, upon receiving the news, Xiao Zhan took the initiative to bring people to help maintain order. Observers below began to murmur about the impressive lineup. What background does the Lin Merchant Guild have to command Master Bai Li and General Xiao to stand guard? Indeed, this lineup rivals that of a royal auction. Haha, some old-timers had thoughts before, but now they must be intimidated. The discussions among the numerous experts below continued. Lin Weiner, dressed in a beautiful red dress, approached the auction stage at the center. Under the gaze of the crowd, she hosted the auction. Qin Tian also arrived, prepared to buy some millennium spiritual herbs and Emperor refining materials. Qin Tian showed no interest in the Heavenir items at the front. As the auction progressed, the climax began with the appearance of Emperor refining materials and spiritual herbs. In total, 3 sets of Emperor-grade refining materials and 5 millennium spiritual herbs were successfully bid by Qin Tian. He planned to pay with the pills and weapons he auctioned. This move from Qin Tian displeased many while they speculated about his identity. It was quite extravagant. They were somewhat concerned about how much he would bid for the pills and weapons. Fortunately, he did not. Many Emperor realm experts began to place their bids, as such items were hard to come by. The auction concluded successfully, adding to the spiritual herbs and refining materials he obtained earlier. Qin Tian acquired a total of 6 sets of Emperor-grade refining materials and 9 Millennium spiritual herbs. After collecting his items, he hurried to the Intent Realm painting studio, but was soon blocked by an expert at the first level of the Emperor Realm. Hand over the materials and herbs you bought, and I might spare your life. Qin Tian glanced around, sensing that several other Emperor Realm experts were watching him. The person before him was merely a troublemaker. If you have the guts, come and take them, Qin Tian replied calmly. The Emperor Realm expert hesitated. His previous statement was merely a test, and he was secretly prepared to flee. He could sense that Qin Tian was extraordinary, as he could not gauge his strength. However, with such financial resources and confidence, he was certainly not an ordinary person. Seeing that the expert did not dare to act, Qin Tian continued onward. The Emperor Realm expert's expression shifted as he began to struggle, but ultimately, he restrained himself. He endured, but a hidden second-level demon cultivator could not hold back, confident in himself. Since no one dared to probe, he decided to take action himself. The demon cultivator wasted no words and struck with a knife. Qin Tian sensed it and drew his knife to block. Sizzle! The demon cultivator stumbled back a few steps while Qin Tian slid back several dozen meters. He withstood the blow solely with his physical body. The demon cultivator pursued and struck again. Sizzle! Zhongwu appeared to intercept the attack. Why are you helping him? Do you want a share of the spoils? The demon cultivator said coldly. He recognized Zhongwu as the person who had overseen the auction. He is my young master. Why do you think I would help him? Zhongwu said fiercely. Young master. The demon cultivator looked surprised at Qin Tian, then laughed. I was too rash. Since that's the case, I won't disturb you further. Since you made a move, you must pay the price. Kill him, Qin Tian said calmly. At that moment, Zhongwu no longer hesitated. He also wanted to test his newly learned sword technique. He charged forward like a shadow towards the demon cultivator. Seeing this, the demon cultivator's expression turned cold. Phantom Demon Palm. A large black hand shot towards the charging Zhongwu. Zhongwu paused briefly, then slashed with his knife, causing the black hand to dissipate into black mist in the air. Seeing his ultimate move easily neutralized, the demon cultivator felt a pang of fear. Heavenly Demon Clone. The demon cultivator shouted, instantly splitting into 6 shadows that fled in different directions. Think you can escape? Zhongwu snorted coldly and unleashed his ultimate move, first style of breaking heaven 8 directions slash. A powerful energy erupted from Zhongwu, splitting into 8 streams of force that shot out in all directions. When the energy touched the clones, they immediately dissipated, with only the main body collapsing to the ground, spewing a mouthful of blood. Zhongwu rushed forward to execute the second move, the uninterrupted slash. A dazzling wave of blade energy struck forth. The demon cultivator, panicking, raised his weapon to defend, but it was futile. His weapon was severed and he himself was cut in half. The nearby experts were astonished. This combat power seemed to rival that of the 3rd level of the Emperor Realm. Those who had abstained from action earlier felt relieved, grateful they had not intervened, for they too would have faced a similar fate. Afterward, Zhongwu picked up the demon cultivator's storage ring and returned with Qin Tian to the Intent Realm painting studio. Now Qin Tian possessed a total of 20 low-grade Emperor-tier spiritual herbs and 3 sets of refining materials. These items would suffice for a long time of refining. However, he still needed the Lin family to gather some auxiliary herbs before he could start alchemy. With the increase in resources, it was also time to call for Guanya and the others. He gave Zhongwu 2 letters to deliver, one to Shangguanya of the 4 Saints, and the other to Miaoling, offering to bring any willing young disciples from the sect to him in the central continent for cultivation. After Zhongwu left, Qin Tian went to find Miaoling, who had been consolidating her understanding of the sword domain. She should be nearly ready now. It was nighttime. Qin Tian arrived at Miaoling's door and was about to push it open when he noticed a formation at the entrance. Could it be? Vivid images flashed in his mind. He carefully located a flaw in the formation and slipped through. Peering through the window into the room illuminated by candlelight, he could see a graceful figure undressing. 1 piece. 2 pieces. Miaoling usually wore 3 pieces and was still missing 1. Realizing this, his breathing quickened. After all, he had never seen everything before. Just as he was about to see the full view, a voice filled with indignation rang out. If you look again, I will fight you. I was careless. I was careless. Qin Tian realized it was because he had been too excited earlier. His breath was disordered, and that was why he had been discovered. Since he had already been found out, he simply pushed the door open. You? And Miaoling shyly hid behind the bathtub. What are you hiding for? I know you're still wearing one. And Miaoling was somewhat speechless. Her master had become increasingly thick-skinned, even becoming brazen in his demeanor. You should leave. There are boundaries that cannot be crossed between master and disciple. And Miaoling said shyly. Qin Tian ignored her, striding forward, looking at Miaoling behind the bathtub. This place seems to have thinned a bit. Tomorrow master will make you some papaya dragon hoof soup. and Miaoling instinctively glanced down her face, turning even redder. After a moment of hesitation, she straightened her back and glared at Qin Tian. After all, being seen like this wasn't the first time. She couldn't lose in momentum. After all, she was a female emperor. Hurry up and leave, I want to take a bath. And Miaoling pointed to the door. Looking at her proud posture, Qin Tian felt a warmth in his nose, doubting if he had misjudged her before. So big. Qin Tian then looked at the tub and said, "You should add some roses or something, that way after your bath you'll smell divine. I understand, you can go out now." Qin Tian remained unmoved, and in the end Miaoling could only forcibly push him out. After that, Miaoling rearranged the formation and observed for a while before starting to take a bath. In the morning, Zhongwu brought Shangwanya the four saints and Xianlei. Among the four saints, only Shangwanya had broken through to the third level of the Holy Realm, while the others remained unchanged. Qin Tian directly arranged for them to stay in the outer court, where there were plenty of houses for them. After settling in Yanqing, Si found Qin Tian. "Ancient ancestor, my master said he will come in the future." Ancient ancestor? Qin Tian was somewhat confused. "The master and the void ancestor have already declared you as the ancestor of the sect." "I see. Although that's the case, please continue to call me Little Shirshu from now on. Calling me ancient ancestor makes me feel old." Yanqing Si smiled sweetly. "I think so too." After that, the auxiliary medicines arrived one after another, and Qin Tian began to refine pills. Zhong Yin also brought people to observe again. This time Qin Tian spent 3 months intermittently refining 18 furnaces of pills, obtaining a total of 54 lower-grade imperial pills. With the pills in hand, Qin Tian began distributing them, 5 to Bai Xiaoru and 3 to Miaoling. They had not yet fully digested the pills they previously consumed, so these new pills would last them a considerable time. Zhongwu and his son, as well as the four saints, each received 2 pills. The four saints were immensely excited upon receiving the pills, as they could rapidly break through to the imperial realm with them. At that point, with the imperial weapons, they would reach the pinnacle of their lives. Seeing their foolish expressions, Qin Tian could only sigh inwardly. They are country bumpkins who have never seen the world. In the end, Yanqing Si Xianlei and Mu Qingqing also received a pill. As for the remaining pills, he decided to keep them for now and distribute them once they had digested the ones they had. Once everyone received the pills, they all began to enter closed-door cultivation. Qin Tian also took a pill and began to cultivate, hoping to enter the imperial realm as soon as possible. Once in the imperial realm, his strength would surge. As the year drew closer, the movements around Qingyun Mountain became increasingly pronounced. It could be said that demonic energy was soaring, and no cultivator dared to enter the mountain anymore. Basically, anyone who entered would meet their demise. Qin Tian's leisurely days did not last long, as the city lord came knocking on his door, a sorrowful expression on his face. "The demon emperor of Qingyun Mountain is preparing to attack our Qingyun city." "Are you sure?" Qin Tian frowned and asked. The city lord nodded. "I once took in a demon clan member. He secretly informed me that they would launch an attack tonight. You go notify the other forces. I will take action when the time comes." The city lord was overjoyed to hear this. Everyone in the city will be grateful for young Master Qin's righteousness. In truth, he had already thought it through. If Qin Tian did not help, he would have to abandon this place and flee. After all, the demon emperor was not someone he could contend with. Not long after receiving the news, Lin Zhou brought strong warriors to find Qin Tian. Through the auction, he had gained some understanding of the power backing Qin Tian. As long as Qin Tian was present, the Lin family need not fear. That night, a tremendous demonic energy surged towards Qingyun City, with countless demons emerging from the mountain, creating a spectacular scene. Qin Tian also led his subordinates to the battlefield. This battle would serve as a trial for them. At the city gate, Qin Tian gazed at the multitude of demons rushing from afar, feeling quite shocked. This was the first time he had seen so many demons. On the ground were Xuanwu python demons, tiger demons, and others. In the sky, there were killer bees, colorful poison butterflies, wind birds, and fire ravens. In addition, within the clouds above, there was a terrifying aura. Seeing this scene, many people in Qingyun City felt their legs weaken with fear. Qin Tian noted that there were only a little over 1,000 people on his side, which was too few. The city lord ran over and said some forces have secretly fled, including the Qingmu Merchants Association. Qin Tian's expression immediately turned cold. However, this was not the time to dwell on it. He looked at his subordinates and in Miaoling, saying, "Today will be a trial for you all. Kill to your heart's content." Hearing Qin Tian's words, they felt a surge of excitement. As the multitude of demons surged forward, they were now less than 3 kilometers from Qingyun City. With a single command from Qin Tian, they charged. And Miaoling and the others, who had long been eager to fight, formed a line and rushed forward. Even Bai Xiaoru and her sisters, along with Dragon 1 and Dragon 2, did not hesitate to charge ahead. Some cultivators from Qingyun City gritted their teeth and followed suit. At this point, it was a matter of either their death or the demons. Once Miaoling and the others entered the battlefield, they cut through like a meat grinder. Demons fell one after another, unable to withstand their advance. Other strong warriors, seeing the demons being slaughtered with no chance to retaliate, began to gain confidence. They grew more courageous, but when they engaged with the demons, they suffered heavy casualties. This was because they lacked the combat power of Miaoling and the others. However, they were smart enough to huddle closer to Miaoling and her group, causing the demons to be more cautious. After an hour of fighting, only about 1,000 demons remained. Meanwhile, less than 300 people stood on Qin City's side. This battle was brutal, and Qin Tian found himself at a loss in such a situation. Finally, the being within the clouds could no longer hold back. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed throughout the battlefield. Then a twofold Emperor Realm 5-clawed golden dragon emerged from the clouds. A bunch of useless fools, you still need this Emperor to take action personally. Having waited long enough, Zhongwu flew out to confront the 5-clawed golden dragon. This was a tough battle for him as well, for the dragon clan was much stronger than other demons of the same rank. Moreover, a 5-clawed golden dragon's physique was likely already equivalent to that of a half-emperor weapon. At this moment, many people and demons focused their gaze on the sky, for this battle would be crucial. Zhongwu, wielding an emperor weapon, faced the massive 5-clawed golden dragon without a hint of fear. The aura within him erupted, countering the dragon's might. Had it been in the past, he might not have had the courage to fight a dragon of the same rank. But now he possessed an emperor weapon and top-tier knife techniques. Thus he considered himself invincible among his peers. The 5-clawed golden dragon attacked, actively lunging its head at Zhongwu, attempting to swallow him whole. Zhongwu jumped to evade it. Soon after, he plummeted down, swinging his knife towards the golden dragon. The golden dragon raised its head and let out a long roar, its sharp claws sweeping towards Zhongwu. Boom! Both were shaken back. This probing attack resulted in neither side gaining an advantage. After stabilizing his stance, Zhongwu charged forward once more, this time unleashing his ultimate move. Endless slash. Sizzle. The golden dragon's claws were cut open and droplets of dragon blood the size of eggs fell to the ground. Qin Tian felt a pang of heartache. This was truly a precious creature. After being injured, the golden dragon began to show some caution. Yet out of pride as a dragon, it refused to accept defeat. How could I possibly lose to a human of the same realm? Then it began to tumble in the air, a fierce expression appearing on its face. It activated the only drop of reverse dragon blood it had cultivated over thousands of years. Suddenly the dragon's might surged. Under the pressure of its imposing aura, those below could no longer fight. Many practitioners and demon clans were bent over, unable to withstand it. Roar! The 5-clawed golden dragon lunged fiercely at Zhongwu. At this moment, Zhongwu's expression was grave, his aura shifting continuously. At times it was weary, at times it was imposing. He was about to unleash the third form of the breaking skyblade. Reincarnation slash. A powerful force of reincarnation surged towards the golden dragon. Boom! Both Zhongwu and the 5-clawed golden dragon spat out blood simultaneously. The two continued to clash fiercely. Before long, both were covered in wounds. However, the human body was ultimately inferior to that of the dragon, so Zhongwu found himself at a disadvantage. Qin Tian decided to lend a hand. He activated the eternal body to its strongest state, then took out a kitchen knife and hurled it fiercely at the 5-clawed golden dragon. The 5-clawed golden dragon sensed it, glancing disdainfully at Qin Tian, and the flying kitchen knife then swatted at it with a claw. Qin Tian was banking on its contempt and underestimation. However, by the time the golden dragon sensed something was amiss with the kitchen knife, it was too late. Whoosh! The knife pierced directly into its claw, causing blood to spurt wildly. Roar! The golden dragon let out a painful howl. At that moment, Lin Zhou and the city lord were left in shock. Qin Tian had managed to severely wound the 5-clawed golden dragon with a single move from a distance. The surviving practitioners finally realized who the strongest person in Qingyun City truly was. Among them was Niushan, the first person Qin Tian had met upon arriving in Zhongzhou. Had he known the person who saved him was so powerful, he would have made frequent visits to build rapport. Just after the 5-clawed golden dragon took that hit, it was met with Zhongwu's reincarnation slash. It was clear that Zhongwu was well prepared. The first reaction of the 5-clawed golden dragon was to block with its claws, but its claws had already been incapacitated by Qin Tian. In that moment of hesitation, it took the slash hidden. The entire dragon body then crashed to the ground, its eyes flickering a few times before closing in resignation. The surviving demon saints, seeing the tide had turned, hurriedly scattered to escape, but some were still left behind. Qingyun City had emerged victorious. Zhongwu retrieved the kitchen knife, then collected the body of the 5-clawed golden dragon and placed it into a blank storage ring, which he handed over to Qin Tian. As for the remaining demon kings, demon emperors, and demon saints, their bodies were collected by Lin Zhou, the city lord, and others. Qin Tian directly took 70%, instructing Lin Zhou to use it to develop the merchant guild. The rest would be distributed among the participants in the battle. This was a tremendous fortune. Night fell. Qing Hongming of the Qingmu Merchant Guild rushed back to Qingyun City after receiving the news. After all, his family's business was here, and he couldn't possibly give it up. Upon returning to the guild, he heard that the city was distributing spoils of war. Everyone would get a share. Those were all corpses of demon kings, and above, making him quite eager. Thus he instructed his subordinates to also go collect their share. The people of the Qingmu Merchant Guild then joined the queue. When it was the turn of a manager from the Qingmu Merchant Guild, they were suddenly recognized. The crowd erupted with fury. What the hell? These are people from the Qingmu Merchant Guild. How dare you come to claim the spoils? Yeah, where's your face? Where were you when we were fighting desperately against the demon clan? Because of this battle, my father and brother both died, yet you come to enjoy the fruits of our labor. The manager of the Qingmu Merchant Guild said, drenched in cold sweat. Our master said that everyone gets a share, which is why we came here. This statement sparked another wave of denunciation. He made a lot of money off us when times were good, yet ran away when trouble came. We don't need such a merchant guild in Qingyun City. Soon people spontaneously surrounded the Qingmu Merchant Guild. Get out of Qingyun City. Get out of Qingyun City. Meanwhile, the city lord and Lin's Merchant Guild received this news and went to find Qin Tian to report the good news. Qin Tian felt disgusted upon hearing of King's actions. He then ordered, you go find Zhong Wu and have him accompany you on a trip. The Qingmu Merchant Guild no longer has any reason to exist. Yes, I will take care of it right away. Lin Zhou was overjoyed and hurried to invite Zhong Wu. The Qingmu Merchant Guild had been around for thousands of years and surely had many valuable treasures hidden away. Not long after, Lin Zhou and Zhong Wu arrived at the Qingmu Merchant Guild with a large group of people. Qing Hongming also summoned all the strong members of the Qingmu Merchant Guild. In terms of numbers, Qing Hongming had far more people than Lin's Merchant Guild. Many from Lin's side had perished in the previous battle. Just you lot are here to attack my Qingmu Merchant Guild. Have you lost your mind? Qing Hongming mocked. At this moment, he had intentions of swallowing Lin's Merchant Guild. Since you came to seek death, I won't hold back. I will take good care of your daughter. With that, Qing Hongming led a group forward to attack. Zhong Wu stepped forward, looking disdainfully at the ragtag group before him. 8 directions slash. The blade fell to the ground, unleashing a torrent of blade energy that scattered forward like cannonballs. Oh! A chorus of screams erupted, and soon the ground was littered with corpses. Only Qing Hongming remained trembling among the strong members of the Qingmu Merchant Guild. This was because Zhong Wu had deliberately spared him. The rest is up to you to handle. With that, Zhong Wu departed. The next day, Lin Zhou came to Qin Tian with a beaming face to report good news. He had fully taken over the Qingmu Merchant Guild. Additionally, he presented Qin Tian with a millennium-old spiritual herb and a set of low-grade imperial-level refining materials found in the treasure vault of the Qingmu Merchant Guild. After accepting them, Qin Tian also gave him several imperial-grade pills. With these gains, he had enough to expand the Merchant Guild throughout the entire Haotian Empire. Qingyun City was at peace. Qin Tian awaited the emergence of the Qinglong vein. At that time, not only would he be able to unblock his spiritual power, but he should also receive substantial rewards. As time passed, the spiritual energy in Qingyun Mountain grew denser, and everyone believed a treasure was about to appear. Thus, many people set out to seek treasure in the Qingyun Mountains. Seeing that the time was right, Qin Tian also took in Miaoling and Zhong Wu into the mountains. As for Bai Xiaoru, she decided not to go. There were too many people which could expose her. She didn't want to cause trouble for Qin Tian. Upon entering the mountain range, Qin Tian began searching for the area with the densest spiritual energy. Such places were the most likely to be where the dragon vein would emerge. After searching, he found a valley deep within the Qingyun Mountains. This valley seemed like a paradise with clear mountains and beautiful waters. At this moment, there were already some people in the valley. Qin Tian ignored them and sought out a secluded patch of grass, then set up a formation around him. Zhong Wu also sensibly went to investigate the situation from a distance. It was afternoon and the sunlight was bright. Qin Tian lay down on the grass, propping up one leg to bask in the sun, and Miaoling sat quietly beside Qin Tian. Unconsciously, Qin Tian glanced at a Miaoling illuminated by the sunlight. She looked so radiant and fresh, like a breath of fresh air. With a face like a disaster, a delicate nose, skin as white as snow, and a pair of captivating eyes, and Miaoling felt a little shy under his gaze. Her cheeks turned slightly rosy. Qin Tian patted beside him and said, "Come lie down with me for a bit." And Miaoling thought for a moment and lay down, but kept a little distance from Qin Tian. Seeing this, Qin Tian moved closer, and as he inhaled the fragrance of the girl, he felt a bit intoxicated. "Once we obtain the dragon vein, we will enter seclusion for a while, and then we shall begin to take revenge for you. Revenge. The two words tugged at her heart as she had been thinking about this matter for a long time. Let's first gather some information before we act. And Miaoling replied. Her enemies were all well-known experts at the third level of the Imperial realm. Just as Qin Tian was about to say something more, the surroundings became noisy. Zhongwu ran back and said the experts from the Kunlun Empire have arrived. Qin Tian was a bit confused as he was not familiar with the forces in the central continent. However, he noticed in Miaoling's expression turned cold. Could it be that the Kunlun Empire was her enemy? To his surprise, they had not even gone looking for each other, and the other party had come knocking instead. Perhaps this was the causal effect triggered after the blood moon. Qin Tian patted in Miaoling's shoulder and said this time they will come and not leave. And Miaoling looked at Qin Tian upon hearing this and asked, isn't it written all over your face? And Miaoling nodded and said, among those who attacked me back then was the Kunlun Emperor. Zhongwu, standing nearby, looked bewildered, unable to understand why the Kunlun Emperor would target a half-saint. Qin Tian confirmed that this information was enough. He had originally planned to take his time before helping in Miaoling take revenge, but the other side had come directly to him. Then Qin Tian instructed Zhongwu to continue gathering information to see how strong the other party was. He wasn't in a hurry to act as he had not yet unsealed his power, and if the other side was at the third level of the Imperial realm, he would not be able to defeat them. After a while, Zhongwu returned and said the one coming is not the Kunlun Emperor, but his brother Kunlun Xian. But he is a master at the third level of the Imperial realm. Let's observe the situation first and wait for the dragon vein to emerge before we act, Qin Tian replied. Time passed, and the valley began to tremble. The treasure is about to appear. Someone shouted not far away. Gradually, the tremors grew stronger, and everyone's spirits were tense. Roar! A phantom of a green dragon suddenly burst forth from the ground. Is this the dragon vein? Someone exclaimed in surprise. This dragon vein belongs to my Qian sect. Anyone who dares to compete with us will face dire consequences. An elder at the second level of the Imperial realm flew into the air with red eyes and shouted, What is Qian sect? This dragon vein belongs to my Xianbing sect. The entire valley became lively as the forces that had arrived were all envious. Once they obtained the dragon vein, their sects would prosper for at least 10,000 years. Zhongwu was also a bit tempted. If he could cultivate atop the green dragon vein, his cultivation speed would significantly increase. Young master, when are we going to act? No rush, there are so many people. Let's first observe the tiger fight from the mountain, Qin Tian said, leading in Miaoling and Zhongwu to retreat a little. Immediately, a chaotic battle broke out in the valley with countless powerful martial techniques and skills erupting within. From a distance, it looked like fireworks, colorful and vibrant. At the same time, angry and resentful voices echoed in the valley. People began to die. Zhongwu watched in horror and then said to Qin Tian, It's a good thing young master is wise. Gradually, the fighting sounds began to subside, followed by a dialogue. Kunlun Xian, how dare you from the Kunlun Empire come to our Hao Tian Empire to cause trouble? So what if I came? Do you think you can contend with me? Qin Tian walked over to take a look and found that it was Xiao Zhan. At this moment, he had been injured by a middle-aged man in a blue robe who was Kunlun Xian. Besides Xiao Zhan, there were quite a few corpses and injured individuals nearby. Shall we go up? Zhongwu asked. Qin Tian thought for a moment and replied, Let's wait a bit longer. Kunlun Xian saw that no one was coming up and revealed a smug smile. Then he slammed both hands down onto the ground. Another dragon roar echoed. Then a blue dragon spirit emerged from the ground. This was the essence of the dragon vein. After seeing the dragon vein emerge, Kunlun Xian quickly pounced on it and clasped his hands together. Two gigantic hands made of spiritual power clamped down on the dragon vein's spiritual body. The dragon vein began to struggle wildly. Qin Tian exchanged a glance with Zhongwu, get ready to go up. The dragon vein's struggles grew more intense, but it could not break free. Kunlun Xian's mouth curled up, his face filled with excitement. If he could take this dragon vein back to his royal palace, how could his lineage not prosper? Seeing that the dragon vein could not escape, it prepared to unleash a spiritual explosion, igniting and exploding a part of its spiritual energy. As the dragon vein's spiritual body began to swell, Kunlun Xian's smile abruptly vanished. He knew the dragon vein's intentions, but he could only endure if he let go. The dragon vein would escape. Go! Qin Tian issued the command. At that instant, the dragon vein exploded, injuring Kunlun Xian. Before he could regain his senses, he felt someone attacking him from behind. He turned to see it was Zhongwu. Reincarnation slash. Zhongwu unleashed his strongest move. Feeling the power of this strike, Kunlun Xian decisively abandoned the dragon vein and turned to block Zhongwu's attack. If he didn't block it, he would be injured. The other side would continue to attack, and he couldn't keep enduring. Just as Zhongwu let go, Qin Tian quickly embraced the dragon vein and began to seal it. Kunlun was pushed back repeatedly by Zhongwu's slash. Then a glint of golden light flashed in his eyes' imperial weapon. He immediately drew his imperial weapon, the Yuan long spear. Seeing Kunlun also draw his imperial weapon, Zhongwu felt a sense of retreat, but he knew he could not back down, because Qin Tian was sealing the dragon vein and needed time. With this in mind, Zhongwu decided to go all out. Kunlun also saw through Zhongwu's intentions, but didn't care. As long as someone helped him catch the dragon vein, he could just reclaim it later. Kunlun charged towards Zhongwu with a long spear in one hand, taking imposing strides. He was determined to obtain the imperial weapon in Zhongwu's hands. The spear drew a half-moon arc from behind and slammed towards Zhongwu. Zhongwu met it head-on with both hands holding his sword. Boom. The long spear was bounced back, but Zhongwu was shaken back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. After stabilizing his stance, Kunlun swept horizontally, and Zhongwu blocked with his sword, but was pushed back a few steps. Completely overwhelmed in the fight. Seeing this, Xiaozhan also joined the battle to team up with Zhongwu. This is just a favor for Qin Tian. After all, he cannot obtain the dragon vein. Xiaozhan's involvement temporarily alleviated the predicament of the sect. However, this is only temporary, as both of them are injured and will surely face defeat over time. Meanwhile, the seal on Qin Tian is nearing its end. Collect. The dragon vein was instantly absorbed into his body. Ding. Congratulations on completing the mortal transformation task. Reward Imperial Grade Supreme, 9 Heavens Mystic Fire Furnace. Reward Imperial Grade Supreme, Divine Hammer. Reward Supreme Secret Art Corpse Control Technique. Sign-in reward increased by 30%. Finally, this task has been completed, and the rewards are particularly generous. The 9 Heavens Mystic Fire Furnace and the Divine Hammer are used for alchemy and forging. At the Imperial Grade Upper and Supreme levels, without a good alchemy furnace and forging hammer, one cannot produce quality items. In other words, the alchemists and blacksmiths in the Central Continent can only forge mid-tier items. Finally, he looked at the Corpse Control Technique, which is a Supreme Grade secret art. Corpse Control Technique control corpses through demonic sound, with the corpse level being Supreme and below. Each level increased allows for control of an additional one. This secret method is clearly extraordinary. In other words, if there are Supreme level corpses, now he can have a Supreme level subordinate. However, at this stage, the Kunlun Immortal in front of him can be controlled for now. The Kunlun Immortal has completely suppressed Sect 5 and Xiaozhan. Qin Tian drew out the Sword of Life and Death, slightly bending his legs, and leaped forward. He landed right above the Kunlun Immortal. Shattering stars. The tip of the sword pointed downwards, and he thrust it fiercely. The overwhelming, killing intent sent shivers down the Kunlun Immortal's spine. He realized he had greatly underestimated this young man before him. At this moment, he could only raise his spear to block the blow. Boom. The strange power of shattering stars pierced through the spear and exploded upon his body. At that moment, he felt a wave of fear. If it weren't for his high cultivation level, he would have been blown apart by this strike. Sects 5 and Xiaozhan finally recognized Qin Tian's strength. One strike injured an Imperial Realm 3rd level. How terrifying. Afterwards, Qin Tian disregarded martial morality, and the three surrounded him, with Qin Tian taking the lead. They battered the Kunlun Immortal, inflicting injury upon injury, and he found himself unable to escape. The Kunlun Immortal stood amidst the three, his face contorted in a grimace. He fixed his gaze on Qin Tian and said, "Since you leave me no way to live, we shall die together." With that, the Kunlun Immortal produced a talisman. A flicker of electricity danced across the talisman, containing terrifying energy. Sensing this energy, Qin Tian could feel his scalp tingle. Young Master Qin, be careful. This is the 9 Nether Divine Thunder Talisman passed down from the Kunlun Empire. This talisman has the power comparable to a half-step Supreme Strike. Hearing this, Qin Tian was also shocked, but he saw no way out. Charge Yin and Yang. With a roar, Qin Tian launched the Sword of Life and Death, infused with Yin and Yang energy. At the moment the talisman was activated, the Sword of Life and Death pierced into the Kunlun Immortal's heart. Boom. A bolt of thunder flashed across the sky, dark clouds gathering, as if brewing a more powerful thunderstorm. At this moment, Qin Tian also retrieved the Sword of Life and Death, but could feel himself being locked onto. The others nearby also sensed this terrifying power, their faces filled with worry. Especially in Miaoling, who gripped her ice glass sword tightly, feeling an urge to rush forward. Boom. A thunderbolt as thick as a water barrel suddenly struck down. Shattering stars. Qin Tian shouted angrily, holding the Sword of Life and Death to meet it. Rumble. The ground was directly split into a giant pit. Countless dust clouds rose, obscuring the view, and Qin Tian's fate hung in the balance. Master. And Miaoling shouted anxiously and rushed into the giant pit. At this moment the sky gradually cleared up. In the pit, and Miaoling tightly embraced Qin Tian, whose mouth was bleeding. She then began to stuff medicinal pills into Qin Tian's mouth. Sect 5 and Xiao Zhan observed from above the pit, not disturbing the master and disciple. After shoving 5 or 6 pills, Qin Tian still did not awaken, and Miaoling grew anxious. The previous attack was something even she could not withstand in her peak state in her past life. Thus, she couldn't help but let her thoughts wander, tears streaming down her face. In a daze, Qin Tian felt a wetness on his face and lips and instinctively licked. "So salty," Qin Tian murmured softly. Upon hearing these 3 words, and Miaoling, who had been lost in thought, snapped back to reality. She then saw Qin Tian slowly open his eyes. After awakening, Qin Tian saw Miaoling with tears in her eyes and understood why it was so salty. He raised his hand to wipe her tears and said, "Master is fine." And Miaoling nodded slightly, then became shy, for she also noticed Qin Tian's lips were wet. Qin Tian was now mostly fine. His strong physique, combined with the supreme weapon, the Sword of Life and Death, helped him withstand most of the damage. He slowly stood up and stored the Kunlun Immortal's corpse into his ring. Then he surveyed the surroundings. Those who hadn't left were directly frightened away by Qin Tian's gaze. He then switched to the realm of life, and with a fierce wave of his sword struck towards Sect 5 and Xiao Zhan. This sudden change scared the two into a panic, causing them to forget to resist. When they regained their senses, they found their injuries healing at an incredibly rapid pace. The two were utterly astonished by this miraculous method, and Miaoling covered her mouth and chuckled, knowing her master was certainly doing this on purpose. Seeing and Miaoling smile, Qin Tian said, "Consider this interest. It won't be long before I take you to the Kunlun Empire for a visit." And Miaoling responded, and everything was understood without words. Afterwards, Qin Tian put on a weak appearance, and with Miaoling's support returned to the realm painting studio. Sect 5 and Xiao Zhan stayed behind to clean up the battlefield, as so many people had died before, and there were many spoils. Upon returning to the realm painting studio, Qin Tian used the essence blood of the 5-clawed golden dragon he had previously slain to create a medicinal pool. He then pulled in Miaoling by Xiaoru and himself to soak in the medicinal bath together. Initially, the 2 girls refused, but Qin Tian feigned a pitiful look, claiming that his injuries were not yet healed and that it was dangerous to soak alone. In the end, the 2 girls agreed, watching as 2 stunning beauties stood on either side in the undergarments he had bought. This scene was difficult to describe. As the medicinal power of the pool and the blood of the 5-clawed golden dragon took effect, and Miaoling started to breathe like orchids, her face flushed. Soon the 2 drew closer, and in no time their heated bodies embraced each other. Beside them, Bai Xiaoru was blushing as she secretly watched. Qin Tian sighed. "She is taking advantage of her master again." "Then you can push her away," Bai Xiaoru replied. Qin Tian did not respond, but said, "We master and disciple are just enhancing our bond, helping each other. Haven't you seen that Miaoling's physique is continuously strengthening? If you need it too, the master will help you." Bai Xiaoru quickly distanced herself from Qin Tian, saying, "You think too well of yourself." After the medicinal bath was completed and Miaoling immediately distanced herself from Qin Tian, her face flushed as she softly said, "Master, I won't soak in the medicinal bath with you anymore." Qin Tian chuckled, saying, "Who can say what will happen in the future?" He then placed the green dragon vein in the inner courtyard and began to study the corpse control technique. He studied for over 3 months and finally mastered the first level, allowing him to control 1 corpse. Thus, he took out the Kunlun Immortal's corpse and started using the corpse control technique. Before long, he felt a strange connection with the Kunlun Immortal. He could issue commands to him using the corpse control technique. Afterwards, Qin Tian prepared a black robe for him, and his weapon remained his imperial-grade long spear. Now he finally possessed combat power equivalent to the Imperial Realm 3rd level. Then he went to find Bai Xiaoru, feeling that it had been a long time since they had a heart-to-heart talk, and he missed her a bit. Just as he reached the door, he heard Bai Xiao say, "Isn't brother-in-law tired of you? He hasn't come to see you for so long." Qin Tian pushed the door open, saying, "Aren't I here to see you?" Bai Xiao appeared slightly awkward, not expecting that her words would be followed by his arrival. "Brother-in-law, I'm going out to play. You all take your time." With that, she ran off. At this time, Bai Xiaoru sat quietly in the chair, still as beautiful as ever. Qin Tian walked over and suddenly lifted Bai Xiaoru, heading towards the bed. What are you doing?" She was startled by Qin Tian's actions. Could it be that he intends to take advantage of me? Thinking of this, Bai Xiaoru's face turned red. "No, I must refuse him. I will never yield." Just as Bai Xiaoru was caught in her wild thoughts, Qin Tian tossed her onto the bed and sat down beside her. "It's more spacious to sit here." "What? Just this?" Bai Xiaoru initially thought Qin Tian would do something to her. "Are you missing me?" Qin Tian asked. "No." Bai Xiaoru denied it. "Show me your tail so I can lie down." Bai Xiaoru pouted, looking a bit displeased. Qin Tian was once again fixated on her tail. "I refuse. I am your master. You cannot refuse." I insist on refusing, Bai Xiaoru said playfully. Qin Tian found her pouty expression quite adorable. Since Bai Xiaoru would not let him use her tail as a pillow, he shifted his head onto Bai Xiaoru's lap instead. Bai Xiaoru's face instantly turned red. Get up. She tried to lift Qin Tian's head, but it seemed as if it was glued to her thigh, unable to budge. After trying for a while, she gave up. Why do you have time to come see me today? Bai Xiaoru asked. Didn't I say I missed you? I think you're just interested in my tail. Bai Xiaoru replied irritably. Isn't that the same? The tail is part of you. She knew she couldn't argue with Qin Tian, so she fell silent. The two fell into silence. Qin Tian lay on her lap, soft and fragrant, feeling very comfortable. He wanted to lie there for 3 days and 3 nights. After a while, Qin Tian asked, do you hate your parents? Bai Xiaoru paused for a moment before replying, I don't hate them. They had no choice. Besides, in the end, it was my father who secretly helped me escape. Do you want to go home? Qin Tian continued to ask. Upon hearing home, a glimmer of expectation flashed in Bai Xiaoru's eyes, but it was fleeting. She did not answer Qin Tian's question. When you want to go back, tell me, and I will take you. After saying this, Qin Tian closed his eyes and began to doze off. It seemed he was genuinely tired, or perhaps it was because he felt so comfortable, so he fell into a deep sleep. In the meantime, Bai Xiao came to check on Qin Tian twice, but he remained asleep. Seeing her brother-in-law in such an intimate position with Qin Tian, she felt a wave of shyness. As the sky gradually darkened, Qin Tian had slept for half the day, so Bai Xiaoru decided to wake him. Looking at Qin Tian's handsome face, she couldn't help but pinch it twice. Then playfully she leaned down and blew on Qin Tian's eyelashes. Qin Tian instinctively pushed his hand, seemingly touching something soft. Thus he pushed again, feeling quite comfortable. He sensed a faint orchid fragrance becoming more rapid. Qin Tian opened his eyes to find Bai Xiaoru shyly preparing to distance herself from him. Her arms were shyly covering her front, and the luxurious starry moon glass skirt accentuated her curves. However, at this moment her chest had small wrinkles and was a bit disheveled. With her long hair cascading down, her cheeks were rosy, and the shy Bai Xiaoru looked at Qin Tian with a somewhat reproachful gaze accompanied by a low soft hum. Immediately Bai Xiaoru quickly shrank back, shaking Qin Tian's head off her lap. The two continued to gaze at each other, both feeling shy and awkward. In the end, under Qin Tian's shamelessness, Bai Xiaoru conceded. However, at this moment their relationship seemed to undergo a subtle change. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye several years had gone by. During these years, everyone had been using low-grade imperial elixirs for cultivation, resulting in an elevation of their realms. Of course, this was also thanks to the tenfold spiritual power enhancement from the Qinglong vein. First was Bai Xiaoru, who had restored her cultivation to the 3rd level of the Holy Realm, only a step away from regaining the Imperial Realm. Next was Miaoling, who successfully broke through to the Holy Realm. After reaching the Holy Realm, her combat power skyrocketed. With her top-grade Imperial weapon, the Ice Crystal Sword, and powerful techniques like the Silent Destruction Sword art, her combat prowess was now capable of contending with a 1st-level Imperial Realm expert. Later, Qin Tian gifted her a Spirit-Gathering Pearl. This not only provided her with a powerful spiritual energy sustainment, but also surprised Qin Tian, who initially thought her breakthrough lacked any enhancement in aptitude. His aptitude had been elevated to the supreme 1st grade, and in addition, he received a 20% signing reward. Meanwhile, after years of effort and the aid of elixirs, Zhong Wu finally broke through to the 3rd level of the Imperial Realm, remaining a top-tier combat force on Qin Tian's side. Next was the refiner Bai Lisu, who also broke through to the 2nd level of the Imperial Realm under the nurturing of elixirs. Moreover, his refining skills had significantly improved. He was now capable of refining low-grade Imperial weapons, although the failure rate was relatively high. Besides him, there was also Shang Wanya, who had reached the 1st level of the Imperial Realm. She broke through to the 1st level of the Imperial Realm, and Qin Tian rewarded her with a low-grade Imperial weapon as promised. Upon receiving the Imperial weapon, she was as joyful as a child. This made Long Elong Air and the Holy Fruit Tree extremely envious. All 3 of them were at the 3rd level of the Holy Realm, merely a step away from the Imperial Realm. Mu Qingqing stayed for a while before returning. After all, she was a royal princess. However, she returned every year for a brief stay, giving Qin Tian shoulder massages, so he held a good impression of this girl. Qian Shui and Zhong Yan were at the 1st level of the Holy Realm. However, Zhong Yan could now refine low-grade Imperial elixirs. His ability to do so was primarily because Qin Tian had provided him with a low-grade Imperial alchemy furnace, increasing the success rate. Aside from these individuals, he did not forget about Dongzhou sending a portion of elixirs over. Some of these were meant for Ming Yilian, as he had other plans for her. Qin Tian's ability to provide elixirs to so many people was also because his Lin family business had flourished. Thanks to his support, the Lin family business had now become the foremost merchant house in the Haotian Empire. Moreover, nearby other forces had opened branches expanding beyond the borders with a promising future. As for himself, he had spent years comprehending and had elevated his transcendence technique to the 14th level. This also perfectly compensated for the mismatch in his technique realm and cultivation realm. His previous breakthrough to the 3rd level of the Holy Realm had relied on elixirs without an accompanying breakthrough in technique. This was the first time he had broken through relying on his own comprehension. Achieving this was also due to his aptitude being raised to the supreme 1st grade. Next, he began preparing to break through to the Imperial Realm. In the Haotian Empire, Qin was currently writing a letter to Qin Tian. With the aid of elixirs, she had successfully broken through to the 1st level of the Imperial Realm. Thus, Empress Qin was preparing to abdicate and pass the throne to her. The enthronement ceremony would commence 3 days later, and she wished to invite Qin Tian to attend. After sending the letter, she felt somewhat anxious, uncertain if Qin Tian would come. Over the years, she had always regarded Qin Tian as a teacher or elder. Therefore, she sincerely hoped he could attend. The next day, just after Qin Tian absorbed the essence of a low-grade imperial elixir, Qian Shui approached him, saying Princess Qin has sent a letter. After saying this, she took out a letter and handed it to Qin Tian. As he opened the envelope, a fragrant aroma wafted out. Dear Uncle Qin, 3 days from now is my enthronement ceremony, so I earnestly request your presence. The rest contained specific times and some casual greetings along with a token that allowed free access to the imperial palace. Qin Tian smiled, faintly surprised that the little girl from before would so soon become a regional overlord. In the end, he decided to make the trip. After all, it was on Qing's territory. Moreover, he had a good impression of her. Qin Tian went to find in Miaoling to go together, but unexpectedly, she was in closed-door cultivation. Bai Xiaoru was not one to venture out, so he had to set off alone. Qin Tian calculated the time and leisurely made his way. Upon reaching the entrance of the imperial capital, just as he prepared to step in, he was stopped by a group of imperial capital guards who said, "Forbidden area of the imperial capital, no unauthorized entry." Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback, recalling something. He then took out the token from his storage ring. Upon seeing the token, the guards immediately knelt down respectfully, saying, "Greetings, sir. Please enter." With the token in hand, he made his way unobstructed to the entrance of the imperial palace hall. It wasn't yet time to enter, so everyone was waiting outside the palace. Upon arrival, he encountered a familiar face, Xiao Meng. Seeing Qin Tian, she was filled with joy, having not seen him for quite some time. "Hello, young Master Qin, you are also here to attend Princess Miu's enthronement ceremony." "Yes." Then she tried to strike up a conversation with Qin Tian. However, Qin Tian only responded with short answers. Seeing this, she could only hold back, fearing to offend him, as the general's mansion was not someone they could provoke given Qin Tian's status. Not far away, a young man was watching Xiao Meng and Qin Tian with an expression of jealousy. He was Gong Yusu from the Gong Yu family, one of the 4 great families of the Haotian Empire. For years he had been pursuing Xiao Meng, yet he had never seen her so happy in conversation with anyone else. With this thought, his expression turned sinister, but he dared not act in such a setting. After a while, the time to enter arrived. Xiao Meng bid farewell to Qin Tian and went in with her father. Others also entered in an orderly manner, each presenting a congratulatory gift to celebrate the new emperor. When it was Qin Tian's turn, he learned of this custom. While pondering what to gift, Gong Yusu approached and mocked, "You didn't forget to bring a congratulatory gift, did you?" Qin Tian took out a piece of paper and a pen, writing a few words, "Exclusive refining service once." Gong Yusu glanced at the words on the paper and said, "You are a master refiner of the heavenly grade." Qin Tian shook his head. Gong Yusu observed Qin Tian closely, realizing he was merely at the spirit movement stage, and he recognized the famous young masters of the Haotian Empire. Thus, he had no reservations. For the new emperor's enthronement, you just give a piece of paper and an exclusive refining service once. You're not even a master refiner of the heavenly grade. How can you be so shameless? I see you're just here to mooch off the food and drink. He raised his voice intentionally, ensuring many could hear. Then he looked down disdainfully at Qin Tian. Seeing the disdainful looks from the crowd, Gong Yusu felt somewhat pleased, his previous gloom dissipating. This scene was also witnessed by Xiao Meng, who soon cast a malicious glance at Gong Yusu. She also despised this person who was always stirring up scandals outside while daring to pursue her. Qin Tian felt a surge of anger, but decided to endure for now. After all, it was Qing's enthronement ceremony. He did not want to disrupt the ceremony due to his own actions. After putting down the note, Qin Tian proceeded inside, followed closely by Gong Yusu. Inside, there were already many seats, and after the ceremony, a feast was sure to follow. The seating arrangement appeared to be hierarchical, with the most distinguished individuals seated closest to the front. The innermost area had 3 steps with 3 dragon chairs at the top, one for Empress Qin and one for Qing. The mid-level was where the four great families and some princes were seated, while the lower level accommodated several ministers. Just as Qin Tian was contemplating where to sit, Gong Yu mockingly said, "Your position won't be at the entrance, will it?" Haha. Gong Yu walked in with a smile. At that moment, someone beside Qin Tian kindly said, "How did you offend Gong Yu? He is notorious for being a playboy. If you truly offended him, you might as well apologize." Qin Tian was also confused, and then he asked, "Is one of the top 3 seats reserved for Qin Tian?" "It is reserved for Master Qin." Qin Tian nodded and walked forward, passing by Gong Yu on the second staircase. Gong Yu was stunned. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, Qin Tian sat down on one of the dragon chairs at the top. Gong Yu's face changed with rage, and finally he shouted, "How dare you, a mere spirit movement realm trash, sit on the dragon chair? This is the seat of the Ice Xian Empress, the new emperor, Mu Qingqing, and Master Qin, the imperial level refiner. Your actions are an affront to the imperial authority." As soon as Gong Yu finished speaking, many people began to discuss among themselves. He really is at the spirit movement realm. Could he be that family's foolish son? This has brought great trouble to his family. Yes, do you know what he gave as a gift before? It was a piece of paper that read exclusive refining opportunity. I almost died laughing. Just as the imperial guards prepared to apprehend Qin Tian, Xiao Zhan hurriedly signaled to dissuade them. Before he could speak, Gong Yu's father stood up and said, "You ignorant child, do you think you can sit in this position? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Earlier his son told him this was an opportunity to perform in front of the new emperor. So he took on this matter, preparing to take credit later in front of the new emperor. Xiao Zhan was amused to see the Gong family suffer and held back what he wanted to say. Qin Tian disdainfully said, "What are you daring to speak to me like this?" The hall was in an uproar. Almost everyone was stunned by Qin Tian's words. It should be noted that Gong Yumingshuan is the head of the Gong family, one of the 4 great families of the Haotian Empire. A strong figure at the second level of the emperor realm, only the royal family could suppress him in the Haotian Empire. Now he was being reprimanded in front of the nation's top nobles. This made Gong Yumingshuan furious. Seeking death. With a furious shout, Gong Yumingshuan leaped towards Qin Tian. Before he could get close to Qin Tian, Xiao Zhan stepped forward and blocked him with a move. "Why are you helping him? Who is he?" Gong Yumingshuan asked suspiciously. Then he thought, could it be that Qin Tian's identity is something special? Gong Yu whispered in Gong Yumingshuan's ear, "His daughter is friendly with this person. He probably wants to protect him." Gong Yumingshuan nodded upon hearing this, feeling that he was overthinking. Qin Tian was just a young boy at the spirit movement stage. He naturally could not be a significant figure. As for the possibility that Qin Tian was a master refiner of imperial quality, he had never considered. In his understanding, such a person should be either an elder or a middle-aged man. At this moment, he had a scheme in mind. This was an opportunity to suppress the Xiao family. "Since your Xiao family wants to shelter this person, don't blame me for being rude." After saying this, Gong Yumingshuan charged towards Xiao Zhan. While communicating with Gong Yu, "Father will hold off. Xiao Zhan, you go catch that person. Father, please rest assured." Then Gong Yumingshuan and Xiao Zhan began to fight, while Gong Yu rushed towards Qin Tian. The ministers were also somewhat bewildered, unable to understand why General Xiao was protecting this person. As Gong Yu got closer to Qin Tian, everyone thought that this matter was about to come to an end. Gong Yu was at the second level of the Holy Realm, and capturing a spirit movement realm person was without suspense. Xiao Zhan, however, looked down upon this. In his eyes, Gong Yu was simply courting death. Xiaoming had already started to mourn for Gong Yu. Qin Tian remained unmoved as Gong Yu charged towards him, showing no intention of making a move, because Mu Qingqing had already arrived. Whoosh! A wave of energy swept towards Gong Yu's legs. At a distance of 2 meters from Qin Tian, Gong Yu suddenly knelt down. Immediately, he was in so much pain that cold sweat poured down his face. He knew his legs were ruined, with the bones and other tissues inside shattered into pulp. He struggled to lift his head and looked at Mu Qingqing, who was dressed in a dragon robe in front of Qin Tian. "Why? Why? You attacked my Uncle Qin. Oh, what do you mean, why?" Mu Qingqing said coldly. She initially thought that someone with Qin Tian's character wouldn't come to such an occasion. But she didn't expect him to come. Now that this happened, she was truly afraid Qin Tian would be angry with her. After hearing this, Gong Yu fainted. Gong Yumingshuan looked dejected. He helplessly glanced at Gong Yu, feeling that he had been led astray by his son. If it weren't for his son's instigation, they wouldn't have ended up in this situation. At this moment, everyone also learned of Qin Tian's identity, and those who had previously been cheering and discussing him broke into a cold sweat. They hurriedly lowered their heads, fearing that Qin Tian would notice them. Mu Qingqing then looked at Gong Yumingshuan and said, "Since you have offended my Uncle Qin, don't blame me for being rude." Then she stepped forward and announced, "From today onwards, the Gong family will be expelled from the Haotian Empire, and all assets will be confiscated." At this moment, everyone realized the weight Qin Tian held in Princess Mu's eyes. They had actually caused the fall of one of the 4 great families of the empire over a minor dispute. Gong Yimingxuan panicked and said, "No, you don't have the authority to abolish my Gong family. The Ice Xian Empress won't agree to this." As soon as he finished speaking, the voice of the Ice Xian Empress came. "I agree. Offending Master Qin in my Haotian Empire is equivalent to offending me." Gong Yimingxuan's face turned ashen upon hearing this. Then the Ice Xian Empress acted directly to seal Gong Yimingxuan, and a group of guards took the members of the Gong family away. Afterward, the Ice Xian Empress said to Qin Tian, "I apologize for making you laugh. It's fine." Qin Tian was quite satisfied with her handling of the situation. Mu Qingqing also smiled apologetically at Qin Tian. Then the people below knelt down and shouted together, "Salute to the Empress. Salute to Master Qin. Salute to Princess Mu." After the salutes, the auspicious time had also arrived. The enthronement ceremony proceeded step by step in an orderly manner. Once the ceremony was completed, all the ministers knelt down in unison. "Salute to Empress Mu Tian." This is the title Mu Qingqing chose for herself. After the ceremony, the banquet began. The first item was to showcase some gifts presented by the ministers. Since others had given heavy gifts, they naturally needed to give them a chance to display them. Most gifts consisted of spirit pills, medicinal materials, and some precious secret treasures. The most valuable among them were the 10th Sandier spiritual herbs and imperial-grade refining materials. But when the officiating officer announced Qin Tian's gift, everyone knew what it meant. It meant that Empress Mu Tian was about to have her own imperial weapon. Those who had mocked Qin Tian earlier felt as if they had been slapped in the face. The clown turned out to be myself. Mu Qingqing directly stood up and bowed to Qin Tian beside her, smiling and saying, "Thank you for the gift, Uncle Qin." Qin Tian smiled and said, "Prepare the blueprints and materials for the weapon you like. I will help you refine it after the banquet." Hearing this, the crowd below was filled with envy. Who wouldn't want an imperial weapon? The banquet lasted for 3 days, and after eating a bit, Qin Tian got up and left. Mu Qingqing and the Ice Emperor also chased after him, wanting to have a conversation with Qin Tian. Speaking of which, it was also the first time Ice Emperor had met Qin Tian. Qin Tian left an impression on Ice Emperor as someone inscrutable. Even when she employed the royal secret techniques, she still found him to be in the spirit movement stage. After exiting the palace, Qin Tian said, "If the materials and blueprints are ready, I can assist you with the refining now." Mu Qingqing was delighted to hear this, and quickly replied, "They are ready." "Can Uncle Qin refine a medium-grade imperial weapon?" she asked, tentatively taking out the blueprints and materials from her ring. Qin Tian fell silent, as refining a medium-grade imperial weapon would take several days, a considerable amount of time. Seeing Qin Tian's silence, Mu Qingqing assumed he couldn't do it, so she hurriedly said, "If it's not possible, then forget it. I was just casually mentioning it." Qin Tian pondered, "It's not that I can't, but it will take a long time." Hearing this, both Mu Qingqing and her mother were taken aback. They didn't expect Qin Tian to genuinely be able to refine a medium-grade imperial weapon. His image in their minds elevated even further. However, they also grasped the implication in Qin Tian's words, thinking that they could simply compensate him for the long wait. After discussing, Mu Qingqing said, "If possible, I still hope Uncle Qin can help me refine a medium-grade imperial weapon. I will provide you with 2 sets of refining materials for medium-grade imperial weapons, along with a medium-grade imperial-level spiritual herb and 2 low-grade imperial-level spiritual herbs as compensation." Qin Tian was somewhat surprised to hear about the medium-grade imperial-level spiritual herb. "All right, I will help you refine it." Upon hearing Qin Tian's agreement, Mu Qingqing was overjoyed and handed the materials and herbs to him. The medium-grade imperial-level spiritual herb was a 150-year-old snow ginseng, radiating an aura of rich spiritual energy. It was indeed of much higher quality than the herbs obtained a few days prior. After storing the items, Qin Tian headed to the refining room in the palace, preparing to enter seclusion for refining. With 2 sets of materials, he planned to directly create 2 imperial weapons and also refine the medium-grade pills at the same time. After placing the materials on the table, Qin Tian took out the celestial hammer to begin the refining process. With the celestial hammer, the first step would require considerably less effort, and the speed could also be improved. In the realm of intent paintings, after Miaoling exited her seclusion, she saw her master's message stating he had gone to attend Mu Qingqing's enthronement banquet. Mu Qingqing had also sent her an invitation, and looking at the time, it was indeed the 2nd day of the banquet. Thus she decided to go and have a look, considering it a way to relax. Of course, it could also be because she was somewhat concerned about her rather aloof master. And Miaoling also brought along a man in a black robe assigned by Qin Tian for her protection. The two quickly made their way from Qingyun City to Haotian City. As they were about to arrive at Haotian City, and Miaoling donned a veil to obscure her stunning beauty. Then she, along with the black-robed man, walked towards the imperial palace. Although Miaoling wore a veil, she still caught the attention of many male cultivators who turned to look back repeatedly. Even in Heartless City, there were very few women with the charm of Miaoling. As they walked, someone approached to strike up a conversation. "Miss, you must be from out of town. I am the captain of the Haokai Guard, and quite familiar with Heartless City. Oh, I can be your guide." "No need," and Miaoling replied coldly. Seeing that he wanted to say more, she directly released a sword intent imbued with killing intent. This frightened the man so much that he took several steps back. Soon she arrived at the entrance of the Imperial Palace. There were guards at the entrance, and she didn't want to force her way in. So she sent a message to Qin Tian, but he did not respond, and in the end, she had to send a message to Mu Qingqing. Just as she finished sending the message, two men arrived, one of whom was the same person who had approached Miaoling earlier. "Brother, this beauty is quite something, isn't she?" The man referred to as brother nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed a rare gem. She shouldn't be inferior to the young lady of the Shao family." The man in white walked over with a smile. "Miss, I presume you wish to witness the new emperor's grandeur. If you need, I can take you inside." And Miaoling glanced at him and said, "No need, someone will come to fetch me shortly." "Oh, could it be that you are the young lady from that city?" the white-clad man inquired. "No. If your family doesn't hold a high position, it would be quite challenging to meet the new emperor. I am a captain of the Haokai Guard. If you accompany me, you can move about the Imperial Palace without hindrance." The white-clad man said this with a hint of pride, and Miaoling chose to ignore him. The white-clad man's brows furrowed as he thought, "Wait, I need to clarify this girl's identity before making any calculations." Shortly after, Mu Qingqing appeared in her dragon robe, floating gracefully. The white-clad man and his companions hurriedly knelt. Then, seeing that Miaoling remained standing, the white-clad man quickly said, "The Heavenly Empress Mu is here. Why aren't you kneeling?" And Miaoling not only did not kneel, but stepped forward, saying, "Congratulations, I just exited seclusion." Mu Qingqing replied with a beaming smile, "It's great that you could come and sister." And Miaoling was not one for pleasantries, so she directly inquired, "Where is my master? I can't reach him through messages." "Uncle Qin is in seclusion refining. He may not have seen it." The white-clad man, kneeling nearby, was already sweating profusely upon hearing the conversation between the two women. He hadn't expected Miaoling to be the disciple of Master Qin, an imperial-grade refiner. Previously, the Gongyu family from the four great families of the imperial capital had been removed from the list due to offending Master Qin. Moreover, he was just a captain. He began to recall every word he had previously said, worried he had offended Miaoling in any way. After chatting for a while, the two women headed deeper into the Imperial Palace with the black-robed man following behind. Just as the white-clad man thought he had escaped a calamity, he heard Miaoling say that person just now claimed he could roam freely within the Imperial Palace. The white-clad man was shocked, and he slapped himself hard, thinking, "I will never pretend to be something I'm not again." And Miaoling followed Mu Qingqing and had a small drink, then asked Mu Qingqing to arrange a room for her to rest. She enjoyed the peace and quiet. She waited for half a month, and yet Qin Tian still had not exited his seclusion. Since Mu Qingqing had just ascended to the throne, she was busy and rarely came to see Miaoling. Thus she decided to go out for a walk and see if there were any nice dresses worth buying in the imperial capital. After all, wearing those few outfits all the time might bore her master. She brought the black-robed Kunlun Sword to the largest royal merchant store in Heartless City. Kunlun Sword waited downstairs while she went upstairs to browse. This place boasted heavenly-grade, exquisite garments, much better than those she had seen back in Chongming Kingdom. Therefore, Miaoling was carefully selecting. Without Qin Tian by her side, she felt no shyness, especially when choosing undergarments. She ended up selecting 3 pieces, but as she was about to choose the last one, her cheeks reddened. Because that piece was made of fairly thin material. When buying it, she thought to herself, "I only collect these, or I won't wear them. Unless. I will think about that only after I have taken my revenge." Later, she also picked out a heavenly-grade, exquisite phoenix tail skirt with colorful sleeves. After selecting that, she went to look at men's clothing, intending to buy something for Qin Tian. Over the years, it seemed she had only received gifts from her master, and she had never bought anything for him. After a long selection process, she finally chose a lightweight cloud-patterned shirt, thinking it would look very elegant on Qin Tian. After finishing her purchases, she walked towards the store exit, but after taking a few steps, she spotted someone. Her expression immediately turned cold, and she revealed a chilling killing intent. Because this person was Xue Qingquang, the son of her enemy, the Shuyu Patriarch. Watching Xue Qingquang walk towards the city gate, she hurriedly followed him, not wanting to engage in a confrontation within the city. After leaving a distance from Heartless City, Xue Qingquang came to a halt. He had already sensed that someone was following him. And Miaoling stepped forward coldly and said, "It's someone here to take your life." Xue Qingquang's pupils constricted as he looked at Miaoling. "Who are you?" "The one who will kill you. Today I'll collect some interest." After saying this, Miaoling drew her ice glass sword. Xue Qingquang showed no fear and even revealed a lecherous glint in his eyes. and Miaoling was at the first level of the sacred realm, while he was at the third. The vast difference in their realms made him dismiss her entirely. Shui Qingguang drew out his long knife and charged towards Miaoling, saying, "I'll interrogate you properly once I capture you." And Miaoling remained expressionless as she watched him approach rapidly. Swish! She activated her sword domain and then flicked her sword upward. Hiss! After the clash between the knife and sword, Shui Qingguang, who was 2 levels above her, was surprisingly pushed back. This is the sword domain. Shui Qingguang was stunned. At this moment his strength was significantly suppressed. It was basically impossible to defeat someone with a sword domain. If this continued, he would surely suffer. Realizing this, he turned and ran. And Miaoling was already prepared. She controlled the ice glass sword to strike at him. Shui Qingguang felt the powerful energy fluctuations behind him and could only turn to defend. Thus he became entangled. Shattered stars. And Miaoling directly unleashed her killing move, stabbing forward with the momentum of star-shattering swordplay. Shui Qingguang's expression went from fear to a savage snarl. Just as Miaoling's sword was about to touch him, a jade talisman on his neck shattered. Then a golden light burst forth and a spirit body gradually enlarged. And Miaoling's sword struck directly at the spirit body. The spirit body trembled slightly, but suffered no damage, then swung a palm towards her. And Miaoling blocked with her sword, but was directly sent sliding away. The spirit body roared angrily at her, "Who are you to dare kill my son?" The spirit body was the blood domain ancestor, and he looked at the girl before him, feeling a sense of familiarity. However, because Miaoling wore a veil and employed sword techniques, he did not recognize her immediately. At this moment, Miaoling was somewhat agitated, her hand gripping the sword, trembling slightly. Finally, she had encountered her enemy again. Though only a spirit body, she could still recognize him from his outline and aura. Although the blood domain ancestor did not recognize Miaoling, he could feel her killing intent. "Father, capture her. I want to play with her thoroughly later," Shui Qingguang said with red eyes. The blood domain ancestor nodded and remarked to Miaoling, "She's quite a beautiful girl." Hearing their conversation, Miaoling was furious. Shattered stars. She swung her sword again. The blood domain ancestor raised an arm, using 2 fingers to forcefully catch Miaoling's sword. Then with a shake of his arm, he increased his strength, sending Miaoling flying backward. Stabilizing her stance, she called out, "Hold him back for me." The blood domain ancestor frowned as he looked at the figure in a black robe with a spear flying towards him. He unconsciously felt a bit more serious. Kunlun Sword charged forward and directly attacked the blood domain ancestor's spirit body. He then launched a fierce and reckless assault. The blood domain ancestor was merely a spirit body and at a distance could only barely hold his ground against Kunlun Sword. Seeing the blood domain ancestor being entangled, Miaoling once again dashed towards Shui Qingguang. The blood domain ancestor wanted to help, but was swept back by Kunlun Sword. He could only shout "Quang" or run quickly. Shui Qingguang also realized the situation and began to flee. But Miaoling would not let him escape easily. She first controlled her flying sword to entangle Shui Qingguang. After a sufficient distance, she unleashed another shattered stars. Hiss! After this strike, Shui Qingguang's knife was directly shattered into 2 pieces, and he himself was sent reeling, bleeding profusely. The blood domain ancestor was anxious, but had no way to help. Kunlun Sword wielded an imperial weapon, so he kept being blocked. If he were using his true body with the imperial weapon, it would have been easy to quickly deal with Kunlun Sword. But now he could only feel helpless. Injured Shui Qingguang was in a state of panic, showing no intention of fighting back. Seeing that he could not escape, he knelt on the ground in a panic, saying, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Seeing her son kneeling and begging for mercy, the blood domain ancestor was furious, but still held onto a glimmer of hope. That hope was that Miaoling would spare his son. However, without hesitation, Miaoling brought down her sword, severing Shui Qingguang's head. She then quietly watched the battle between the blood domain ancestor and Kunlun Sword, until the spirit body of the blood domain ancestor was about to dissipate, and Miaoling coldly said, "This is just the beginning, of sooner or later, I will send you to accompany your son." Arrogant. The blood domain ancestor roared, his infinite rage dissipating into the air. Kunlun Sword stood quietly behind Miaoling once more. Blood domain mountain. A large mountain of crimson red. At this moment, in a palace atop the mountain, a man in a red robe suddenly stood up and shouted, "Son, I will surely avenge you." Then he began to analyze who was that woman. In the Heartless Empire, the only formidable women were from the imperial family. Realizing this, he shouted, "Summon all disciples back to the mountain to stand by." After saying this, he seemed to remember something and hurriedly flew towards the Kunlun Empire. In the demonic valley, the demon lord slowly rose after receiving the blood domain ancestor's summons. Having used cultivation resources for thousands of years, his cultivation had barely recovered to the 2nd level of the imperial realm. However, the newly cultivated life-sustaining puppet was rather weak. He then found Luo Hua, who had successfully taken over, but whose cultivation was still only at the first level of the imperial realm. This time the ancestor summoned me to attack the Heartless Empire. You should go with me. Perhaps we can ask the ancestor to help us take revenge. Luo Hua did not hesitate, saying, I will go with you. The two then rushed towards Blood Domain Mountain. When the Blood Domain ancestor arrived at the Qin Yuan Imperial Palace, he directly sought out the Qin Yuan Emperor. The two were considered old acquaintances, having tricked many people together. Aren't you always at war with the Heartless Empire? This time my Blood Domain Mountain will assist you. Hearing the Blood Domain ancestor's words, the Qin Yuan Emperor was somewhat surprised. You were unwilling to help before, why do you suddenly want to attack the Heartless Empire now? The Blood Domain ancestor suppressed his emotions and replied, my son died outside Heartless City. The woman who acted should be from the Heartless Empire. The Qin Yuan Emperor was shocked at this. The Blood Domain ancestor's cultivation method made it very difficult to have offspring. He had lived for nearly 10,000 years to have only this one son. Now that he suddenly died, his anger was understandable. Thus, whether it was the Heartless Empire's doing or not, he felt the need to attack first and inquire later. The two then began to negotiate the distribution of benefits and the deployment of the attack. And Miaoling did not leave the Imperial Palace after returning, waiting for Qin Tian to emerge from his closed-door training. Half a month passed, and Qin Tian finally came out. Master. Just as Qin Tian stepped outside, he heard the shouts of two girls. He took out a mid-grade imperial sword and handed it to Mu Qingqing, saying, do you like it? Mu Qingqing received the sword and examined it, her eyes lighting up as she exclaimed, I love it. Thank you, Uncle Qin. She then immediately began to recognize the sword as her own, causing a phenomenon to appear in the sky above the imperial capital. In the depths of the imperial palace, the Ice Empress also revealed a smile. After Mu Qingqing acknowledged the sword, she politely bid farewell to Qin Tian and left in a hurry. At that moment, Qin Tian was in a good mood because he had refined 3 mid-grade imperial pills this time. Mid-grade pills are far superior to low-grade ones. Once he absorbed a pill and accumulated some early-stage power, he should be able to break through to the imperial realm directly when he goes to sign in. After spending some time with Miaoling, Qin Tian handed her a mid-grade imperial pill. Is this a mid-grade imperial pill? And Miaoling's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She had absorbed a mid-grade imperial pill before and knew how precious such pills were. Their value is not inferior to imperial weapons. Isn't Master amazing? Qin Tian nodded and said proudly, thank you, Master. And Miaoling rarely expressed her gratitude so gently. Then she took out a lightweight cloud-patterned shirt she had bought and handed it to Qin Tian, saying, I also have a gift for you, Master. Qin Tian was surprised as he accepted the lightweight shirt. It was the first gift he had ever received. He immediately changed into the shirt. After putting on the lightweight cloud-patterned shirt, he exuded a more ethereal and celestial aura. Does it look good? Qin Tian asked. It looks great. Did you buy one for yourself? Quickly wear it for Master to see. Upon hearing this, Miaoling suddenly recalled the ultra-thin undergarment she had bought and blushed, saying no. Seeing in Miaoling's expression, Qin Tian felt a surge of delight. He secretly decided to frequent Miaoling's quarters more often. He would eventually see what he wanted to see. The two then went into seclusion with the pills. 10 days later, Miaoling emerged from her training. With the immense power of the mid-grade imperial pill propelling her, she broke through to the second level of the sacred realm. In addition, there was still a lot of residual medicinal power in her body that needed time to digest. After emerging, Miaoling first sought out Qin Tian, but he was still in closed-door training. From the aura, she could sense that Qin Tian's strength had increased. Seeing this, she decided not to disturb him. She then learned that the Qin Yuan Empire and the Blood Domain ancestor had joined forces to attack the Heartless Empire. In just over 10 days, the Heartless Empire had already fallen in 9 cities. Now the entire Heartless Empire was engulfed in panic. At this rate, it would be annihilated in 2 or 3 months. Upon hearing this news, Miaoling felt troubled. Her enemies had actually united. The Blood Domain ancestor's involvement was likely due to her previous slaying of his son. In the end, she decided to join the Heartless Empire in resisting the Blood Domain ancestor and the Qin Yuan Empire. She left a message for her master and then went to find Mu Qingqing, but at that moment Mu Qingqing had already gone to the front lines. After learning the location, Miaoling took Qin Yuan Xian and headed there. The Qin Yuan Empire and the Blood Domain ancestor had split their forces to launch an attack on the Heartless Empire. In Chuyuan City, Mu Qingqing, her aunt Mu Yun, and an old man were battling against the subordinates of the Blood Domain ancestor, including the Demon Lord and Luo Ho. Mu Qingqing was facing off against the Demon Lord. Although she was only at the first level of the Imperial realm, wielding an Imperial weapon allowed her to gain the upper hand. After several exchanges with Mu Qingqing, the Demon Lord's martial skills were completely ruined. Thus, he dared not summon his newly cultivated life worm, as it was far too fragile. At this moment he began to reminisce about his previous life form. The thought of this only intensified his hatred towards Qin Tian. The more Mu Qingqing fought, the braver she became, showcasing the royal sword techniques one after another. Mid-grade imperial martial skill, Howren sword chi. With a delicate shout from Mu Qingqing, a massive sword chi suddenly descended. The demon lord's expression changed drastically, as this move was precisely counter to their demonic cultivators. Now it was too late to run, he could only clash heat in with this attack. He transformed into a mass of black mist and charged forward fiercely. The collision between the black mist and the sword chi resulted in a brief stalemate. The enormous energy waves radiated outward. Powerful beings below the imperial realm within a kilometer were directly toppled by this shockwave. Mu Qingqing continued to channel her energy into the sword chi. The demon lord in the black mist was beginning to struggle and shouted, "Come help me." A second-level imperial realm cultivator that was in the midst of slaughtering came over to provide assistance. He formed a massive black hand in the void and fiercely swung it towards Mu Qingqing. Sensing the powerful attack approaching, Mu Qingqing knew she had to defend herself, but she felt reluctant. If she had just 3 more seconds, she could have killed the demon lord. If she gave up now, she would still get hurt. Just as she was about to give up and brace for the black hand, a silver light shot forth, colliding with the black hand. Boom! The giant hand was shattered by the silver light, dispersing into black mist in the air. When the silver light came to a stop, everyone realized it was a sword-wielding girl. The girl was breathtakingly beautiful, albeit with a somewhat cold expression. Once the crisis was averted, Mu Qingqing unleashed her full power and pressed down fiercely. Boom! The black mist formed by the demon lord was directly shattered. It then transformed back into its original form and fell to the ground. Mu Qingqing turned around gratefully and said, "Thank you, sisterin." And Miaoling nodded slightly and said solemnly, "The blood domain ancestor is also my enemy, who we will help each other." Upon hearing this, a beautiful smile immediately graced Mu Qingqing's lips. Within Miaoling, joining Qin Tian would likely join as well. This would perfectly compensate for their lack of top-tier combat power. At that moment, the heavily injured demon lord trembled as he stood up, preparing to flee. However, as soon as he took a step, he was struck down by Miaoling's sword from afar. The loss of a second-level Imperial Realm combatant caused a shift in the battle. At that moment, an Imperial Realm third-level powerhouse appeared on the scene. Mu Qingqing instantly displayed a wary expression, saying, "That's the Grand Elder of the Blood Domain, the strongest under the Blood Domain ancestor." And Miaoling had also heard of this person, but previously he had only been at the second level of the Imperial Realm. She hadn't expected him to break through now. Although she was no match for the third-level Imperial Realm, she felt no fear as Kunlun was present. Mu Qingqing decisively shouted, "Retreat. We need to retreat." However, after taking a few steps, she realized and Miaoling hadn't moved, so she had to stop and shout, "Sister, and we must retreat. A third-level Imperial Realm is beyond our capacity." And Miaoling turned around and calmly replied, "No worries." She then saw a figure dressed in black approaching the Grand Elder of the Blood Domain with a spear. After just a few exchanges, the Grand Elder was astonished to find that his opponent was someone he knew. "You are Kunlun," the Grand Elder exclaimed in surprise. This exclamation stunned everyone. They had all heard of Kunlun's name. After all, he was the war god of the Kunlun Empire. But why would he turn against them? Naturally, Kunlun transformed into a magic corpse would not answer him. All he did was charge forward again and again. In the end, the Grand Elder, injured and unable to withstand the onslaught, had no choice but to retreat with his men to seek reinforcements. After the battle ended, Mu Qingqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. She then pointed at Kunlun and asked what's going on here. Previously, she had always seen Miaoling accompanied by a figure in black, but she hadn't paid much attention, thinking he was merely a guard or protector. She never expected him to be the war god of the enemy nation. And Miaoling shook her head and said, "I'm not entirely sure either. It was arranged by my master to protect me. He should be under my master's control." Under control? Mu Qingqing was somewhat startled. A third-level Imperial Realm could still be controlled. Just the thought of such a terrifying method was chilling. As Mu Qingqing and the others were cleaning up the battlefield, Qin Tian finally began his check-in. Claim it. Check-in reward supreme secret technique, first level of the sound of the Tao, which allows one to attain enlightenment. Each person can only benefit from it once with a side effect of weakness for 3 days. Check-in reward transformation into the unfettered great method upgraded to the 15th level. Check-in reward demon sound control corpse technique upgraded to the 2nd level. The moment he received the rewards, a flood of insights about the transformation into the unfettered great method surged into his mind. At the same time, Qin Tian felt a surge of pure spiritual power spreading within him, and his realm finally rose to the imperial level. He also discovered that he could control the gravity in the nearby area and seal spiritual energy. Unfortunately, his eternal body did not improve this time, otherwise it would have been formidable. He thought it was likely due to his accumulated check-in points being insufficient, resulting in no upgrade for the eternal body. However, upgrading the Demon Sound Control Corpse technique to the 2nd level was still quite good. He planned to seize an Imperial-level expert at the 3rd level for Bai Xiaoru to have a bodyguard. Finally, he began to review the supreme secret technique, the Sound of the Tao, which was also incredibly powerful. It allows one to attain enlightenment once, but only the first time is effective for each person. However, this is still quite extraordinary, as enlightenment is a rare opportunity. However, this technique consumes a lot of energy for him, and using it once leaves him weak for 3 days, so he won't use it lightly. After finishing the technique, he checked the communication stone. From Miaoling's message, he learned that she was helping the Haotian Empire in battle, and the enemies were her 2 foes, Qin Yuan the Great and Blood Domain Patriarch. Thinking of these 2, Qin Tian felt a surge of killing intent. However, he could not go yet because he had to undergo tribulation transcendence. Only after that could he be considered a true imperial level. He sent a message to the people in Qingyun City, including Zhong Wu and Shang Wanya, to assist first. He then hurriedly ran outside the city. If he were to undergo tribulation inside the city, the entire Haotian city would likely turn to ruins. He sensed that his lightning tribulation was extraordinary. It seemed that due to his cultivation level, the lightning tribulation and the physical body tribulation came simultaneously. His physical body had long reached the imperial level, but he had not triggered the lightning tribulation before. This time, the 2 types of lightning tribulation coming together would surely be terrifying. At the moment Qin Tian stepped out of the city gate, dark clouds filled the sky above the entire city with thunder and lightning flashing. It was as if the apocalypse had arrived. Some seasoned elders trembled and said, "This is the lightning tribulation. It is incredibly terrifying, something never heard of before." Seeing the dreadful scene in the sky, Qin Tian was also taken aback. He tried to distance himself from the city as he did not want to harm innocents. Boom! The first bolt of lightning struck down. Qin Tian directly used his 3rd-level eternal body to withstand it. Then came the 2nd and 3rd bolts. Although these lightning strikes were powerful, they could still be easily resisted by his 3rd-level eternal body and even had the effect of tempering his physical body. However, by the 7th bolt of lightning, his body began to struggle, showing some slight injuries. He was injured and the 8th bolt soon descended. Boom! Qin Tian spat out a mouthful of blood and his legs began to bend. The blood was from being struck, but the bending of his legs was due to the pressure from the Tao. Qin Tian gritted his teeth and refused to yield. He forcefully raised his head to look at the sky, and the sword of life and death appeared in his hand. A powerful battle intent emanated from him as his legs gradually straightened. In the sky, the final and most powerful bolt of lightning began to brew. The lightning tribulation had condensed to a thickness of 3 meters, darkening to a shade of purple-black. Seeing such a thick bolt of lightning left Qin Tian somewhat dumbfounded. He had read accounts of lightning tribulations. According to those records, no imperial-level lightning tribulation had ever exceeded 1 meter in thickness. He felt that the heavens were targeting him. Before Qin Tian could think much more, the 9th bolt of lightning, carrying a terrifying pressure, struck down. Boom! Qin Tian gritted his teeth and unleashed the sword technique he had recently comprehended. The 4th style of the Silent Oblivion sword technique, devouring the sun and moon. He aimed to swallow this lightning tribulation. Rumbling. After the clash between the lightning tribulation and Qin Tian's sword technique, the resulting explosion was as terrifying as a nuclear blast. The area within 3 li directly became a massive pit, raising countless dust. Qin Tian passed through the lightning tribulation at the cost of serious injuries just when he thought it was over. His mind was invaded by an inner demon beginning to undergo the inner demon tribulation. If it were in the past, wanting to be a carefree youth might not have been a problem for him. However, now he had a Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru to worry about, so the inner demon tribulation quickly found his weaknesses. At this moment, he was nearly completely engulfed as he had experienced little and had a short cultivation time. Thus his Tao heart was not so resolute. In the illusion, he saw a Miaoling captured by the Blood Domain Patriarch used to threaten him. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan the Great attacked him, and he dared not retaliate, resulting in increasingly severe injuries. His breathing gradually weakened just as he was about to close his eyes. A small figure in his storage ring emitted a red light. The red light suddenly awakened Qin Tian, and he finally realized he was undergoing tribulation. Then he forcefully swung the sword of life and death, causing all illusions to dissipate, and he passed through the inner demon tribulation like that. After completing the tribulation, he felt a lingering fear, having come so close to death for the first time. Thinking of this, he hurriedly took out the small figure from his storage ring. This small figure was what he had found in his father's study. Could it be that my father was an unparalleled expert? Qin Tian began to speculate. He had always felt that his parents were quite mysterious. Just as he was pondering, the small figure shattered and disappeared. Was this a one-time use? Qin Tian felt somewhat depressed. Unable to figure it out, he didn't dwell on it further and took out several healing pills to restore himself. He still needed to rush to the battlefield to support in Miaoling and the others. On the other side, the Blood Domain Mountain Elder and others went to find the Blood Domain Patriarch to explain the situation and seek support. Upon hearing that the newcomers were a girl and a man in a black robe, the Blood Domain Patriarch's eyes turned red in an instant. After asking a few specific questions, he confirmed that this girl was the one who had killed his son in front of him. He stood up angrily and said, "It is this person who killed my son. Oh, quickly take me to find them." Yes. The group immediately rushed towards Chuyuan City. In Chuyuan City, and Miaoling was also somewhat worried as the Blood Domain Patriarch had already received news. At this moment, he was likely approaching. Sure enough, not long after, a dense group of strong enemies surged over. The enemies at this time were far more numerous than the previous batch. On the city wall, and Miaoling and Mu Qingqing stood with swords in hand, quietly watching the approaching enemies outside the city. "If we are overwhelmed later, you must retreat first. Remember to have Uncle Qin avenge me," Mu Qingqing said in a deep voice, displaying a sense of willingness to face death. And Miaoling did not respond, as she only hoped her master would arrive soon. The Blood Domain Patriarch flew above the city and said to Miaoling in the end, "I have found you. Do you regret it?" "No regrets." And Miaoling calmly uttered 2 words. Looking at the veiled and Miaoling, he felt a familiar sensation upon hearing those words. However, he did not think in the direction of rebirth. Since rebirth was merely a legend, he did not believe it at all. At this moment, the Blood Domain Patriarch's voice was icy, his eyes filled with rage. Finally, he said coldly, "I will not let you die easily. I will torment you thoroughly. At that time, everyone in the Blood Domain Mountain will be able to toy with you." Huh. Upon saying this, the Blood Domain Patriarch laughed maniacally. After hearing this dialogue, Mu Qingqing realized that Miaoling had a grudge with the opponent, and it was quite significant. She had some guesses in her heart, but she did not voice them. Discussing anything else at this moment was meaningless. The Blood Domain Patriarch drew out his imperial weapon and issued an order. "Kill them all, leave none alive. Kill." A group of strong experts charged forward. The strong experts on Miaoling's side also rushed forward. The Blood Domain Patriarch aimed directly for Miaoling. Before he could get close, Qin Yuan the Immortal blocked him. "You again." The Blood Domain Patriarch was somewhat irritated, but he did not pay too much attention. Blood Domain Crazy Blade. The Blood Domain Patriarch swung down with a blade filled with blood energy. Qin Yuan the Immortal charged forward with a spear. Boom. Qin Yuan the Immortal was directly knocked back. Seeing this, and Miaoling's beautiful eyes widened in shock. The Blood Domain Patriarch was indeed much stronger than Qin Yuan the Immortal. Could it be that he has reached the Half-Step Supreme Realm? Above the Imperial Realm are the Half-Step Supreme and Supreme Realms. In her past life, she had seen a Half-Step Supreme expert, but she had never seen a Supreme Realm. It was merely a legend. On the other side, the Elder began to slaughter again. Mu Qingqing was repelled after just 2 exchanges. Just when the situation was about to collapse, Bai Xiaoru wearing a veil arrived with Zhongwu and others. "I hope we're not late," Bai Xiaoru said with a smile. And Miaoling shook her head and continued to fight. Among the newcomers were Bai Xiaoru, Zhongwu, Bai Li Su, and Sheng Wanya, all possessing Imperial-level combat power. They all wielded Imperial weapons, which made their combat strength formidable. Zhongwu confronted the Grand Elder directly, quickly suppressing him, but killing him would require some effort. Although supported by Zhongwu and others, the crisis was still unresolved. This was because the Blood Domain Ancestor was someone they could not handle. He was too strong. Qin Yuan Xian was continuously on the defensive, but fortunately, he was the magic corpse of Qin Tian, who felt no pain. If he were human, he would probably have collapsed by now. However, Qin Yuan Xian's physical body had begun to show cracks, and it was clear he couldn't hold on for much longer. Hiss! The Blood Domain Ancestor unleashed another Blood Domain Frenzied Blade. One of Qin Yuan Xian's arms was directly severed, yet there was no blood, nor did he make any sound. This scene struck the Blood Domain Ancestor as very strange. It also reminded him of the legendary corpse refining clan. With his severed arm, Qin Yuan Xian's combat power diminished further, making him no match for the Blood Domain Ancestor. Before long, he was cut into several pieces, completely ruined. At this moment, the Blood Domain Ancestor looked at Miaoling and asked, "Are you in despair?" And Miaoling, after slaying a Saint Realm powerhouse with a single sword, turned her gaze to the Blood Domain Ancestor. Her enemy was right before her, and she yearned for revenge, but she knew she couldn't win. Just as Miaoling fell silent, the Blood Domain Ancestor struck with his palm, shattering stars, and Miaoling unleashed her strongest move to meet it heat. However, it was all in vain, as the gap in their realms was insurmountable. This move directly injured Miaoling. As she watched the Blood Domain Ancestor approach step by step, and Miaoling decisively used the time-space token. In her heart, she hoped her master had emerged from seclusion, otherwise she would never see her disciple again. Qin Tian did not disappoint her. A golden spiritual body emerged from the time-space token. Seeing the suddenly appearing spiritual body, the blood domain ancestor paused and asked, "Who are you?" Qin Tian did not respond, but turned to Miaoling and inquired, "Is he your enemy?" And Miaoling nodded. After receiving confirmation, Qin Tian spoke, "Master will help you take revenge." With that, he charged forward. Transforming Dragon. Ancestral Dragon Claw. Observing Qin Tian's technique, the blood domain ancestor felt a hint of fear. Dragon Clan. However, he feared the Dragon Clan, not Qin Tian, the spiritual body. As he saw the giant claw approaching, the blood domain ancestor remained unfazed, raising his imperial weapon long knife and striking it with force. The giant claw instantly vanished. At this moment, Qin Tian also realized that his opponent was not ordinary. He was far stronger than an average Saint Realm third layer and wielded an imperial weapon. If this continued, his spiritual body would be at a disadvantage. But now he had to buy time until his main body arrived. And Miaoling saw the gravity of the situation and threw the ice glass sword, saying, "Master, catch the sword." After Qin Tian caught the ice glass sword, he charged forward again. Shattering stars. The blood domain ancestor did not back down, using the blood domain frenzy blade. In this encounter, Qin Tian fell at a disadvantage and his spiritual body dimmed slightly. He realized he couldn't clash Hedon anymore. If this continued, his spiritual body would not last until the arrival of the main body. He then began to entangle in combat, trying not to directly receive the blood domain ancestor's attacks. After a few exchanges, the blood domain ancestor noticed Qin Tian's intentions. His attacks became even more ferocious. Qin Tian's spiritual body grew dimmer. At this moment, although Mu Qingqing's side had a significant advantage in the battle, they still wore worried expressions. This was because once the blood domain ancestor freed himself, none of them would be his opponent. Now they could only pray for Qin Tian to arrive quickly. Hiss! The spiritual body was once again forced back, now becoming somewhat transparent. With little spiritual energy remaining, Qin Tian used what was left to unleash a move that devours the sun and moon. Boom! The blood domain ancestor was pushed back several hundred meters, but Qin Tian's spiritual body dissipated. The ice glass sword returned to Miaoling's hand. She began to look around, hoping to see that voice, while everyone else was also searching, including the blood domain ancestor. Seeing no one around, the blood domain ancestor hurriedly charged towards Miaoling. After the previous encounter, he felt that Qin Tian was extraordinary. It was best to settle things before his main body arrived. He now just wanted to kill Miaoling. Die! The blood domain ancestor slashed down with his knife. Just as Miaoling prepared to raise her sword to block, a familiar figure wrapped his arms around her waist and swiftly dodged to the side, avoiding the strike. "Wow! Brother-in-law is so handsome!" Bai Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise. Mu Qingqing looked on enviously, thinking how nice it would be if she were the one being held. Zhong Wu and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Without Qin Tian's arrival, they were just waiting for death. Qin Tian looked at the shattered corpse of Kunlun Sword and felt it was somewhat regrettable. So he turned his gaze to the blood domain ancestor, wanting to refine him into a magic corpse, but he felt it was a bit inappropriate. Because the blood domain ancestor was Miaoling's enemy, watching him day by day would be quite bothersome. Just as Qin Tian was contemplating, and Miaoling in his arms wriggled slightly. With so many people watching, she felt a bit embarrassed. Qin Tian knew it wasn't the time for intimacy, so he released Miaoling. Then with a wave of the life, sort of surge of life, energy flowed into Miaoling's body. And Miaoling's injuries quickly healed. Seeing Qin Tian's method, the blood domain ancestor felt a hint of fear. Then Qin Tian switched to the realm of death, activating the eternal body instantly, enhancing his aura further. The blood domain ancestor unleashed a blood domain frenzied blade, wanting to test Qin Tian's depth. Qin Tian thrust forward with force, shattering stars. Boom! The power of Qin Tian's sword technique pierced through the blood domain ancestor's blade, causing direct harm to his body. Bang! 2 wounds appeared on the blood domain ancestor's body. After being injured, he was forced to retreat. This trial revealed to him that Qin Tian had become much stronger than before. Qin Tian did not give him a chance to catch his breath and charged forward again. The close quarters combat began. However, after a few exchanges, the blood domain ancestor discovered that his imperial weapon had actually been chipped. "Is this an imperial grade supreme weapon?" the blood domain ancestor exclaimed in shock. Qin Tian shook his head and continued to attack. Clang! The blood domain ancestor's imperial weapon finally shattered. Hearing that sound, everyone present was incredibly shocked. How could someone actually break an imperial weapon? After the imperial weapon shattered, the blood domain ancestor lost all will to fight. He no longer thought about revenge. Blood shield. The blood domain ancestor shouted and transformed into a mass of blood energy, swiftly fleeing. Qin Tian quickly sent out his flying sword to slash at him. The speed was surprisingly faster than the blood domain ancestor's blood shield. As the flying sword approached, the blood domain ancestor decisively abandoned his physical body and fled with his imperial soul. At this point, it was too late for Qin Tian to pursue. The imperial soul, enhanced by the power of the blood shield, was too swift. Qin Tian looked apologetically at Miaoling and said, "I got careless and let his imperial soul escape." And Miaoling shook her head, saying, "Without the physical body, the imperial soul will be easy to deal with. We will find him sooner or later." Qin Tian nodded. On the other side, the Grand Elder, seeing the outcome of the blood domain ancestor, was somewhat dazed and was pierced through the heart by Zone Wu's everlasting knife. The remaining blood domain mountain powerhouses were also nearly wiped out due to the arrival of Baisharu and others. After the battle, Qin Tian collected the body of the Grand Elder. Mu Qingqing approached and sweetly called out, "Uncle Qin." Qin Tian smiled, saying, "Wearing this dragon robe, you indeed possess an air of elegance." Mu Qingqing shyly smiled back. Seeing this expression from Mu Qingqing, the powerful figures of the Heartless Empire were left in astonishment. From a decisive empress to a bashful young girl. "Let's go and attack the Kunlun Empire," Qin Tian proclaimed. Hearing that Qin Tian was going to attack the Kunlun Empire, she felt quite pleased. Subsequently, Mu Qingqing led a group towards Silver Moon City. This was where her mother had battled the Kunlun Emperor. When they arrived, the Kunlun Emperor and the Ice Xian Empress were entangled in fierce combat in the sky. On the battlefield below, the Heartless Empire was at a disadvantage, but it turned around dramatically once Mu Qingqing and the others joined in. The Ice Xian Empress realized the battle on their side had been won upon seeing Qin Tian and Mu Qingqing together. However, the expression on the Kunlun Emperor's face darkened. Qin Tian did not attack immediately, but quietly began to set up formations to prevent a repeat of previous events. He certainly did not want the Kunlun Emperor to escape again. After making some preparations, Qin Tian lunged at the Kunlun Emperor with his sword, unleashing his ultimate move, devouring the sun and moon. With one strike, the Kunlun Emperor was sent flying like a cannonball, and the imperial weapon in his hand was damaged. Qin Tian followed closely behind and unleashed a second strike, shattering the Kunlun Emperor's imperial weapon. Next came the third strike. Seeing he could not evade, the Kunlun Emperor chose to abandon his physical body and escape. However, he soon crashed into a golden net suspended in the air. Capture. Qin Tian quickly formed hand seals, calling out the word capture. The golden net ensnared the Kunlun Emperor's imperial soul. Those who had previously witnessed the battle between Qin Tian and the blood domain ancestor were somewhat unfazed. However, the people on Ice Xian Empress's side were utterly astonished. This was the strongest figure from the Kunlun Empire, which had fought against them for thousands of years. To see such a powerful entity dealt with by Qin Tian in 3 strikes was an immense shock akin to a dream. In the past, the Ice Xian Empress had carried some pride when facing Qin Tian. Now she felt hesitant to even address him as an equal. As the giant net gradually closed and fully sealing the Kunlun imperial soul, it flew over to Miaoling. "It's your turn," Qin Tian said to Miaoling. The trapped Kunlun Emperor stared intently at Miaoling, feeling a sense of familiarity. And Miaoling removed her veil and stated, "What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Weren't you dead?" The Kunlun Emperor exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. They had witnessed Miaoling being refined before. And Miaoling snorted coldly, "Heaven's way has its cycles. This is the retribution of karma." With that, she thrust her sword forward. The sealed Kunlun Emperor then vanished without a trace. And Miaoling finally killed her first enemy. She had thought that vengeance would take thousands of years, but it came much sooner than expected. After dealing with the Kunlun Emperor, Qin Tian and the others pushed through to the Kunlun Imperial Palace. They hardly faced any resistance, as the city lords dared not obstruct them. After rummaging through the Kunlun Imperial Palace, Qin Tian obtained 13 low-grade Imperial Spiritual Herbs and 2 mid-grade Imperial Spiritual Herbs. Additionally, he found some crafting materials. Among the more precious items were 8 low-grade Imperial crafting materials, 3 mid-grade ones, and 1 high-grade material. Qin Tian took the mid-grade and high-grade materials, while leaving the rest for Bailey Su and Zhong Yan. As for the treasures from the blood domain ancestor, Qin Tian gave those to the Heartless Empire. Originally, Mu Qingqing did not intend to take them, but Qin Tian insisted. Regarding the territory of the Kunlun Empire, Qin Tian did not hand it over to Mu Qingqing. He merely returned the lands they had lost previously. He planned to assign the governance of this country to his named disciple Ming Ilian. Naturally, Mu Qingqing and the others did not dare to object. Qin Tian's current thought was to spend some time avenging Miaoling and Baisharu. Then he would cultivate a group of powerful subordinates to help him gather cultivation resources. He could then relax and continue cultivating alongside in Miaoling and by Sheru. Qin Tian sent someone to invite Miaoling over and also delivered a message to Miaoling to see if they were willing to come. On the other hand, he settled into a large residence in Kunlun City. 2 days later, Miaoling and Miaoling arrived. Miaoling respectfully called out Master. Qin Tian had always thought of her and had previously sent her pills. She was very grateful for that. Miaoling looked at Qin Tian feeling somewhat awkward, unsure of how to address him. Calling him ancestor felt too strange. Addressing him as Qin Tian made him nervous as he had often scolded him in the past. He feared Qin Tian might take the opportunity to settle scores. And Miaoling found Miaoling's predicament quite amusing. She vividly remembered when Miaoling had scolded her master. Qin Tian noticed Miaoling's hesitation but did not put him in a difficult position. He understood that Miaoling was a decent person and a responsible sect leader. Thus, he directly instructed Miaoling to find a nearby mountain peak for them to settle down. He also introduced the Lin clan's merchant association to assist them. After Miaoling and his group left, Qin Tian spoke to Miaoling about making her the emperor. Although she had some suspicions, she was still shocked upon hearing it. Master, I am only at the first level of the Holy Realm. Is it appropriate for me to become an emperor? Miaoling hesitated. What I see in you is not your power but your ability to govern a nation. From now on, the Kunlun Empire will be renamed the Chongming Empire, and Kunlun City will be called Chongming City. I will reside in the Qin residence. If there are any issues, come find me. Shang Wanya and the others will also go to the Imperial Palace to assist you. Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, Miaoling no longer hesitated. I will certainly govern the Chongming Empire well and not disappoint my master. After saying that, she felt a sense of excitement. Becoming an emperor in Zhongzhou had been her previous goal, as well as the goal since the founding of the Chongming nation. She never expected to achieve it so easily. At present, the Chongming Empire was still quite prosperous. Although many powerful beings had perished in the previous war, most of the city lords were still alive, so the country would not fall into chaos for the time being. In the early stages, Qin Tian sent Zhongwu to assist Miaoling in subduing the city lords of the major cities and establishing her prestige. Any resistors, or those connected to the Kunlun imperial family, were all executed. With the addition of the Lin clan's merchant association and cooperation from the royal family, the entire nation began to develop positively. The Chongming Empire and the Heartless Empire also became allied nations. The two empresses also became good friends. Qin Tian urged both nations to fully investigate the whereabouts of the blood domain ancestors' imperial soul, even offering a bounty for an imperial weapon. As for Miaoling's last enemy, the ancestor Wushu, they needed to investigate his whereabouts. And Miaoling herself was unaware of his affiliations. After everything was arranged and set in motion, Qin Tian transformed the body of the Grand Elder into a demonic corpse, naming it Demon 1, and equipped it with a mid-grade imperial weapon. Qin Tian mysteriously gathered all his subordinates and disciples together, preparing to use the sound of the Tao. Among them were Mu Qingxing, Yin Qingxi, Miaoling, and Su Ming. After everyone gathered in the inner courtyard of the Qin residence, a series of powerful formations were activated. This was because using the sound of the Tao would leave him weakened for 3 days. Seeing this scene, everyone began to anticipate what would come next. Even in Miaoling and Bai Sharu were unaware of Qin Tian's intentions. Qin Tian stepped forward and mysteriously said, "Today, I will grant you a great fortune. However, this fortune will cause me significant harm, and I will be weakened for a while, which is why I have been so mysterious." Upon hearing Qin Tian's mention of great harm, most people showed expressions of concern. And Miaoling and Bai Sharu stepped forward and asked, "What do you mean by significant harm? Perhaps we should reconsider." After they spoke, Miaoling, Mu Qingxing, and others echoed their sentiments. Qin Tian felt a warmth in his heart, seeing their concern for him. "Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. I will only be weakened for a few days." Then Qin Tian looked at Miaoling and Bai Sharu, saying, "Step back. I am about to begin." The two girls nodded slightly and retreated to sit cross-legged. "I have a secret technique that will allow you to enter a moment of enlightenment, but each person can only benefit from it once, so I hope you will cherish it." Enter a moment of enlightenment. Everyone was astonished. This was a tremendous opportunity, as many had practiced for thousands of years without achieving even a single moment of enlightenment. After a burst of commotion, everyone quieted down. Qin Tian began to emit the sound of the Tao. As golden words flowed from Qin Tian's mouth, everyone slowly closed their eyes. They entered a moment of enlightenment. Qin Tian began to feel increasingly weak, experiencing a sensation as if his body were being hollowed out. Watching everyone enter the state of enlightenment made him very envious. But why was it ineffective for him? 2 days later, Zhong Yan by Li Su, Shangwan Qianwei, and some members of the Kunlun Sword Sect gradually awakened. Looking at those still in a state of enlightenment, they felt quite envious, but there was nothing they could do. After all, their cultivation talents were poorer than others. On the third day, Ming Ilian, Mu Qingqing Empress Bing Xian Zong Yin Zong Wu, and Bai Xiaoxiao woke up. Only in Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru remained, as they had the highest talents. Thus they were still in a state of enlightenment. By the third day, Qin Tian's weakened state finally came to an end. He controlled the formation to isolate in Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru, preventing them from being disturbed. Many were about to begin their breakthroughs, and those who had not broken through had received enough insights into the Tao. Next, with a pile of cultivation resources they could break through. In addition to the techniques and insights into the Tao, they also gained understanding in martial skills. It could be said that this was a comprehensive enhancement. Zong Wu and Empress Bing Xian, both at the third level of the Emperor realm, were also attempting to advance to the half-step Supreme realm. The two girls remained in a state of enlightenment until the seventh day, when they awoke simultaneously. Their realms had also directly broken through, and Miaoling reached the third level of the Saint realm with the next goal of breaking into the Emperor realm. Bai Xiaoru, on the other hand, returned to the first level of the Emperor realm. Additionally, her comprehension of the second level of the Emperor realm was profound, as she only needed to settle for a while before she could break through. As Bai Xiaoru returned to the Emperor realm, Qin Tian received a reward. Ding! Congratulations, host. Bai Xiaoru's realm has broken through to the first level of the Emperor realm. Reward: host's cultivation talent has increased to second grade supreme. Reward: sign-in rewards have increased by 20. After receiving this reward, Qin Tian felt that his usage of the sound of the Tao had finally yielded some returns. Subsequently, others also gradually broke through. Among them, Long Air and the Holy Spirit Tree broke into the Emperor realm. Qin Tian gifted them an Emperor weapon to assist them in transcending their tribulations. Receiving the Emperor weapon, the three demons were extremely grateful. They were all glad that they had followed Qin Tian back then. Otherwise, they would not even know when they would break into the Emperor realm, let alone obtain an Emperor weapon. Once everyone had completed their breakthroughs, they each went their separate ways. Shangwan Yalong and others continued to assist Ming Ilian. Meanwhile, Qin Tian and the others returned to their peaceful daily lives. That evening, Qin Tian prepared a feast to celebrate everyone's breakthroughs. Qin Tian and the three girls enjoyed the Emperor-grade Dragon Emperor and sipped spiritual wine under the moonlight, feeling quite content. Before long, they felt slightly tipsy, and the three girls' faces flushed, looking exceptionally beautiful. Seeing Qin Tian's lecherous gaze and Miaoling feeling shy, bolted away. Bai Xiaoxiao giggled and said, "Brother-in-law, tonight my sister is all yours. I won't disturb you." After saying that, she ran off, leaving the shy Bai Xiaoru behind. Now Bai Xiaoru looked at Qin Tian as if he were a gray wolf. "Come on, he'll take you back to your room. I have something good to give you," Qin Tian said. He planned to give Bai Xiaoru an extra Emperor-grade mid-tier pill, which would help her break through to the second level of the Emperor realm more quickly. Bai Xiaoru felt a bit shy. "Do you want me to carry you back to your room?" Qin Tian laughed. Bai Xiaoru pouted and stood up, walking toward the room. Seeing her playful demeanor, Qin Tian found her quite adorable. After arriving at Bai Xiaoru's room, Qin Tian closed the door behind him. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Bai Xiaoru felt a bit nervous, her mind racing with wild thoughts. She thought it was normal for a man to act impulsively in front of a stunning beauty like herself. "Sit on the bed, there's more space," Qin Tian said. Bai Xiaoru quickly shook her head, looking at Qin Tian, warily, her meaning clear. "No way am I allowing you to take advantage of me." Seeing Bai Xiaoru's bashful demeanor, Qin Tian lost his patience and directly stepped forward to give her a princess carry. Bai Xiaoru's face flushed red as she began to struggle, attempting to break free from Qin Tian's embrace. But Qin Tian held her tightly, and she couldn't break free. Qin Tian glanced at Bai Xiaoru in his arms and said, "Don't move around. I used to carry you every day when you were a fox." After saying that, Qin Tian placed Bai Xiaoru on the bed and sat down beside her. Bai Xiaoru tightly gripped the bed cover, thinking that Qin Tian was about to do something. But she saw Qin Tian take out a pill and said, "This is a mid-tier Emperor-grade pill. It should help you break through to the second level of the Emperor realm in a short time." Upon seeing this, she felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. Thinking of those strong individuals who had fought fiercely for her, she couldn't help but admire Qin Tian. Of facing a beauty like herself, he managed to remain composed. Bai Xiaoru reached out her delicate hand to take the pill, but Qin Tian dodged away. "If you want the pill, there's an old rule," Qin Tian said with a smile. "Old rule?" Bai Xiaoru recalled something and realized he was still fixated on her tail. Subsequently, she revealed her tail, as it wasn't the first time. After receiving the pill, she looked at Qin Tian, not preparing to absorb it just yet, because a mid-tier Emperor-grade pill couldn't be digested immediately. So she planned to wait for Qin Tian to leave before absorbing and cultivating it. Later, Bai Xiaoru noticed that Qin Tian was lying on her tail reading. "Is it that I'm not good looking?" Thinking of this, she took out a mirror and looked at her stunning face, still perfect. Now that her strength had returned to the Emperor realm, her aura was more outstanding than before. While she was looking in the mirror, she noticed a warm hand moving back and forth on her back. Is this really happening? She shyly glanced at Qin Tian, who was reading with one hand while his other hand was on her back, just like when she lay in his arms in her fox form reading. After a while, Bai Xiaoru could no longer bear it. Her cheeks flushed as she whispered softly, "That's enough. Please get up." Qin Tian ceased his gentle caress and rolled onto his side, replying no. Soon after Qin Tian drifted into slumber, Bai Xiaoru gazed at him, and upon closer inspection noticed a faint trace of exhaustion lingering on his face. The lingering aftereffects of the Tao resonance had yet to fully dissipate. Out of compassion, she hesitated to wake him. Judging by his deep repose, he would likely sleep for half a day or more. She settled herself comfortably beside him. At the doorway, Bai Xiaoxiao crept forward, stealthily peering through the window as candlelight illuminated the two figures lying side by side on the bed. So, the brother-in-law is officially confirmed. A quiet thrill surged within her. With such a formidable protector now standing by her sister's side, perhaps they need no longer fear the tyrant Tian. Dawn broke. Golden sunlight streamed brilliantly through the window. Qin Tian slowly opened his eyes, only to find his face pressed gently against Bai Xiaoru's abdomen. One of her legs rested lightly across his belly, a sight stirring an instinctive primal response. He reached out, placing a hand upon her silken thigh, intending to shift it aside. Yet the exquisite texture beneath his palm gave him pause. Just then, Bai Xiaoru stirred awake, her eyes fluttering open to discover her leg draped over him, their bodies nearly fused in intimate proximity. Her face burned crimson with mortification. How had she fallen asleep, and worse, drawn herself so close without realizing? The more she pondered it, the more flustered she grew. She tried discreetly to withdraw her leg, but a firm, warm hand held it in place. Stealing a glance at Qin Tian, she found his gaze already fixed upon hers. "Aunt," she cried out, bolting upright. "When did you wake up?" "Before you did." Qin Tian replied calmly. "Then why didn't you wake me?" "You're deliberately taking advantage of me," she stammered, blushing. He patted her thigh lightly and said with quiet authority, "If anyone's claiming advantage, it's you taking liberties with your master." Bai Xiaoru fell silent, speechless. Qin Tian sat up slowly, tenderly stroking her hair to shift the subject. "Shall I accompany you back to Qingqiu to visit your family in 3 days?" She froze mid-motion, her hand poised to push his away. "Return to Qingqiu." Her voice trembled faintly, her peerless, ravishing face lit with sudden, breathless excitement. "Yes, spend these 3 days preparing and assimilating the elixir's essence." Hearing this, Bai Xiaoru still wore a shadow of concern. Qin Tian gently patted her back in reassurance. "I'm merely escorting you home for a familial visit, not marching into battle against Tian and his faction." At those words, she exhaled in quiet relief. 3 days later, Bai Xiaoru had fully absorbed the elixir's potency, sufficient to propel her directly to the second tier of the Emperor realm. Yet she deliberately suppressed the breakthrough, choosing instead to fortify her foundation before ascending. Stepping out of the chamber, she found Qin Tian and Bai Xiaoxiao awaiting her at the threshold. Also present were Zhong Wu and Moe. No others accompanied them. Qingqiu lay nestled within a vast mountain range at the heart of the Zhongzhou continent. The mountain itself bore the same name, Qingqiu. En route, Bai Xiaoru began recounting Qingqiu's lore. It was the ancestral sanctuary of the Fox clans, home to 7 great lineages, including the Azure Fox, Vermilion Fox, and Silver Fox. Foremost among them stood her own clan, the Nine-Tailed Foxes, sovereign rulers of Qingqiu. Their mightiest patriarch was her grandfather Bai Wudi, reputed to have reached the threshold of supreme sovereignty 10,000 years ago. As she spoke of him, both Bai Xiaoru and Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes shimmered with reverent awe. Qin Tian too felt a jolt of astonishment. Having stood at the threshold 10 millennia past, what realm might Bai Wudi now inhabit? He realized he had underestimated the sheer depth of power held by Zhongzhou's great sects. If your grandfather is so formidable, why were you forced to flee your home, Oi? Could Tian possibly surpass him? Bai Xiaoru shook her head. He falls far short, but the D clan behind him may harbor elders capable of matching my grandfather's might. I departed because my grandfather has not emerged from seclusion for several millennia. In earlier centuries, he communicated only through spiritual resonance or ephemeral spirit forms. Yet for the past 1,000 years, not even a whisper has reached us. Precisely because he has remained silent, for a millennium rival factions dared to press their oppression upon our Fox clan. Qin Tian now grasped the situation clearly. Bai Xiaoru continued her account. Beneath my grandfather stand the 5 emperors of Qingqiu, each attaining at least the 3rd tier of the emperor realm. My father Bai Jiangyu is first among the 5. Qin Tian nodded, impressed though not intimidated. An emperor realm 3rd tier cultivator held little threat to him. Only those who tread the threshold of supreme sovereignty, or have ascended to the sovereign realm, commanded his caution. As they journeyed toward Qin Tian came to appreciate Zhongzhou's staggering expanse. Even at full speed, their emperor realm cultivation required 7 days to reach Qingqiu Mountain. They traversed countless minor and major sects along the way. He had hoped to gather intelligence on Jiangqing Snow and his own parents. Now that task seemed daunting indeed. Upon entering Qingqiu's domain, Qin Tian sensed its spiritual energy far denser than even the Qin family manor, whose grounds were graced by the azure dragon vein. Such abundance testified to the profound heritage of a true great clan. He instructed Moe and Zhongwu to remain at the periphery, while he followed by Xiaoru deeper inward. Along the path, he glimpsed numerous Fox clan members. Everyone in human form possessed extraordinary beauty and grace. Yet even their splendor paled beside his own, and by Xiaoru's transcendent bearing. News of her return spread like wildfire. Qingqiu erupted in vibrant commotion. Countless Fox clan maidens gazed upon Qin Tian with starry-eyed infatuation, whispering speculations about his identity, while others watched with quiet dread, fearing her homecoming might herald calamity upon Qingqiu. Especially after the recent appearance of the Crimson Moon. Before long, a gray-robed, middle-aged man materialized before them. "What brings you back?" His tone carried unmistakable displeasure. He was Bai Hao, the second of the 5 emperors, a ruling patriarch of the Fox clan. Bai Xiaoru bit her lip and replied, "I've returned to see my parents." "Indeed. Uncle, my sister merely wishes to visit home." Bai Hao shot Bai Xiaoxiao a sharp, disapproving glare. "And you dare speak so boldly? You fled the mountain without permission. I'll deal with you later. Neither of you brings peace to this clan." He sighed, weariness etched deep into his voice. Then he turned his gaze upon Qin Tian. "Who are you? And what business brings you to Qingqiu?" "He's my brother-in-law," Bai Xiaoxiao blurted out, heedless of consequence. Before Bai Xiaoru could intervene, Bai Hao unleashed a crushing wave of oppressive aura directly upon Qin Tian. Unfazed, Qin Tian met his gaze squarely. Had it not been for Bai Xiaoru's sake, his retaliation would have been instantaneous. "Though you stand only at the spirit-quickening realm, your physical vessel is astonishingly robust. Are you a body cultivator?" Bai Hao demanded. "One could say so. One could say so." Bai Hao's expression darkened. "Let me be unequivocal, you are unworthy to become Qingqiu's son-in-law. This land does not welcome you. Leave now." Qin Tian raised an eyebrow and said calmly, "Does Qingqiu have the final say? I am here to accompany Bai Xiaoru to see her father. If you have nothing to do, just step aside." Hearing Qin Tian's words, Bai Hao's face turned green with anger. He had never been confronted by a junior in Qingqiu in thousands of years. Now a young man dared to speak to him in such a tone. Bai Hao stepped forward, preparing to take action. The 2 women changed their expressions and quickly stood in front of Qin Tian. Bai Hao was taken aback and then angrily shouted, "Are you trying to rebel? Step aside quickly." Bai Xiaoru remained unmoved. She wasn't afraid of Qin Tian getting hurt. She was worried that Qin Tian might seriously injure her second uncle, and how could she explain that to her father? Bai Xiaoxiao was a bit scared, as she used to be frequently reprimanded by Bai Hao, but for her brother-in-law, she didn't leave. Bai Hao was left in a dilemma, his expression continuously changing. At this moment, quite a few members of the Fox clan appeared nearby. "Who is this handsome guy? The princess and the little princess are protecting him like this." "Yeah, this is Bai Hao, the Fox Emperor. This situation is going to be troublesome." Others also began to notify other high-level members of the Fox clan. "I'll say it again, step aside." Bai Hao's expression turned cold. Bai Xiaoru showed no weakness. "This is the person I brought. I will explain everything to my father." "Yes, my sister is right." Bai Xiaoxiao puffed out her chest and said. After finally being bold in front of Bai Hao, she felt a bit proud. After all, with Qin Tian backing her, she had seen how powerful he was. The previous Kunlun Emperor and the Blood Domain ancestor, both third-level emperors, were no match for Qin Tian. Bai Hao was furious to the extreme. "Since you refuse to listen to advice as your elder, I can only teach you a lesson." After saying that, he raised his hand and made a gathering motion in the air before pushing forward. A powerful palm force surged towards the sisters. Bai Xiaoxiao quickly hid behind Qin Tian, tugging at his sleeve, signaling him to deal with Bai Hao. But Qin Tian did not move. Bai Xiaoru used the Heavenly Demon Pearl to enhance her power and struck out with the Heavenly Demon Claw. Boom! The clash between the Heavenly Demon Claw and Bai Hao's palm force dissipated each other. This scene shocked the onlookers nearby. They had no doubts that Bai Hao had held back, as many had been pushed back by the aftermath of the clash. Wasn't it said that the prince's strength had dropped below the half-saint realm after sacrificing her tail? Yes, I heard that too, and I've been worried. The princess at such a young age can actually spar with Bai Hao, the Fox Emperor. This talent is terrifying. I hope she can withstand the Imperial Alliance. If she can withstand it, she will be the backbone of our Fox clan in the future. Anything less is inconsequential. The most shocked was Bai Hao, who had just sparred with her. He had not used all his strength in that last strike. However, he could see that Bai Xiaoru also hadn't used her full strength, as she seemed to handle it quite easily. To defeat her, one would have to use imperial weapons. But as an elder, he couldn't bring himself to use imperial weapons. Just as Bai Hao was struggling with how to deal with it, a middle-aged man flew over. He wore a white robe, and beneath his handsome sword-like brows were sharp black eyes. With his tall figure, he appeared cold and aloof, yet imposing, exuding an aura of dominance. At first glance, he looked like an emperor. At this moment, all the onlookers shouted, "Welcome, clan leader." Bai Hao also called out, "Big brother." Bai Xiaoxiao flew into the arms of the middle-aged man, while Bai Xiaoru called out with a complex expression, "Father." He was Bai Jiangyu, the clan leader of Qingqiu. Qin Tian also knew Bai Jiangyi's identity, but for a moment he didn't know how to address him. In the end, he referred to Bai Jiangyu as uncle. Bai Jiangyu glanced at Qin Tian without speaking, then turned his attention to Bai Xiaoru. He had just seen the moment when Bai Xiaoru clashed with his brother Bai Hao. This left him somewhat shocked. After letting Bai Xiaoru go, he had secretly followed her. As a father, he could not stand by idly. He had endured watching his daughter sacrifice time and again. He knew that there was someone not weaker than himself monitoring him in the shadows. Once he made a move, that person would also act. The end result would be to plunge the entire Fox clan into an extremely dangerous situation. During the incident at the Two Realms Mountain, he saw his daughter reach a desperate situation and was originally prepared to intervene. But fortunately, Qin Tian acted and saved Bai Xiaoru. After seeing his daughter being rescued, he was finally able to return in peace. At that time, he had seen his daughter reduced to a mere tale, and how many years had that passed? His daughter not only recovered her strength, but had even advanced further. Could it be because of the Tianhu bloodline? Bai Jiangyu couldn't help but think. Finally, he sighed, "Heaven is jealous of talents. This is all a disaster." "You are doing well outside. Oh, why did you come back?" Bai Jiangyu said solemnly. "You should continue to hide your tracks and cultivate outside. Coming back at this time is not good for either Qingqiu or yourself. Now that such a big commotion has been stirred up, the Imperial Alliance has definitely received word and might be on their way." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoru's expression turned ugly. She was a smart person, and her father was right. It was indeed not the right time to return. At least not so openly. Seeing Bai Xiaoru in difficulty, Qin Tian spoke up. "I brought her back to take a look. I will protect her well." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Qin Tian. Some were confused about where this confidence came from. He had just been hiding behind a woman in front of Bai Hao. Now he came out to boast. Bai Jiangyu also began to seriously assess Qin Tian. He had not seen Qin Tian's strength clearly during the incident at the Two Realms Mountain. At that time, he had seen him as being at the Spirit Movement Realm, yet he had actually killed a Holy Realm opponent. However, from what he had seen of his battle with the Holy Realm, he could conclude that his strength was at most equivalent to the third level of the Holy Realm. Now it seemed he still only had the Spirit Movement Realm, but in such a short time, he was at most at the first level of the Imperial Realm. Among the younger generation, that was quite remarkable. However, in the face of their generation of strong ones, it was still not enough. Thinking of this, he said, "First, I thank you for saving my daughter, but do you know how powerful the Imperial Alliance is? Youth can be reckless, but not arrogant. Your actions not only endanger yourselves, but also Qingqiu." As he said this, Bai Jiangyu sighed and continued, "While they haven't arrived yet, you should leave. I will escort you." Bai Xiaoru looked to Qin Tian for advice. After thinking for a moment, Qin Tian said, "No problem." Bai Hao roared directly, "You clueless brat." The more he looked at Qin Tian, the more displeased he became. Bai Jiangyu also frowned, somewhat unhappy. He looked at Bai Xiaoru, hoping she would heed his advice. Seeing Qin Tian's confident expression, Bai Xiaoru said, "I believe in him. I also believe my brother-in-law is very powerful." "Brother-in-law?" Bai Jiangyi's eyes sharpened. "What is your relationship?" Bai Xiaoru's little face flushed as she said to Bai Xiaoxiao, "You little brat, don't speak nonsense." "I'm not talking nonsense, I saw it." "You two were sleeping together," Bai Xiaoxiao said shockingly. "What? Our Qingqiu Empress was slept with by someone." A group of onlooking Fox clan experts were shocked, some were angry. Especially the younger male foxes. Each of them had once harbored fantasies about Bai Xiaoru. Bai Jiangyu even drew his high-grade imperial weapon, the Heavenly Demon Sword, glaring angrily at Qin Tian. How could his little cabbage be picked by someone? Seeing this situation, Bai Xiaoxiao realized she had caused trouble and silently lowered her head. "We did not have that kind of relationship," Bai Xiaoru explained with a flushed face. "What exactly happened?" Bai Jiangyu shouted. "We were just chatting and accidentally fell asleep." As she spoke, Bai Xiaoru's voice became softer. Bai Jiangyi's expression finally improved a little. At this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao spoke up again. "Actually, having Qin Tian as a brother-in-law is quite good. He can refine imperial weapons and imperial-grade pills, and his strength is also very strong. Well, anyway, Uncle Bai probably can't defeat him, but as for my father, I don't know." "Huh." Bai Hao sneered, "So young, yet an imperial-grade alchemist, and an imperial-grade craftsman, and even stronger than me. Even if you are lying, at least make it believable. After going out, you may not have learned anything else, but you certainly learned to lie. Bai Xiaoxiao pouted and said, I am telling the truth, I did not lie. If you don't believe me, you can ask my sister. Instantly, everyone looked at Bai Xiaoru, who at least had no history of lying. Bai Xiaoru nodded, my sister is right. He is an imperial-grade refiner and an imperial-grade alchemist, and his strength is quite formidable. Bai Hao snorted coldly, still in disbelief, and felt that Bai Xiaoru had been led astray. Others were also skeptical, as they fundamentally believed this was impossible. Seeing the questioning looks from everyone, Qin Tian said to Bai Xiao, you don't have a proper weapon yet, do you? Bai Xiaoxiao caught on to Qin Tian's meaning and quickly nodded. Prepare a design for a weapon you like, and I will refine it for you. I happen to have some refining materials left. Yage. Thank you, brother-in-law, Bai Xiaoxiao said happily. Bai Hao then spoke. This is also good. We will know the truth in due time, and it is time for them to see your true self. Bai Jiangyu remained silent. Seeing the determined expressions on his two daughters, he emotionally believed them, yet rationally found it hard to accept. Putting aside whether he is a master or not, could a young man be both an imperial-grade refiner and an imperial-grade alchemist? No one would believe it. If he were just an imperial-grade refiner, there might still be a glimmer of possibility. However, this was not the time to ponder such questions. He needed to think about how to deal with the upcoming calamity. With this in mind, Bai Jiangyu said to Bai Xiaoru, you should go see your mother. She misses you very much. The rest of you come with me to the Tianhu Hall for a meeting. Following this, Qin Tian accompanied Bai Xiaoru and Bai Xiaoxiao toward the Tianhu Imperial Palace to meet her mother. Upon arriving at the Tianhu Palace, he was awestruck by the beautiful scenery before him. The Tianhu Imperial Palace was situated on a floating island surrounded by the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers with an abundance of spiritual energy. The entire palace exuded an ethereal aura shrouded in clouds and mist, and every building within was exquisitely ornate. It was as if it were a celestial palace. The path leading to the Tianhu Imperial Palace was a rainbow bridge. Bai Xiaoxiao proudly exclaimed, our Imperial Palace is beautiful, isn't it? It is far more stunning than the palaces of Sister Mu and Sister Ming. Qin Tian nodded seriously in agreement. Then as he stepped onto the rainbow bridge, each step sent ripples dancing, creating a mesmerizing sight. Bai Xiaoxiao hopped playfully in front, seemingly enjoying the experience. After crossing the rainbow bridge, they reached the entrance of the Imperial Palace. A group of Sacred Realm guards stood ready, with the leading captain being at the first level of the Imperial Realm. Upon seeing Bai Xiaoru and Bai Xiaoxiao, the guards were momentarily stunned, not expecting the Imperial Princess to return to the clan. After a brief moment of shock, the captain knelt half down and respectfully said, we welcome the Imperial Princess and the little princess back to the palace. Bai Xiaoru raised her hand gracefully and walked inside. Along the way, numerous Fox clan experts paid their respects, and Bai Xiaoru responded elegantly and composedly. Qin Tian walked beside Bai Xiaoru and smiled. You certainly have the demeanor of an empress. Bai Xiaoxiao chimed in. Of course. My sister is very proud, only you can handle her. Bai Xiaoru shot a glare at Bai Xiaoxiao and continued walking. Eventually, the three of them spotted a beautiful woman in a charming courtyard. The beautiful woman wore a plain white dress and bore some resemblance to Bai Xiaoru, being very beautiful and graceful. Mother, Bai Xiaoru called out and quickly walked over. Bai Xiaoxiao introduced, this is my mother Qinglan. After saying this, she also ran over. The mother and daughters embraced each other, expressing their longing. Not long after, Qinglan noticed Qin Tian beside her, and who might this be? Bai Xiaoxiao hurriedly leaned closer to Qinglan's ear to whisper. Qinglan's expression turned to one of shock, and then she looked at Bai Xiaoru. Bai Xiaoru shyly said, Mother, don't listen to my sister's nonsense. Oh, we are not in that kind of relationship. My daughter is even shy now. Qinglan teased. I'm not, Bai Xiaoru said, lowering her head and falling silent. Qinglan smiled, and then politely addressed Qin Tian. Welcome to Qingqiu as a guest, and thank you for saving my daughter. You are too polite, aunt. What do you think of my daughter? Qinglan asked. She is wonderful, both beautiful and well-behaved. Well-behaved. Qinglan was somewhat surprised, as Bai Xiaoru had previously been anything but well-behaved. The fact that her daughter was willing to change for him indicated that there was some meaning behind it. She then began conversing with Qin Tian as if she were a mother-in-law talking to her son-in-law. Where are your parents from? What realm are you currently at? Meanwhile, in another part, a gathering of powerful beings assembled at the Tianhu Hall. All 7 clans of Qingqiu had come, each with an Imperial Realm expert stationed. Bai Jiangyu said, my third brother and little sister have gone out to hone their skills, who I have already informed them, but they may not necessarily arrive in time. This time my daughter has come back and caused trouble for everyone. After saying this, Bai Jiangyu bowed in apology. I know many of you have grievances about my daughter's return, but it cannot be helped. She is back now. Therefore, I hope we can all work together to protect her from now on. This is also for the good of our Fox clan. Hearing this, many powerful beings furrowed their brows, some showing discontent. Bai Jiangyu continued, "What you do not know is that my daughter has awakened the Tianhu bloodline. Although she is only at the first level of the imperial realm, she was able to fight to a standstill against my second brother. This matter can be verified by my second brother. Besides him, many others have witnessed it as well." Bai Hao nodded and said, "The imperial prince's strength is indeed not much different from mine." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, and they began to communicate through their divine senses to inquire about the situation. Ultimately, it was confirmed that this news was indeed true. Looking at the changing attitudes of the powerful beings below, Bai Jiangyu continued, "With my daughter's talent, she will undoubtedly be the pillar of our Fox clan in the future. It is even possible for her to break through to Tianhu one day." Hearing this, all the powerful beings of the Tianhu clan perked up. If a Tianhu were to emerge from the Fox clan, it would not be impossible for them to dominate Zhongzhou. With this in mind, someone shouted, "Protect the imperial princess, oh let's fight back. Yes, our Fox clan is not to be trifled with." Bai Jiangyu bowed once more and said, "Thank you everyone. It seems we should all prepare for battle." "Yes." The powerful beings responded in unison, and then each went their separate ways. Seeing everyone depart with a united front, Bai Jiangyu remained worried. He then arrived at the entrance of the Tianhu secret realm, wanting to attempt to summon his father Bai Wudi. If Bai Wudi were to descend from the mountain, all crises could be resolved. Last time when Qin Tian brought a group of experts to demand someone, he had come here to seek help. However, Bai Wudi did not appear, but instead gave a directive. "Let Bai Xiaoru leave Qingqiu. This crisis is both her calamity and her opportunity." It was also because of this directive that Bai Jiangyu allowed Bai Xiaoru to go out. He called out several more times, but still received no response, ultimately having to leave in frustration. After returning to the Tianhu Hall, Bai Jiangyu wore a face full of concern. Yet he could only fight. He believed that when the time came for an insurmountable challenge, Bai Wudi would surely step in. Bai Hao walked into the Tianhu Hall and said in a deep voice, "There should be quite a few people coming this time." Bai Jiangyu nodded. "This time our Fox clan is likely to suffer significant losses. It's worth it for the Tianhu bloodline." Bai Hao replied. Although he had a foul temper and was quite rigid, his loyalty to the Fox clan was beyond doubt. Then Bai Jiangyu and a group of Emperor Realm experts flew out towards Qingqiu, preparing to intercept the Imperial Alliance. The battlefield must not occur within their clan. Otherwise, the entire ecology and spiritual veins of Qingqiu would suffer heavy damage. On the other side, Qin Tian sensed the unusual movements of Kinkius experts and said, "I'll go help you all stay here." After that, Qin Tian flew out of Qingqiu Mountain. "Wait, I want to go too." Bai Xiaoru quickly followed. The remaining Bai Xiaoxiao and Qin Lan also closely followed behind. Outside Qingqiu Mountain, nearly 70 Emperor Realm experts were facing off and battle was about to break out. There were over 30 Emperor Realm experts on Kinkia's side, among which 9 were at the 3rd level, while the rest were at the 1st and 2nd levels. On the opposite side, there were as many as 15 3rd-level Emperor Realm experts with over 20 at the 1st and 2nd levels. Overall, Qingqiu had significantly fewer 3rd-level Emperor Realm experts. How can we win like this? The experts from Qingqiu couldn't help but furrow their brows. Bai Jiangyu drew his Tianyao sword and said, "You Imperial Alliance really think highly of us, Qingqiu." The Imperial Alliance is an alliance organized by Qin Tian consisting of 10 major powers. Where is Qin Tian? Why hasn't he come? An old man in a green robe stepped forward and said, "The leader of the Imperial Alliance is currently in seclusion to break through. We have heard that your daughter has returned. Quickly hand over that chaotic demoness." "What if I refuse?" Bai Jiangyu said sternly. "Refuse. Then we can only seize her." The old man in the green robe's expression turned cold. Just as the two sides were about to clash, a dragon's roar resonated throughout the area. A middle-aged man in a dragon robe appeared on the scene. The old man in the green robe and his companions showed expressions of apprehension, for this person was none other than the Dragon Clan's patriarch Long Outyin. "Everyone, let's discuss this properly. There's no need for violence." The old man in the green robe stepped forward. "Last time, we let it go out of respect for the Dragon Clan. But this time, since the person is in Qingqiu, we won't let this go easily." Long Outyin did not respond to the old man's words, but looked at Bai Jiangyu and said, "My son fell in love at first sight with the Imperial Princess. If she marries into the Dragon Clan, we can join forces with Qingqiu to eradicate the Imperial Alliance." Hearing Long Aotian's words, the old man in the green robe was greatly shocked. The Dragon Clan, being the foremost clan among the demon races, had profound heritage. With the addition of the Fox Clan, the Imperial Alliance would indeed be no match. Bai Jiangyu shook his head and said, "I will not interfere in my daughter's marriage." He indirectly refused. How could the Tianhu bloodline allow her to marry into the Dragon Clan? Upon hearing this, Long Aotian's expression darkened. "Since that's the case, I have no reason to intervene. I've given my advice. Take care of yourselves." After saying this, Long Outyin retreated a few kilometers to watch the show. Seeing that the two sides had reached an impasse, the old man in the green robe finally let out a sigh of relief. They'll give you one more chance. We have 15 third-level Emperor Realm experts while you only have 9. Are you sure you want to fight? Hearing the old man in the green robe's words, the fighting spirit of Kinkia's side weakened a bit more. Bai Jianyu did not want to let him speak further and affect Kinkia's morale, so he rushed forward directly. His speed was akin to that of light. A flash of white light appeared as he reached a black-clad old man in an instant. The expression of the black-clad old man changed drastically as he prepared to flee from Bai Jianju's attack range. But it was too late. Bai Jianyu thrust his sword upward with great force, and the black-clad old man's arm was severed and flew away. Just as he intended to pursue the victory, the old man in the green robe blocked Bai Jianju's path. Hiss! After the two clashed, they both retreated 2 steps. You are also a half-step supreme, Bai Jianyu said in astonishment. He had initially thought that without Qin Tian the opponent wouldn't have any half-step supreme combat power. Now he had a chance to turn the tide by himself. However, he did not expect that this old man in the green robe was actually a half-step supreme expert. Seeing the two engage in battle, the experts on the side of the old man in the green robe also surged forward in droves to fight against the Qingqiu experts. Just after they began clashing, the leader of the Qi Fox clan was struck down and lost an arm, putting them in a critical situation. The leader of the Qi Fox clan used all his hidden cards and desperately resisted the attacks of the two, but Bai Jianyu knew he couldn't hold on for long. He wanted to go support, but the old man in the green robe held him back tightly. On the other side, Bai Hao, enjoying better treatment, as one of the 5 emperors of Qingqiu, was besieged by 3 third-level Emperor Realm experts. After only a few exchanges, wounds appeared all over his body. The 3 alternated their attacks on him. Although he had the mid-grade Emperor weapon, the Xuanhu sword, he still found it difficult to cope. Swish, swish, swish. In no time, Bai Hao already had 7 wounds on his body. He relied on his formidable physique and cultivation to endure. Seeing this, Bai Jianyu became somewhat anxious. He thought to himself, "Father, if you don't make a move soon, my second brother will be dead." At this critical moment, a flying sword rushed in, directly forcing the 3 experts attacking Bai Hao to retreat. Everyone was astonished. Could it be that Bai Wudi has made a move? Bai Hao looked gratefully towards the direction from which the flying sword came. At this moment, Qin Tian stepped through the air, and the life and death sword returned to his hand. Bai Hao was momentarily stunned, not expecting that the one who had come to save him was someone he had previously looked down upon. Bai Jianyu, who was fighting the old man in the green robe not far away, was also quite surprised. He did not expect Qin Tian to be so powerful. He had indeed misjudged him. "Come out," Qin Tian said calmly. After that, 2 figures appeared from the distance. They were Zone Wu and Moe. "Young master," Zone Wu called respectfully. Qin Tian nodded and pointed at the old man in the green robe and his companions, saying, "Kill." With the addition of 3 third-level Emperor Realm fighters, the pressure on Qingqiu was significantly reduced. After Qin Tian and the others joined the battle, Bai Sharu also arrived. She saved the critically injured leader of the Qi Fox clan and then fought fiercely with one of the third-level Emperor Realm experts. Upon seeing Bai Xiera's strength, the Qingqiu experts instantly felt it was worth it. As long as she continued to grow, the Fox clan would surely produce another Bai Wudi in the future. Qin Tian glanced at Bai Hao, who looked quite miserable, as if he had been flayed alive. His wounds were still bleeding. Considering that his misfortune was due to Bai Sharu, Qin Tian decided to forgive Bai Hao for his previous arrogance. The 3 experts besieging Bai Hao conferred for a moment. One of them rushed towards Qin Tian, attempting to hold him back, while the other 2 prepared to kill Bai Hao. At the moment they moved, Qin Tian immediately saw through their intentions. Thus he charged forward directly. Shattering stars. Qin Tian used this sword technique to charge forward, not to kill, but to clear a path. Swish. Qin Tian dashed past like a shadow, and the expert attempting to intercept him sensed the power of this sword. He decisively chose to evade. After the expert dodged Qin Tian's sword directly aimed at the 2 attacking Bai Hao. The 2 did not expect Qin Tian to breach their defenses so easily. In a moment of panic, the 2 decided to work together to block this attack. Hiss. The 2 were directly knocked back. After this exchange, both men recognized Qin Tian's formidable strength. Noting that he was no Fox clan native, they urged him. "This feud belongs solely to the Imperial Alliance and Qingqiu. Since you hail from neither, we urge you not to intervene. The Imperial Alliance is not to be trifled with. Think not only of yourself, but of your family as well." Threatening me. A cold, disdainful smile curled at the corners of Qin Tian's lips. "I merely believe you have no cause to oppose both Qingqiu and the Imperial Alliance." The Imperial Alliance expert replied. "Bai Sharu is under my protection. Does that not make it very much my concern?" Qin Tian spoke loudly enough for many to hear. Even Long Outyin, standing at a distance, now glared at Qin Tian with undisguised hostility. Raising his life and death sword, Qin Tian prepared to unleash a killing blow. Swallow sun and moon. With a single thrust, Qin Tian's blade blazed with blinding radiance and summoned gales of staggering force. The sovereignty sword art channeled through the sovereign-grade life and death sword unleashed terrifying power. Faced with that strike, the two Imperial Alliance experts felt their hairs stand on end, the chilling breath of death itself brushing against their necks. Boom. Though they resisted with all their might, they were still grievously wounded, their weapons shattered upon impact. Now utterly crippled, they could only writhe in their final desperate throes. Bai Jiangyu, the azure-robed elder, and Long Outyin, three half-sovereign experts, were likewise stunned into silence by that single stroke. Even they knew such a blow would not yield to casual defense. Dismissing the two dying wretches, Qin Tian turned instead toward the one who had earlier barred his path. That man had just witnessed his comrade's brutal downfall. Now seeing this peerless executioner bearing down upon him, his courage shattered. He fled without hesitation, legs pumping in blind panic. Though Qin Tian's offensive prowess was monstrous, he remained only at Sovereign Realm Tier 1. Thus chasing down a Tier 3 sovereign fleeing at full speed demanded time. When he saw his quarry vanish into the distance, Qin Tian shifted his focus to other Imperial Alliance experts, only to find nearly every one of them scattering at his approach, none daring to stand and fight. Yet thanks to Qin Tian's repeated interventions, Qingqiu's pressure eased dramatically. The two opponents he had previously gravely wounded were finished off by Bai Hao. After pursuing the fugitive for a while, Qin Tian lost interest and charged instead toward the azure-robed elder. Seeing that lethal sword descend, the elder grimaced inwardly, already dreading the clash. Outmatched Tutin, he gradually faltered. From afar, Long Outyin observed and withdrew, certain the Imperial Alliance's retreat was inevitable. Qingqiu's warriors fought with mounting ferocity, while Imperial Alliance experts fell one after another, until finally the azure-robed elder had no choice but to issue the order to withdraw. Bai Jiangyu, relying on his superior cultivation, pursued relentlessly, slaying two more Tier 3 sovereigns along the way. In the end, Qingqiu lost only one Tier 3 sovereign, while the Imperial Alliance suffered 6 fatalities. Their losses were catastrophic. After the battle, the survivors returned to the Celestial Fox Hall. Zhong Wu and Moe stood silently behind Qin Tian, motionless as statues. Qingqiu's elders began speculating in hushed tones about Qin Tian's origins. What lineage or sect could command 2 Tier 3 sovereigns as retainers? Even among their own Fox clans, Tier 3 sovereigns ranked among the most exalted, each revered beyond measure. Moreover, they recalled Qin Tian declaring Bai Xiaoru as under his protection. Some now quietly mused, perhaps accepting him as Qingqiu's son-in-law would not be so unthinkable after all. Bai Jiangyu coughed twice to quiet the hall, then addressed Qin Tian. We owe you our deepest gratitude for your timely aid. Other elders echoed his thanks. Without Qin Tian, most of them would likely have perished on the battlefield. Bai Hao stepped forward and said, I misjudged you earlier. I was mistaken. I offer my sincere apology. Qin Tian gave a slight nod. No grudge held, no words exchanged. Just then Bai Xiao dashed over and chirped, brother-in-law. Now that things have settled, will you forge me a sword? She handed him a meticulously drawn schematic. Her words left many present utterly bewildered, until those privy to the truth discreetly shared the background via spirit voice transmission. Once the full story emerged, disbelief reigned. No one accepted it as truth. They dismissed it as sheer bravado. A youth of such prodigious strength was already miraculous. Claiming mastery over sovereignty or forging and alchemy struck them as preposterous. I'm withdrawing my support for this marriage. Boasting is hardly a virtue, someone murmured skeptically. Exactly. A habitual liar is almost certainly a scoundrel. Qin Tian, reviewing the schematic, overheard these whispers. He felt profoundly wronged. How had he become a scoundrel overnight? At that moment, Bai Hao stepped forward and said, let's treat what happened earlier as mere jest. No one should take it seriously. Having instigated the misunderstanding, he sought to ease Qin Tian's predicament, to grant him graceful recourse and repay his debt of gratitude. No need, Qin Tian replied. I keep my word. I only have sovereignty or mid-grade materials on hand. I'll forge you a sovereignty or mid-grade sword. Yes, yes. Bai Xiao nodded eagerly, her heart fluttering at the thought of wielding a sovereignty or weapon even as a minor saint. Bai Hao sighed inwardly, offering a dignified exit, yet the young man refused to step down. Just then the Azure Fox clan's chieftain could no longer contain himself. By your tone you imply you could forge a sovereignty or high-grade weapon, if supplied with high-grade materials. Not impossible, Qin Tian replied coolly. The chieftain arched a brow. Do you know no one in Zhongzhou has forged a sovereignty or high-grade weapon in over 10,000 years? I did not know. Then how dare you claim such capability? Blunt by nature, the chieftain confronted Qin Tian directly. Beyond pride, he harbored a private motive, his own son cherished by Xiaoru. Humbling Qin Tian might yet open a path for his heir. Bai Jiangyu's expression darkened. He sent a private message to Bai Xiaoru, persuade him, tell him to stop boasting. His earlier favorable impression of Qin Tian had curdled into distaste. Before Bai Xiaoru could respond, Qin Tian declared, "What others cannot do does not bind me." "Then prove it. Forge one before my eyes." The chieftain seized the challenge. "I can forge it, if I had sovereignty or high-grade materials. Or will you supply them?" Seizing the opening, Qin Tian offered Bai Xiaoru smoothly interjected, "Without proper materials, let's postpone this for another day." She knew he could forge a mid-grade sovereign weapon, but high-grade, that remained uncertain. Indeed, Zhongzhou had seen no such feat in 10 millennia. "Our Azure Fox clan does possess high-grade sovereignty or forging materials, but I fear entrusting them to you may result in ruin." Zhongwu immediately countered, "If ruined, I'll compensate you with this mid-grade sovereign weapon of mine." Eager to demonstrate loyalty and confident Qin Tian would reward him, he stepped forward without hesitation. The crowd gasped. Even his subordinate wielded a mid-grade sovereign weapon. "Let me see it," the chieftain demanded. Zhongwu handed it over instantly. Upon inspection, the chieftain confirmed. It was genuine, a mid-grade sovereign weapon. His own weapon was merely low-grade. "Very well, I accept your wager." With that, he produced the Azure Fox clan's treasured azure jade lapis ore. Qin Tian accepted the ore and asked, "If I succeed in forging a high-grade sovereign weapon, this ore becomes mine." "Yours." The chieftain agreed without hesitation. "Agreed, let it be settled." Hearing this, he allowed himself a quiet, triumphant smile, as if the mid-grade sovereign weapon were already his. Watching the wager unfold, many regretted not stepping forward first. A high-grade sovereign weapon, unforged in Zhongzhou for 10,000 years, was now claimed achievable by a man barely past his 30s. None believed it, not unless he were an ancient cultivator thousands of years old. Bai Jiangyu shook his head, disappointment deepening with every passing moment. He was already devising ways to separate his daughter from this reckless youth. Qing Lan frowned pensively. Of all present, only Bai Xiaoru and Bai Xiaoxiao retained even a sliver of faith in him. After acquiring the materials, Qin Tian followed Bai Xiaoru to the refining chamber. At the door, Bai Xiaoru tugged at Qin Tian's sleeve, a hint of worry in her expression. Qin Tian turned his head and said, "Trust me, mm." Then Qin Tian walked into the refining chamber and began his work, while others watched from the entrance. Qin Tian placed the Qingjin Liuli ore on the golden anvil and took out the divine hammer to start forging. With each strike, the expressions of the onlookers changed, for they realized Qin Tian's hammer was extraordinary. "Is that a top-tier imperial hammer?" Bai Hao exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. "Indeed," Bai Jiangyu replied with a serious expression. Having an upper-tier imperial weapon, he could tell that this hammer was a notch above his own sword. With confirmation, everyone was astonished, especially the leader of the Qing Fox tribe, who wondered what on earth a top-tier imperial refining hammer was. His confidence was waning. Bai Jiangyu asked Bai Xiaoru what is his background. "With a top-tier imperial weapon, he must be from an ancient force at least of our level. Moreover, top-tier imperial weapons have been passed down from the mythical age 100,000 years ago. After the end of the mythical age, various Dao lineages in the 9 provinces disappeared. The most severely affected were alchemy and artifact refining. Although there are preserved top-tier imperial weapons, he had never heard of one that was a hammer." Bai Xiaoru thought for a moment and replied, "I only know he was a junior uncle from the Kunlun Sword Sect in the Eastern Continent. The strongest person in that sect is only at the first level of the Saint Realm." Bai Jiangyu nodded, no longer feeling the previous disgust. A few days later, Qin Tian finally completed refining several types of artifact materials. In addition to the Qingjin Liuli or Qin Tian also refined several types of mid-tier imperial materials. The second step was to begin the fusion, which took Qin Tian a week. Then came the third step, the engraving of the array, which was the most critical step. Bai Jiangyu and the others had learned some arrays. Initially, they could understand a bit, but later they were completely lost. However, the array did not collapse, indicating that the engraving was still proceeding normally. At this moment, the heart of the Qing Fox tribe leader was in his throat. If Qin Tian succeeded, he would not only lose the mid-tier imperial weapon, but also his ancestral ore. This was undoubtedly a huge gamble for him. Those who had previously complained about not stating their bets began to feel fortunate. After a while, Qin Tian finally completed the forging under the anxious gazes of the crowd. Suddenly, a phenomenon appeared in the sky above Qingqiu. Qin Tian picked up the sword, looked at it, and said, "Not bad." Then he smiled at the Qing Fox elder, saying, "Thank you for your materials." The Qing Fox elder looked pained and replied, "You flatter me." The onlookers were dumbfounded, having witnessed the birth of a top-tier imperial weapon, something few would believe if told. "This person is a prodigy. He must be the best artifact refiner in the 9 provinces. I think he would make a fine son-in-law for our Qingqiu. Yes, I see him as a perfect match for the imperial princess. Weren't you against this marriage before?" That was a misjudgment. Various strong figures discussed animatedly, their eyes shining as they looked at Qin Tian. If they could keep him, they would all have the chance to possess top-tier imperial weapons. It should be noted that the Fox tribe previously had only one top-tier imperial weapon in Bai Jiang Ye's hands. If they were all equipped with top-tier imperial weapons, Kinkia's strength would skyrocket. Bai Jiangyu, who had previously been displeased with Qin Tian, was now praising him with a smile. Nephew, you truly are a prodigy. Qin Tian smiled and handed the imperial weapon to Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao, excited, received the imperial weapon and hugged Qin Tian, saying, "Thank you, brother-in-law." Bai Xiao shot Qin Tian a glance and muttered, "He has managed to show off again. The bet for artifact refining is complete. Next, I will refine pills. Still top-tier imperial ones. Is anyone willing to bet with me?" The discussion came to a halt. Many mouths agape in shock. Is he serious? Qing Fox leader, you were regretting it before, weren't you? An opportunity has come. Forget it, I'm too poor to bet, you go ahead. Qin Tian's gaze swept over, and the Qing Fox leader did not dare meet his eyes, quickly looking down. Bai Hao also instinctively took 2 steps back. Clearly he was intimidated by Qin Tian's previous actions. The strong figures in the field did not believe Qin Tian could refine a top-tier imperial pill. After all, there had never been a record of someone being both a top-tier artifact refiner and a top-tier alchemist in their Fox tribe. After all, a person's energy is limited, he still needs to cultivate. However, even with such thoughts, no one dared to bet, for Qin Tian had already shattered an impossible notion. Qin Tian sighed, originally hoping to get something for free. But now everyone had backed down. Just as Qin Tian was about to take out his only top-tier imperial spiritual herb, Bai Jiangyu approached him, saying, "Nephew, I have a top-tier imperial spiritual herb for you." After speaking, Bai Jiangyu took out a 9-leaf spirit grass, the main herb for the top-tier 9-spirit pill. "Thank you, Uncle," Qin Tian said, accepting the 9-leaf spirit grass without hesitation. Seeing Bai Jiang's gesture, the purple fox elder slapped his forehead in regret. "I want bet, but I can give. This is an excellent opportunity to build connections." Several tribe leaders beside him realized the significance of the purple fox elder's action. While Qin Tian searched for auxiliary herbs in his ring, 2 tribe leaders rushed over with bright ideas. "I have a 15,000-year-old earth milk that is perfect to refine with the 9-leaf spirit grass. I also have a millennium-old 100-spirit ghost grass that is just right. I have a disciple who can also refine imperial weapons. He is in the Lin family business in the Chongming Empire. If you need anything, you can find him. If you have high-tier imperial weapons, feel free to make an appointment with me. If the compensation is appropriate, I can help you refine them." All right. The 2 tribe leaders smiled broadly, surprised that Qin Tian's disciple was already a top-tier artifact refiner. He was indeed a super asset. Qin Tian took out the 9 Heavens Mystic Fire Furnace. Boom. The furnace landed heavily on the ground. With a slight activation, of fire emerged inside. "Is that the 9 Heavens Mystic Fire?" Bai Hao exclaimed in astonishment. Not just him, but the other strong figures were equally shocked. The fire was terrifying. Even they at the 3rd level of the Imperial realm could not withstand it, and could only dodge. A furnace capable of containing the 9 Heavens Mystic Fire had to be at least a top-tier Imperial weapon. Was this another top-tier Imperial item? At this moment, they had truly broadened their horizons, witnessing 2 top-tier Imperial weapons at once. Bai Jiangyu stepped forward and said, "I hope everyone keeps the matter of the top-tier Imperial weapon under wraps. It must not be leaked." As the Lord of Qingqiu, he immediately considered the implications of this matter. If the news leaked, Qin Tian and even the entire Qingqiu would become targets of everyone's envy. Such a figure and a top-tier Imperial weapon would attract covetous eyes from all major forces. With Bai Jiang's words, the expressions of the tribe leaders became serious, and they began to swear oaths to the heavens. Qin Tian felt a bit frightened. He had indeed been a bit carried away and hadn't considered this point. After this battle with the Imperial Alliance, he felt that the waters of the central continent were very deep, and he had not yet reached the bottom. For example, Bai Wudi of Qingqiu was an unparalleled powerhouse 1,000 years ago. What realm must he be at now? After settling his emotions, Qin Tian began to refine pills. He took it step by step. Refining top-tier Imperial pills was far more challenging than mid-tier ones. Moreover, as it was his first time refining, the progress was slow. The first step took 7 days. The second and third steps also took 7 days, each totaling 21 days for the pill to finally be completed. At this point, Qin Tian was drenched in sweat from the prolonged control of the fire, and Bai Xiaoru kindly helped him wipe it away. Bai Jiangyu saw his daughter's actions and nodded in satisfaction. "As expected of my daughter, she is very considerate, a match made in heaven." Qing Lan was increasingly pleased as well. The moment the furnace lid opened, the entire hall was filled with rich medicinal fragrance, intoxicating to all. Then 3 green pills filled with spiritual energy flew out. Qin Tian had long been prepared, using his magic to intercept them. He then collected the pills into his hands. Seeing the pills in Qin Tian's hands, the strong figures were drooling. Having lived for thousands of years, they had never consumed pills of this grade. Qin Tian took out one and handed it to Bai Xiaoru, saying, "This is for you." Bai Xiaoru received it without any surprise, as she knew Qin Tian would give it to her. The others could only envy her. Seeing the interaction between Qin Tian and his daughter Qin Lan felt that they were both interested in each other. So she decided to fan the flames. "I heard you two have been sleeping together. Why not find a time to hold the Dao partner ceremony?" "Yes." Bai Jiangyu also chimed in. "A man must take responsibility. If you want to take advantage, our Qingxiu won't agree." Qin Tian felt a bit awkward, unsure how to respond as the situation was too sudden. He hadn't considered this issue before. "Dad, what are you talking about?" Bai Xiaoru blushed and pulled Qin Tian away. After running for a distance, Bai Xiaoru released Qin Tian's hand. "What would you have said if I hadn't pulled you away?" After Bai Xiaoru asked, her delicate face flushed like a flower, her enchanting starry eyes blinked nervously, a hint of fear lingering within her. "How do you wish for me to respond?" Qin Tian threw the question back. "I was the one who asked first." Bai Xiaoru pouted. "Do you wish to marry me?" That night, guided by Bai Xiaoxiao, Qin Tian arrived at Bai Xiaoru's boudoir. It was simpler and more modest than he had imagined, with not much decoration. Her bed was pink, and when Qin Tian lay down it felt soft and comfortable. Perhaps due to the fatigue from continuous alchemy and refining, he soon fell asleep. After Bai Xiaoru finished her bath and returned to her room, she was startled to see someone lying on her bed. However, upon seeing it was Qin Tian, she felt relieved. She walked over and noticed that Qin Tian was already asleep, feeling a bit dissatisfied. Her spot had been occupied, but thinking of Qin Tian's hard work over the past few days, she decided not to disturb him. She gently sat on the edge of the bed, quietly watching Qin Tian, and soon became lost in thought. In the past, she had been carefree, never expecting to develop feelings. But now she had to admit that she had feelings for the man before her. A stunning beauty who drove countless emperors mad had surprisingly found her heart's desire. Looking at Qin Tian's fair face, she couldn't help but gently pinch it. Just then Qin Tian opened his eyes, dare to offend the master. In the midst of speaking, his hand had unknowingly found its way to Bai Xiaoru's slender waist. Just as she prepared to resist, Qin Tian exerted force. Bai Xiaoru was embraced in his arms, her body stiffened, unsure of how to react. In his embrace was a fragrant and delicate figure. Her alluring curves stirred Qin Tian's desire. He couldn't help but lean closer to Bai Xiaoru's face. Bai Xiaoru wanted to dodge, but recalling all that Qin Tian had done for her, she hesitated. Qin Tian was not the kind of person to miss an opportunity. As Bai Xiaoru hesitated, he kissed her directly. Bai Xiaoru's eyes widened in shock, and Qin Tian took a deep breath on her face while she was still stunned. So fragrant. Bai Xiaoru's breathing quickened her breath like orchids, and at that moment Qin Tian felt as though he had reached a new height. Although there had been hugs and touches before, this was the first time their lips had met. Bai Xiaoru's heart raced, and her innate shyness made her feel somewhat lost. Seeing that Bai Xiaoru showed no signs of resistance, Qin Tian grew bolder. Bai Xiaoru felt Qin Tian's advance, let out a scream, and slapped his hand. Then she hurriedly sat up, looking at Qin Tian with a mix of embarrassment and anger. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward, and Qin Tian closed his eyes, pretending to sleep. Previously, when he took advantage of a Miaoling, she had secretly enjoyed it, but now it was her turn. Truly, what goes around comes around. "Get up, this is my room." Bai Xiaoru shook Qin Tian and said. Qin Tian opened his eyes. "Not getting up. Your father sent Xiao Xiao to bring me here to sleep." On a nearby hill, Bai Jiangyu, who was eavesdropping, felt embarrassed, not expecting to be sold out so quickly. He turned to leave, leaving Bai Xiaoxiao mumbling, "Go for it, brother-in-law." Bai Xiaoru could do nothing about Qin Tian's shamelessness, only scolding, "You're taking advantage of me today. I'll get back at you." Qin Tian nodded, then moved deeper into the bed, leaving half the space for Bai Xiaoru. Bai Xiaoru placed the blanket in the middle, creating a line to separate Qin Tian. Then she lay down. Qin Tian lay on his side, staring longingly at Bai Xiaoru's graceful curves. Such a beautiful enchantress was a sight to behold, but could not be touched. It was truly a pity. The next morning, Qin Tian found that his wish had been realized. He had inadvertently been touched. Because Bai Xiaoru moved in her sleep, she unknowingly ended up on top of Qin Tian. Qin Tian took a deep breath, so fragrant. This time, he did not move recklessly, simply wrapping one arm around her and patiently waiting for Bai Xiaoru to wake up. The sun in Qingxiu was warm, and the rays shone through the window. Bai Xiaoru's face was directly facing the window, making it somewhat glaring. When she opened her eyes, she discovered this ambiguous scene. Qin Tian was looking at her, and before Bai Xiaoru could speak, Qin Tian preemptively said, "I didn't cross the line, you came over yourself." Bai Xiaoru took a deep breath. "So your hand was also placed there by me?" Qin Tian instinctively nodded. Bai Xiaoru immediately sat up and kicked at him. Qin Tian knew he was in the wrong, so he did not retaliate. His physical body was like an imperial weapon. It could not be harmed, let alone by Xiaoru's ordinary punches. After getting out of bed, Qin Tian took a walk by a nearby stream. He happened to run into Bai Jiangyu. Did you sleep well last night, dear nephew? Not bad. As a man grows, he should marry my daughter is so beautiful. If you don't seize the chance, she will be taken away. Uncle, don't worry, as long as I'm here, she won't be taken away. Qin Tian smiled. Bai Jiangyu nodded, and then said, I want to talk to you about the matters concerning D Tian. D Tian is the leader of the D Alliance. They consist of 10 factions, and only part of them came before. From what I know, D Tian is currently in seclusion. Once he emerges, his power will be infinitely close to that of a supreme being. So the crisis for my daughter has not yet been resolved. Qin Tian nodded and said, I heard there's a senior named Bai Wudi in Qingqiu. How can he not intervene? It's very difficult to have my father intervene. Since my father is currently unreachable, even if he can be contacted, he cannot easily intervene. Because D Tian is backed by the D clan, an extremely powerful ancient family. The D clan was a dominant force during the mythological era. Although they are not as strong as they once were, they still possess deep roots. If my father intervenes, they will also send out equally powerful figures. Qin Tian slightly nodded. In that case, I will take Bai Xiaoru away in the next few days. My place is on the edge of Zhongzhou, making it hard for D Tian to discover us. I will find a way to deal with the D Alliance. Bai Jiangyu nodded. He wouldn't have believed this in the past. But Qin Tian was a miracle in itself, so anything was possible. Not to mention, with his status as a high-grade weapon refiner and alchemist, gathering a group of powerful subordinates was quite easy. After chatting for a while, Qin Tian returned to Bai Xiaoru's boudoir. At that moment, Bai Xiaoru was indeed practicing her breathing exercises. Seeing Qin Tian return, she stopped, asking, Where did you go? I just went out for a walk and chatted with your father. Oh, what did you talk about? Your father said he wants to marry you off to me. Aren't you going to break through in the next few days? Once you do, we will go to the Qin residence. Qin Tian said. Bai Xiaoru nodded. Although she felt comfortable at home, being at home meant that the people from the D Alliance could return at any time. When the D Alliance came again, they would certainly come prepared. Night fell once more. Qin Tian lay down early, waiting for Bai Xiaoru. Bai Xiaoru did not get on the bed, but instead brought over a lounge chair to lie on. Preparing to sleep on the lounge chair, Qin Tian stood up and walked towards Bai Xiaoru. Bai Xiaoru suddenly became tense. What do you want to do? I have given you the bed. Qin Tian smiled. How can I let a woman sleep on a lounge chair? You go sleep on the bed, I will sleep on the lounge chair. Forget it then. Bai Xiaoru seemed a bit disbelieving. Do you want me to hug you? Bai Xiaoru immediately stood up and ran towards the bed. Qin Tian suddenly sat down on the lounge chair. Crack! The leg of the lounge chair broke directly. Qin Tian stood up and touched his head. This chair is of poor quality. After saying that, he walked towards the side of the bed. Did you do that on purpose? Bai Xiaoru said angrily. Qin Tian sat down on the edge of the bed. It's not the first time sleeping, why be shy? After saying that, he directly lay down. Bai Xiaoru instinctively moved inwards to make room for Qin Tian. With no other choice, Bai Xiaoru could only wrap herself in the quilt and wait until Qin Tian fell asleep before she could sleep. That night, Qin Tian dreamt of eating steamed buns. The next day, Qin Tian woke up to a scream. After that, Bai Xiaoru became even more diligent in her cultivation, as she wanted to leave Qingqiu as soon as possible. Returning to the Qin residence, at least, she had her own separate room. Here, her father deliberately arranged for them to live together. By the third day, Bai Xiaoru finally broke through to the second level of the Emperor realm. In terms of combat power, perhaps only her father could rival her. At noon, Qin Tian prepared a large table of dishes and invited Bai Xiaoru's family for a meal. Wow! Finally, I can eat my brother-in-law's cooking again. As soon as Bai Xiaoxiao arrived, she screamed. Seeing their daughter's expression, Bai Jiangyu and Qin Lan were also somewhat eager. Now the two of them had already regarded Qin Tian as their son-in-law. Bai Xiaoru served her parents a bowl of dragon hoof soup. After drinking, Qin Lan and Bai Jiangyu praised the taste is indeed quite good. Having lived for so many years, they had never drunk such delicious soup. Moreover, this meat was from a five-clawed golden dragon, a type of meat they had never eaten before. Because in the central region of the Middle State, the dragon clan's influence was very strong. Eating dragon meat was an insult to the dragon clan, so basically no one ate dragon meat. After eating, Qin Lan and Bai Jiangyu began to advise Bai Xiaoru, knowing that their daughter was about to leave. At the same time, they felt a bit guilty for not being able to protect their daughter. Bai Xiaoxiao also sensed their intention to leave, insisting on following them. Initially, her parents rejected, as they wanted a daughter to accompany them. However, they could not withstand Bai Xiaoxiao's insistence. Moreover, Bai Xiaoxiao had indeed improved rapidly since following Qin Feng. In the end, they had to compromise. Indeed, following a high-ranking alchemist in the Emperor realm, her cultivation would surely progress quickly. Finally, the three set off together towards the Qin residence in the Chongming Empire. To shake off their pursuers, they took a detour, making it unclear to the members of the Emperor Alliance where Qin Tian and the others had gone. 5 days later, the three had left the central region of the Middle State. They arrived at the capital of the Wolf God Empire, Wolf God City. The Wolf God Empire is an empire ruled by the Wolf Clan. Within the empire, humans and wolves coexist. However, since the Wolf Clan are the rulers, their status is relatively higher. The three initially planned to leave directly, but they heard that there would be an auction here tomorrow. So they decided to stay a little longer. From the news, they learned that a 20,000-year-old spirit herb, an emperor-grade top-tier spirit herb, would be auctioned. Qin Tian planned to acquire this spirit herb. With a higher cultivation level, eating higher-grade pills would lead to faster improvements. Qin Tian found a human inn to stay. He did not wander around, because he often saw humans being bullied on the streets. So Qin Tian could only turn a blind eye. At night, Bai Xiaoru insisted on sleeping with Bai Xiaoxiao, leaving Qin Tian to sleep alone. Sleeping alone was too boring, so he began to comprehend his transformation technique. After all, he possessed the cultivation talent of the second-rank supreme, and he could not waste it. After a night of cultivation, the results were quite evident. Thus, he began to ponder if there was any way to enhance in Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru's bloodlines. He first thought of pills, so he began to review the pill formulas he possessed. However, after searching for a long time, he could not find any formulas that could improve emperor-grade cultivation talent. In the end, he thought that he would need supreme-grade pills to enhance emperor-grade cultivation talent. However, he did not have any supreme-grade pill formulas. After thinking for a while, he began to try communicating with the sign-in system. Can you give me a pill formula? Ding. Task triggered. Obtain supreme-grade spirit herbs Tian Root Phoenix, Zhu Fruit, Dao Supreme Fruit. Tian Root Phoenix, Zhu Fruit Acquisition Location Demon God Island. Dao Supreme Fruit Acquisition Location, Dao Supreme Tower Clearance Reward. Hearing this string of voices, Qin Tian was delighted, not expecting the system to truly respond. Although it only provided information on these three spirit herbs, collecting them all would surely yield a pill formula reward, otherwise the system would not issue this task. He enjoyed taking on tasks, as besides the pill formula reward, there should also be sign-in value bonuses. With the sign-in value bonus, he could elevate his realm more quickly. However, he did not know where these places were. So he could only wait to return and ask in Miaoling and the Ice Jade Empress if they knew. When the time for the auction approached, Qin Tian set off with the Bai Xiaoru sisters. Arriving at the auction's entrance, Qin Tian displayed a low-grade emperor pill and was led inside. Once inside, the three found a place to sit. In the venue, both humans and monsters were present. The auctioneer was even a beautiful werewolf, half human and half monster with a tail behind her. Seeing the tail reminded him of Bai Xiaoru's tail. The items up for auction did not interest Qin Tian until the end, when the Nirvana fruit finally began to be auctioned. This fruit could rival mid-tier emperor pills even without refining. Its effect was to enhance talent and improve cultivation, especially effective for those with phoenix bloodlines. Once the Nirvana fruit was up for auction, many powerful beings participated. Qin Tian was determined to acquire it, intending to take it back as a gift for Miaoling. As the bidding progressed, the price increases slowed down, and only two bidders remained: an elder at the third level of the Emperor realm and a young Wolf Clan boy at the first level. The boy was very arrogant, having learned from the crowd's discussions that he was the prince of the Wolf God Empire. Thus, he showed no fear of the elder at the third level. When the Wolf Prince bid 2 low-grade Emperor pills, the elder still gave up. At this moment, Qin Tian directly stated 1 mid-grade Emperor pill. This bid left everyone a bit stunned, because consuming a mid-grade Emperor pill is slightly better than the Nirvana fruit, unless one has a Phoenix bloodline. The Wolf Prince looked at Qin Tian with a puzzled expression. Just as he was about to obtain the Nirvana fruit, he did not expect a new rival to appear. With the other party bidding 1 mid-grade Emperor pill, if he raised his bid, he would incur a loss, so he could only give up. After the auction ended, Qin Tian successfully acquired the Nirvana fruit. Subsequently, he prepared to leave the city with the 2 women and return to the Chongming Empire. However, just as they reached the city gate, they were stopped by the guards. Someone reported that you are spies from an enemy nation, now come with me. Qin Tian scoffed disdainfully, recalling the Wolf Prince's unfriendly gaze from before. Give you a chance to live, step aside, or die. A powerful pressure emanated from Qin Tian. Upon sensing the pressure, the guards began to have second thoughts. However, remembering the prince's orders, they could only brace themselves. Leave these people to me, Bai Xiaoxiao said as she stepped forward, having yet to use the imperial weapon she had received. With that, she summoned the illusion of the 9-tailed fox and fiercely slashed forward with the imperial weapon. In an instant, a group of guards were struck down, injured, and sprawled on the ground. Bai Xiaoxiao sheathed her sword, thoroughly pleased with her move. Then she sweetly said, "Let's go, brother-in-law." Just as they were about to leave, a voice called out, "You guards of the Wolf God Empire think you can just walk away after attacking us." Qin Tian turned back to see the Wolf Prince approaching with 2 powerful second-level imperial experts. Upon seeing the 2 women, a strong possessiveness flashed in his eyes. I've heard that the women of the Nine Tails tribe are rare beauties, and the Qingqiu Empress has even destroyed 2 powerful empires with her beauty. Seeing you today, it truly lives up to its reputation. How about you come with me to the Wolf God Palace? I will definitely treat you well. Huh, you toad wish to eat swan meat. Bai Xiaoxiao could not help but scold. Seeing the prince's expression, she knew what he was thinking. Hearing Bai Xiaoxiao's words, the prince's face turned ugly. Someone had actually compared him to a toad. This is my Wolf God Empire. You are seeking death. Once I capture you, let's see how I will teach you. Qin Tian shot a cold glance over, just as Bai Xiaoxiao had already made her move. One of the second-level Imperial experts beside the prince stepped forward. Heavenly Demon Claw. Bai Xiaoxiao raised her delicate hand and struck out with a claw from afar. Swish. The second-level Imperial expert was directly sent flying, several bloody wounds appearing on his body. By the time he landed, he was already on the verge of death. This shocked the prince so much that his legs trembled. An elder beside him quickly supported the prince and fled to a distance. However, Bai Xiaoxiao had no intention of letting them go and struck out with another claw from afar. The 2 fell to the ground. Qin Tian smiled, saying, "You are becoming more and more like a female emperor. I like it." Bai Xiaoxiao avoided Qin Tian's teasing gaze and flew towards the Chongming Empire, with Qin Tian following closely behind. A minute later, the Wolf God Emperor arrived beside his son's corpse and was filled with rage upon seeing his son's death and the claw marks on his body. Find out who did this. I want to see which powerful member of the Fox tribe is responsible. My Wolf tribe will never let this go. The Wolf tribe in Central Zhou is also a very powerful clan, and the Wolf God Empire is part of the Wolf tribe. Qin Tian and the others inadvertently created a significant cause and effect, a twist of fate. After returning to the Qin residence, Qin Tian went to find Miaoling. It had been a long time since they last met, and he missed her. At that moment, Miaoling was practicing swordplay in a thin black training outfit, which perfectly outlined her alluring curves. At this time, she had her hair tied in a ponytail, and paired with her stunning beauty, she appeared very pure and charming. This inevitably reminded Qin Tian of the steamed buns he dreamt of eating before. Feeling Qin Tian's unusual gaze, Miaoling felt a little uncomfortable and stopped. However, when she saw Qin Tian captivated by her charm, she secretly felt a hint of joy. Seeing that Miaoling had stopped, Qin Tian could no longer hold back and directly walked up to her for an embrace. At the same time, his hands wandered behind her, saying, "I've missed you." Since Miaoling was wearing something relatively thin, the touch was quite comfortable. And Miaoling suddenly broke free from Qin Tian's embrace, saying, "Do you believe I will chop your hands off?" Seeing that Miaoling was angry, Qin Tian took out a nirvana fruit, saying, "This is a gift for you. I was just too eager to see you." Seeing Qin Tian take out the nirvana fruit to appease her, she gradually calmed down. The 2 then sat down together and started chatting about some matters concerning the Fox tribe. Finally, Qin Tian asked Miaoling if she knew where the Demon God Island and the Supreme Dao Tower were located. Being the reincarnation of a female emperor, she actually knew. Demon God Island is located over the Tongtian Sea in Central Zhou. It is said that Demon God Island has existed since the mythological era 100,000 years ago, and a demon god once appeared there. As for now, there are also some powerful forces stationed there, but I am not too clear about the specifics. As for the Supreme Dao Tower, it appears once every 1,000 years on the Supreme Mountain. It is said that this tower is at least a supreme treasure, but no one has been able to subdue it. Entering the tower can yield rewards. I once entered and obtained a mid-grade spirit medicine of the imperial rank. Qin Tian nodded and asked, "When will the Supreme Dao Tower open next?" "I need to obtain the reward of the Supreme Dao Fruit." And Miaoling frowned and calculated finally, saying, "In about 5 years, I guess." Seeing in Miaoling's expression, it was clear that she was also looking forward to the tower's appearance. I will prepare to go to Demon God Island in a few days to look for medicinal materials. Later, after obtaining the Supreme Dao Fruit, I will be able to refine Supreme level pills, which will also help improve your cultivation qualifications. Supreme level pills. And Miaoling was somewhat shocked. Ever since the end of the mythological era 100,000 years ago, there had been no appearance of Supreme level pills, let alone top-tier imperial pills. Because spiritual medicines from tens of thousands of years ago are extremely rare, and the level of alchemists is also insufficient. "Are you sure you can refine Supreme level pills?" And Miaoling asked. "Let's give it a try. I haven't practiced before. If I manage to refine it, will there be any rewards?" Reward? To be honest, she did not really believe that Qin Tian could refine Supreme level pills. If it were top-tier imperial pills, she might believe it a little. Supreme level pills are too elusive. Not to mention now, even during the mythological era 100,000 years ago, those who could refine Supreme level pills were probably extremely rare. And Miaoling thought for a moment and said, "If you succeed, I will agree to one of your conditions." Qin Tian's eyes lit up and his motivation to refine pills grew stronger. "Are you sure?" "Sure." Although she saw through Qin Tian's mischievous intentions, she still agreed. She did not believe that Qin Tian could actually refine it. If he did, what was the harm in letting her gain a little advantage? After all, he was her master, not an outsider. Qin Tian was so happy that he wanted to hug her again, but was cleverly avoided by Miaoling. She smiled gently as if to say, "You cannot take advantage of me." After that, Qin Tian went to find Bai Xiaoxiao, wanting to make a bet with her as well. Bai Xiaoxiao was also very surprised to hear that Qin Tian wanted to refine supreme-level pills. Rationally, she did not believe it, but she had a vague feeling that Qin Tian might really be able to do it. In the end, to avoid Qin Tian continuing to take advantage of her, she agreed. A few days later, Qin Tian set off happily on his journey to Demon God Island. Demon God Island is quite far from the Chongming Empire, and it took Qin Tian 5 days to reach the Tongtian Sea. The depths of Tongtian Sea are a life-forbidden zone in the Jiuzhou region. Even if you are a powerful imperial expert, entering the depths often leads to no return. Historical records show that many half-step supreme beings from Jiuzhou have fallen in the depths of the Tongtian Sea. It is home to not only sea tribes, but many other races as well. In short, there are many rumors about the Tongtian Sea. The periphery of the Tongtian Sea also has numerous islands, many of which are home to hidden powers. Qin Tian found a city called Icy City along the seaside. Icy City is one of the larger cities nearby, with several fleets dedicated to traveling to some islands in the Tianhai. Of course, they rarely ventured deep into the Tianhai. After arriving at the fleet, Qin Tian found the manager. Upon discovering that Qin Tian was only at the spiritual movement stage, the manager intended to drive him away. He did not believe that someone at the spiritual movement stage could afford a ticket. Seeing the manager's intent, Qin Tian directly released the aura of the Emperor realm, instantly subduing the manager. The manager immediately became respectful, saying, "So it's a senior, I apologize for my rudeness. May I ask where you wish to go?" "To Yaoshan Island." Hearing this, the manager frowned and replied, "Yaoshan Island is within the territory of the Absolute Abyss. We do not go there. Is there no way to negotiate?" Qin Tian inquired. "Well," seeing the manager hesitate, Qin Tian understood. "What if the reward is a low-grade Emperor-level pill?" "A low-grade Emperor-level pill? Are you sure?" the manager asked in surprise. "Absolutely. Please wait, I'll consult the captain." Qin Tian nodded, and the manager left. Shortly after, a middle-aged man with sword-like eyebrows and dressed in white rushed over. "Are you the one offering a low-grade Emperor-level pill to go to Yaoshan Island?" "Yes." "Then can I request a healing pill? My daughter needs it." "Sure." Qin Tian directly took out a 6-turn water source pill and handed it to the middle-aged man in white. "This pill is quite effective for healing." The middle-aged man's face lit up with excitement. "Thank you. My name is Yifeng, please follow me." Yifeng then led Qin Tian to his ship. The ship was neither large nor small. It was wrapped in a layer of secret silver iron, providing decent defense. It could withstand the attacks of a Saint Realm expert for a short time. As soon as the two boarded the ship, a cute little girl ran over. "Daddy." The little girl was very adorable, with twin ponytails and wearing a pink dress, though her complexion was rather pale. Yifeng patted the little girl's head and said, "This is my daughter Yian. Previously, our fleet mistakenly entered a poisonous fog area, causing Aner to be poisoned. When we returned, although the poison was cured, it left behind a hidden ailment. With this pill from you, Aner should be able to recover." Yian's eyes lit up upon hearing her father's words. Then she said to Qin Tian, "Thank you, uncle." Qin Tian smiled gently and then asked Yifeng, "When do we set sail?" "In half an hour. Please rest in the cabin while I give my daughter the pill." After Qin Tian nodded, he found a cabin to settle in. The cabin had tables, chairs, and a bed. Qin Tian collapsed onto the bed, grateful to finally get some rest after days of travel. After a while, a horn sounded from outside. Then Qin Tian felt the ship move. Once the speed stabilized, it felt quite fast. Knock, knock. A series of knocks followed, and a voice came from outside. "Young master, this journey will take about 5 days. Please rest well." After the person left, upon hearing it would take so long, Qin Tian felt that choosing to take the ship was a wise decision. If he had flown, it would have been exhausting to fly for 5 days. That night, Qin Tian lay alone in bed and began to regret not bringing Bai Xiaoru or Miaoling with him. Especially Bai Xiaoru, having been alone for so many days, he might have missed the chance to have some bonds. But at this moment, regret was of no use. Days passed, and sometimes they encountered harsh weather, causing the ship to sway slightly. They occasionally encountered sea beasts, but those sea beasts were not very strong. Lin Feng, being an expert at the Emperor Realm's first level, could handle them. However, as the ship went deeper, Qin Tian could sense the attacking sea beasts growing stronger. On the final day, Yifeng came to knock on the door. When Qin Tian opened the door, he saw Yifeng looking troubled. "What's wrong?" "I detected a 2nd-level Emperor Realm sea beast ahead. I am no match for such a beast, so I want to turn back." Upon hearing this, Qin Tian's expression changed. Yifeng quickly said, "I will find a way to gradually repay you for your pill." Qin Tian replied calmly, "Since we are almost there, let's proceed. If a powerful sea beast attacks, I will handle it." You will handle it. That is a second-level Emperor Realm Sea Beast. Sea beasts are much stronger than the same-tier human experts in the water, Yifeng replied. A mere second-level Emperor Realm Sea Beast, I can handle it myself, Qin Tian scoffed. Well, Yifeng still hesitated after all this concerned his life, and he had his daughter with him. Seeing Yifeng struggle, Qin Tian continued, how about this, you give me your all in an attack. If I move, we turn back. If I don't move, we continue forward. But I am at the first level of the Emperor Realm, are you sure? Yifeng asked. Come on. Qin Tian did not waste words. So I really attack. Attack. If you can force me back even half a step, I will give you 3 low-grade Emperor-level pills. Surprised by Qin Tian's confidence, Yifeng thought he might be extraordinary, as the manager had mentioned his Emperor Realm strength. Strong as he may be, Yifeng did not believe that someone could withstand his full power attack without budging. Even a typical third-level Emperor Realm expert might find it hard to do. Thus, he had a great chance to obtain those 3 pills from Qin Tian. Determined to go all out for the 3 pills, he declared, I'm starting now. With that, Yifeng began to gather his strength. See, split fist. After gathering his power, he struck out with a fierce punch. Boom. With this punch, he felt as if he had hit a wall made of an emperor weapon. Qin Tian remained unmoved, but Yifeng was pushed back several steps, his entire fist turning red. Yifeng was somewhat shocked. This defense was too monstrous, comparable to an emperor weapon. Such a physical body could only belong to a dragon clan or a royal family in the Sea clan. Amidst his surprise, Yifeng felt a twinge of regret as he had lost the chance for 3 low-grade emperor-level pills. The ship continued to sail for a while, and upon sensing a powerful aura, Qin Tian went up to the deck. At that moment, not far ahead, a whirlpool appeared, and a gigantic sea beast gradually surfaced. The sea beast had 3 heads, all hideous. Each one screeched and barked loudly. A flicker of disgust flashed in Qin Tian's eyes, and with a thought, the sword of life and death flew out, slashing at one of the sea beast's heads. Swoosh! A white light flashed, and one of the sea beast's heads fell directly into the sea. The sea beast screeched in pain, and Qin Tian commanded the sword of life and death to continue its assault. In just a few moves, the sea beast could no longer make a sound, and its entire body sank into the depths. Yifeng watched in amazement. A second-level Emperor Realm sea beast was like paper in front of Qin Tian. At this moment, his respect for Qin Tian increased several folds. Subsequently, the ship smoothly entered the depths of the Tianhai. Arriving at this area meant they were very close to Yaoshan Island. Indeed, just an hour later they arrived. Passing through the mist, Qin Tian saw a massive island, vast and boundless. It was at least the size of an imperial territory in Zhongzhou. It was Yifeng's first visit as well, so he curiously scanned the surroundings. Once on the island, Qin Tian said, I need to find something. Will you return on your own, or wait for me? I will wait for you. Yifeng quickly replied. After all, this was already the outskirts of the absolute abyss. If he returned alone and encountered a formidable sea beast, he might not survive. Then find a place to hide for now. Oh, I will come back to find you after I finish my business. With that, Qin Tian left. After arriving on the island, Qin Tian sensed many auras of the Emperor Realm, but he chose not to disturb them. Instead, he began to search for the location of the spiritual herbs, as the emergence of this task indicated that the items must indeed exist. After searching around, Qin Tian did not find any herbs, but he discovered a strange little beast of the first level of the Emperor Realm. Its body was golden, and it had a single horn on its head, looking quite adorable. The aura of the little beast was somewhat strange, evoking a sense of inexplicable familiarity. Qin Tian was drawn to it and approached. Upon noticing someone approaching, the little beast immediately became vigilant. Who are you? A little girl's voice rang out. It turned out to be a female. Qin Tian felt a desire to adopt it. Such a cute little beast would be great for guarding the place. Seeing the mischievous expression on Qin Tian's face, the little beast hurriedly took a few steps back and shouted, Don't come any closer. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Come here, and I'll give you something delicious. With that, Qin Tian took out a low-grade Emperor tier pill. He was always generous to his own kind. Upon seeing the pill in Qin Tian's hand, the little beast instinctively swallowed hard. However, she still did not approach, being clever and wary of Qin Tian's intentions. Throw it over here, the little beast said. Qin Tian did not hesitate and tossed it over. The little beast looked up and caught it, then swallowed it. After a while, she seemed to be satisfied and stretched her body. Qin Tian then took out another Emperor-grade pill. Do you want more? The little beast nodded and cautiously approached Qin Tian step by step. As she got closer, she noticed that Qin Tian remained still, which bolstered her courage. At that moment, she instinctively felt that Qin Tian did not mean her any harm. Thank you, the little beast said after accepting the pill. Shall I take you away from this island? You will have plenty to eat with me, okay? Qin Tian began to tempt her. The little beast hesitated and eventually said gloomily, They won't let me leave here. From the little beast's tone, Qin Tian understood that she wished to leave. So he said, "As long as you are willing to follow me, no one can stop you." After contemplating for a moment, the little beast nodded as she too longed for the outside world. Then she followed Qin Tian. However, Qin Tian did not notice that a pair of eyes in the distance was watching them leave. The owner of those eyes was a serpent demon of the 3rd level of the Saint Realm. The serpent quietly slipped away, thinking, "I need to hurry back and inform the demon ape emperor that the Qilin, the auspicious beast, has been abducted." Meanwhile, Qin Tian learned about the little beast's identity during their conversation. She turned out to be the legendary auspicious beast, the Qilin. It is said that staying with an auspicious beast for a long time enhances one's luck. Moreover, an adult Qilin possesses terrifying strength, rivaling even the strongest of the dragon clan, the 9-clawed golden dragon. Just thinking about having an adult Qilin as a guardian was delightful. As they became more familiar with each other, Qin Tian asked the Qilin about the news regarding the Butian Jin and the Phoenix Zhugua. The Qilin pondered, "I know the Butian Jin is in the territory of the demon ape emperor, but I am unaware of the Phoenix Zhugua. Then take me to find the Butian Jin first." The Qilin nodded and led Qin Tian in that direction. In truth, she also despised certain demon emperors on Demon God Island, the demon ape emperor's territory. The serpent demon arrived at the entrance of the demon ape emperor's cave and shouted, "My lord, something terrible has happened. Our auspicious beast has been abducted." "Abducted? Which sect dared to be so bold? I will go annihilate them right away." A rough voice responded. The serpent demon quickly replied, "I have never seen that person before. He seems to be an outsider." "An outsider? Come take me to find him." With that, the demon ape emperor and the serpent demon moved outside, but they soon encountered Qin Tian and the little beast who were coming over. "It's him, my lord." The serpent demon pointed at Qin Tian. The Qilin felt a bit scared upon seeing the demon ape emperor and hid behind Qin Tian. Qin Tian looked at the demon ape emperor, whose realm was the 3rd level of the emperor realm, but it was evident that his physical body was exceptionally strong. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became, muttering softly, "He's perfect for refining into a demon corpse." Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, dark lines appeared on the face of the demon ape emperor. Originally 2 meters tall, he began to grow rapidly, reaching 10 meters in height with explosive muscles. "Wow, he can even transform." Qin Tian exclaimed, now even more interested in the giant ape's body. The Qilin ran to the side, distancing herself from Qin Tian, fearing that if he were defeated, she too would be implicated. At that moment, a massive club appeared in the hands of the demon ape emperor. He let out a roar and swung the club down with great force. A fierce wind surged, causing Qin Tian's clothes to flutter. Facing the massive club that was thicker than his own body, Qin Tian showed no fear. He had no intention of dodging, but raised his life and death sword to block. Bang! 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 Explosive sounds erupted around Qin Tian, yet he remained unscathed. The demon ape emperor was momentarily stunned. He had used at least 90% of his strength in that strike, with an attack power rivaling that of a half-step supreme. Was it really so easily blocked? He found it hard to believe. Thus, he raised the massive club again and began to strike furiously. Bang! 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 The demon ape emperor struck 5 or 6 times in succession, causing the ground to sink slightly, yet Qin Tian remained completely unmoved, instead wearing a mocking expression as he watched. At this point, he felt inexplicably fearful. Qin Tian smiled. "Are you tired of hitting? Now it's my turn. I will only strike once." The demon ape emperor's pupils constricted at those words as he held the massive club horizontally with a look of wariness. Qin Tian floated into the air and said in a deep voice, "I have a sword that swallows the sun and moon." Instantly, a blinding light erupted. Swish! Qin Tian's sword pierced quickly through the chest of the demon ape emperor. The demon ape emperor's body stiffened, and he took 2 steps back before crashing to the ground. His size shrank back to about 2 meters. The Qilin beside him was dumbfounded. In her eyes, the great demon king was thus easily defeated, and then she looked at Qin Tian with a hint of fear. Qin Tian approached and began to perform the demon sound corpse control technique. The subordinates of the demon ape emperor, seeing their leader fall, were all shocked and scattered in panic. After a while, the demon ape emperor suddenly stood up. Startled, the little Qilin jumped away. "Don't be afraid. He has become my demon corpse and is under my control," Qin Tian said to the Qilin. With that, Qin Tian took out a black robe from his spatial ring for the demon ape to wear and named him Demon 2. The massive club in his hand was also an emperor weapon, so Qin Tian did not need to prepare an emperor weapon for him. Qin Tian followed the Qilin toward the residence of the demon ape emperor. The residence of the demon ape was inside a cave, which was quite extraordinary. Upon entering, he immediately caught a whiff of a very strong medicinal fragrance. After searching for a while, he found the medicinal garden, and upon entering, he quickly noticed the Butian Jin in the center of the garden. This Tian Jin was at least 30,000 years old and was currently absorbing the medicinal power of other spiritual herbs in the garden. Qin Tian noticed that the other spiritual herbs were arranged in a formation. They were all supplying spiritual energy and medicinal power to the Tian Jin. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that the Tian Jin could reach the age of 30,000 years. This spiritual herb was likely cultivated by the demon ape emperor, reserved for breaking through to the supreme realm. Unexpectedly, it had now benefited him. Qin Tian sealed the Tian Jin and placed it in his storage ring. In addition, he gathered the other Tinthasandir spiritual herbs and left with the Qilin. Do you have a name? Qin Tian asked. The Qilin shook her head. What about your parents? The Qilin shook her head again. Qin Tian felt a bit sorry for her. Then from now on you can take my surname, let's call you Qin Ainen. The Qilin thought for a moment and replied, Okay brother, then I will be called Qin Ainen from now on. Qin Ainen's talent is indeed terrifying considering she is still in her childhood phase. Reaching the Emperor realm at such a young age indicates that she will at least become a supreme in the future. Can you transform into human form? Qin Tian asked. Qin Ainen nodded. I have a method to transform in my inheritance memories. Then please transform into human form. After responding, Qin Ainen radiated golden light and slowly transformed into a human shape. She appeared to be about 10 years old, just beginning to develop with a golden ponytail that made her look extremely delicate and cute. Qin Tian took out a set of women's clothing from his ring and handed it to Qin Ainen. Put this on, humans need to wear clothes. Oh, Qin Ainen accepted the clothing. Qin Tian turned his back. Shortly after he heard a soft voice, I'm ready, brother. Turning around, Qin Tian found her quite adorable. At the very least, he had never seen such a delicate little girl before. The outfit was originally prepared for by Xiaoru, and this type of magical clothing could adjust to fit perfectly. Thus the outfit fit Qin Ainen very well. Unable to resist, Qin Tian gently patted her small head and said, Let's go. We need to find the phoenix, Zhu fruit. Qin Tian led Ainen deeper into the demon god island. Meanwhile, on the other side, the snake demon arrived at the entrance of the ghost-faced demon emperor's cave. Before entering the cave, he cut himself with his tongue and rushed inside shouting, Ghost-faced demon emperor, something terrible has happened. The auspicious beast has been abducted and the demon ape emperor has been killed. I risked my life to come here to report. The ghost-faced demon emperor stood up and looked at the still bleeding snake demon, asking, Abducted. Do you know which sect did this? I have not seen that person. The snake demon replied. The ghost face pondered for a moment and threw a spirit herb to the snake demon. You should heal your wounds first, and then you can lead the demons to search. I will notify the other demon emperors. Thank you for the reward, demon emperor. I will do my utmost. After saying this, the snake demon took the spirit herb and exited the cave, feeling suddenly energetic. He thought to himself, luckily, I am clever. If I had gone to report without a scratch, I wouldn't have even gotten a spirit herb. With the nature of the ghost-faced demon emperor, a beating would have been the least of my worries. Subsequently, the ghost-faced demon emperor notified the other 8 demon emperors of the demon god island. Upon receiving the news, the demon emperors were enraged. The auspicious beast could bring fortune to their demon clan, and they could not allow it to be taken away. Soon the 9 demon emperors issued a decree for a manhunt. They also launched an attack on the human sects on the demon god island. The human cultivators, who were already struggling to survive, suddenly found themselves in dire straits. Some sects directly announced their dissolution and dispersed to hide. Qin Tian continued walking forward with Qin Ainen, and along the way they encountered a group of women in a very disheveled state. Leading them was a woman in purple clothing who looked very pure and beautiful. She was Xiao, the senior sister of the Zishuan sect. A sudden attack by a group of demons had occurred at their mountain gate. Their sect leader was out at sea and had not returned, resulting in heavy casualties. She had barely managed to escape with a few disciples. Upon seeing Qin Tian, Xiao was taken aback, not expecting to encounter a human. However, this human seemed too weak only at the spiritual movement realm. There was also a little girl around 10 years old beside him. She looked very young, and Xiao did not pay much attention to her. Right now she was struggling to protect herself and could not care for others. However, as a fellow human, she still reminded him, the entire demon god island is currently hunting humans. I advise you to find a place to hide quickly. After saying this, Xiao hurriedly led her people away. Not far off, someone remarked, Sister, there's no need to waste words with them. A spiritual movement realm person can't possibly survive in this situation. Yes, it's just a pity for that little girl, as she's so young. We should take care of ourselves, or why bother with their lives or deaths? Hearing the discussions of her disciples, Xiao sighed in helplessness. She truly wanted to save them, but she was powerless to do so. She really didn't know what kind of madness these demons were experiencing. Qin Ainen heard the discussions from a distance and said unhappily, they look down on me and brother with their meager strength. Qin Tian gently patted her head and said, "Humans are very complex, there's no need to pay attention." Qin Tian nodded, appearing to understand. On the other side at the Qin residence, Bai Xiaoru and her sister were chatting. Seeing her sister looking gloomy, Bai Xiao asked, "Are you missing your brother-in-law?" Bai Xiaoru's face turned slightly red. Ever since they had crossed some boundaries, she had realized her feelings for Qin Tian had changed. For instance, after Qin Tian had been gone for so many days, she actually found herself missing him. She even dreamed about him at night. Their Fox clan finds it hard to develop feelings, but once they do, they only recognize one for life. Seeing Bai Xiaoru's expression, Bai Xiao knew her guess was correct. "How about we go out for a stroll, buy some new clothes, and clear our minds?" Bai Xiaoru thought it over and agreed it was indeed time to buy some clothes, especially since Miaoling had already bought new ones. So the sisters set out with veils on. Although both women wore veils, their shapes and postures still attracted countless male cultivators to turn their heads repeatedly. Some even approached to flirt, but all were met with cold glares from Bai Xiaoru. The largest trading company in the Chongming Empire is the Lin family business. They went to the main store and encountered Lin Wan. Seeing Bai Xiaoru and her sister arrive, Lin Wan was very enthusiastic. After picking out several outfits, Lin Wan did not charge them, as this was her family's business. After they finished choosing, Lin Wan escorted the two out of the store. At that moment, Bai Xiaoru noticed several powerful auras sweeping through the sky. Lin Wan beside her said, "It should be forces looking for trouble nearby." This kind of thing has happened several times already, mainly because the Ming Emperor's realm is too low, making him a target. Some forces also believe the Chongming Empire is easy to bully. Thus, they want to take control of the Chongming royal family to seize the Chongming Empire. However, the previous attempts were all thwarted by Elder Zhong Wu. This time should be fine as well. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoru understood the situation. It was likely those who had previously coveted the Chongming Empire. They had been repelled before and were now seeking help to return. After all, a new imperial family is much easier to deal with than those with a long heritage and deep roots. After thinking for a moment, she hurried towards the imperial palace. She sensed that among those flying by two were powerful beings at the Emperor Realm's 3rd level. Although the Imperial Palace had Zhong Wu and Shang Wanya, they only had one combatant at the Emperor Realm's 3rd level. As soon as she reached the entrance of the Imperial Palace, she received a distress signal from Miaoling. By the time she arrived, Zhong Wu was already engaged in battle with a 3rd-level Emperor Realm expert. Meanwhile, Shang Wanya and others were besieging another 3rd-level Emperor Realm expert. However, this expert possessed an Imperial weapon, making them no match, and they were all wounded. Nearby, there were also bodies of Imperial Palace guards. Miaoling was quite surprised to see Bai Xiaoru arrive so quickly. But that was good. Had she arrived any later, someone among Shang Wanya's group would have died. Bai Xiaoru and her sister immediately joined the battle. The Heavenly Demon Claw. The Imperial Realm expert who was fighting with Shang Wanya and others felt a chill run down their spine upon sensing Bai Xiaoru's claw. Seeing that there was no time to dodge, he could only brace himself and take it heed in. However, Bai Xiaoru's claw was enhanced by the Heavenly Demon Pearl. Therefore, this Imperial Realm triple expert could not withstand it at all. With a swish, he was directly knocked back and 3 wounds appeared on his body. After stabilizing himself, the Imperial Realm triple expert asked in surprise, "Are you a member of the Fox clan? You said there was only one Imperial Realm triple expert here, didn't you?" He then glared at his friend who was fighting with Zhong Wu. Where did this Fox clan expert come from? At this moment, he was extremely angry, feeling like he had been tricked. He noticed that his friend had not replied. He turned and ran, but how could Bai Xiaoru let him go? She swiped again with her claw. Feeling the approach of this attack, he was filled with endless regret for being foolish enough to have listened to his friend. What was supposed to be a quest for imperial weapons and beauties had now turned into a death sentence. He was struck and coughed up blood as he flew out. At this moment, he was severely injured. He used all his strength and spiritual energy to stand up and ran away. But he didn't get far before someone pierced his heart with a sword. The one who came was Miaoling. After receiving a distress signal from Miaoling, she rushed over with Moe. Seeing her friend dead, the remaining Imperial Realm expert looked ashen. Moe joined the battle and teamed up with Zhong Wu, swiftly beheading the newcomer. A crisis was thus averted. They ended up with 2 low-grade Imperial weapons and some materials and spiritual herbs. Neither of the 2 women wanted them, leaving them for Miaoling. Naturally, Miaoling was overjoyed. Who would complain about having more Imperial weapons? These could serve as treasures of heritage. Then Miaoling glanced at Bai Xiaoru and said, "Your strength is improving quite rapidly." "You're not slow either," Bai Xiaoru replied with a smile. Miaoling could only envy from the side. She felt a strong urge to abandon her imperial status and follow Qin Tian instead. This battle quickly spread throughout Chongming City. Miaoling directly hung the bodies of the 2 Imperial Realm triple experts at the city gate to display them. This served as a warning to those lurking in Chongming City with ulterior motives. Being able to simultaneously slay two Imperial Realm triple experts wielding Imperial weapons in a short period clearly demonstrated the strength of the Chongming Empire. At least the nearby factions would no longer dare to have any designs on the Chongming Empire. On the demon god island, Qin Tian ventured deep into a valley. As he entered the valley, he felt a dense aura of spiritual power. Following the source, he found a natural spiritual spring beneath a cliff. It looked like it had existed for at least 10,000 years with emerald green spiritual water inside. Legend has it that no matter how severe the injury, soaking in the spiritual spring water can heal it. Moreover, the spiritual water can wash the essence and marrow cultivating inside, is incredibly fast, akin to taking an endless supply of pills. After stripping down to just his shorts, Qin Tian jumped in. Seeing Qin Tian undressing, Qin Anan also prepared to do the same. However, Qin Tian stopped her and patiently said girls shouldn't undress casually, especially with males around. Why not? Qin Anan asked, puzzled. Qin Tian felt a headache coming on and could only provide Qin Anan with some educational guidance. Once Qin Anan understood, her face turned a bit red. She then played in the spiritual spring while wearing her clothes. Qin Tian found a comfortable position at the edge of the shallow water and lay down. Before he knew it, he fell asleep, and Qin Anan also lay down on the other side. After an unknown period, Qin Tian, deep in sleep, sensed something was about to attack him. He suddenly opened his eyes to see someone falling from above, and it was a woman. Qin Tian instinctively reached out to catch her, and suddenly he embraced a soft figure. The woman was none other than Ziyao, whom Qin Tian had seen before. She had led her disciples to escape, but was found by the snake demon and pursued relentlessly. In the end, she was the only one left alive. After reaching the cliff, she found there was no way out, but the snake demon had brought a group of monsters after her. So she had no choice but to jump off the cliff. She never expected this jump. She landed in a man's embrace, and when she recognized Qin Tian, her face turned beet red. This was because Qin Tian was only wearing a pair of shorts at the moment. Having never encountered such a situation before, how could she not feel shy? Instinctively, she slapped out. Qin Tian dodged back, sending the woman into the spiritual spring. On the cliff, the snake demon who was about to chase down saw Qin Tian and trembled in fear. Go! The snake demon commanded, and several nearby monster saints jumped down, but he turned and ran. Just after tossing Ziyao into the water, Qin Tian sensed murderous intent from above. He immediately punched upward. Ancestral dragon ascending to heaven. The few monster saints who had just jumped down were sent back to the cliff, spitting out blood and remaining motionless. The snake demon, seeing the miserable state of the monster saints from afar, was filled with dread, prompting him to perform a tongue sword technique on himself. After leaving a wound, he went to report to the ghost-faced demon emperor. Once Ziyao emerged from the water, she looked up at the sky. It seemed she had sensed the fluctuation of spiritual power while in the water, but she found nothing, and the demon clans pursuing her had not followed. She then looked at Qin Tian and asked what just happened. Qin Tian shook his head. Ziyao looked up again, confirming that no demon clan was pursuing, and finally sighed in relief. Then her attention shifted back to Qin Tian, who was wearing shorts, and her face turned red again. You pervert. How am I a pervert? I was here enjoying the hot spring, and you jumped into my arms willingly, Qin Tian reminded her. Ziyao thought for a moment and realized it was indeed the case. Qin Tian still had a good impression of this woman. When she was fleeing, she had stopped to remind him, showing that she was at least a good person. You should enjoy soaking in this spiritual spring, it will benefit your injuries. Ziyao instinctively replied, but soon realized. This is a spiritual spring. Her expression became excited, but soon calmed down. She was in a life-and-death situation, and even if she encountered it, it would be useless. She should quickly use the spiritual spring to heal her injuries, and then run away. Not long after, Ziyao's injuries fully healed, and her complexion improved. Once her injuries healed, she looked at Qin Tian and said, let's find a place to hide together. We can look out for each other. No, I still want to rest for a while. After hearing Qin Tian's response, she said anxiously, it's very dangerous here. The demon clan may come after us at any moment. Then you can go by yourself, though I'm not leaving. Hearing Qin Tian's answer, she was somewhat helpless, but she couldn't just forcibly take him away. After thinking for a moment, she took out a low-grade imperial technique and a celestial-grade spiritual pill and handed them to Qin Tian. I see your realm is rather low. You should want to cultivate here, so take this technique and pill. Qin Tian was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect to encounter such a kind-hearted person. After taking the technique, he said, I don't need the pill. Since you gave me a technique, I'll give you something in return. Qin Tian took out a kitchen knife and handed it to Ziyao. This is for your self-defense. Ziyao felt awkward seeing the kitchen knife, but she couldn't refuse Qin Tian's kindness, so she accepted it. Then I'm leaving. Qin Tian nodded. Ziyao then left. After Ziyao left, Qin Anan swam over and said such a good knife should be given to me. Ziyao couldn't discern the quality of the knife, but she noticed something else. She was innately sensitive to treasures. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she had a talent for treasure hunting. The direction to the spiritual spring was guided by her. Qin Tian rubbed Qin Ainan's head and said, "She's a good person, just consider it a good fate. If you want a weapon, I'll refine one for you when I have time." Just in time, I was also planning to refine a better kitchen knife. Thank you, brother. After a while, Qin Tian took out a blank storage ring to collect some spiritual spring water. He planned to take it back to soak within Miaoling and by Xiaoru. Night fell. The ghost-faced demon emperor received news from the snake demon and immediately contacted the other 8 demon emperors to head to the place the snake demon mentioned. The group of demon emperors arrived near the spiritual spring and soon found Qin Tian and Qin Ainan. Qin Tian sensed someone following, but ignored it, continuing to hold Qin Ainan's hand and walk forward. Not far away, the snake demon pointed at Qin Tian and said, "Demon Emperor, that's the one who killed the demon emperor of the magic ape." The ghost-faced demon emperor nodded, preparing to take action. Beside him, the wild bull demon emperor pointed at Qin Ainan and said, "That's the auspicious one. This person dares to abduct our auspicious one. This is an unforgivable crime." With that, he charged forward. Sensing the killing intent from behind, Qin Tian turned his head. When he saw the wild bull demon emperor, his eyes lit up, and he said to Qin Ainan, "This ingredient is quite good. Tomorrow, I'll make you some beef hoof soup." Qin Ainan instinctively nodded. The wild bull demon emperor was infuriated. "You dare treat me as an ingredient? You'll find it hard to die today." With that, the wild bull demon emperor transformed into his true form, charging at him with his bull horns. Qin Tian leaped into the air, dodging the charge. He then swung his life and death sword, striking at the wild bull demon emperor's horns. "Moo!" The wild bull demon emperor cried out in pain, and Qin Tian seized the opportunity to directly mount the wild bull demon emperor's back, placing the blade against his neck. Immediately, the wild bull demon emperor froze in place, knowing that if Qin Tian exerted even a little force, he would die. He could barely swallow, only able to look at the other demon emperors with pleading eyes. The remaining 8 demon emperors surrounded Qin Tian, saying, "You may be powerful, but you are outnumbered. If you release my bull brother, I will spare your life." The one speaking was the earth-cracking demon emperor. Qin Tian replied mockingly, "I'll give you a chance to save your bull brother. Just slap yourself 3 times, and I will let him go. I will give you." The earth-cracking demon emperor was enraged and began to curse. Qin Tian tightened his grip on the life and death sword, and blood began to splatter from the wild bull demon emperor's neck. He thrashed around in a desperate struggle. Qin Tian stabbed down again, and the wild bull demon emperor collapsed to the ground, no longer moving. A demon emperor of the same rank had thus easily died by their side. This instilled fear among the other demon emperors. Even though they attacked together, there was a chance to strike down a master. However, the first to charge and faced life-threatening danger. After resolving the wild bull demon emperor, Qin Tian walked towards the earth-cracking demon emperor. The earth-cracking demon emperor instinctively took 2 steps back. Just as he was retreating, Qin Tian charged forward sharply. Seeing the approaching life and death sword, the earth-cracking demon emperor felt himself locked on. With no way to evade, he could only choose to confront. Swish, swish, swish. The glint of Qin Tian's sword flashed continuously, spraying blood flowers from the earth-cracking demon emperor. In the end, he fell to the ground, unwilling to die. Qin Tian then lifted his head. All the surrounding demons began to retreat in haste. Qin Tian started looking for his next target. Finally, he set his sights on the Thunder Rock demon emperor in the sky. With a swift motion, Qin Tian shot up into the air, charging towards the Thunder Rock demon emperor. The Thunder Rock demon emperor turned to flee, and the other demons used this opportunity to scatter and escape. The Thunder Rock was incredibly fast, like lightning. Qin Tian could not catch up to him with his own speed. Therefore, he could only control the life and death sword to pursue him. Sensing the flying sword approaching, the Thunder Rock turned to defend. Once entangled by the flying sword, Qin Tian quickly closed the distance and mounted the Thunder Rock. The Thunder Rock struggled desperately, but ultimately succumbed under Qin Tian's sword. When Qin Tian dragged the Thunder Rock's corpse back to Qin Ainan, the other demon clans had already fled. At this moment, the way Qin Ainan looked at Qin Tian had changed. There was a hint of admiration. "Brother, you are so amazing," Qin Ainan exclaimed joyfully. "You should practice hard. One day you will be as powerful as me." I will definitely work hard. Now that we have the ingredients, I'll prepare something delicious for you." Qin Ainan said with eager anticipation. Qin Tian cut a piece of the wild bull demon emperor's thigh and some meat from the Thunder Rock's wings. He planned to make beef hoof soup and braised Thunder Rock wings. After a busy while, he finally finished, and the aroma filled the air. Qin Tian took out tables, chairs, bowls, and chopsticks, then served a bowl of beef hoof soup to Qin Ainan. It was just right for a child to supplement. He also drank a bowl himself, as he was only at the first level of the Emperor realm, and this meat soup from the third level would significantly benefit him. After drinking the soup, Qin Tian's aura began to surge, showing signs of breaking through to the second level of the Emperor realm. Qin Tian was astonished. After all, she was just a child. He thought to himself that he needed to hurry up with his own cultivation, or he would be surpassed by this little girl in front of him. While they were eating, an old man and an old woman flew over, drawn by the aroma. When they saw the 3 demon emperor corpses on the ground, they were immediately stunned. They exclaimed in shock, "This is the Wild Bull Demon Emperor, the Thunder Rock Demon Emperor, and the Earth-Cracking Demon Emperor." They exchanged glances, confirming with one another that they were not mistaken. Then they looked towards Qin Tian and Qin Tian, who were drinking soup. "Did you kill these demon emperors, senior?" Qin Tian nodded and said nonchalantly, "Are you here to mooch a meal?" "We wouldn't dare," the old man and the old woman said in unison. "We are the sect master and elder of the Zixian sect. We returned from the sea only to find our sect destroyed. Thus we are searching for surviving disciples and contacting other human forces to form an alliance. If we do not unite, there will be no place for our human race on Demon God Island." Qin Tian nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed. From the previous attack by the demon emperors, it was clear that the turmoil on Demon God Island was caused by him. The old man hesitated for a moment and said, "Since you are also human, could you lead us in resisting the demon race?" Originally, the strength of humans on Demon God Island was far inferior to that of the demons. However, if Qin Tian joined, it would be different, as evidenced by the 3 demon emperor corpses lying here. Seeing that the old man was a local force and had an alliance, there might be a chance to obtain information about the Phoenix Vermilion Fruit. Thinking of this, he conjured a projection of the Phoenix Vermilion Fruit in the air and asked, "Do you know where this fruit is?" The two of them closely examined the projection of the Phoenix Vermilion Fruit and finally asked, "Are you looking for the Phoenix Vermilion Fruit?" "Yes, do you know where it is?" The old man's expression grew serious as he pondered, "We've only seen records of this fruit in our sect. If there is this thing on Demon God Island, there is only one place, the cave of the 9 Nether Dragon Sparrow. Legend has it that there was once a vermilion fruit tree where a phoenix resided, and the 9 Nether Dragon Sparrow is the overlord of Demon God Island, its strength reaching half-step supreme." Hearing the old man's words, Qin Tian's expression changed with joy. "He'll wait for you here. You have an alliance, right? Bring some people with me to kill him." The old man was overjoyed. "Okay, senior, you continue eating, I'll be right back." With that, the old man took the old woman and flew away. "Brother, the 9 Nether Dragon Sparrow is very powerful." Qin Tian put down her bowl, looking worried. Clearly, she had encountered the 9 Nether Dragon Sparrow before. Qin Tian patted Qin Tian's little head and said, "Don't worry.